Chapter 1. The celestial tribulation still pursues me. At the zenith of noon, a voice exclaimed, "The celestial tribulation still pursues me." In the enchanting realm of Zwei, within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi burst into the sanctuary, his hair disheveled. He swiftly tore off his azure Taoist robe and frantically extracted various materials to seal the entrance, blocking any perception. The intricate array of lightning protection inscribed within the cave flickered gently, and tiny arcs of electricity crackled throughout the space. Boom! Outside, dark clouds billowed ominously, and a colorful lightning dragon danced in the heavens, swirling and gliding as if it had lost its target, lingering without descending. Moments later, upon hearing a lull in the tempest outside, Chen Yi cautiously opened a narrow slit, daring not to use even his spiritual senses, relying solely on his mortal eyes. To observe. Once he confirmed that the tribulation lightning had dissipated, he let out a long sigh of relief. Why? Why is this happening? The celestial signs clearly foretold that the limit of the celestial tribulation was merely 14 bolts of purple lightning. Yet having barely survived, I now face an even more terrifying chaos tribulation. Is this not a cruel mockery of the earnest? Chen Yi found himself questioning the very fabric of his existence. This marked his 81st failure in confronting the celestial tribulation. To be candid, it was not due to his inadequacy, but rather the absurdity of the tribulation itself. According to ancient texts, during the Ascension era 100,000 years ago, practitioners faced only 9 ordinary heavenly bolts during their tribulations. With a solid foundation and a modicum of preparation, they could effortlessly pass through. Yet, inexplicably, since a millennium ago, the celestial tribulation had grown increasingly perverse. Not only had the number of bolts escalated, but their quality had shifted from ordinary lightning to that of the formidable purple heavenly thunder, leading countless powerful practitioners to shatter upon contact. Ascending to immortality had become a mere legend. Chen Yi, having traversed from 800 years past, missed the opportune era and lacked a fortuitous boon. He could only rely on perseverance and effort to navigate through the tribulation, becoming the sole practitioner at the tribulation stage in the ZY continent. Indeed, he was the only one. The reason was simple. The other seasoned practitioners at the fusion stage deliberately suppressed their cultivation, fearing that a moment's carelessness would attract the attention of that monstrous tribulation. Only he, the naive youth who appeared to be an easy target, dared to confront it. Heeding that it was only when faced with the grotesque nature of the celestial tribulation that he learned humility and restraint. Suddenly, a notification echoed by his ear. Detection of a traverser detected. You are invited to join the interdimensional traverser mutual assistance chat group. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then a surge of alarm coursed through him. This is bad. It's the manifestation of my inner demons. As a traverser, he understood the existence of systems and golden fingers that possess the power to transform decay into the miraculous. Yet, it arrived at this moment, at a time when he was hiding from the celestial tribulation. This was undoubtedly a nefarious tactic employed by the tribulation itself. How insidious to wield such tricks against me, attempting to ensnare me within the illusions of my own mind and lead me to demise. Absolutely not. Chen Yi dismissed the distracting thoughts, fortifying his spirit. Eventually, in a subtle corner of his consciousness, he discerned an anomalous point of light that did not belong. Ah, you reveal a flaw at last. After 81 encounters, this time your underhanded tactics will not extinguish me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi immediately summoned his formidable spiritual power and directed it downward. In an instant, a prompt appeared. Do you agree to the invitation to join the Multiverse Traveler Assistance Group? The notification remained clear. Chen Yi pondered, this does not seem to be the work of a heart demon. I am uncertain, so I shall observe further. After meticulously examining the peculiar light point for some time and confirming it posed no threat to him, he cautiously severed a portion of his consciousness and, along with the strange light point, swiftly refined it into an external avatar. Thus, regardless of whether this was a golden finger or something else, it would not affect his true self. I agree to join the chat group. In the next moment, a cerulean virtual panel materialized before his external avatar, and controlling it through his doppelganger felt remarkably smooth, without any delay. Verifying traveler information. Name: Chen Yi. Age: 818 years. Cultivation: tribulation stage. Combat power: 900 million. Welcome to the Multiverse Travelers Assistance Group. Please enter your group nickname. Oh, are they quantifying strength with data? How intriguing. Chen Yi mused for a moment before casually selecting a nickname to enter the chat. TMD, the tribulation is still pursuing me. Multiverse Travelers Assistance Group 108. Group Leader, runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm Foundation Establishment Level 8. Combat Power 8,544. Members: Unemployed. God of Light, 2 Sleeves of Breeze, the Sword Immortal. Runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm Group Leader. Who just joined? Unemployed God of Light. TMD, the tribulation is still pursuing me. Buddy, that nickname is quite impressive. 2 Sleeves of Breeze, the Sword Immortal. Could he truly be a powerhouse at the tribulation stage? The familiar sensation evoked memories of Chen Yi's youthful days in the joyful chat groups on Blue Star. Just as he was about to happily engage in conversation, the group chat system chimed. Ding, TMD, the tribulation is still pursuing me is the highest combat power in this group and is automatically promoted to group leader. Current group leader, TMD, the tribulation is still pursuing me tribulation stage. Combat power, 900 million. Runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Unemployed God of Light. What the heck? Are you serious, bro? 2 Sleeves of Breeze, the Sword Immortal. 900 million combat power. No way. Is this still a newbie group? What's he doing here? Runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Right? Aren't we all just newly traversed novices? How did a big shot sneak in? I just became group leader a few days ago, and now I'm already demoted to 2nd place. Unemployed God of Light. Never mind. Group leader, take a look at my nickname. I'm poor enough to be on the verge of tears. Have some compassion for a child begging. JPG. 2 Sleeves of Breeze, the Sword Immortal. I want some too. Just a little bit of the tribulation great one's leftovers would be enough to fill my belly. Chen Yi, however, had no time to engage with them. His attention was wholly captivated by the privileges granted to the group leader. Introduction for group leaders of the Multiverse Travelers Assistance Group. 1. As the group leader, please assist fellow group members within your capacity to foster a harmonious and loving family. 2. Assisting the weaker members in overcoming their predicaments is not without recompense. The chat group system generates tasks based on members' needs. Upon completion of these tasks in the corresponding worlds, members may receive appropriate rewards, with the freedom to accept or decline the tasks. 3. When the difficulty of a task exceeds the capabilities of the group, it will be announced in the public regional channel, allowing other capable members to undertake it. However, this will simultaneously diminish the group's level, thereby hindering the unlocking of more advanced features and rewards, which include but are not limited to Universal Merchant, Space Teleportation, Recovery Decryption, and Spiritual Enlightenment. 4. Completing tasks and the enhancement of members' combat abilities will accumulate experience points to elevate the group's level. 5. That the group leader possesses certain privileges, priority in task acquisition, an additional 50 share of task rewards for members, the authority to mute or remove members, among others. This somewhat resembles a game of faction development and ascension. I am intrigued. Let me explore what the Universal Merchant entails. Chen Yi stroked his chin, and with a thought, summoned his external incarnation to access the merchant section. Celestial King's Dao Fruit. Exchange points 99, 999, 999. Details expand. Chrono Alteration Plate. Exchange points 888, 888. Details expand. Chaotic Profound Origin. Technique. Exchange points 666, 666. Details expand. Panga's Essence Blood. Details expand. This, I must admit, these offerings are indeed enticing. Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement within. The reason he had not achieved immortality thus far was the absence of celestial essence needed to cultivate his physical form into an immortal body. Now, should he successfully exchange for celestial essence from the Universal Merchant, he could ascend in the lower realms. What nonsense is this celestial tribulation? It is merely a farce. Chapter 2. The chaos you have incited shall be quelled by me. The Interworld Travelers Mutual Aid Group, number 108, continues its discussions. Unemployed God of Light. Group leader, I am so hungry I wish for. Surely, you wouldn't want your dear members to starve, would you? Crying.jpg. Gentle breeze, the sword immortal. Please cease your lamentations. Runner-up of the cultivation realm. Group leader, stop lurking. I don't want a red envelope. I simply wish to ask a question. I recently refined a foundation-building pill, but its color is somewhat dark. What might this indicate? Your guidance would be greatly appreciated. Gentle breeze, the sword immortal. Is it necessary to consult the group leader for this? I can tell you that a dark hue is quite normal. The last pill I refined emitted green smoke. It merely had a peculiar odor, yet after 3 days of discomfort, my cultivation improved. Unemployed god of light. I'm so hungry, truly famished. Chen Yi cast a glance at the chat content, raising an eyebrow. Damn, the celestial tribulation still pursues me, group leader. Were you just seeking assistance? Runner-up of the cultivation realm. Great one, I understand your urgency, but please be patient that we do not currently meet the threshold to trigger a task. It requires genuine life-threatening circumstances, such as me provoking a golden core cultivator to the point of wanting to end my life. Oh, there is a procedure to follow. After listening to the former group leader's explanation, Chen Yi pondered for a moment, and a plan began to form in his mind. The pursuit of immortality still haunts me, group leader. I have a bold idea. The pursuit of immortality has issued a lucky bag valued at 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones with a note. If there is no danger, create danger, the chaos you incite shall be quelled by me, claiming it signifies consent to embark on the adventure. The champion of the cultivation realm. No, brother, the sword immortal, with sleeves billowing in the wind, which esteemed personage, this matter pertains to life and death, though I possess a spirit for adventure. I must insist on additional compensation. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. Is he being stingy? Not at all. It is simply that the group's level is too low, with a daily red envelope limit that can accommodate only so much. Just as he contemplated offering an explanation, there remained a valiant soul within the group who dared to take the lead. God of light, unemployed. Damn. A horse does not thrive without evening grass, nor does a man prosper without unexpected fortune. Wealth is sought in peril. Let us proceed. God of light, unemployed, has claimed the red envelope. Meanwhile, in the Western Sea world, outside the dilapidated church in the southwestern region of the Hittite Empire, a man clad in a white priestly robe suddenly rose, astonished, as he beheld the luminous stone that had materialized before him. Beneath its crystalline glow, the numerous patches adorning his robe were faintly visible. Adolf Amlin could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I have struck gold. This 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones can be sold as a third-tier energy, or worth no less than 100,000 gold coins. At last, I can afford to pay the sisters. Yet, I am still too weak, lacking the formidable power to deter those with ill intentions, that I must devise a strategy to intimidate those nefarious individuals, and fortuitously, the group leader with 900 million combat power has extended a blade. Amlin's eyes gleamed with a flicker of inspiration as a plan began to form in his mind. God of light, unemployed. Esteemed group leader, I entrust my life to you. I shall provide you with something significant, guaranteeing substantial task points. The pursuit of immortality still haunts me, group leader. Oh, how substantial. God of light, unemployed. Our county's beast hunting guild possesses a third-tier mage, the strongest I can access, displaying combat power of 95,526, roughly comparable to the 9th transformation of the golden core in the cultivation realm. What do you think? A third tier equates to golden core? From a county beast hunting guild? Just how high is the level of this world? Chen Yi furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. According to ancient texts, the immortal realm serves as the homeland for beings of the immortal path among the myriad worlds, rich with abundant spiritual energy. However, not every immortal chooses to enter the immortal realm. Certain worlds can also generate spiritual energy of the immortal path and give rise to beings of such caliber. Yet, due to the immortal realm suppression, the laws of the immortal path in the lower realms remain imperfect. Thus, these beings are not true immortals, but rather pseudo-immortals of an alternative path to enlightenment, and their corresponding worlds are referred to as pseudo-immortal realms. Long ago, the Ziwei continent was one such pseudo-immortal realm, but it has since been downgraded, leading cultivators, upon reaching the world's limits, to face trials imposed by the immortal realm in their quest for ascension. The mere thought of this infuriated Chen Yi. If the immortal realm wishes to prevent beings from the lower realms from ascending, they could simply close the path to immortality, severing the aspirations of the cultivators to attain immortality, rather than elevating the tribulations of ascension to a hellish difficulty, only to keep a watchful eye on their struggles. This semblance of hope is but a guise for despair. He truly felt the weight of his emotions surging within him. Yet Chen Yi managed to quell them and calmly reconfirmed. Is it certain that reaching the third stage equates to attaining the golden core? What level does the most formidable being you know belong to? The most formidable being, you ask. Enlon glanced at the towering statue of the god of light within the church, deliberating before replying. The strongest I am aware of is the god of light himself. As for his level, it remains uncertain, but one thing is clear. He has existed for a considerable duration, and the Holy Light Sutra, which has been passed down for over 1,000,000 years, was authored by him. Indeed, it is the pseudo-immortal realm. A spark of brilliance ignited in Chen Yi's eyes. 1,000,000 years certainly. One cannot survive the tribulations of ascension for such an extended period. Even a pig could attain immortality in that time. The tribulations of ascension only serve to challenge those cultivators who have yet to achieve immortality but possess extraordinary strength, while they do not target those who have cultivated an immortal body through alternative paths. I initially intended to progress gradually through the myriad realms marketplace, but now a shortcut to the pseudo-immortal realm lies before me. Let the tribulations of ascension come at you. Resolute in his decision, Chen Yi eagerly began to rally his charming group members. Oh, not worry. God of Light, unemployed, no one can interfere with you. Just trigger the assistance quest, and I will come to provide you with some valuable items. This wretched chat group's level is far too low, with a daily cap of merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the other groups see this, they might think I am unable to afford more. God of Light, unemployed. I believe in you, Great One, runner-up of the cultivation world. So, the daily red envelope limit is indeed 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? I knew the Great One could not be so petty. Sort of mortal with empty sleeves. Great One, do I still have a chance? I wish to progress as well. Do not fret, the road is long, and everyone has an opportunity. Worship X3 God of Light, unemployed. Give me 2.5 hours, and I shall surely trigger the group task. Upon sending this message, his avatar dimmed, clearly indicating that he had begun to take action. Chen Yi ceased his idle chatter with the other two members and immediately turned his attention to preparing for the invasion of another world. After all, he was no mere small fry. Crossing over would undoubtedly attract the vigilance of the local powerhouses. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Thus, it was prudent to first send an external incarnation to scout the situation before proceeding with caution. Chapter 3. Triggering a call for help. Invading a parallel world. In the vast expanse of the Western Sea, within the city of Bolin in the Empire of Height, Emlyn donned a tattered priest's robe and carried a large sack over his shoulder. Striding with an air of arrogance, he boldly entered the Empire's gold exchange branch. Navigating through the bustling crowd, he made a beeline for the vacant VIP service window. With a resounding thud, he slammed the sack onto the counter and declared in an audacious voice, "Exchange 1,000 pounds of third-grade energy or for gold." Instantly, the attention of the entire room was drawn to him. Witnessing the folly of this first-tier priest, one could only wonder if the goddess of wisdom had bestowed her rain upon him while he foolishly held an umbrella. Such absurdity was almost charming. Oh, is that not Amlin, the priest from the makeshift chapel in the north of the city? A voice from the crowd recognized the identity of this apparent fool. Hadn't he been unable to even pay the wages of the nuns? Where did he procure such a vast quantity of third-grade energy? Or was he truly so audacious? To flaunt wealth without backing? Something was amiss, indeed, exceedingly so. I care not for your suspicions. Ah, my friend, may I have a word? Many in the crowd exchanged furtive glances, discreetly retreating to the back. Amlin had anticipated this reaction, yet he remained unfazed, reveling in the thrill of the moment. Indeed, this was exhilarating. As a mere first-tier priest, I grasped a fortune within my hands, a plump lamb ripe for the slaughter. The more formidable the pursuers, the more invigorating the chase. Esteemed guest, upon verification, 1,000 pounds of third-grade energy, or is indeed accurate. You may exchange it for 100,000 gold coins, which will be deposited into your account. Here is a gold card of our bank. Please accept it. The counter attendant presented the savings card with a radiant smile. However, Anlin did not immediately take the card. Instead, he gripped the attendant's delicate hand with a playful smirk and said earnestly, "Beautiful lady, has anyone ever told you that your hands resemble treasures left behind by the gods, evoking an irresistible urge to touch? On this sweltering day, might I treat you to a refreshing iced tea?" The attendant's cheeks flushed crimson. "Mr. Anlin, please conduct yourself appropriately. I still have work to do. However, I am off tomorrow, and if you're truly sincere, I would consider a date." Anlin recognized her subtle hint, but was undeterred, pressing on. "Might I interpret this as your concern for me? Concern for every esteemed guest is my duty. I suggest you seek the protection of the guards swiftly. It would be even better if you possess confidence in your own abilities." The counter attendant politely pushed away his wandering hand. "Very well. It seems I must invite you to dinner another day. Might you reveal where I can acquire some iced drinks?" Anlin remained undaunted in his pursuit. The attendant, blushing, nodded affirmatively. Understanding the implication, Anlin flashed a mischievous smile and made his exit. If all went as anticipated, at least 10 second-tier powerhouses would soon be en route. Yet, that was insufficient. His true target was the third-tier leader of the Beast Hunting Guild, 100,000 gold coins. While an ordinary third-tier powerhouse might be indifferent to such an amount, the avaricious and ruthless leader of the Demon Spirit Brigade would undoubtedly be tempted. With the city guarded by a defense force, you cannot exert your full strength. Thus, I shall venture forth into the outskirts. In this moment, Anlin is no longer the timid priest who hides in the rear to offer healing. He shall become a warrior who initiates the charge. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had long since prepared a doppelganger wielding 30% of his power. At this moment, he was idly perusing past missions in the public district channel. Group 66 Help Request. Xian Yuanqingqi member has traversed the age of lost magic and is on the verge of being corrupted by evil cultivators, exceeding this group's capabilities. We ask for assistance from any capable members in other groups. Power requirement: above 30,000. Task reward: 100,000 points. 3,000 group experience. Note: task has been completed. Group 85 Help Request. Turkey-flavored crisps member has transformed into a black serpent, and due to the potency of its blood, it is currently imprisoned and subjected to blood extraction. Its life hangs by a thread, exceeding this group's capabilities. We ask for assistance from any capable members in other groups. Power requirement: above 130,000. Task reward: 200,000 points. 20,000 group experience. Note: task has been completed. Group 6 Help Request. Believe in a light member has crossed into a world engulfed in dark turmoil and is on the brink of having their life essence drained by a long-lived cultivator. Exceeding this group's capabilities, we ask for assistance from any capable members in other groups. Power requirement: above 80,000. Task reward: 300,000 points. 50,000 group experience. Note: this task is timed out without any takers. Believe in a light member has perished, rendering the task void. Originally, it was presumed that the other chat groups were filled with hidden talents, yet there are not even any members with an 80 million power level. Chen Yi was quite astonished, casting a peculiar glance at the two external manifestations before him. One was designated to house the chat group's essence, while the other was to execute tasks, both showcasing a power level of 900 million, reflecting 30% of his true strength. Moreover, he could manifest an additional 47 such doppelgangers, summing to 49, perfectly corresponding to the damned 49 bolts of the heavenly tribulation. As for the upgraded 50th bolt of chaotic divine lightning, he found himself utterly incapable of enduring it. A doppelganger with 30% of his strength would not withstand the chaotic divine lightning. However, his true self could endure. Yet the uncertainty surrounding the number of such bolts posed a risk of exhausting him. Thereby, evading the cunning trials of ascension would be impossible. After enduring 81 encounters, Chen Yi was acutely aware that the provoked heavenly tribulation would not let him escape. Just as he pondered this, a notification chimed within the chat group. Ding! Group 108 help request generated. God of Light, unemployed member, has carelessly displayed wealth and is currently besieged. Their situation is perilous. We ask for assistance from capable members. Power requirement: above 100,000. Task reward: 150,000 points, 20,000 group experience. Members of this group, please take 30 seconds to consider whether to take on this task. Once the time is up, it will be directly uploaded to the public region for capable members of other groups to claim. Countdown: 30, 29, 28. As the group leader, Chen Yi holds priority. If he has not chosen to relinquish the task within the first 15 seconds, other members may not claim it. The unemployed God of Light. Oh. Esteemed leader, hurry. I'm surrounded by a group of burly men, their eyes gleaming with desire as they gaze upon me. What an exhilarating sensation. Runner-up of the Immortal realm. Seriously, is it really that intense? The swordsman of pure intent. My sword is straight, and so am I. Yet you, my friend, seem to be slightly bent, do you not? The leader. Fear not. I am here. I shall quell the chaos you have incited. The group leader has accepted the task and is about to open the portal for spatial transmission. Chapter 4. Turn the tide, commence. Chen Yi sat cross-legged on a mat, and before him, the space surrounding his external manifestation, which bore the essence of the chat group, shimmered, giving rise to a resplendent portal. Without hesitation, another external manifestation of himself opened its eyes wide and stepped into the portal. You have chosen to execute the task in the form of a doppelganger. Upon verification, the combat power of this doppelganger meets the required standards. Commencing teleportation. In an instant, Chen Yi sensed that his external manifestation had traversed boundless time and space. Were it not for the intertwining of thoughts across dimensions, unbound by time and space, the doppelganger would have lost contact with his true self in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, in the Western Sea world, outside the city of Bolin in the southwestern province of the Hit Empire, on a forest path, Anlan, still clad in a patched priest's robe, found himself encircled by 12 cloaked figures. Hey friends, why all this fighting? We're all here for that wretched money. The sin should be shared among us. Crab meat. My suggestion is to split 100,000 gold coins. All right. I'll take a step back and settle for 8,000. Then let us divide it. Clang. In an instant, blades clashed as the previously amicable cloaked figures descended into a standoff. Haha, this isn't fair. We agreed to share, so why draw swords? You didn't hesitate to draw your sword either. It appeared that everyone coveted the 100,000, and thus they decided to see whose swordsmanship was superior. May the Lord bless me. Anlan stood in the center, completely disregarded as a person. Were it not for the need to personally appear at the Imperial Bank to withdraw funds, he might have already met a grim fate. However, Anlan remained unconcerned, as this was part of his plan. As long as he wasn't eliminated instantly, he would be as steady as a rock. The group leader had already accepted the task and was on his way, filling him with a sense of security, even finding amusement in watching the cloaked figures fight fiercely over him. Boom! Just as the 12 cloaked figures were about to beat each other senseless, an overwhelming pressure surged from all directions. The cloaked figures froze, incredulously gazing upward. A mass of black mist rolled in like storm clouds, and above the heavens, a towering figure appeared, wielding a staff and donning a silver mask, exuding an unapproachable aura of power. He looked down upon the crowd and spoke in a voice that thundered like a storm. Despicable marauders, this is not an opportunity you may covet. Depart at once, and I shall spare your lives. The cloaked figures trembled under the immense pressure, one of them stammering, third-tier powerhouse, the leader of the demon spirits. Upon having his name revealed, the leader of the demon spirits narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Ignorant fools." No sooner had he spoken than, poof, 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 the 12 cloaked figures erupted into a mist of blood. Anlan, overwhelmed by the pressure, fell to the ground in a pitiful state, yet he laughed heartily. "Haha, I've waited so long for you. You have finally arrived." The leader of the third-tier demon spirit group, suspended in the air, cast a cold glance at him. "Put away your foolishness. I have already investigated thoroughly. There is no one behind you. If you do not wish to experience the wonders of dark magic, then obediently comply. Ha ha! Unlan continued to laugh heartily. Are you certain that the version of me you see is the true me? Oh, wise goddess, behold this forsaken child of yours. The demon spirit leader shook his head, opting for action over words, and extended his hand toward Unlan below. At that moment, Unlan appeared utterly unfazed by fear. Instead, he roared, "Then let us reverse the tide of battle. Activate." As his words fell, the void trembled. A vast pressure suddenly descended, causing the surrounding space to sway precariously, fissures appearing in the air. In the next instant, a man clad in a deep blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, emerged slowly, his transcendent aura akin to that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Thud! The suspended demon spirit leader plummeted abruptly, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes wide with disbelief. This power is a deity manifesting? How could this be possible? Meanwhile, Unlan trembled with excitement, shouting loudly, "We welcome the arrival of our esteemed leader. What are you babbling about?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and began to gather the memories of several lingering souls nearby through his spiritual sense, swiftly grasping the fundamental information and common language of this world. Ah, the god of light is currently unemployed, and you are called Adolf Unlan? Unlan was momentarily taken aback, then belatedly responded in astonishment. "Yes, esteemed one. You are truly remarkable to have not only learned the common tongue of this realm so quickly, but also to know my name. My admiration for you flows as endlessly as the rivers, akin to the raging Yellow River." Enough! Chen Yi waved his hand and turned to glance at the distant demon spirit leader, inquiring nonchalantly, "Unlan, as the one who triggered the task, how should we deal with that fellow to complete the mission?" He was eager to explore this world further. The sooner he resolved this, the sooner he could extricate himself, lest the chat group system continued to suppress his powers, preventing a complete invasion. On the other side, upon hearing these words, the demon spirit leader felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, suddenly realizing, You are here for me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Your demeanor is that of a divine being. Why target a mere third-tier mage? I am not one of those filthy goblins. Have I offended you in some way? But how could I possibly have wronged you? The third-tier demon spirit leader was left in turmoil. You haven't offended me? Unlan shot him a sidelong glance. If it weren't for the assistance of our esteemed leader, I would have likely been killed by you long ago. I merely entertained the thought without taking action. Consider it my fault, shall we? After all, you haven't sustained any harm. I can offer you 8,000 gold coins as compensation, and we shall let this matter rest. The demon spirit leader wore a face of indignation. When you slaughtered those 12 cloaked figures, where was your sense of reason? And now you come to me with logic. Anlan spat dit daifun. It seems I've been a priest for far too long, perhaps a touch too merciful. Ahem. Yes, the moment has arrived. I can no longer indulge in reasoning with you, for you are unworthy of it. With that, he bowed deeply to Chen Yi, articulating each word with gravity. "Oh, great leader of the group, please eliminate this subordinate." "No," the leader of the Demon Spirit Guild protested vehemently. "I acknowledge my mistakes. What more do you desire? Even if this matter escalates to the Imperial Court, I would merely be guilty of attempted crimes, my sins not warranting death. You cannot simply..." Before he could finish his plea, Chen Yi, having confirmed the task conditions, waved his hand nonchalantly. An imperceptible wave of energy swept through the air, silencing the leader of the Demon Beast Hunting Guild, who had roamed Bolin City for over a century. As a gentle breeze caressed the scene, his corporeal form and soul disintegrated into ethereal smoke, vanishing completely. Ding! Task completed. Rewards have been credited to your personal account in the chat group. Please check your balance. You currently have 2 options. 1. Immediately activate the portal to return to your original world. 2. Choose your preferred time for return. Kind reminder, the chat group's celestial shielding feature will deactivate in 2.5 minutes. As a visitor from another realm, your overwhelming strength will inevitably attract the local heavenly forces expulsion, posing a significant danger. It is advisable to opt for immediate return. Chapter 5. Oh no. Have I become a capitalist? A return is utterly impossible. Danger does not faze Chen Yi, for it is merely a manifestation of his external self. He possesses 48 such incarnations. Even if one were to be lost, it matters not, for he could simply invest another 2.5 years to cultivate a new one. Furthermore, the chat group's shielding function is a constraint for him. When it comes to evading the divine will, he is a seasoned expert, having battled against the heavenly tribulations 81 times. He can elude the trials imposed by the heavenly path of the celestial realm, let alone a mere counterfeit of such a path. I choose option 2, to return at the opportune moment. Within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi's true self commanded the external incarnation that bore the essence of the chat group and made a resolute decision. Wishing you a pleasant journey. At the same time, in the Western Sea world, Chen Yi's external incarnation swiftly donned a cloak crafted from materials that nullify perception, activating the runes inscribed upon it to minimize its presence. He began to dissipate the aura of his recent actions to obscure himself from the perception of the Western Sea's heavenly path. However, at that moment, the shielding power of the chat group unexpectedly vanished. Boom! The vast, clear sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness as ominous clouds converged, flashes of lightning igniting the atmosphere. The overwhelming might of the heavens descended like a tidal wave, locking down the area within 100 miles. Wasn't it supposed to last only 2.5 minutes? Chen Yi's lips twitched violently. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his hand and sent the trembling Anlan 1,000 miles away. This incarnation of his could endure the strikes. It was accustomed to them, as ordinary lightning could rarely bring harm. However, Anlan was different. He was far too fragile, and even the slightest residual force could send him into a state of panic. He could not perish. Otherwise, leading the team would become exceedingly difficult. Once he confirmed that Anlan had escaped the lock of the Western Sea's heavenly path, Chen Yi finally felt at ease, settling into a cross-legged position and transforming himself into an unremarkable stone. As always, it was merely a lightning strike. He had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was not the perverse purple celestial thunder of the heavenly tribulation. Could the ordinary heavenly lightning of the Western Sea breach his defenses? Strike away. Once you tire, I shall show you how to be trained. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth as bolts of azure lightning cascaded down. Some struck where the leader of the demon spirit had fallen. Others struck the towering trees nearby. Some electrified the waters, killing numerous fish. And some even claimed the life of a foolish deer passing through the forest. Yet none could touch the ordinary stone into which Chen Yi had transformed. Western Sea's heavenly path. I can sense it. Yet why can I not grasp it? Haha, I had planned to endure the strikes. Yet you cannot even locate me? Chen Yi chuckled with amusement. Had this been the heavenly tribulation, it would have taken less than 2.5 seconds to find him. Yet the Western Sea's heavenly path had flailed for an eternity without even grazing a hair on him. Truly pathetic. Boom! The clouds in the sky thickened, and the heavenly thunder transformed into plasma, as the enraged Western Sea's heavenly path resolved to cleanse the earth with thunder. That day, the concentrated lightning fell like torrential rain. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's external incarnation remained steadfast, allowing the heavenly lightning to wash over him, completely unfazed, while his true self occupied himself with the group chat. Ding! The group leader has received a task reward, 108 group experience points in 20,000. The group has ascended to level 3, yet is still 527 experience points away from level 4. The group's welfare sign-in system has been activated, allowing members to collect 100 points daily. The maximum limit for daily group red envelopes has increased to items worth 3,000 points. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. A series of notifications from the group's system instantly excited the members. Runner-up in the Immortal realm. Wow, the group leader is magnificent. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze. The Sword Immortal. Receiving 100 points daily is like a guaranteed 1,000 spirit stones every day. 30,000 a month. Incredible. TMD. The Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Pathetic. Are you satisfied with just the basic welfare? If the neighboring group sees this, they might think I can't afford to give red envelopes. The group leader issued a lucky draw red envelope containing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. TMD. The immortal tribulation is still chasing me. Come on, everyone gets 10,000. Make sure to cultivate diligently. Enhancing your combat power will also earn group experience. Runner-up in the Immortal realm snatched 544 low-grade spirit stones. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze. The sword Immortal secured 138 low-grade spirit stones. God of Light. Unemployed obtained 318 low-grade spirit stones. Runner-up in the Immortal realm. Thank you, group leader. Worship. JPG. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze. The sword Immortal. If only I had encountered a leader like you in my past life. No empty promises, just direct investment. It's impossible not to strive for improvement. I must become a true sword Immortal. God of Light. Unemployed. Thank heavens the group leader is safe. Even when I was sent so far away, I could still hear the thunderous roars. It was truly terrifying. Runner-up in the Immortal realm. Is the group leader undergoing tribulation? Let us refrain from messaging so as not to disturb them. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze. The sword Immortal. You must succeed. I cannot be without you. Just as a sword Immortal cannot be without their sword. Seeing the members' concern, Chen Yi felt quite gratified. Although they may be somewhat inexperienced at present, it is impossible for them to remain so indefinitely. Once their combat power improves, they can undertake tasks independently, allowing the group leader to await that additional 50 share of the rewards. The items available in the universal market are quite appealing. For instance, the Immortal Yuan Stone, which nurtures the immortal body, costs 200,000 points for a single piece. Having completed the first task, he only earned 150,000 points. A cultivator in the tribulation stage would require at least 100 Immortal Yuan stones to transform their mortal body into an immortal one. Even if he could cultivate an immortal body by infiltrating the pseudo-immortal realm of the Western Sea, what about the subsequent nurturing and continued cultivation? Without overcoming the immortal tribulation, entry into the immortal realm is impossible, and the pseudo-immortal realm cannot sustain a diligent true immortal, leading to a decline in levels. Thus, the resources available in the universal market are essential. Relying solely on himself to undertake tasks, no matter how hard he works, he cannot accrue sufficient points. Strength in numbers is key. He cannot personally handle every trivial task. For instance, today's task, requiring him to combat a mere 15,000 power, is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The purchasing power of 150,000 points in the Myriad Realms marketplace is substantial, a considerable fortune for those at the golden core or nascent soul stages. However, for Chen Yi, who is in the tribulation phase, it is utterly negligible. Thus, he must rely on his group members to labor on his behalf. Yet, upon reflection, having only 3 group members indeed seems rather insufficient. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi cast a glance at his doppelganger, still being mercilessly struck by the Western Sea's heavenly path, estimating that it would not conclude anytime soon. He cheerfully began to explore ways to increase his group members. Recruitment of new members regulations. 1. The system autonomously searches and allocates. Currently, 38 chat groups are queued for allocation. 2. Members can trade with other group leaders in the public regional channel. This feature unlocks once the chat group reaches level 5. 3. There exist members who have been removed from groups for various reasons and are not accepted by any chat group. Group leaders may choose whether to accept them. This feature unlocks once the chat group reaches level 3. This appears strangely familiar, thought Chen Yi, his expression rather peculiar. Is this not the very stratagem of capitalists? Once a chat group reaches level 3, there are benefits to be reaped, such as a daily allocation of 100 points, akin to a basic salary. When members undertake tasks, it is equivalent to generating work orders, allowing the group leader to receive dividends without lifting a finger. Should the members prove disobedient, they can be expelled from the chat, much like a dismissal. Members outside the chat group become akin to unemployed wanderers, devoid of any security. Alas, have I unwittingly become a capitalist? Chapter 6. Recruiting new members amidst hostility. Capitalists may be capitalists, yet Chen Yi considers himself a benevolent employer. After all, he does not indulge in grandiose promises. Instead, he generously distributes red envelopes daily to invest in his members. Ultimately, nurturing their growth and reaping a modest interest seems quite reasonable. With this thought, Chen Yi felt a surge of clarity and joyfully opened the free channel to see which of the little treasures were left homeless. To his surprise, he indeed discovered a solitary gem that no one dared to claim. In the celestial axis star domain Yunzhao, in the grand hall of the Fong family, there was a palpable tension. It was undeniable that the Wang family's Wang Tung had been outmatched, slain by the young clan leader in a remarkable turn of events. Why should the young leader pay with his life? He possessed the potential of an emperor. Given time, he would undoubtedly surpass our ancient ancestors. We shall never yield. The Fong family has languished in decline for far too long, and just as we ignited a flicker of hope, they seek to extinguish it. Do they truly believe we will not draw our swords? After countless compromises yielding only their escalating aggression, this time, we shall fight to the death. They have already gone to procure the imperial artifact. Once the 3 days pass, the protective clan formation will be breached. Rather than await our demise, it is far better to charge forth and strike. A single blow could yield great rewards. As long as the young leader remains, so too does the Fong family. He will undoubtedly avenge us. Clan leader Fong Zheng gazed upon the impassioned faces of his kin, his heart weighed down with sorrow. He, too, was a traveler from another realm, having recently arrived with a remarkable boon that thrust him into a multiverse support chat group for fellow traversers. However, for reasons unknown, the group leader expelled him without hesitation upon learning of his origins from the celestial axis star domain. Later, he discovered through the public district channel that previous members from his domain had faced dire circumstances during a dark upheaval, rendering them incapable of fulfilling their tasks, which ultimately led to the group's severe downgrade. Consequently, all group leaders naturally regarded members from the celestial axis with trepidation. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. The biases held by others loomed like an insurmountable mountain, and no kind-hearted leader would take him in. After being banished to the desolate free channel, he found himself unable to utilize any functions of the chat system. This boon had become essentially useless. Fortunately, his status as a transmigrator was commendable. He was the former young leader of the Fong family. Though his innate talents were not exceptional, he at least had no worries of sudden demise. Eventually, he ascended to clan leader, married a beautiful wife, and fathered a robust son, leading a life of happiness and fulfillment. Little did he anticipate that his son, Fong Fan, was anything but ordinary. At the tender age of 3, he went missing, only to return borne upon the back of a pure-blood Qilin. Afterward, he frequently vanished for 1 or 2 months, each return marked by transformative changes. At 6, he unwittingly entered the legacy of the true martial emperor, acquiring fragments of the demon-slaying scripture. At 9, he ventured into the dragon's lair, obtaining the blood of a true dragon to refine his essence. By the age of 12, he had forged a bridge across the sea of suffering, sweeping away the younger generation of Yunzhao, a true embodiment of the protagonist's fortune. It is well known that the parents of protagonists often hold perilous occupations. Fong Zheng gazed at his overly ambitious son, filled with both pride and trepidation. His pride stemmed from the recognition of his son's extraordinary potential, believing that his rise to greatness was merely a matter of time. However, his trepidation arose from the awareness that his son's brilliance rendered him a target, and he feared he would eventually pay the ultimate price. As anticipated, the Wang family, the foremost clan of Yunzhou, could not remain passive. They plotted against Fong Fan within a hidden realm. One must admit, his son truly excelled. With sheer prowess, he had transcended his limits, slaying the Wang family's young master of the Purple Mansion realm along with a cadre of sycophants, and vanished without a trace. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly elevate the Fong family to heights beyond their current grasp. Regrettably, the Fong family remained too feeble at present. Feeling the encroaching dread, the Wang family amassed a formidable force to besiege the Fong clan. If Fong Fan did not reveal himself, the entire lineage would face annihilation. Just 3 days, Merely 3 days were needed for them to procure the clan's imperial weapon and shatter the protective array of the Fong family. Knowing Fong Fan's character, he would certainly return to confront his fate upon learning of the situation. Sighing deeply, Fong Zheng resolved not to become a liability to his son. Instead, he chose to be the first cornerstone on Fong Fan's path to invincibility. With a determined heart, he rose and strode forth without a backward glance. The members of the Fong clan fell silent, trailing behind their patriarch. They understood that seeking to appease would not yield lasting peace. To prevent their extinction, they must fight to the bitter end. However, at that moment, the patriarch, walking at the forefront, suddenly stiffened. A cerulean virtual panel, visible only to him, reappeared after 2 decades. TMD, the tribulation is still pursuing me. Invites you to join the chat group. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Fong Zheng consented to the invitation. He found himself ensnared in a desperate situation, unwilling to relinquish any glimmer of hope. What is a patriarch? One elder behind him inquired, perplexed. Fong Zheng remained silent, fixated on the astonishing 900 million battle power displayed on the virtual panel belonging to the group leader. How utterly astounding! His own initial stage of the spirit cultivation realm barely reached 300,000 battle power, and the strongest ancestor of the Fong family scarcely surpassed 1 million. In contrast, the overbearing ancestor of the Wong family at the Immortal platform realm boasted over 2 million battle power. Combined, they did not even equal 1% of the group leader's might. Moreover, the disparity in realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even 10 individuals at the same level, each with 300,000 battle power, would not stand a chance against the 2 million battle power Wong ancestor. How terrifying must the group leader be, possessing 900 million battle power? Could he possibly be of the same caliber as the ancient emperors? Fong Zheng felt a surge of excitement. If he could enlist the group leader's assistance, the encirclement of the Fong family could be resolved in an instant. Transcendent Help Group of the Multiverse, Group 108. The group leader invites. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself to join the chat. Runner-up of the cultivation world. Group leader, are you not undergoing tribulation? How can you still be preoccupied with recruiting newcomers? Are you that confident? TMD, the tribulation is still pursuing me. It's merely a matter of familiarity. Unemployed God of Light. The group leader is impressive. However, this individual does not appear to be a novice. His profile indicates he has been registered for 374 days and bears the mark of having been removed from the 36th group. Hey, what's going on with you? He thought, recalling certain dark histories. After a moment's hesitation, he contemplated fabricating a lie. Yet, upon reflection, the group leader possessed a staggering 900 million combat power, far surpassing that of his previous group leader. The fact that he dared to invite him suggested an utter lack of fear regarding the so-called dark upheaval. It was even likely that his invitation was an attempt to trigger that very dark upheaval task once more. Having considered this, he resolved to speak the truth. I truly do not wish to face the heavens. I was expelled from the 36th group because I hail from the celestial pivot star domain, spending a full 20 years in the desolate Freedom Channel. The celestial pivot star domain? That sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I've encountered it before, came the response. ISNT, that the world where the dark upheaval occurred? Another interjected. Oh my, I remember now. That's the 6th group. The one that fell to such an extent that it lost its designation entirely. Indeed, it is the singularly failed task world within the public sector channel. If your group fears degradation as well, shall I take my leave? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. You still wish to maintain your pride, do you? Clearly, you require some discipline. Since that is the case, you may depart, the group leader stated, leaving Fong Zheng momentarily stunned. Why was the leader not adhering to the expected script? With such formidable combat power, he ought to assert himself with confidence to alleviate any concerns. Yet here he was, dismissing him outright after merely exchanging pleasantries. No, this could not be. No, this new group member was originally named Fong Yuan, but due to certain ominous connotations associated with that name, it has been altered. Should any discrepancies in names arise, kindly understand and directly notify the author for amendments. Chapter 7. What is your name? Invasion of the pseudo-immortal realm. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. Great leader of the group, please do not expel me. I have languished in an overlooked corner for 20 years, and having finally felt warmth, I truly do not wish to return to that desolation. Runner-up of the cultivation realm. If you claim to be fine, why the pretense? God of light unemployed. This is what it means to follow one's heart. The sword immortal with clear sleeves. If you do not cultivate. Viewing the group leader is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Should you cultivate, your perspective would be that of an ant attempting to comprehend the vastness of the sky. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. My apologies. I have erred. I am truly sorry. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. If apologies held any weight, why would there be rules? Shall I penalize you with the task of inciting a dark rebellion? Any objections? I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. Me? Fang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated that the group leader would undoubtedly restart the task of inciting a dark rebellion, he couldn't help but feel slightly overestimated. As a mere cultivator at the spirit-nurturing stage, how could he dare provoke those supreme beings who would self-destruct their imperial fruits within the Forbidden Zone? He was likely to be treated as a wild monster before even reaching the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. Is it truly that difficult? Seeing the group leader send an inquiry, he quickly replied, fearing that the next message would be an ultimatum to refrain from complicating matters. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. I'm certainly willing to obey your instructions. However, I am currently surrounded by enemies, and my life hangs by a thread, entirely at the mercy of others. Esteemed group leader. Is the task now unfolding? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. He had initially intended to wait until he thoroughly explored the Western Sea realm before making plans, but an early arrival would suffice. After all, he had many external incarnations available, making it a simple task. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. What is the situation on your side? How much battle power does the opponent possess? Runner-up of the cultivation realm. Esteemed leader, are you serious? Aren't you in the midst of your tribulation? God of light unemployed. Even amidst the thunderous storms, you still concern yourself with your group members? Esteemed group leader, you're something else. The sword immortal with clear sleeves. The leader is remarkable. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. You are undergoing tribulation? Then do attend to your matters. I can hold out for another 3 days. As long as my son does not appear, I shall be fine. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. By the way, allow me to add that my son is the protagonist of fortune, possessing imperial potential. At the age of 3, he bonded with a pure-blood Qilin, and it's 6. Details to be expanded. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. Runner-up of the cultivation realm. Oh, I see why you chose that nickname. It seems to be a high-risk profession. The sword immortal with clear sleeves. This tale sounds remarkably familiar. May I inquire if your surname is Wang? God of light unemployed. My son Wang Tong possesses imperial potential. Forgive me. I can hardly contain myself. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. There is indeed someone named Wang Tong, but he is not my son. My name is Fang Zheng, and my son's name is Fang Fan. It is precisely because I triumphed over that Wang Tong that the Wang family has surrounded me. The sword immortal with clear sleeves. Wait a moment, what is your name? The god of light finds himself unemployed. Do you have a brother? The runner-up of the immortal realm. Alert. JPG. I truly wish to avoid offering sacrifices to the heavens. I am the eldest, the head of the Fang family, and have no brother. Thank you. Fang Zheng feels a profound sense of helplessness, as though burdened by an imposed fate. It was the same when he first entered the 36th group, and it remains unchanged. Is it possible that so many people have witnessed this? The one with the immortal tribulation still pursuing me. Since reality offers none, let us fabricate one. You can have one. As he sent this message, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. It must be said, it is indeed the fellow travelers from another world who understand such whims. Who else could comprehend these antics? After traversing for 8 centuries, he found no one who resonated with him. The dissonance in perspectives and understanding left him feeling exceptionally lonely. Only the few playful souls in this chat group rekindled a sense of camaraderie he had long missed. I truly wish to avoid offering sacrifices to the heavens. Great leader of the group, are you serious? Fang Zheng was drenched in sweat, while others made jest. How can you, who have transcended trials, still indulge in such play? Where is the majesty of a being with 900 million combat power? The one with the immortal tribulation still pursuing me. Of course, there is nothing to be done then. If the great leader of the group insists on playing, can he refuse? I truly wish to avoid offering sacrifices to the heavens. Very well. To be frank, I do have a brother. 2 sleeves of pure wind. The sword Immortal. Have you finally yielded? Haha, you rascal. The god of light finds himself unemployed. Haha. I never expected the great leader of the group to be one of our kind. I absolutely adore this. The runner-up of the immortal realm. AUV, may you be blessed. Lord Fangzheng, I truly wish to avoid offering sacrifices to the heavens. Of course, while jesting is one thing, I, Fang, would never betray. 2 sleeves of pure wind. The sword Immortal. Indeed, this feels so right, brother. Observing that Fang Zheng still had the leisure to chat, Chen Yi shook his head slightly. It seemed he was not in a hurry, and he turned his attention towards the Western Sea realm. At that moment, after 2.5 hours of heavenly thunder cleansing the land, the area within 100 miles had been reduced to ruins. The heavenly Tao of the Western Sea had thus completely lost the aura of Chen Yi's external incarnation. Even though he could still faintly sense the annoying presence of the foreign celestial demons, they were forced to retreat. There was no option. Could he not contend with the immortal tribulation, yet be unable to handle a mere pseudo-immortal heavenly Tao? Chen Yi chuckled softly, brushing off the ashes that clung to his external form, and vanished in a flicker. Simultaneously, within the divine realm of the Western Sea, in a magnificent palace of white jade, the Lord of the divine realm, the god of light, lay upon a soft bed, with his left arm embracing a pure and enchanting 6-winged angel, and his right arm around an extraordinarily alluring and captivating succubus, enjoying himself immensely. Suddenly, he shivered. The seductive succubus quivered, licked her slightly swollen red lips, and asked in confusion, "My lord, are you not feeling well today?" The god of light furrowed his brow, a dark glint flashing in his eyes, and gravely replied, "Just now, a strange wave brushed past, but it vanished in an instant. An intruder has arrived." An intruder? The pure 6-winged angel unfurled her wings and rose to her feet, solemnly declaring, "I shall investigate this matter forthwith. It is of no consequence. It is likely just a mortal cultivator who has merely broken through their constraints." The god of light grasped the angel's arm with a sneer, saying, "Your concealment skills are commendable, yet they hold no weight in the divine realm under my dominion. Let him revel for a while. Once this is resolved, I shall find time to capture him for refinement. But for now, dear little angel, it is your turn to undergo the sacred rite. As you wish." The 6-winged angel responded with utmost seriousness, bending down as if engaged in an act of profound sanctity. Chapter 8. Do you, a mere pretender to the celestial realm, think you can hinder me? Let the tribulation for ascension commence. Ah, splendid. The essence of the heavens and earth within this so-called divine domain is remarkably dense, and the firmness of its laws surpasses that of the Z-Way continent by a considerable margin. Truly, it is worthy of being called a pseudo-celestial realm. Chen Yi marveled it repeatedly, his external manifestation drifting like a specter above the divine domain. Ultimately, he halted before a magnificent palace of white jade, his expression grave as he mused. "The essence of the celestial path has been suppressed within here. It seems I am destined to engage in a confrontation. If possible, he would rather avoid conflict with the local sovereign. After all, this is their territory. If pressed too hard, it could provoke the wrath of the heavenly laws, rendering any gains unattainable. However, there is no alternative. To seize what belongs to another without subduing them will inevitably provoke their defenses. Thus, a delicate balance must be struck, ensuring that while concealing his presence from the heavenly perception, he must also persuade the ruler of this celestial palace. One can only hope that the sovereign of this divine domain possesses wisdom to avoid an outcome where none emerge unscathed. Resolute in his decision, Chen Yi quietly infiltrated the resplendent celestial palace. Yet, plans often fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. Just as he reached the core area, he heard an alluring sound echoing through the air. "Oh, in high spirits are we? Such indulgence." Chen Yi's expression turned peculiar as he beheld the swaying bed at the center of the palace, confirming that the master of the celestial palace was in a state of bliss. With external perception minimized, he drifted forward, moving without a ripple. As they reveled in pleasure, he simply aimed to procure a few items, deeming it unnecessary to cause a disturbance. The path remained tranquil, and soon he located the essence of the celestial path he sought. It was a square pool, measuring a yard in length and width, its interior shrouded in celestial liquid. The most coveted material from the lower realms. What a treasure! Chen Yi's gaze ignited with fervor. Simultaneously, the god of light was fervently bestowing a sacred baptism upon the pure, six-winged angel, while the enchanting demoness exerted herself to enhance the experience. The atmosphere within the gilded bed curtains growing increasingly fervent. Suddenly, he shuddered, his body tensing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "My lord, is it over? I can feel your divine power." The six-winged angel's beautiful eyes were entranced. The god of light remained silent, only rising gravely, donning his garments, and swiftly exiting the sleeping chamber. Just moments ago, in the midst of ecstasy, he had sensed the disturbance of the soul imprint within the divine pool. Simultaneously, the heavenly laws communicated a warning, sternly indicating that an otherworldly demon had infiltrated the divine domain, urging him to locate it. For the heavenly laws to express such gravity, it was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. The peculiar wave he had sensed earlier must have been the doing of this otherworldly demon. His prior negligence in not investigating immediately had granted the demon an opportunity. Lost in thought, he arrived at the divine pool. This was the very foundation of his ascension to divinity, and he would not permit anyone to tarnish it. Yet at that moment, a young man clad in a dark blue robe floated above the sacred pool, his sleeves unfurled, continuously absorbing the essence of divinity. The accursed extraterrestrial demon. Cease your actions at once. The god of light, his eyes blazing with fury, beheld the sacred pool on the brink of depletion. In a fit of rage, he brandished a long spear shrouded in dark energy and charged forth with unrestrained wrath. A timely arrival. Chen Yi, having scraped the last drop of celestial essence, was now free from restraint and retaliated with a powerful fist. Boom! The collision of their immense forces unleashed a shockwave that obliterated all matter within a 100-mile radius. The terrifying aura reverberated throughout the divine realm, sending countless female angels and succubi soaring into the sky, trembling in fear as they gazed towards the sacred pool. Who dares to engage in battle with our Lord? To compel him to reveal his true divine form? A thought of a demonic deity, invincible across the world. Whosoever stands against him shall surely perish. In the vicinity of the sacred pool, Chen Yi's external manifestation, a single arm, had shattered under the strain of confronting a pseudo-immortal with a battle power of 12 billion, while his own was merely 9 billion. This confirmed the chat group system's precise assessment of combat strength. Indeed, his external manifestation could not defeat a pseudo-immortal of superior power. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he retrieved 2 purple orbs, holding them in his palm. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. One must not mistake a fierce dragon for a mere river crossing. Chen Yi even surveyed the god of light with amusement, remarking, "Your half-black, half-white appearance reminds me of an old acquaintance. May I inquire if your name is Li Xian?" The god of light, oblivious to the trickery afoot, sensed a shift in Chen Yi's aura upon the emergence of the purple orbs. He raised his formidable spear and barked, "Enough with the idle chatter, extraterrestrial demon. Return my possessions, or face death." How utterly dull. Chen Yi shrugged and replied earnestly, "What do you mean by yours? Call out and see if it responds." Buzz. The void quivered once more. The god of light, a man of few words yet fierce disposition, immediately lunged forward with his spear. Splash! The sound akin to a droplet falling into the ocean resonated as Chen Yi's external manifestation lifted the two purple orbs, releasing an eerie fluctuation that rendered the surrounding space momentarily frozen, as if the pause button had been pressed. The god of light, in his demonic state, hung suspended in midair, his spear engulfed in black flames, yet unable to advance further. Mirje, Chen Yi murmured, and the two purple orbs erupted with brilliant radiance, conjuring two additional external manifestations. In the following moment, three one-star external manifestations of Chen Yi converged and ascended, giving rise to a two-star external manifestation. The strength of a one-star external manifestation equated to merely 30% of his true self, while the two-star escalated to 40%. The chat group system's battle power data surged to 30 billion in an instant. At Chen Yi's level of cultivation, constrained by the tribulations of ascension above and the insurmountable challenges of the world below, one must possess the ability to disperse their strength. This results in each increment of power being exponentially amplified. Thus, the disparity between 30 and 40% is not surprising. However, for the god of light, this was akin to a thunderous blow. What is happening? How has this extraterrestrial demon suddenly become so formidable? Fury surged within him, deflating like a punctured balloon. Why didn't you mention you possessed such a skill earlier? Had I known, I would not have dared to bare my fangs. If you desire the divine source of power, merely state your wish. Must you insist that I withhold it? What folly it is to escalate this tension. Boom! Just as the god of light lamented his predicament, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavens, and ominous clouds began to swirl. The heavenly Tao of the Western Sea re-emerged. After all, it was merely the Tao of the pseudo-immortal realm. Yet its formidable might instantaneously shattered the stasis of the surrounding space, while simultaneously locking onto the avatar of Chen Yi. Witnessing this, the god of light, now re-energized, felt a renewed sense of confidence. You may be powerful, but what of it? This is my domain, with the Tao on my side. The might of the world shall descend upon you. Can you withstand it? Huh? Do you think a mere pseudo-immortal Tao can impede my progress? Let the trial of ascension commence. Chen Yi smiled indifferently, dismissing his adversary entirely. The accursed extraterrestrial demon, you the god of light, bellowed ominously. Yet before he could finish his threat, he sensed an even more terrifying presence looming. Chapter 9. Old friend, what a surprise, it's me again. The power of the second star, Chen Yi's external incarnation, exceeded all expectations, while far surpassing the limits of the lower realms. He had not yet condensed his immortal body to evade the thunder, naturally attracting the attention of the heavenly tribulation. Thunder rumbled ominously from beyond the West Sea realm, initially resembling the beating of drums, but soon evolving into a profound resonance that struck at the very core of one's being, evoking an uncontrollable sense of dread. Crack! The heavens fractured, and the dark clouds formed by the West Sea's celestial pathway instantly dissipated, revealing a swirling mass of purple thunder dragons that heralded the onset of the immortal tribulation. A terrifying aura descended, akin to a colossal beast awakening, casting its gaze upon all living beings within the West Sea realm. Old friend, what a surprise, it's me again. Chen Yi, upon spotting that familiar figure, eagerly greeted it while opting to return, hastily activating the chat system to open a portal. The precious essence of the immortal path, so laboriously obtained, must not be left behind for that wretched tribulation. Meanwhile, the previously indifferent immortal tribulation suddenly halted, as if it had confirmed something, and in an instant, it surged into the West Sea realm. Yet it was too late. The portal had already been successfully opened. Ha ha ha, you've lost again. Chen Yi laughed heartily before abruptly vanishing into thin air. Boom! Sensing Chen Yi's aura fading, the immortal tribulation grew frantic. Bypassing the initial 49 strikes of the purple celestial thunder, and unleashed a chaotic divine lightning directly at the portal. The not yet closed portal was forced to absorb the brunt of the thunder, while the remaining surge exploded, obliterating half of the West Sea divine territory in an instant. Yet, Chen Yi was still nowhere to be found. The immortal tribulation could no longer locate him. Rumbling thunder echoed deafeningly, the overwhelming pressure shaking the very foundations of the earth, while the tribulation clouds churned incessantly, refusing to disperse. The god of light was utterly terrified, fearing that this formidable cloud of tribulation might set its sights on him. It is known that legends speak of ascensions to the high divine realm within the West Sea, but those tales belong to an era long past. Since the last realm master ascended, he had chosen to remain in the West Sea to enjoy his blessings, unwilling to venture to the high divine realm to start anew. Little did he anticipate that the cursed extraterritorial demon would provoke the trials descending from the high divine realm. Woe is me! Such terrifying divine thunder. That damned extraterritorial demon not only steals from others, but seeks to bring about their demise. You truly deserve it. On the other side, within the teleportation passage, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. TMD. The second star, Chen Yi's external incarnation, was being relentlessly chased by the chaotic divine lightning, bouncing frantically. He hadn't anticipated that the immortal tribulation would resort to such unorthodox tactics, deviating from the established protocols and employing all manner of underhanded tricks against him, launching directly into the 50 strikes of chaotic divine lightning. The second star, Chen Yi's external incarnation, could hardly withstand it. Should he be struck, he would be annihilated in an instant, and that hard-earned essence of the immortal path would be lost amidst the chaotic void. Fortunately, he was swift, bolstered by years of experience grappling with the immortal tribulation, allowing him to temporarily evade the relentless pursuit of the chaotic thunder dragon. However, the same force is consumed rapidly. The two-star clone of Chen Yi is ultimately not the true self and lacks such formidable reserves of energy. It was only a matter of time before it was caught. The chaotic thunder dragon, imbued with a trace of the will of the celestial tribulation, was quite exhilarated, for it had never succeeded in vanquishing Chen Yi before. Yet today, this Chen Yi could not escape. Within the illusory star cave, the true Chen Yi pondered momentarily, and then raised his hand to summon 27 one-star external avatars to plunge into the portal, racing from the terminus back to the origin. Originally, the transit passage was brief, requiring no more than 2.5 seconds to traverse. However, now forcibly obstructed by the chaotic divine thunder, it expanded to an unwarranted length, even stretching infinitely. If this chaotic divine thunder could not be dispelled, then the two-star Chen Yi's external avatars would forever remain trapped within the transit passage. Before long, the 27 one-star external avatars of Chen Yi arrived at the site of the incident. Gazing at the formidable chaotic divine thunder, they immediately began to merge and transcend. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 27 one-star external avatars fused into 9 two-star forms, then further amalgamated into 3 three-star forms, culminating in the emergence of the 4-star Chen Yi external avatar. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated forth, overwhelming the transit passage, which shattered in an instant, casting everything within into the crevices of time and space. Boom! The chaotic divine thunder, now transformed into a colossal thunder dragon, possessed a keen sentience. Upon sensing the emergence of a more potent presence, it immediately abandoned the 2-star Chen external avatar and roared toward the 4-star external avatar. Excellent! Chen Yi was also eager to gauge the might of the chaotic divine thunder. Previously, he refrained from engaging due to uncertainty about how many chaotic divine thunders the celestial tribulation could unleash, fearing that he would be left powerless in its wake. Now, however, it was merely one stray tribulation thunder. Why should he avoid its edge? With a punch, this strike pierced through the thunder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In that interstice of time and space, the colossal chaotic thunder dragon was obliterated inch by inch until it was rendered void. Meanwhile, the 4-star external avatar, possessing 60% of the true self's power, remained unscathed, though slightly exhausted, its form less solid than before. Indeed, it was quite formidable. Within the illusory star cave, the perceptive true Chen Yi gasped in astonishment. Just one chaotic divine thunder, not in its full state, could deplete 30% of the 4-star avatar's power. If confronted with the true celestial tribulation cloud, he estimated he could withstand only about 2.5 chaotic divine thunders. Even with the addition of other avatars, it would not exceed 5 chaotic divine thunders at most, with the remainder falling squarely upon the true self's shoulders. If the latest divinations indicated that 81 celestial tribulation thunders constituted the limit, then after 49 purple sky divine thunders, should there really be 32 chaotic divine thunders? If that were indeed the case, Chen Yi would have confidence to strive for victory. But is the reality truly so? The countless great cultivators who previously collaborated in divining foresaw that 49 purple sky divine thunders represented the apex. Ultimately, after battling through 81 rounds, Chen Yi successfully transcended the 49 purple sky divine thunders, yet was met not with the opening of the celestial gates, but with an even more formidable chaotic divine thunder. Surely, the celestial realm had not anticipated that someone from the desolate lower realms could successfully navigate through 49 purple sky divine thunders. Now, hastily altering his words, he reveals the latest secrets of the 81 paths. Do you suppose I believe him? It does seem that all the underhanded tactics are directed at me. Chen Yi's gaze deepened, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. Very well, since you are not welcoming, I shall not impose. After all, the chat group can also exchange for celestial essence. At that moment, all the disintegrated avatars returned. This was inevitable. The laws of the Z-Way continent were not sufficiently robust to support avatars of 2 stars or higher. And the array runes within the illusory star celestial realm were entirely devoted to supporting Chen Yi's true form, thus unable to accommodate any additional avatars of 2 stars or more. Consequently, whether 4 stars or 2 stars, they could only revert to a single-star avatar with a limit of 900 million combat power. Well, this pool of celestial liquid is roughly equivalent to 365 celestial essence stones and can enable the transformation of 3 single-star avatars into celestial bodies. This is certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Observing the essence of the celestial path obtained from the Western Sea realm, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, 3 single-star avatars immediately transformed into purple orbs, descending into the pool to begin their refinement and nurturing. The process of transforming a mortal body into a celestial form is rather gradual, but this is merely the beginning. The subsequent nurturing and advanced cultivation are where the true magnitude lies. However, the lower realm is barren, and celestial essence is scarce. Opportunities to fortuitously encounter a pseudo-celestial realm are not an everyday occurrence. It is essential to continue seeking resources. With this thought in mind, the fervent Chen Yi promptly opened the chat group interface once more. Chapter 10, White Moonlight. Haha, my friend, you have become a puppet of light. The chat group was eerily quiet. No one was engaging, presumably all engrossed in their cultivation. Only Chen Yi, who had reached the world's end, seemed to have the leisure to break the silence. Multiverse Travelers Mutual Aid Group 108, TMD's Ascension Tribulation is still pursuing me. All members, why is everyone silent? What are you up to? Come and liven things up. TMD's Ascension Tribulation is still pursuing me. Does anyone need assistance? God of Light unemployed. Has the group leader completed the tribulation? Have you ascended? I just sensed a terrifying pressure. Was that emanating from you? TMD's Ascension Tribulation is still pursuing me. That was the pressure of the Ascension Tribulation. I did not succeed. I am done. I'm leaving. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Hiss, esteemed leader, can one choose to undergo the tribulation or avoid it at will? TMD's Ascension Tribulation is still pursuing me. What else? Should I knowingly charge into the inevitable? I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens, but how can one ascend if they do not undergo the tribulation? TMD's Ascension Tribulation is still pursuing me. Only those who pass the tribulation become immortals. Those who fail cannot even become ghosts. To escape unscathed under the relentless pursuit of the Ascension Tribulation is a skill itself. How many during the tribulation cannot even flee? I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Hiss, I understand now. the 36 stratagems advocate for strategic retreat, as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not worry about firewood. Esteemed leader, I wish to learn this, may I? TMD's ascension tribulation is still pursuing me. We shall discuss it when you reach that level. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze is the sword immortal. Esteemed leader, I have a small query I wish to pose, may I? TMD's ascension tribulation is still pursuing me. Speak. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze is the sword immortal. When I practice the sword control technique, I find it exceedingly difficult to precisely control the sword's flight posture, such as halting abruptly, accelerating, or flipping. My maneuvers are often unsteady, and I tend to evade before even encountering the enemy. How should I resolve this? God of light, unemployed. Unsteady maneuvers? It must be because your old phone is too laggy. I recommend. My apologies, I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. TMD's ascension tribulation is still pursuing me. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze is the sword immortal. Encountering such issues indicates that your foundational practice is insufficient and your mental focus is scattered. I suggest you practice more. The group leader shared the document Control God technique. 2 sleeves of fresh breeze is the sword immortal. Excellent material. Thank you for imparting your teachings, esteemed leader. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Wow. The method for nurturing the primordial spirit. Thank you, esteemed leader. God of light, unemployed. Although I cannot fully comprehend it, this technique appears remarkably impressive. I adore you, esteemed leader. Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. Esteemed leader. Are you available now? I am preparing to undertake a significant endeavor and may require your assistance. TMD's ascension tribulation is still pursuing me. Oh? What do you mean? In a misty and ethereal mountain, a corpulent man sat upon a large stone, cradling a massive wine jar in his arms. He employed a hollow bamboo as a straw, slurping vigorously, his face flushed and his eyes glazed over as he mumbled to himself. You are to wed, yet the groom is not me. In this desolate corner, I secretly wipe away my tears. Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm, esteemed leader. My cherished one is to be married. We once shared such profound love. Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. 2,106 days. A full 2,106 days. What do those beautiful memories amount to? Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. Leader, what should I do? Damn. The tribulation of ascension still pursues me. I truly do not wish to make a sacrifice to the heavens. Ha, my cherished one. Is it not merely a fleeting attraction, coupled with a deep-seated inferiority, which cloaked her in divine radiance, ultimately rendering her an unattainable ideal, while you, my friend, have become a slave to that light? 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword immortal. What the hell? Brother, have you truly been possessed by an immortal? God of light, unemployed. This resonates profoundly. Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. Should I attempt to win her back? I truly do not wish to make a sacrifice to the heavens. The path should not be so narrow. You ought to look forward rather than stubbornly yearn for her change of heart. God of light, unemployed. Indeed, what Lord Fangzheng says is correct. Do not play the fool. Do not let others flourish while you remain in despair. Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. But I cultivate immortality for her. If I lose her, even if I attain immortality, I shall find no joy. I truly do not wish to make a sacrifice to the heavens. Are you truly so obstinate? God of light, unemployed. Is there not a possibility that the pursuit of immortality is merely to encounter a better version of oneself, and simultaneously to meet a more extraordinary fairy? Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. She is my fairy. I love her. 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword immortal. You foolish child. What are you planning to do? Runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm. Thank you all. I have finally understood my heart's desire. You shall go forth. I truly do not wish to make a sacrifice to the heavens. Thank us for what? Have you truly absorbed any of this? 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword immortal. This fellow has already fallen into madness. God of light, unemployed. Esteemed leader, please speak a word. Damn, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. What is the opponent's cultivation level? Chen Yi remained indifferent. His only concern was how many points he could earn. Yet, The avatar of the runner-up of the Immortal cultivation realm dimmed, clearly already racing for love. Observing this scene, Chen Yi paid it no mind and turned his attention to Fangzheng. Damn, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. I truly do not wish to make a sacrifice to the heavens. Fangzheng, what is the situation on your end? Is the opponent truly doing nothing but surrounding you? Logically, in the brutal realm of immortal cultivation, such harmony should not exist, especially under oppressive strength. They ought to have publicly broken Fangzheng's legs on the first day, and if his son did not emerge, they would have tortured Fangzheng the next day, stripping him of tendons and skin to inflict the utmost misery. Otherwise, how could they swiftly force out Fangzheng's son? I truly do not wish to make a sacrifice to the heavens. Esteemed leader, I understand your meaning, but it is not that they wish to torment me, to dismantle my son's psychological defenses. Rather, they are unable to. Damn, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. What do you mean? I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself, even in the direst straits. My family has produced ancestors of the sacred realm, and with the formidable protective formation in place, we are temporarily safe as long as we do not venture outside. For them to breach our defenses, they must procure the clan's imperial artifact, and this span of 3 days is their allotted time to obtain it. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. So, what is the highest combat strength of your enemies? The Fang family. Having just reassured his kin, Fangzheng fell into a moment of silence, then clenched his fist, raising his gaze towards the Wang family patriarch, who sat aloof in the sky, seemingly indifferent to all. It appeared he had made a resolute decision. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. Their highest combat strength is 230,000, esteemed one. Shall we make our move against them now? Fangzheng understood the unspoken agreement, and, seizing the moment while his kin were distracted, boldly charged outside. The incident occurred so swiftly that by the time the Fang family members realized, Fangzheng had already crossed beyond the protective formation's barrier. Patriarch, why does he venture out alone? Was his earlier claim of mysterious powers coming to our aid merely a deception? This is unacceptable, Patriarch. We had agreed to face this together. How can you bear the burden alone? It is but a death we face, having endured in silence for so long. I can no longer stand idly by. I shall assist you. The Fang family is not composed of cowards. The fervor that had just begun to settle among the Fang family surged anew. I knew it. Fangzheng sighed within, witnessing the determination in his kin's eyes growing fierce. Resignedly, he drew his long sword and placed it against his own neck, proclaiming in a grave tone, "Do not come any closer. Return to safety. The calamity my son has brought upon us, I shall bear alone. If you approach again, I will end my life before your eyes." Chapter 11. The Great Emperor. At times, an overly united family may not necessarily be a boon. It can easily lead to a collective downfall due to the whims of authority. Fangzheng dared to act boldly because he held a trump card, yet his kin remained oblivious to this fact. They only understood that their clan leader was prepared to sacrifice himself in exchange for a slim chance of survival for the entire lineage. But is this truly effective? The Wang family's notorious ruthlessness is well known. Once they are unleashed, annihilation ensues, leaving no survivors to root out. The clan leader's sacrifice may very well bear no significance. But witnessing his resolute demeanor, the Fang family members halted their advance. Meanwhile, high above, the ancestral figure of the Wang family descended before Fangzheng, sneering with derision. How touching, Fangzheng. Had I known this would be the case, would you regret not having disciplined your son properly? Fangzheng maintained a calm expression. I do not believe my son has erred. Rather, I resent my own lack of strength. For I failed to be his support and instead became his Achilles heel. Ha ha! You possess a remarkable self-awareness. The Wang ancestral figure laughed heartily. Indeed, weakness is the original sin. If you reveal your son's hiding place now, I might consider granting you a swift end. Fangzheng paused in silence, gazing intently at him. Are you implying that even if I agree to cooperate, it will not secure the survival of the entire Fang family? Ha ha ha, donotist. The Wang ancestral figure replied coldly. The Wang family has dominated Yinzhou for so long due to 2 principles. First, we are ruthless. Second, we show no mercy. Before you lie, two paths. Either the entire Fong family meets a swift demise, or you watch them suffer and perish before your eyes. Beep. Detected that you are facing a threat from a formidable foe. Your own strength cannot resolve this. Assistance request generated. Group member I really don't want to sacrifice is in peril due to their child's exceptional talent, attracting the envy of the powerful. They now find themselves in a dangerous situation that cannot be resolved with their own strength. Assistance from capable group members is needed. Mission power requirement: over 2 million. Mission reward: 3 million points, 250,000 group experience. This has been uploaded to the group. All members have 30 seconds to decide whether to accept. Failure to respond will result in direct upload to the public region. God of Light is unemployed. Wow. As expected of Lord Fong. Every move is a grand gesture. 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword Immortal. It may be difficult for us, but for our esteemed group leader, it's merely a trifling task. With 200,000 group experience, benefits will be upgraded. Truly following the group leader means 9 meals in 3 days. I really don't want to sacrifice. Group leader, please save me. Tim D. The immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Do not fear, I am here. The chaos you have caused will be quelled by me. The group leader has accepted the mission and will soon initiate spatial transmission. Fong Zheng felt a surge of confidence, a sense of security enveloping him as he replied without hesitation. Very well. I agree. With that, he retrieved his son's life jade token. Certainly, he did not genuinely intend to summon his son to his demise. Rather, he sought merely to buy some time, and perhaps even wished for his son to witness the spectacle. The father may lack remarkable talents, yet he possesses the ability to rally support. That little rascal, no matter how formidable, must maintain a semblance of humility, for he merely harbors the potential of an emperor, while the leader of the group, boasting a combat power of 900 million, could very well be the true emperor. Within the Fong family, upon witnessing his abstract maneuvers, the strongest elder of the clan exclaimed in despair, Fong Zheng, what are you doing? Without Fong Fan, our family has truly lost all hope of rising. Fong Zheng fell into silence for a moment, then suddenly erupted into laughter, proclaiming, It's simple. I shall be invincible. As he spoke, the void above him began to twist, revealing a resplendent vortex of space. The sudden phenomenon startled the elder of the Wong family, causing him to instinctively take a half-step back. However, Fong Zheng paid no heed to such matters. He seized the moment and delivered a resounding slap. You old wretch, I have endured you for far too long. You seek death. The unprepared elder of the Wong family took the blow squarely, his fury igniting as he raised his hand to strike back at Fong Zheng. At that moment, his hand was a mere centimeter from Fong Zheng's crown, yet an uncanny wave of energy brushed past, rendering it immobile. The surrounding space froze instantaneously, and everyone present seemed ensnared in a stasis spell, unable to move an inch. Only Fong Zheng, accompanied by the chat group system, remained unaffected, trembling with excitement as he gazed fervently at the tranquil figure emerging slowly from the spatial vortex. Even before the figure fully manifested, a mere wisp of its aura was enough to suppress the elder of the Wong family. Could this truly be the leader of the group, boasting 900 million in combat power? We welcome the arrival of the esteemed group leader. Indeed, Chen Yi nodded slightly. This time, there were no barriers to communication, as the linguistic cipher of this world was a universal tongue, sparing him the need to delve into soul-searching to decode, and thus attract the essence of this realm's heavenly path. Not far away, the elder of the Wong family, immobilized in place, trembled with fear as he stammered, Gee, Great Emperor? The oppressive force that seemed to compress the void, coupled with the aura that caused his own quasi-imperial laws to disintegrate, left no room for doubt. This man before him was undoubtedly an emperor. But how could this be possible? The previous emperor had only just self-terminated his path and entered the dark forbidden zone less than a millennium ago. The heavenly heart mark had yet to reconsolidate. How could an emperor-level existence appear now? Moreover, he appeared to have been summoned by Fong Zheng. No, why would that be? What merit or virtue could the insignificant Fong family possess? Chen Yi cast a faint glance at him before turning to Fang Zheng, inquiring softly, "What are the requirements of the task?" Fang Zheng pondered briefly before responding, "Esteemed group leader, this task is an upgradable one, intended to eliminate future threats by uprooting the Wang family entirely. The rewards will also increase accordingly. It is up to you to accept or decline." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi replied, "Of course we accept. How can we not?" The previous task offered a mere 150,000 points. Hardly enough to procure even a single piece of celestial essence stone. This task, however, promises 3 million points, which is certainly more appealing, though it only equates to 15 celestial essence stones. If there's a chance to earn more, I would certainly not turn it down. Understood, esteemed leader. Fang Zheng slightly nodded, then turned his gaze, icy and resolute, towards the elder of the Wang family, stating in a deep voice, "Please eliminate this subordinate." Upon hearing these words, the elder of the Wang family felt as though his mind had frozen. Am I the one who has lost my sanity? Or has this world gone mad? What merit does Fang Zheng possess to command an entity that seems akin to an emperor? And what worth do I, Wang Chen, hold to confront an emperor? No, this cannot be. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Esteemed elder, please do not. Chen Yi, uninterested in his ramblings, snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the elder of the Wang family was reduced to mere ashes, swept away without a trace. From a moment one embarks on the path of cultivation, their fate is already entrusted to the will of heaven. The journey of cultivation is fraught with peril. One must contend against heaven, earth, and humanity. In this world, with a strong prey upon the weak, encountering death along the way is quite commonplace. Chen Yi held two firm principles. First, he would not slay mortals. Second, he would spare those who have accrued merit. Clearly, the elder of the Wang family did not meet either criterion. Thus, he should facilitate Chen Yi's cultivation. Beep. The first phase of the mission has been completed. 3 million points and 200,000 group experience have been credited to your personal account in the chat group. Please check your balance. The second phase of the mission has commenced. To ensure the safety of group member, I really do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. Please eradicate all living forces of the Wang family to prevent future troubles. Combat power requirement, over 10 million. Mission rewards, to be determined based on circumstances. Note, during the mission period, the shielding power of the chat group will remain in effect, and you will not be expelled by the heavenly will of this realm. Chapter 12. Struggling against the heavenly path, 3 million points may seem substantial, yet in reality, it scarcely suffices. For Chen Yi, it is merely enough to fill the gaps. After all, his level is quite elevated, but the tasks available to him are relatively simplistic, resulting in meager rewards. This is akin to a max-level veteran tackling basic quests. While the completion is effortless, the rewards are hardly worth mentioning, more a pittance than anything else. Exchanging 3 million points for 20 celestial essence stones is insufficient to facilitate the transformation of a single one-star avatar into a celestial body. Thus, he must pursue those more challenging and lucrative tasks. The greater the tumult, the more valuable the fish. Regrettably, he joined the group too late and missed the Dark Turmoil mission. That particular endeavor was worth 300 million points, equating to a full 1,500 celestial essence stones, which could enable the transformation of 15 one-star avatars into celestial bodies. Moreover, the required combat power was merely 80 million, a trivial task for Chen Yi, whose one-star avatar possesses 900 million combat power. What a missed opportunity. Fortunately, another chance remains. Although the unfortunate soul who triggered the Dark Turmoil mission has perished, he has stumbled upon Fang Zheng. If he can complete this advanced task and then cast Fang Zheng into that so-called life-restricting zone, he chuckled to himself. Where's the Wang family? Just point me in the right direction. Chen Yi calmly inquired, a fiery eagerness emanating from him. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zheng slowly replied, to the northwest, at the peak of Qixia Mountain in the heart of Yinzhou, where the essence of heaven and earth is most abundant. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yi raised his palm, causing the vast, clear sky to suddenly darken. A colossal hand emerged from the heavens, slowly descending, stirring the winds and clouds, its powerful aura sweeping across the entirety of Yinzhou. The terrifying phenomenon incited panic among the populace, while the overwhelming pressure sent chills down the spines of the cultivators. What is happening? What a fearsome hand! Which ancient being from the restricted zone has awakened? Was it the last dark turmoil less than a millennium ago? Here we go again. Last time, half the people perished, and I was lucky to survive. This time, I fear my luck has run out. Oh no, mother, I'm doomed. Simultaneously, within the life-restricting zone, an unusual stirring occurred. Pairs of ancient, decayed eyes gradually opened, their uncertain gazes fixed upon the sky. What an immense pressure! Has another great emperor emerged? No, it cannot be an emperor. I have barely severed the path for less than a millennium, and my heavenly heartmark has yet to reconstitute. His power is formidable. He is suppressing the heavenly path with his own. Who is he? Why does his aura feel so unfamiliar, as though he is not a being of this realm? Could he be an extraterrestrial demon? If he were indeed an extraterrestrial demon, the heavenly path would have already revived to suppress him. How could he act with such impunity? For some reason, a sudden unease gripped their hearts. The appearance of this unfamiliar great emperor seemed far from a harbinger of good fortune. Such unfounded fears. How many proud individuals have ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time and ended their own lives? This has been the way since ancient times. One person alone cannot shake the foundations of the restricted zone. If only he were sensible, but if he remains oblivious. A sovereign at the height of his power can rival the essence of countless beings. Even a fleeting transcendence can be replenished. Yet, the price of such transcendence is excessively steep. Should we fail to recuperate, it would spell disaster. I hope this unfamiliar sovereign possesses a modicum of wisdom. The old wretch, hiding within the forbidden zone, murmured quietly. Meanwhile, from beneath the colossal hand, the Wang family was engulfed in wails of despair. It is over. Everything is lost. The clan's treasured imperial artifact has shattered, and the protective formation collapsed in an instant. We are beyond salvation. Why? Why must such calamity befall the Wang family? For millennia, our lineage has coexisted harmoniously in Yinzhou, never seeking enmity, and we have no adversaries. Why then are we faced with such annihilation? It must be due to our failure to eradicate the roots of our troubles. I recall that the previous patriarch once mentioned that during the obliteration of a fallen imperial clan, a swaddled infant was never found, despite extensive searching. And even in his waning moments, he lamented this oversight. Alas, we did not heed his warning. Surely, he has returned. The last scion of the Jiri Emperor has come back. The heavens intend to extinguish my Wang family. Boom! The immense hand slowly descended, and the blinded heavenly Tao of this realm finally sensed the anomaly, unleashing a resonant roar. This force exceeded the limits of the realm's laws, an echelon unattainable by its denizens. Thus, it is the handiwork of the outer celestial demons. Realizing the threat, the Tao immediately intervened, dark clouds swirling ominously as the formidable heavenly might clashed against the vast hand, halting its descent with resolute determination to protect its subjects from the outer celestial demons. Warning: your audacity has exceeded the threshold of the chat group's shielding power. The heavenly Tao has detected your presence. Shall you return immediately? Finally, it has reacted, but it is not worthy to obstruct me. Chen Yi shook his head, disregarding the chat group's warning, and exerted even greater force with his outstretched hand, challenging the heavenly Tao's power. Boom! The collision of these two immense forces caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. This is dire. It truly is the work of the outer celestial demons. Within the forbidden zone, dozens of ancient figures rose in unison, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distance, their sights traversing mountains and seas, landing upon the realm of Yinzhou. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao, locked in a stalemate with Chen Yi, resorted to underhanded tactics. The gathering dark clouds converged above Yinzhou, flickering with bronze-hued lightning, poised to strike at the source. Standing beside Chen Yi, Fang Zheng could not suppress his trembling, feeling as though an invisible hand was grasping his throat. The suffocating sensation, akin to being coiled by a serpent, compelled them to gasp for fresh air. It is terrifying, truly terrifying. To be even slightly closer to the group leader feels as if one might be incinerated, and any nearer would lead to imminent explosion. He yearned to flee, yet found himself utterly ensnared, as an invisible force constricted the space around him, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Thunder roamed ominously above, and he felt a chilling sensation atop his head, as if he were on the brink of being struck by lightning. Fortunately, the chat group remained accessible. In his profound sense of insecurity, he hastily tagged the group leader. "I truly do not wish to make a sacrificial offering. TMD, the tribulation still pursues me. Oh, esteemed leader, please quell the divine powers. I am on the verge of exploding, trembling in fear." Chapter 13. Oh, Father Dog, how painfully you have concealed the truth from me. Fang Zheng's sudden declaration swiftly captured the attention of the group members. God of Light unemployed. Hey, getting closer. Is it about to explode? Let me guess. Is the group leader about to face tribulation again? Two sleeves of clear wind, the sword Immortal. Truly, the esteemed leader traverses realms wherever he goes. I really don't want to offer myself as a sacrifice. Esteemed leader, did you see that? I'm so scared. TMD, the tribulation is still chasing me. Fear not. Everything is within calculation. With me here, you shall remain unharmed. Within the ethereal realm of the celestial star domain, Chen Yi calmly responded to the messages, then directed one of his avatars in the celestial star domain to commence operations. The reward for eliminating the Wang family was less than ideal, merely a few thousand points, which translated to just over 50 celestial essence stones, insufficient for even a single avatar to transcend into a celestial body. In the Western Sea realm, he could at least seek compensation from other sources, but in the celestial star domain, the situation was far more dire. This world, after all, lacked significant hierarchy. Upon his arrival, he swiftly discerned the general standard of the celestial star domain's laws. The fundamental laws merely supported beings of the integration realm. Their so-called emperors were merely the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, nurturing the heavenly heart seal, advancing a step further to suppress myriad paths, transcending the foundational laws to attain the status of an emperor, akin to the tribulation period. It must be said, while this tribulation period may seem invincible, it overly relies on the heavenly Tao, and once outside this realm, it pales in comparison to those who have genuinely attained the tribulation period through their own strength. Nevertheless, these considerations were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the inability to acquire the essence of the immortal path in this world. Apart from completing tasks, Chen Yi found nothing else to entice him. Having come this far, he certainly could not return with a mere handful of task points. Thus, he devised a bold plan. He intended to provoke Fang Zheng to confront the so-called self-slaying emperors within the Forbidden Zone, considering that those ancient beings had only recently instigated a dark upheaval and were now in a period of dormancy, hiding within the Forbidden Zone. He aimed to force them out. What could be more dire than the invasion of extraterrestrial demons? No matter how tumultuous matters became within the celestial star domain, it was still an internal affair. Now that outsiders had intruded, threatening to overturn their domain if they could remain composed and inactive, the heavenly Tao would surely not spare them. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the celestial star domain, signaling the heavenly Tao's ire. An avatar of Chen Yi calmly engaged in a contest of strength, exerting pressure with an unwavering hand. A massive hand, condensed from the heavens, pushed down against the overwhelming celestial might, causing the Wang family members to cough up blood from the sheer force. Simultaneously, the dark clouds gathering above the Fang family began to unleash heavenly lightning. 81 bolts of thick, twisting thunder tore through the void, cascading toward Chen Yi, demonstrating the heavenly Tao's resolute intent to eradicate the extraterrestrial demons. Yet, alas, this was of little consequence. Had the heavenly Tao been akin to that of the pseudo-immortal realm of the Western Sea, Chen Yi might have felt some trepidation. However, the limits of the laws within the celestial star domain were confined to the strength of the integration realm, and even if the heavenly Tao evolved beyond foundational laws, it barely reached the strength of the tribulation period. Chen Yi's one-star doppelganger was indeed a formidable presence in the tribulation phase. The assertion that one could confront an entire realm alone was not mere fantasy. The 81 bolts of heavenly thunder striking Chen Yi were met with indifference, inflicting not even a fraction of the damage associated with the celestial tribulation. While Chen Yi remained steadfast, Fang Zheng beside him was flushed with excitement, trembling all over, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. Just moments ago, the group leader had effortlessly refined the 81 bolts of heavenly thunder, condensing them into a pure essence of heavenly thunder, which he promptly offered to Fang Zheng. The crackling sensation felt like an explosion on his tongue. As the rich essence flowed down his throat into the depths of his being, an exquisite sensation radiating throughout his limbs and meridians, leading him to an ecstatic climax. Breaking through felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Fang Zheng had only witnessed such phenomena in his son, never imagining it would manifest within himself one day. The stages of spiritual nurturing surged, first, second, third, combat power skyrocketing from 300,000 to 400,000, then 500,000, until it reached 1 million combat power at the first stage of the Immortal platform, with 80% of the heavenly thunder essence still within him. Fang Zheng could no longer contain himself, his thoughts consumed by the desire to continue his advance. However, at that moment, a gentle force suddenly swept him away, forcefully suppressing his restless and agitated energy, guiding him gently into the great hall of the Fang family. When Fang Zheng regained his composure, he discovered a delicately crafted circular seal in his embrace, while the imposing figure of the group leader had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a notification from the chat group resonated in his mind. The TMD, Celestial Tribulation, is still pursuing me. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. Fang Zheng. The advancement task is complete. I'm leaving. Just pay a bit of attention. I've made some arrangements. The old ones in the Forbidden Zone who are self-destructing will soon come looking for you. The star suppression seal left for you will safeguard the Fang family. So feel free to provoke them. I shall quell any ensuing chaos. Fang Zheng. I knew it. No wonder the group leader made such a commotion. It was clearly for that 300 million point dark upheaval task. Group leader, are you treating me as a mere pawn? Casting a glance at the softly glowing star suppression seal in his hands, and then feeling the overwhelming essence of heavenly thunder within him, Fang Zheng couldn't help but smile slightly. This endeavor was not in vain. The gifts bestowed by the group leader were more than sufficient for his survival. With a seal that appeared to be an imperial artifact and a portion of heavenly thunder essence ample enough to support cultivation to the quasi-emperor realm, he envisioned a future where, without relying on his troublemaking protagonist son, he would transcend the ancient ancestors and elevate the Fang family to the zenith of Yanzhou, to the pinnacle of the Qianshu star domain. An immortal imperial lineage surely deserved a place for the Fang family. What? You say the Fang family has never produced an emperor? Believe it or not, if pressed, I, Fang Zheng, could reveal a living emperor before your eyes. As long as he clung to the group leader's leg, becoming an emperor might not even be the end. In summary, all his thoughts coalesced into a single sentiment. Hey, group leader, just wait and see. My demise will exceed your wildest imagination. At that moment, the members of the Fang family, noticing the uncontainable smile on their patriarch's lips, immediately surrounded him with eager eyes. Patriarch, you truly have not exaggerated, have you? How did you come to know that supreme being? When did you meet? And why have I not heard you speak of it before? I perceive that this individual seems to be an emperor. Upon their arrival, my very soul trembled uncontrollably, instinctively yearning to submit. Patriarch, the esteemed figure has left you a circular seal. May I touch this grand treasure and bask in its glory? Father, you have concealed this from me so skillfully. Do you know the trials I have endured during this time? I was on the verge of perishing alongside the Wang family. Suddenly, a powerful voice overshadowed all else. There stood Fang Fan, the young patriarch of the Fang family, with reddened eyes at the threshold, bearing a coffin exuding a faint aura of decay upon his shoulder. He had never anticipated that his eccentric father could summon such a formidable presence. In desperation, he had ascended to the Wang family's ancestral grounds, intending to stake his life to compel them to retreat. However, to his astonishment, a terrifying hand descended from the heavens, nearly crushing him as he approached the Wang family's gate. Fortunately, the owner of that hand bore no malice and, inexplicably, even harbored goodwill. While obliterating the Wang family, the hand also returned the trembling Fong fan to his home. It was only upon stepping through the threshold that he realized the master of that colossal hand had been summoned by his father, and what he had deemed an unavoidable demise had been so effortlessly resolved. What, then, should he make of the frantic efforts he undertook over the past few days, risking his life to save his father and the Fong family? In an instant, a torrent of grievances surged within him. "Father, why did you not disclose your formidable cards? Am I still your most cherished son?" Observing his son's exasperated demeanor, Fong Zheng struggled to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, within the illusory star cave, as a clone of Chen Yi returned, the notification sound from the chat group echoed. "Ding! The advanced mission has been completed and is currently being settled. A total of 252 Wang family cultivators have been eliminated, including 198 with battle power exceeding 100,000, 19 surpassing 1 million. 3 above 5 million, 2 over 8 million, and 1 exceeding 10 million. Mission reward, 50 million points, 2,500,000 group experience. Rewards have been credited to your personal account. Please check." Chapter 14. The infatuated runner-up. Is 50 million points a substantial sum? To be candid, it is indeed quite considerable. However, for Chen Yi, it falls somewhat short. After all, the most fundamental essence of the celestial path, the celestial element stone, requires 200,000 points apiece, meaning that 50 million would only allow for the exchange of a mere 250 stones. This scarcely compares to the lucrative ventures in the West Sea realm. Nonetheless, in contrast to the West Sea, where one can only undertake a single transaction and then flee, the potential in the Tianshu star domain is far more promising. The reason is simple. Here, a single astral avatar can unleash its utmost power, rendering it invincible while simultaneously sparing one from the tribulations of ascension. It can be said that this represents the most advantageous instance for farming encounters he has encountered thus far. Merely provoking those ancient beings lurking in the forbidden zones can yield over 100 million points with a single run, and repeating the endeavor could net several 100 million. Far more enticing than the one-off trades in the West Sea. Ding! The group leader has received a task reward. 108 group experience, 200,000. Ding! The group leader has claimed the advanced task reward. 108 group experience, 500,000. The 108 group has leveled up to level 22, with approximately 480,000 experience points required to reach level 23. The group welfare sign-in system reward has been upgraded. Members can now receive 200 points daily for signing in. The maximum limit for daily group red envelopes has increased to items worth 22,000 points. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 inferior spirit stones. The daily group red envelope restrictions have been refreshed. A series of notifications in the chat group instantly ignited excitement among the members. Unemployed God of Light. Good heavens! Our group possesses celestial connections. I'm comfortably reclining. Do not pity me for being a delicate flower. Carry on. Do not halt. Eyes rolling. JPG, the sword immortal with 2 sleeves of fresh wind. Wait a moment. Let me calculate this properly. Now, signing in daily grants to 200 points, which equates to a guaranteed minimum of 22,000 inferior spirit stones. In a month, that's 660,000. Ha! My sect is not as wealthy as I am. I absolutely do not want to sacrifice to heaven. Ha! I am fortunate to have been invited by the group leader to join this group. Truly, this is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. TMD. The ascension tribulation is still chasing me. Rather than reveling alone, let's all enjoy together. Here, have a share. The group leader sent a lucky red envelope containing 220,000 inferior spirit stones. Unemployed God of Light Snatch 60,000. I absolutely do not want to sacrifice to heaven acquired 110,000. The sword Immortal with 2 sleeves of fresh wind obtained 20,000. The sword Immortal with 2 sleeves of fresh wind. Alas, I have terrible luck again. Unemployed God of Light. I was mistaken. Following the group leader is not merely 3 meals in 9 days. Not even a day has passed, and I've already had 9 meals. The group leader's vision is truly grand. I adore it. I absolutely do not want to sacrifice to heaven. It is rather amusing. My clan of over 1,000 has toiled for an entire month, yet they have not earned as much as this single red envelope from the group leader. What is the significance of effort? What is the purpose of perseverance? How arduous can one person's determination be? The sword Immortal with 2 sleeves of fresh wind. Lord Feng Zheng, please wait a moment. Allow me to join in. In the celestial realm of Huaxing, Chen Yi's laughter resonated with a long-lost joy. The members of the group, though somewhat lacking in substance, brought a measure of delight to the otherwise solitary journey of cultivation. Yet, it seemed that one individual was missing, the infatuated runner-up. Had he truly forsaken a generous red envelope for the sake of that unattainable white moonlight? If memory serves correctly, he had only recently established his foundation. What worth could a mere 30,000 spirit stones hold? With such purchasing power, it could easily compel an ordinary golden core cultivator to relinquish their pride, to be left wanting and unable to attain it. Moreover, the object of his affection was on the verge of marrying another. Those ensnared by love often find it difficult to achieve greatness. If he could not let go, why not seize the opportunity instead? The path of cultivation is fraught with the perils of a troubled heart. After a moment of reflection, Chen Yi, full of exasperation, tagged the former group leader in a message. The celestial tribulation. What news from you, runner-up? Speak up at once. Consider this a stern warning. This group does not welcome sycophants. The celestial tribulation. Did you hear that, runner-up? The group leader has spoken. No sycophants allowed. I truly do not wish to sacrifice. Enough struggling. She is set to marry, and she does not love you. 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword Immortal. My friend, instead of wasting time in humble attempts to win her back, why not devote that energy to self-improvement? Once you rise to greater heights, you will see that the so-called white moonlight is but a fleeting illusion. Don't forget to claim your red envelope. The celestial tribulation. Second and final warning. If you do not respond, we will have to remove you. Indeed, the group leader's stern admonition proved to be quite effective, prompting the runner-up to finally respond. The celestial tribulation. I apologize. I was momentarily occupied and unable to reply. I would like to ask, if one is perpetually governed by desire, what then is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of our existence? Chapter 15. The quest for 13 billion points, the philosophical musings of the esteemed runner-up ignited a fervent response from a group. 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword Immortal. Goodness, we've been discussing for ages, and you've entered a sage's trance? God of Light unemployed. What were you doing while ignoring messages? I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Engaging. 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword Immortal. Quite pertinent and incisive. TMD. The ascension trial still pursues me. Runner-up of the immortal realm, elaborate. God of Light unemployed. Is it a decline in morality or a deficiency of humanity? The youth foolishly yearns to reclaim his white moonlight, unexpectedly entering a sage's state. Stay tuned for the annual spectacle, runner-up of the immortal realm, elaborate. 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword Immortal. Goodness, it takes a cultured individual to startle us like this. Runner-up of the immortal realm, elaborate. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. 1. In a room adorned in shades of pink, the corpulent runner-up leaned against the headboard, disheveled and with a gaze remarkably clear, devoid of worldly desires. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a piece of ice beetle nut and considered his response. Runner-up of the immortal realm. Love once this answer, evidently, did not satisfy the audience. TMD. The ascension trial still pursues me. Warning for your title. God of Light unemployed. Not saying? Be careful, or you may lose your account. 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword Immortal. Whereunto you supposed to achieve great things? Is this what you consider greatness? I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens, so did you succeed or not? Alas, he knew they would delve deeper. This wine was truly unwholesome. In my impulsiveness, I have rendered myself rather vulnerable. Within the whimsical room, the runner-up sighed deeply, wrestling with his thoughts, ultimately deciding to speak candidly. Runner-up of the immortal realm, my friends, do you truly believe that looks hold significant value? 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword immortal. Indeed, they are paramount. For instance, when I descended the mountain to vanquish demons, I saved numerous women in peril, each of whom offered themselves in gratitude, promising to serve my junior in the next life. God of light unemployed, that is rather pragmatic. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. I must disagree. I believe perseverance and effort are of greater importance. Fleeting beauty is but a fragile fade, lacking formidable strength. One is merely a beautiful vase, easily shattered. TMD, the ascension trial still pursues me. That shouldn't be the case. Runner-up, haven't you established your foundation? After refining your essence, how could you possibly be unattractive? In the realm of cultivation, a lament arose. Alas, dear leader, you cannot fathom my plight. Once, I was quite handsome, yet since embarking on this path of cultivation, I have become rather portly. As a natural spirit body, I find that the more I cultivate, the more excessive spiritual energy accumulates within me, rendering me incapable of refining it, leaving my body swollen beyond measure. I have been told by my master that once I surpass the nascent soul stage, my troubles will cease, but the time required is far too lengthy. My beloved, the moonlight of my heart, has no desire to wait. She once adored me for my looks, yet now that I have lost that charm, her affections have waned, and she has turned to embrace another, a pretty boy. Her demeanor is icy and unyielding, her words like daggers, wounding my fragile heart grievously. Thus, you have not been able to reclaim her affection? What then has ushered you into this moment of wisdom? Oh, might it be? Indeed, today, I find myself unoccupied, indulging in melodies at a tavern. I truly wish to avoid offering sacrifices to the heavens. Is it not the case that one can only click like on what they cannot possess? Ah, my dear champion, how skillfully you play. You incompetent fool, utterly lacking in ambition. The group leader shared a document titled The Great Swallowing Technique. This method can significantly deplete spiritual energy to enhance cultivation, perfectly suited for those with an excess of spiritual energy like the natural spirit body. Others may also practice it. The daily points accumulated are sufficient to sustain the expenditure. Though criticisms were exchanged, Chen Yi, as the group leader, bore the responsibility of alleviating the burdens of his members. After all, each member represented a precious asset. In their weaker moments, they could trigger tasks to earn points, and when they grew stronger, they could actively pursue tasks. Their value immeasurable. Thank you, esteemed leader, for bestowing this technique upon us. In the future, should you direct me eastward, I shall never stray west. Should you send me after chickens, I shall not trample upon dogs. Truly impressive, dear leader. Are you aware of the worth of this technique in the myriad realms marketplace? I have investigated. The control technique you previously shared is priced at 500 million points, while this great swallowing technique is an astounding 800 million points. Does this not imply that should I master these 2 techniques, it will be tantamount to acquiring 13 billion points without cost? My goodness, how invincible! In this moment, I cannot refrain from exclaiming, the leader's vision is truly expansive. Everyone knows I once joined the 36 group, where the miserly leader purchased a technique within the marketplace, only to share in the group while imposing a fee for downloads, a most disgraceful display. How fortunate I was to be expelled from that chat, allowing me to be rescued by the magnificent leader of Group 108. Is it possible to even establish a paid download service? The group leader remarked, please no. Accompanied by a pitiful image. Another member jested, I'm just kidding, don't be anxious. Your efforts to elevate your cultivation and actively undertake other tasks will be the finest repayment to me. A self-proclaimed champion of the cultivation realm declared, I shall do it. With no thoughts of women, I will draw my sword. Give me 3 days, and I will surely achieve the golden core. Someone else lamented, with the group leader's command. How could I not devote myself fully? I will continue to refine the essence of heavenly thunder. Another member, humorously unemployed in the realm of light, commented, "Are we beginning now? I was hoping to pursue some romance, but if that's the case, I will also get to work within 3 days. I shall enhance my combat power by 1,000. If I fail, I shall punish myself by abstaining from any romantic pursuits for a day." The sword cultivator added, "You're ruining the atmosphere. Step out." With a hearty laugh, Chen Yi found joy in these amusing group members. After engaging in light-hearted banter, he contentedly closed the group chat. Currently, the situation on Fangzheng's side was still developing. The heavenly Tao and the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones were not likely to investigate immediately. It seemed they would probe for a while longer. However, Chen Yi was unperturbed. After all, good things come to those who wait, and the longer the brewing, the greater the storm. A larger storm often brings more valuable fish. And when the time came, he might just gather enough resources to transform 49 one-star avatars into an immortal body. As for now, it was essential to properly digest the resources acquired from the tribulation in the Western Sea. The 3 one-star avatars that began nurturing the immortal body had already begun to exhibit some wondrous changes, requiring the main self to focus deeply and experience it thoroughly. Chapter 16. The distinction between the celestial and the mundane. What is the most significant difference between the mortal and the immortal? This is a question worthy of deep contemplation. After years of exploration, Chen Yi has finally arrived at a precise answer today. The reason a mortal body is considered as such is that it remains within the confines of heaven and earth, subject to the laws of the Tao. It relies on the infusion of external natural essence to maintain its state. However, this dependence breeds resistance within the body, ultimately leading to the gradual inefficacy of the natural essence and, eventually, to the decline of vitality and death. Even someone as formidable as Chen Yi, whose dual-star clones can suppress false immortals, and whose 3-star clones might even challenge true immortals, still requires the supplementation of the natural essence. Yet, as he is still in his youth, his vitality is at its zenith, and his dependency is not as pronounced. Conversely, a true immortal achieves a cycle of internal worlds, relying on the inexhaustible essence generated from within to sustain their state, thus rendering them independent of external influences and enabling them to attain longevity. Therefore, the fundamental distinction between the celestial and the mundane lies in their interaction with the cosmos. To transcend the reliance on natural essence, it is imperative to cultivate a celestial body capable of internal circulation. However, to nurture such a body, one must possess an ample supply of celestial essence. This raises a pressing question. In an era where the trials of ascension have become exceedingly treacherous, and entry into the celestial realm is virtually impossible, where can Chen Yi find sufficient celestial essence to sustain his endeavors? The false immortal realm may provide a tenuous outlet, yet the scarcity of celestial essence therein can only support the consumption of a single celestial body, rendering further cultivation an impossibility. Moreover, the false immortal realm is not readily accessible. Within the chat group, only the likes of Enlon from the Western Sea can claim such a domain, while others have yet to reach that level. Should he rely on this path, it would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, the multi-universe marketplace within the chat group assumes paramount importance. The stable acquisition of celestial stones signifies that he need not worry about existential sustenance. However, the mysterious origins of the chat group raise concerns, as the items produced may harbor unknown forces, potentially leading to a loss of self and ultimately rendering one a pawn of some greater entity. As the ancient adage states, all gifts of fate come with a hidden price tag. Those who indulge in free rides will inevitably pay a heavy toll. Consequently, Chen Yi does not intend to utilize the celestial stones from the multi-universe marketplace for his true self. He plans to cultivate all his clones into celestial bodies before confronting the trials of ascension. Since he cannot pass the formal tests of the celestial realm, he aims to breach it directly, 81 times, a full 81 times, only to find it a deception. Damn the trials of ascension. I shall conquer you in due time. With a resolute gaze, Chen Yi's ambition to retaliate against the celestial realm burns fiercely within him. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days have elapsed. During this period, Fang Zheng has enjoyed a remarkably prosperous life. By day, he diligently practices the great swallowing technique, refining the essence of the heavenly thunder left within him by the group leader. His cultivation advances at an astonishing pace. The rapid increase in the values on the battle power panel of the chat group attests to this. Just 3 days ago, he was a novice with a battle power of 300,000, and now he has soared to 1,300,000. Undoubtedly, the remarkable strength of 700,000 was largely attributed to the infusion of the heavenly thunder essence by the esteemed group leader. Yet it is undeniable that the subsequent growth of 300,000 strength stemmed from Fang Zheng's unwavering perseverance and diligence. After diligently practicing the grand yin devouring heaven technique during the day, he would refine his spiritual essence at night with the God control technique, an approach that proved both steady and swift. Upon completing his morning spiritual training, he entered the group with a refreshed spirit, signing in to claim 2,200 points, which he promptly exchanged for 20,000 spirit stones to replenish the clan's treasury. After a brief moment of patient anticipation, the revered group leader would release a high-stakes red envelope containing 220,000 spirit stones. With good fortune, he could seize 10,000 or more, and even with lesser luck, a guaranteed 3,000 to 4,000. The surplus was simply astounding. Previously, the members of the Fang clan toiled for an entire month, each receiving a meager 20 source stones as their salary, often not fully dispersed, leading to a rather frugal existence. Now, however, they received 20 stones per day, with the quantity increasing in accordance with their cultivation level, and they were granted spirit stones of superior quality compared to source stones. Although still a modest family in the corner of Yinzhou, their treatment now rivaled, if not exceeded, that of the most prestigious clans of the era, only slightly inferior to the top-tier Immortal imperial families. Yet how many were those Immortal families? A mere 100 or so. The Fang family boasted thousands. While they might not match on a per capita basis, the total disbursement was nearly comparable. This indicates that the Fang family possesses the potential of an Immortal imperial clan. The members of the Fang family, who had never experienced such a prosperous life, revered their patriarch, chanting his praises. Even Fang Fan, the young master with the potential of a great emperor, regarded his father with newfound respect. Not only had he secured abundant cultivation resources, but he had also somehow befriended a mysterious emperor and acquired 2 highly esteemed imperial-level techniques. Could this truly be the same indifferent father he had known? Old Deng, the Grand Yin Devouring Heaven technique, is splendid, and the God Control technique is delightful. But once my 1,000 spirit stones are exhausted, do provide me with more resources. Fang Fan, not wishing to delve into his father's secrets, simply requested assistance, especially with the external turmoil making the outside world perilous. Fang Zheng responded, "Did you truly consume 1,000 spirit stones in a single night? Such a feat is beyond the capability of an ordinary purple mansion realm cultivator. Yet this little golden devouring beast can manage it. In the past, a son with such resource consumption would have been unsustainable for the Fang family, necessitating his ventures outside. Now, however, this is indeed the son of a protagonist, possessing the potential of a great emperor. Here, within this storage ring, is 100,000. Take it freely, for I have an abundance of spirit stones." The patriarch of the Fang clan casually bestowed what once represented an entire month's income for the family, not even batting an eye. After all, he was the luckiest recipient of today's red envelope. The surplus was simply unprecedented. Being invited into the group by the esteemed leader was undeniably the most fortuitous event of his life. Not only had it alleviated the Fang family's plight, but it also illuminated their path to a boundless future. All sentiments coalesced into a single phrase: to repay you for your intentions atop the golden platform. I shall raise the jade dragon and sacrifice myself for you. The gratitude towards the benevolent leader of the group is immeasurable. After expressing heartfelt appreciation, Fang Zheng began to prepare for today's cultivation. The atmosphere in the group had become increasingly competitive, with everyone diligently striving for improvement, particularly the runner-up boasting exceptional talent. incessantly proclaimed his intent to reclaim his title. Undeniably, his progress was rapid. However, surpassing one certain individual was an impossibility. Regrettably for him, today he was destined not to ascend to the pinnacle of success. For after a 3-day silence, the heavenly path had finally summoned a cadre of supreme beings to assess the situation. Chapter 17. Simple Bad Breath. Ultimate enjoyment. Those who attain great renown undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities. In recent days, the Fong family has garnered immense fame in Yunzhou, echoing like thunder across the land. Indeed, it resonates like thunder. The terrifying celestial lightning that swept through just 3 days prior remains vividly etched in memory. It is said that the Fong family has produced a supreme emperor who, with a mere wave of his hand, obliterated the once dominant Wang family, inciting the heavens to take heed. The overwhelming celestial might that descended upon the realm resembled an apocalyptic scene, leaving the inhabitants of Yunzhou trembling in fear. Yet, the reason for the abrupt cessation of that climactic battle remains shrouded in mystery, as it ended with a whimper rather than a bang. After 3 days of uneasy calm, the enigmatic confrontation has finally resumed. A staggering 24 formidable figures have simultaneously descended upon the Fong family, their immense pressure radiating forth, causing the very ground of Yunzhou to tremble. Panic-stricken, the populace fled, fearing for their lives. What is their intent? What does the Fong family seek? Oh heavens! In past tumultuous eras, the emergence of 7 or 8 supreme beings was the norm, resulting in the demise of only half the population. Now, all have emerged. Is there any sanctuary left for the living? Escape? Where can one possibly flee? This may very well be the most significant upheaval in history. Death looms ever closer. No, there remains a glimmer of hope. The supreme beings from the Forbidden Zone have evidently come for the mysterious emperor of the Fong family. As long as what? Do you truly believe one can triumph over 24? Even if the unparalleled emperor is invincible, the supreme beings were once emperors themselves. Alas, I fear I may witness my own demise. Despairing, the masses prostrated themselves upon the ground, their hearts engulfed in darkness. Meanwhile, the members of the Fong family quivered, not from fear, but from an instinctual tremor of life, an uncontrollable reaction. In truth, if one were to overlook their disheveled appearances and peer into the hearts of the Fong family members, they would find them brimming with exhilaration and excitement. This is due to their esteemed patriarch, standing proudly atop the heavens, holding aloft a circular seal that radiates brilliant light. With this, he forcefully repelled the 24 supreme beings who sought to breach the sanctity of the Fong ancestral grounds, preventing any infringement while boldly challenging the assembled elites. A motley crew of desperate interlopers dares to demand my submission? Absolutely not. Fong Zheng bellowed, raising the star-taming seal once more to unleash another restriction. The terrifying force instantly warped the surrounding space, compelling even the 24 supreme beings to retreat 100 miles, withdrawing from the territory of the Fong family. The star-taming seal, consisting of a total of 49 restrictions, was forged from the essence of a massive celestial body by Chen Yi. Its weight is unmatched. Should all restrictions be lifted, it would transform into a miniature black hole, rendering those below the tribulation stage unable to escape its terrifying gravitational pull, crushing them into dust instantaneously. Although Fong Zheng has only unraveled 36 prohibitions and has not fully unleashed the might of the star-sealing seal, those supreme beings are not at their peak tribulation strength. They are merely a group of weakened remnants. Who would dare to confront him head-on? Fong Zheng, one of the supreme beings, admonished sternly. You are a creature of this realm. Do you truly wish to walk hand in hand with the outer celestial devils into the abyss? What are you blabbering about? Fong Zheng retorted without hesitation. I judge what is good and what is evil myself. Outer celestial devils? I am indeed one of them. Even if you do not consider your own fate, you must think of the thousands of lives in your Fong family. If you insist on resisting to the bitter end, the outer celestial devils cannot protect your entire clan. If you wish to avoid the annihilation of all 9 clans, you should be forthcoming. Another supreme being coldly threatened. What if you annihilate my 10 clans? Fang Zheng roared defiantly, pointing a finger at his opponent. You are merely a wretch, hiding in the forbidden zone and surviving by plundering the essence of countless beings to extend your life. How dare you bark at me? I have never encountered such shamelessness. The other party, still wary of something, hesitated and did not take any serious action, failing to meet the conditions for triggering a rescue mission. Fang Zheng felt he needed to be even more audacious. Otherwise, he would not trigger the mission and would be unworthy of the leader's favor. At that moment, another supreme being slowly spoke. Fang Zheng, the heavens are against us, and the might of the outer celestial devils has waned. If you continue to be obstinate before he could finish, Fang Zheng interrupted with a curse. Silence, shameless old thief. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wear a tattered mask? Yunlan Emperor. As the only emperor in the history of Yunzhou and the last of your kind, have you already forgotten your roots in less than a millennium? You were more ruthless against Yunzhou than anyone else. Look at this land that nurtured you, drenched in blood, all for the sake of extending your life by 1,000 years, slaughtering millions. Can you sleep at night? You are audacious. The exposed Yunlan Emperor fumed. What are you barking for? Fang Zheng became even more arrogant. You beast, do you not know that the people of Yunzhou would gladly feast on your flesh? How dare you prattle here? Very well. The gaze of the Yunlan Emperor grew increasingly frigid. You despicable creature, if you are dissatisfied, come and fight me. Stop your incessant prattling. The exchange of insults was a sheer indulgence for Fang Zheng. One must ask, which celestial cultivator would dare to point a finger and curse at a former emperor like he does? Who else but Fang Zheng himself? Fang family leader is amazing. With a broken voice, the remaining supreme beings were equally astonished by Fang Zheng's audacity. Such a bold and reckless individual had effectively sealed his own fate. Thus, they were reluctant to engage in conversation with a dead man, remaining silent and merely forming formations to apply pressure. However, Fang Zheng believed they were too intimidated to approach him any further, for they were all incapable of defending themselves against his words, as he spoke nothing but the truth. Yet, did they think that remaining silent would absolve them? What? Have you all turned mute? Speak up. Oh, you glare at me? You must be the extreme overlord, right? I perceive you as rather vexatious. Fang Zheng, wielding the Town Star seal as his protective charm, brazenly called out names while unleashing a torrent of scorn. Simultaneously, he adeptly recorded the scene and shared it with the group to claim credit. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Shared a video. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Only my mouth can dominate the 3,000 emperors, while my hands effortlessly push across 14 continents. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. It is not Liang Jingru who grants me courage, but the great leader of our group. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Great leader of our group, do you see how impressive I am? Chapter 18. New members joining the group. Two infatuated admirers, a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the once quiet chat group was suddenly abuzz with activity. TMD's Ascension trial is still chasing me. Not looking. Second place in the cultivation world. Identified as a needle. The god of light is unemployed. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Come on, let me take a look too. How significant could it be? 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword Immortal. Something feels off upstairs. I suspect a ghost has entered the house. Second place in the cultivation world. Dude, I'd rather stab myself in the back. I really don't want to sacrifice myself to heaven. No, I'm clearly discussing something very serious. How did you all veer off into this direction? The god of light is unemployed. Shared a short video. Ding. Suspected of violating pornography regulations. The content has been blocked, and this member has had 100 points deducted as a warning. The god of light is unemployed. 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword Immortal. Did you see? Just acquired a foreign beauty. If you dare slander me, I'll challenge you to a duel. TMD's Ascension trial is still chasing me. Chen Yi was utterly astonished. Was this little Amlin so exuberant and generous? Broadcasting such intimate matters live, in high definition, could such private affairs be shared so casually? Second place in the cultivation world. Who is this commander so audacious? 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword Immortal. Seriously, are you this generous? Sharing your partner's private moments with us? I really don't want to sacrifice myself to heaven. The foreign beauty indeed possesses an exotic charm. Wait, are we really discussing this? Look at me. Look at the video I shared. I am the star of the day, not him. The god of light is unemployed. Oh, come on. It's all trivialities. We all know the world I traverse is steeped in Western culture. Being open is normal. And being observed even adds a bit of thrill, so don't mind it. Second place in the cultivation world. No, this is far too open. I assent it. 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword immortal. Hey, you rascal. How naughty. I really don't want to sacrifice myself to heaven. Is there truly no one paying attention to me? It's more painful to be ignored than to be killed. The god of light is unemployed. Brothers, would any of you be interested in visiting me? The young foreign beauties are both tender and beautiful, and quite easy to approach. The exotic charm is invigorating. Second place in the cultivation world. Ahem, I have a friend. 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword immortal. Humph, I'm not that kind of person. I study the spring and autumn annals. TMD's Ascension trial is still chasing me. Enough, this group leader promotes health and green topics. Such indecent discussions should not be entertained. Chen Yi sternly put an end to the digression. These members, who had been fervently cultivating just days ago, now faltered at the mere mention of women. Is this reasonable? The word desire is a double-edged sword. How can one achieve greatness if they cannot control their cravings? Without greatness, how can they expect to work for him? I provide techniques and spiritual stones, and this is how you repay me. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. The group leader is correct. Just look at your pitiful selves. My combat power has reached an impressive 1,100,000. Once I resolve the troubles here, I shall swiftly undertake simpler tasks to generate revenue for this group. And what about you? A bunch of amateurs. TMD, the immortal tribulation still pursues me. Likes. Once the assistance quest is activated, I shall reward you with 18 million spirit stones. The runner-up of the immortal realm. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Feng Zheng, just wait for me. I have reached the golden core stage, and my combat power has soared to 25,000 in just 3 days. Your growth will slow as we progress. I shall reclaim the title of group runner-up. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. I grant you time to catch up until you can no longer see me, the god of light unemployed, as expected of Lord Feng Zheng. Your majesty is indeed overwhelming. 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword immortal. Lord Feng Zheng's eloquence in battle is truly unparalleled. With a combat power of 110,000, you have silenced a host of ancient beings with nearly 1 billion in power. Quite impressive indeed. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Trust me, you too shall come to relish this sensation. Ding! Cold Palace Tenant has joined the group chat. A sudden group notification momentarily halted the lively atmosphere, only to ignite it further. The runner-up of the immortal realm. Who has arrived? The god of light unemployed. Cold Palace Tenant. Is that a lady? 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword immortal. Newcomer. Share a photo. Excited table thump. JPG. In a certain secluded palace, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in opulent attire bore a troubled expression. Gently stroking her flawless chin, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her clear eyes seemed to illuminate the dim room. Lu Ruyan, her lips slightly parted in disbelief, exclaimed, "How wonderful!" The leader of this interdimensional assistance group possesses a combat power of 900 million. How powerful must that be? Could I be saved? With only 5,000 combat power, she had merely begun her journey within the Great Zhou dynasty and held no true grasp of the strength represented by 900 million. Yet, this did not deter her from seeking help, for it was her last lifeline. Cold Palace Tenant. Group leader, save me. The tyrant emperor intends to grant me death. Tearful selfie. JPG. The runner-up of the immortal realm. Wow. Darling, do not fear. I am here. The god of light unemployed. Handsome selfie. JPG. The god of light unemployed. Oops, I accidentally sent a selfie to the group. The god of light unemployed. Many girls assume I enjoy raising fish. But that is not the case. I have been single for quite some time. Where can I voice my grievances? I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword immortal, a couple of sycophants. The group leader has muted the runner-up of the Immortal realm for a duration of 2.5 hours. The group leader has muted the God of Light unemployed for a duration of 2.5 hours. TMD. The immortal tribulation still pursues me. You two sycophants should reflect on your actions. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. The group leader is formidable. 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword immortal. The group leader is truly impressive. The prestige is astonishing. And the 2 techniques shared in the group files are at least of celestial quality. The group leader, boasting a staggering combat power of 900 million, must be extraordinary. Lu Ruoyan could not help but gasp in astonishment, as a sudden brilliance ignited in her dimly lit eyes. Although her cultivation aptitude is rather poor, she had once held the title of a favored concubine, granting her a certain level of insight. She immediately recognized that the great yin devouring heaven technique and controlling divine technique surpass even the finest celestial grade techniques in the royal collection. What caliber of man could so effortlessly share such formidable techniques? Cold Palace resident, esteemed group leader, the 3-foot white silk bestowed by the Dog Emperor has arrived. If I do not take the initiative to present myself with dignity by noon tomorrow, someone will come to assist me in doing so. What should I do? I am so frightened. Trembling. JPG. Cold Palace resident. Pitiful. JPG. Chapter 19. Tempering the Tao heart. The group leader has gone mad undeniably. The Cold Palace denizen possesses remarkable beauty. Just a single high-definition selfie emanates an enchanting allure that resonates through the screen, causing Chen Yi to furrow his brows. It is worth noting that he is accustomed to various stunning celestial maidens and transcendent beings from his tribulation phase, with a Tao heart that is solid and eternal, seldom swayed by feminine beauty. Yet this Cold Palace denizen has achieved the extraordinary, for her beauty is purely natural and unadulterated, a reflection of her innate visage rather than a perfected facade resulting from cultivation. Well, it seems my Tao heart has not yet been sufficiently tempered and still harbors some flaws. I must refine it further. Enchantress, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. Youth can be an advantage, yet at times it transforms into a disadvantage. He forcefully suppressed the peculiar emotions within and spoke calmly. TMD's ascension tribulation is still pursuing me. Don't be hasty, share a high-definition video for me to view first. 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword immortal. Hey, wait a moment, esteemed group leader. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Ha ha, esteemed group leader, you truly are a person of sentiment. To be honest, I wish to see it too. The 2 muted friends had much to express, but regrettably, they could only fidget in frustration as 2.5 hours had not yet passed. Within the Cold Palace, Lu Ruoyan was taken aback, pondering, why does the group leader seem rather unreliable? She was aware of her charm. Otherwise, that wretched emperor would not have insisted on making her his consort, even in his dying moments. Yet, her damned allure should only appeal to a certain tier of cultivators, right? The top-tier powers might glance her way, but their admiration is predominantly aesthetic, devoid of any carnal desire. How could it be that the venerable group leader, with a combat strength of 900 million, still behaves so? Could it be that the group leader, with such immense power, is no different from a mid-tier cultivator of the Great Zhou dynasty? If so, I am doomed. This tragic script is no longer one I wish to play. Cold Palace denizen shared a short video titled Spoiled and Pampered Eightfold. TMD's ascension tribulation is still pursuing me. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. 2 sleeves of clear wind is the sword immortal. Runner-up in the cultivation realm, unemployed God of Light are currently viewing. Please, I beg you, is it possible? The allure is tinged with an air of aloofness. A graceful yet softly enchanting tone resonates through the air. Chen Yi maintained his composure, observing the video of the palace-clad beauty's exaggerated postures, remaining unmoved. He chuckled. Merely that. To test the tribulation with such a triviality? What tribulation cannot withstand such a trial? Of course, Chen Yi was not significantly affected. He merely recognized the lingering imperfections in his Tao heart, thus utilizing this opportunity for refinement, and naturally could not afford to lose his composure. However, The other members of the group were quite the contrary. Each one of them was unable to contain their excitement. Fang Zheng, with a serious demeanor and unwavering gaze, scoffed. "Umph, this feeble beauty cannot sway me. Let me behold it once more, again and again." Zhou Zheng, the swordsman of pure intentions, released his sword, clasped his hands together, and trembled. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form and emptiness, where there is emptiness, there is form. Among the duo silenced, Adolf Amlin suddenly pushed aside the wild exoticism enveloping him, murmuring, "How could I have fallen so low, indulging in the fervent allure of the West, leaving me so haggard?" The runner-up, Chun Bo, was in utter disarray, drooling with an infatuated grin. After a prolonged silence in the group, Lu Ruyin displayed a hint of disdain, coldly remarking, "Men, Cold Palace resident. Brothers, the situation is dire. Is there anyone who can come to my rescue? Pitiful. JPG, 2 sleeves of pure wind. Darling, would you offer yourself in return?" The group leader has muted member 2 sleeves of pure wind for a duration of 2.5 hours. Ah, dear group leader, do you wish to monopolize? Do not presume that strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet at all. Zhou Zheng cried out in despair. "I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. I heed the group leader's arrangements." Meanwhile, Fang Zheng remained composed. Though undeniably tempted, he had already matured into a father, no longer the impetuous youth he once was. Cold Palace resident. If it were the group leader, it would not be out of the question, shy. JPG. It was evident that the desperate Lu Ruyin desperately clung to that glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, after much refinement, Chen Yi's determination was steadfast, impervious to such antics. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. What's the situation on your end, Fang Zheng? Lu Ruyin? Not pursuing? Hey, I am earnestly seeking help here. Whether to save or not to save is one thing. But what is this nonsense about not pursuing? Just earlier, I was calling him little sweetheart, and now he's become cow lady, has he? Ha. Mun. You have successfully piqued my interest. Cold Palace resident. Group leader, let us give it a try. It is quite easy to obtain. Just come over, and it shall be yours. The group leader has muted member Cold Palace resident for a duration of 2.5 hours. Hey, what does that mean, you scoundrel group leader? Lu Ruyan's face flushed, her anger palpable. On the other side, the sole survivor, Fang Zheng, could not help but gasp in shock. What had driven the group leader to such madness today? Who had provoked him? Why was he so irritable? Silencing others at the slightest disagreement? Remain calm. As long as I am prudent, I shall be fine. Fang Zheng dared not act mischievously any longer and carefully pondered his response to the group leader's inquiry. I truly do not wish to make sacrifices to the heavens. Dear group leader, my situation here is rather dire. The 24 supreme beings are currently ignoring me, fully engrossed in their formation and exerting pressure. I've already been compelled to unravel 45 seals of the star suppression mark. It is anticipated that within half an hour, I must completely lift these restrictions to contend with them. Damn it, the tribulation for ascension is still pursuing me. I give you 2.5 minutes. Regardless of the method, immediately trigger the assistance task. I am waiting online. It is urgent. I truly do not wish to make sacrifices to the heavens. No problem. Leave it to me. I assure you it will be resolved. Upon sending this message, Fang Zheng's avatar dimmed. Meanwhile, within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi's expression was unusually grave. He was indeed feeling somewhat irritable. Just moments ago, 3 of his star avatars had successfully transformed into celestial bodies, establishing their own inner worlds, which began to cyclically generate their intrinsic spiritual resonance. They even continuously nourished his true self, allowing him to cease relying on the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth, thereby achieving an alternative form of longevity. At this juncture, one might wonder, is this not a tremendous stroke of good fortune? Should not Chen Yi be elated? Why then does he exhibit such agitation? Certainly, at first, Chen Yi was quite exhilarated, even finding the time to engage in light-hearted banter with his friends in the group, and he had urged the cold palace's steadfast resident to charm him to refine his Tao heart. However, as he delved deeper into this experience, he suddenly discerned that it concealed a significant pitfall. Chapter 20. Who is strongest is the true self. It is widely acknowledged that a typical cultivator would never endeavor to forge numerous avatars, let alone establish a profound connection whereby these avatars could merge and ascend into higher forms. Such actions would lead to a significant dispersion of one's essence, ultimately proving detrimental to one as cultivation. Generally, a standard cultivator may create a maximum of 3 avatars. Exceeding this number would result in the dissipation of spiritual energy, thereby weakening control over these avatars and potentially culminating in the phenomenon of whoever is stronger becomes the true self. However, Chen Yi was no ordinary cultivator. In his quest to confront the tribulations of ascension and prevent the world from collapsing under the weight of his immense power, he meticulously crafted a total of 49 avatars to distribute his strength. The absence of the aforementioned phenomenon stemmed chiefly from the fact that the true self remained transcendent and detached, with all 49 avatars existing on an equal plane, allowing the true selves will to seamlessly navigate through each avatar without causing any subconscious discrepancies. At this moment, the true self declared, "Let me undertake this task. I am the strongest, and fear not the wrath of thunder." True self? I am indeed the true self. Whoever is strongest is the true self. The 3 of us likely cannot match the formidable true self. I propose merging and elevating ourselves to the 2nd star before challenging the true self once more. Ah, that sounds splendid. I am amenable to anything. Evidently, 3 of the 1st star avatars had significantly surpassed the established threshold, causing the true self's will to falter in its transitions, leading to subconscious discord. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Yi's mouth, though it remained unexpressed. The source of his amusement lay in the thoughts of these 3 avatars, each representing a distinct manifestation of the true self's will. Yet, the inability of the true self's will to transition smoothly among the 3 avatars resulted in delays, causing subconscious actions to occur before any conscious decisions were made. This was akin to emotions racing ahead of reason. For instance, upon encountering a fork in the road, one path signifying life and the other death, 2 inner voices would emerge, one advising caution and the pursuit of life, while the other would tempt a reckless advance towards death. In such a scenario, the prudent true self would choose the path of life, while the reckless avatar would boldly plunge forward, declaring, "Let us see if this path truly leads to death." Thus, humanity is a tapestry of contradictions, perpetually birthing divergent thoughts. Should the principle will falter in its transitions, it remains a mystery what audacious actions the 3 avatars might undertake. Stay in line. Chen Yi, the true self, commanded with a piercing gaze, swiftly clearing his mind of the myriad fanciful thoughts. The 3 first-star avatars settled down, ceasing their clamorous desire to compete with the true self. Yet, this tranquility was merely ephemeral. As time progressed, the inevitable delays would cause these avatars to disconnect, each representing differing thoughts that would debate with the true self. To resolve this discord, there was but one path forward: to elevate all other ordinary first-star avatars to the same level. Thus, he found himself in dire need of points. In the group, a couple of troublemakers persistently harassed the female members instead of attending to serious matters. To make matters worse, 3 avatars incessantly nagged him about his responsibilities, which was enough to drive anyone to irritation. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng, upon receiving his orders, commenced his audacious maneuvers. The conditions to trigger the group assistance task were rather simple. One's life must be in peril. Previously, he had the protection of the Star Guardian seal, which made him invulnerable as long as the opposing party could not break through its domain. However, now, Fang Zheng took the initiative to deactivate the 3 seals of the Star Guardian, casting a haughty glance over his shoulder as he calmly called out, "My son." On the ground, Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled, and asked, "What is going on?" Fang Zheng inhaled deeply. "You must pay close attention to this maneuver." Fang Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why?" because it will look incredibly impressive. Before Fang Fan could display his disdain, Fang Zheng smirked. He then ceased to conceal his intentions and revealed his true power. The previously suppressing gravitational field of the Star Guardian weakened dramatically, and the terrifying might of 24 supreme beings descended instantaneously. Yet, Fang Zheng remained undaunted, defiantly raising his middle finger with a scornful expression, as if he were facing not the most powerful entities in the celestial pivot star domain, but rather a bunch of insignificant rabble. The 24 hidden supreme beings exchanged wary glances, having discerned from his audacious demeanor that he was about to summon the formidable, imperfect Emperor-level extraterrestrial demon. Thus, they refrained from pressing forward and instead cautiously maintained their formation, ever prepared to confront the impending terror. Suddenly, Fang Zheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, having miscalculated the force required to fully unshackle the 42 seals of the Star Guardian, which failed to provide him complete protection. Consequently, he sustained a slight but grievous injury from the overwhelming force of the domain. Father. Fang Fan's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at his father's frail condition, a blaze of fury igniting within him. Wishing he could ascend to the Emperor level and obliterate the supreme beings outside. I'm fine. Just take care of your father. Fang Zheng, mustering his strength, offered his son a reassuring glance before igniting his life force to restore his peak condition, his gaze burning with intensity as he stared into the distance. Notification. Detecting that you are in imminent danger of death. A resolution cannot be achieved relying solely on your strength. Assistance task generated. Group member I really don't want to sacrifice myself has drawn the attention of local supreme beings due to deep entanglements with the extraterrestrial demon, and now finds himself in peril, unable to escape this dire situation with his own strength. Please, capable members, lend your aid. Task combat power requirement. Over 300 million. Task rewards. 500 million points, 30 million group experience. This task is being uploaded to the group. All members must choose within 30 seconds whether to accept. Failure to respond will result in direct upload to the public zone. I really don't want to sacrifice myself. Group leader, please hurry. I can hardly hold on. TMD, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. I'm coming. The chaos you've provoked will be quelled by me. The group leader has accepted the task and will soon initiate spatial transfer. Though the muted members of the group are unable to voice their thoughts within the chat, it does not prevent them from fervently revering the group leader in the real world. While they may not dare to dream of amassing 500 million points, the 30 million group experience they seek is indeed a tangible advantage. Not to mention with the elevation of the Group S level. The potential for increased daily sign-in rewards is substantial. Given the group leader's grand vision, would they ever be slighted? Certainly not. With the presence of unparalleled connections within the group, all they need do is relax and enjoy the benefits. Being part of this group is truly a stroke of fortune they could never have imagined in 8 lifetimes. The only one who might struggle to grasp the leader's magnificence is the newcomer, Lu Ruyan. This woman, feeling resentful over her muted status, has taken to sulking and cursing a certain individual. One wonders, when a moment of realization arrives, will she be so overwhelmed with excitement that she can hardly speak? Chapter 21. The celestial pivot bows the heavens, dark as ink, crackled with lightning, as a familiar spatial vortex reappeared above Fang Zheng's head. The celestial path of the celestial pivot promptly descended once more. The last encounter with the extraterritorial demon had ended indecisively, and just as the celestial path was preparing to expend the collective strength of all beings in a desperate battle, the demon had managed to escape. After all, the celestial path did not wish to incur a tremendous cost in annihilating a single extraterritorial demon, which could potentially lead to a degradation of the world. However, it was utterly unacceptable for the demon to leave behind its mark within this realm. The celestial path felt sullied, acutely aware that the extraterritorial demon could slip back in through a hidden doorway, and it might one day assume its form. Was this permissible? Absolutely not. The celestial pivot belonged to its beings, and no extraterritorial demon would be allowed to encroach. Thus, the celestial path immediately mobilized its forces. dispatching the beleaguered Supremes within the Forbidden Zone to erase the demon's lingering mark from the Fong family. Meanwhile, it concealed itself in the shadows, poised to deliver a thunderous strike at a moment's notice. Should that accursed extraterritorial demon dare to reveal itself, it would be obliterated. Boom! 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 At the instant Chen Yi's half-formed body stepped through the spatial transmission portal, the most fearsome thunderstorm descended with ferocity. This strike was imbued not only with the boundless wrath of the celestial path, but also bore the immense will of trillions of beings within the celestial pivot, channeling the collective strength of all existence. Even a peak emperor of unparalleled might would either perish or be grievously wounded from such an onslaught. Yet alas, this incarnation of Chen Yi was not merely a pseudo-transcendent emperor reliant on the so-called heavenly heartmark to attain parity with the celestial path. He was an alien visitor, a being of the otherworldly realm, who had achieved the pinnacle of tribulation through his own path, transcending the celestial path. Boom! Unfazed by the deluge of divine lightning unleashed by the celestial path, Chen Yi stood resolute, even finding the leisure to refine the overwhelming power of the heavenly thunder, subsequently condensing it into a potent essence that he deftly infused into Fong Zhang. This youth had sustained grievous wounds to trigger a plea for assistance, leaving his internal energies in disarray. He was clinging to life with sheer willpower, and if left unattended, he would soon extinguish his own vitality. As the leader of the group, Chen Yi could not bear to watch his beloved members perish before his eyes. With a surge of vibrant life forced from the essence of heavenly thunder coursing into his abdomen, Fong Zhang proclaimed, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens." Gush, gush. Fong Zhang's entire being erupted with blood, yet his vitality surged ever stronger. In the blink of an eye, the thick, murky blood that had accumulated over the years drained away, replaced by pure blood imbued with the aura of tribulation and fragments of the celestial path's will. At this moment, Fong Zhang could be said to stand on equal footing with the celestial path, having transcended the limits of worldly cultivation to an extraordinary degree. Compared to his son Fong Fan, who was hailed as possessing imperial potential, it could not be said that he was merely overshadowed. Rather, it was evident that your father is still your father. Hiss, hiss. Witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment arose from the distance. The 24 Supremes gaped with eyes wide as saucers. The full force strike of the celestial path, which even the unparalleled emperor could scarcely withstand, was effortlessly grasped and refined by him. Was this not sinister? If it were not sinister, then what was it? What kind of existence were they truly contending against? Had it been their prime, the coalition of the 24 might have stood a chance. Yet now, both have withered, their vitality waning. Even if they momentarily transcend to reclaim their peak, such revival would be fleeting. Could they truly vanquish this terrifying extraterrestrial demon? Some among the sovereigns have already begun to contemplate retreat. They have sought refuge in the Forbidden Zone out of fear for their lives, harvesting the essence of countless beings to prolong their existence. Now, confronted by an unfathomable foe, would they not flee rather than march forth to offer themselves as sacrifices? What? The celestial decree warns that failure to engage now may lead to their demise at the hands of this otherworldly terror? Apologies, I cannot hear you. Even if it were true, can I not still escape? After all, if a friend perishes, it does not spell doom for me. The one who lags behind shall be the front line. The two ancient beings seemed to share an unspoken understanding, unable to discern who was swifter. In an instant, half of the sovereigns quietly retreated to the rear, while the others, still deliberating on whether to engage, swiftly found their answer and scattered in flight. All the sovereigns tacitly wagered that this extraterrestrial demon would not pursue them, simultaneously betting that, despite its formidable strength, it could not extinguish all lives under the celestial decree's delay. Boom! Betrayed, the celestial decree seethed with fury, redirecting several bolts of heavenly thunder originally aimed at Chen Yi towards the sovereigns, yet they evaded with ease. Chen Yi's expression was rather peculiar. Were these individuals truly so cowardly? They lacked even the courage to confront him, opting instead to flee. It must be said, had they genuinely united with the celestial decree against him. Even his ordinary one-star avatar, with a mere 900 million in combat power, might not withstand the onslaught. He would have to summon another avatar to assert dominance. It appeared this backup avatar would remain unutilized. What now? Will you continue to resist? Chen Yi shook his head, revealing a purple orb, his gaze playfully directed towards the depths of the sky. Boom! The reverberations echoed throughout the universe. As a celestial decree of the Tian Shu star domain descended with an ethereal will, its grand voice resonating. Powerful visitor from another world, what is your intent? Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Chen Yi's lips as he replied nonchalantly. Oh, no longer referring to me as the extraterrestrial demon? I must admit, I prefer your defiant demeanor. Perhaps you might revert to that? Boom! The sky trembled as the celestial decree of Tian Shu coldly retorted, do not overstep your bounds. Huh! Chen Yi chuckled icily. Have I overstepped? I merely came here as a guest, and yet you strike me with lightning without so much as a query. Is that not excessive? The celestial decree fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, you have wantonly slain the beings of my domain without my consent. Does this not contravene the etiquette of guests? Thus, it is only fitting that I impose punishment upon you. Spare me your pretense of virtue. Chen Yi waved his sleeve, his tone grave. What are those sovereigns who slaughtered beings and plundered their essence for longevity? Were you blind when the masses wept and pleaded for divine intervention? I have merely dispatched 1,000 or so, and you cannot contain yourself? What are you, to presume to instruct me? The celestial decree remained silent. Is this even comparable? Your arguments are utterly fallacious. It is essential to recognize that the turmoil within a household is a matter solely concerning its members. Any discord merely paves the way for a greater era to emerge. What right do you, an uninvited outsider, have to cast judgment? Is it merely because of your strength? Indeed, it is because of your formidable power. In principle, the internal conflicts of this world should not permit interference from external parties. However, the principles now rest in your hands. In this realm, might dictates reason. After much contemplation, the celestial balance yielded to your presence. Esteemed visitor from another world, you appear to harbor no ill intentions. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our domain? Chapter 22. The unremarkable celestial path of the heavenly pivot transforms into the form of Chen Yi as the most obstinate celestial path of the heavenly pivot bowed its head. Fang Zhang's deadlock was utterly dismantled. Simultaneously, the notification sound from the chat group echoed. Ding! Task completed. Task rewards of 500 million points and 30 million group experience have been credited to your personal account. Please check your balance. Would you like to return? Is this it? Chen Yi was quite taken aback. According to the usual nature of tasks, shouldn't all potential threats be eliminated? For instance, after subduing the celestial path, to prevent resentment from the 24 supreme beings, wouldn't it be necessary to seek them out and eliminate them all? Could it be that those 24 supreme beings never regarded this matter with any seriousness? No, considering their cowardly nature, they should be too fearful even to entertain thoughts of revenge. Huh. Enduring being scolded by Fang Zheng without retaliating, they truly deserve their status as the pinnacle of this world. But do you think hiding will absolve you of consequences? I have not yet amassed enough points. Chen Yi's mind raced, gradually formulating a plan. Celestial path. Let me clarify. I have no intention of meddling in your internal affairs. But those 24 supreme beings are beyond your protection. Do you have any objections? The celestial path of the heavenly pivot fell silent for a moment, cautiously inquiring. What if I demote? The celestial path is the manifestation of the world's will. The stronger the beings within the world, the more stable the laws become, and vice versa. If all 24 supreme beings were to fall, the absence of top-tier power to uphold the foundational laws would incite turmoil across the entire world. At that point, rivers would run dry, mountains would collapse, and calamity would reign. If the celestial path aims to save the world, it would have no choice but to demote itself to re-establish stability. However, after evolving for billions of years to reach its current state, flourishing in prosperity, The celestial path of the heavenly pivot was indeed reluctant to regress. Why do you care so much about those tumors? Chen Yi replied calmly. You nourish them with countless lives, and what is the result? They merely abandon you in your time of need. After much hesitation, the celestial path finally steeled itself. Then let us sever ties. Let it be done swiftly. What do you propose? Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued. This leads to my second point. Do you see that talented human below? His name is Feng Zheng. He will act on my behalf to execute the pursuit, while you merely need to seal the heavens and earth, preventing that group of supreme beings from escaping. The celestial path of the heavenly pivot inquired, perplexed with your strength. You could directly annihilate them. Why go through this additional step? Of course, it is to trigger a rescue task. Do you think I am idle? Chen Yi shook his head, replying nonchalantly, just proceed. Do not ask questions that do not concern you. The celestial path paused momentarily and humbly asked, May I use the star suppression seal that you bestow upon Feng Zheng? I require a treasure powerful enough to suppress the foundational laws, lest the world fall into chaos and suffering. Seeing your pitiful demeanor, Chen Yi scoffed lightly, and 3-star suppression seals materialized instantly. To speak frankly, he possesses an abundance of this item. In a bid to counter the formidable tribulation of ascension, he refined 365 stars from the surrounding star domain of the Z-Way continent into star suppression seals, solely to compose the celestial star array, hoping to withstand a few more strikes of the divine thunder of the purple firmament. However, the severity of the ascension tribulation exceeded all expectations. Initially, he successfully outmaneuvered it, as the array endured a staggering 9 strikes of the divine thunder before it was ultimately shattered. Yet, during the second tribulation, it evolved a shattering effect, and the celestial star array crumbled under even a single strike of the divine thunder. This ascension tribulation is merciless. Consequently, the celestial star array became obsolete, and the 365 star suppression seals were relegated to the tribulation warehouse to gather dust. Of course, while the star suppression seals held little value for him, they were regarded as supreme treasures by others during the tribulation period. Allowing them to languish in the warehouse was a waste. Now, they could finally be of use. 3-star suppression seals? Such weight and formidable power. Are they truly for me? The celestial axis was greatly astonished. Take them. With nonchalance. He waved his hand, casting the 3-star suppression seals deep into the firmament. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled in response. Marvelous, marvelous. The foundational laws of suppression are more than sufficient. Feel free to unleash your wrath, for I have long harbored a profound disdain for that wretched lot. The voice of the celestial axis brimmed with excitement, as if it were subtly transforming into the likeness of Chen Yi. Ahem, you may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with Feng Zheng. Chen Yi gestured dismissively. Very well. The celestial axis obediently retreated, in stark contrast to its earlier belligerent demeanor. On the other side, upon meeting the gaze of the leader, Feng Zheng immediately stood tall, exuding confidence as he declared, Esteemed leader, please command me without hesitation. I shall face fire and water, even if it leads to my demise. Clearly, in contrast to the somewhat reserved celestial axis, Feng Zheng had wholly transformed into the image of Chen Yi. There was no denying it. The leader had bestowed upon him far too much. Selling his life not only resulted in an all-encompassing enhancement of his physique, but also the vast essence of heavenly lightning within the sea of suffering had grown significantly, making it effortless for him to cultivate to the threshold of emperor. This was merely the most apparent boon. Various hidden benefits constituted the greater portion. To illustrate with a simple example, his protagonist's son, Feng Fan, enjoys the favor of the heavenly Tao, blessed with fortune, and cultivates at an astonishing pace, possessing the potential of a great emperor, correct? However, such fortune is contingent upon the favor of the heavenly Tao. Should that favor wane, would he continue to sail smoothly? The answer is a resounding no. The heavenly Tao, which grants, can also take away. But what of Feng Zheng? With the leader standing behind him, even the heavenly Tao would have to treat him as kin. He could scarcely fathom how delightful his days would be in the celestial axis, star domain. And all of this stemmed from that day. He received an invitation from the esteemed leader to join the group. The leader was like a warm ray of light, rescuing him from the depths of darkness. One could say that his life was salvaged by the leader. How could not devote himself in return? Moreover, the leader had bestowed so much. The leader's kindness is truly immeasurable. Very well, very well. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively and remarked, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. You know what needs to be done. With that, he suddenly directed his sword-like finger towards Fang Zheng's brow, leaving an imprint within his consciousness. This not only shielded the chat group from detection, but also safeguarded Fang Zheng's primordial spirit from perishing. Thus, Fang Zheng would be able to trigger assistance tasks at will without the fear of losing a valuable member of the group. After completing this task, Chen Yi felt unburdened and promptly recalled the star fragment. Fang Zheng remained motionless for an extended period, lost in thought, until Fang Fan approached him with a fervent gaze and nudged him, jolting him back to reality. Has the group leader left? He has been gone for approximately 150 breaths. Father, why do you suddenly smell so delightful? It feels as though your body is transformed into an immortal herb. Get away, get away. Fang Zheng disdainfully pushed his son aside, then twisted his neck and cast a menacing glance towards the forbidden zone, muttering, still thinking of hiding, I shall bring you all in. Chapter 23, The Hierarchical Public District. New functional modules activated within the illusory star realm. Upon the return of his one-star avatar from a mission, Chen Yi calmly accessed his personal account within the chat group to tally the gains from his expedition. First and foremost, there were 500 million points, a substantial sum indeed. While it still fell short of affording the premium items listed in the universal marketplace, it was more than sufficient to exchange for foundational immortal essence stones. At a price of 200,000 points each, he could procure 2,500 stones. Coupled with the 35 million points accumulated from previous tasks, he could ultimately exchange for a total of 2,765 stones. This was already ample to facilitate the transformation of 27 one-star avatars into immortal bodies. However, considering the disparities among the avatars, Chen Yi opted against an immediate exchange for the immortal essence stones to initiate their transformation. After all, managing the 3 chatty one-star immortal body avatars had proven quite a handful. Introducing another 27 might well be beyond his capacity. It would be wiser to wait until he had amassed enough points to elevate all avatars to the same level before proceeding. With the decision made to temporarily refrain from using the points, the most significant gain from this venture was the 30 million group experience. As the chat group's level increases, more functions become available, thereby enhancing its influence within the public district. For instance, the communication channel for group leaders had been activated as early as level 5. Yet when he, as the leader of a level 22 group, attempted to greet other group leaders, none acknowledged his presence. The reason was simple. The hierarchy within the public district was exceptionally rigid. On that day, at level 22, he felt like a mere lackey in the public district. Noticing that the leader of Group 98, a level 28, was online, he courteously reached out, hoping for a friendly exchange. Yet, 3 days passed without a response. It was unclear what pretense the other was maintaining. Did they really think themselves superior merely for forming their group earlier or completing more tasks? With over 30 years of membership in the group and only reaching level 28, what was there to boast about? Yesterday, they had been indifferent to him. Today, they would find it impossible to engage with him. Time to claim rewards. Chen Yi immediately commanded his one-star avatar, which bore the chat group, to initiate the process. Ding! 500 million points have been credited. Your current points balance is 553 million. Ding! 30 million group experience has been added to the level system of Group 108. In the next moment, the previously silent chat group erupted with a series of system notifications. Ding! The group leader has claimed the task rewards. Group 108 experience 30 million. Group 108 has risen to level 32, with just over 700,000 points required for level 33. The group welfare sign-in system reward has been upgraded. Members can now earn 3,200 points daily for signing in. The group red envelope system has been enhanced. daily red envelopes can distribute points, with a maximum limit of 320,000 points. Function module dash items listed in the Universal Marketplace activated. Members can list idle items for sale on the secondary page of the marketplace. Function module dash team exorcism dungeon activated. Members can form teams to venture into special secret realms to vanquish malevolent entities. The better the performance, the more abundant the points and group experience rewards. Note, the minimum combat power requirement is 30 million. A minimum of 3 participants is required for team formation. Oh, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, immediately intrigued. He had anticipated the section regarding the items listed in the Multiverse Mall, as the mall boasted an array of non-system operated goods, such as the Saint's Bodice, 3 moves to captivate a man's heart, and special Mr. Dragon Root, among others, all contributed by anonymous group members. These items were flamboyant, yet devoid of any after-sales assurance, leaving the chance of discovering a treasure solely to luck. To be candid, he held little faith in such a second-hand marketplace, as each item bore the bitter reviews of unfortunate buyers, their grievances evident. With its reputation already tarnished, even if he were to present some genuinely valuable items, he doubted anyone would be inclined to purchase. Moreover, could the other members of the chat group even afford the things he might offer? Take, for instance, the great swallowing technique, which he shared freely in the group, while the Multiverse Mall sold it for 800 million points. He certainly would not lower his standards and sell it off at a loss. Instead of managing such trivialities, he would rather undertake several high-value tasks and conquer more dungeons. Speaking of dungeons, one must mention the second section unlocked after reaching level 30 in the chat group, the Exorcism Dungeon, with a minimum combat power requirement of 30 million. This implies that the rewards and points and group experience would surpass those of ordinary tasks. The playability of this endeavor increased significantly. It is worth noting that after ascending to level 30, each subsequent level requires a staggering 10 million group experience. Amassing this amount of group experience cannot be achieved through reckless attempts to trigger help tasks. After all, the elite from other worlds are not foolish. They know that a small insect jumping around will summon formidable otherworldly demons, yet they still recklessly rush in to meet their demise. Furthermore, as the strength of group members escalates, the likelihood of triggering help tasks diminishes, necessitating that they engage in more activities during their weaker, early stages to expedite their growth. Once they become powerful, this route would no longer be viable. Thus, the Exorcism Dungeon section, activated upon the chat group reaching level 30, becomes particularly crucial. Logically, this should serve as the primary source for accumulating points and group experience during the transition from early to mid-stage. However, this raises a question. Has the 108 group truly developed to a mid-stage? Excluding Chen Yi, the all-powerful group leader, the highest combat power among the members, Feng Zheng, barely reaches 1,300,000. Moreover, this old fellow even downplays his prowess in the group, claiming to possess only 1,100,000 combat power. It remains unclear from whom he learned the art of concealing his strength, revealing a little while hiding another, and then practicing further. Nonetheless, these matters are trivial. What is significant is that the 108 group cannot even gather 3 members to delve into a dungeon. Is this not awkward? The group leader is an extraordinary powerhouse, yet the members are akin to primitives. How long would it take for them to develop to 30 million combat power? Taking into account Feng Zheng, whose training aptitude has already become exceptional. The journey from over 1 million combat power to 30 million is roughly equivalent to progressing from the initial stages of divine transformation to the early stages of integration, which would require at least a decade. This barely sufficed to gather a single teammate. As for the other oddballs, who knows how long it will take to make a breakthrough. Alas, it is truly a challenge to carry the team. Oh, teammates, please develop quickly and abandon your timidity. Chen Yi sighed softly, glancing at the remarkably quiet chat group, and casually sent a generous red envelope. The group leader issued a red envelope worth 320,000 points with a claim phrase. The group leader is the most handsome. Swiftly, Feng Zheng responded in an instant. I really don't want to be sacrificed. The group leader is the most handsome. I really don't want to be sacrificed claimed 90,000 points. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Love you, group leader, see you soon. I am about to advance to the supreme stronghold. TMD, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. No rush, this matter can wait. Let them be anxious for a while longer, and it won't hurt to deal with them later. Your primary task now is to diligently cultivate and strive to break through 30 million combat power as soon as possible. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Rest assured, esteemed group leader, I know my limits. Engaging in closed-door cultivation is far less efficient than wielding the star-suppressing seal and confronting the Supreme directly. Progressing through battle, fighting to the pinnacle. This is the path that suits me best. I really don't want to be sacrificed. With a Supreme who once achieved the title of Emperor as my whetstone, I am confident I can break through to quasi-emperor status in 10 years, which equates to the so-called 30 million combat power. I really don't want to be sacrificed. At that time, your will shall be my guiding direction. Wherever you point, I shall be the vanguard. His Chen Yi struggled to suppress a smile. Such eloquent words left him feeling invigorated. He chuckled, Fangzheng, you truly delight me. The group leader shared the document The Art of Combat, allowing group member I really don't want to be sacrificed to download it. TMD, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Fangzheng, take it and contemplate it well. Do not let me down. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Thank you, esteemed group leader. I shall not disappoint. Fangzheng. You are truly infuriating. This is more painful than death. Some members who had been muted unleashed their fury, their eyes turning red with envy. It was then that Chen Yi struck again. TMD, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Why is no one else speaking? Is it that you do not enjoy conversing? Chapter 24. Why do you read my messages but not respond? 1,000 critical hits, 1,000 critical hits. The leader's words shattered the fragile hearts of the group members in an instant. Within the realm of Shihai, Adolf Amlin coldly expelled the cashier from the door, then fiercely slapped his own face twice, weeping bitterly. Oh, great leader, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I beg you, lift my ban. I will never dare to tease the female members again. Regardless of whether the leader could hear or see, Amlin sincerely bowed and pleaded for forgiveness. At the same time, within the material hall of the Sacred Void Sect in the Azure Continent, the duty manager, Zhou Zheng, suddenly rushed into an empty side hall, tears streaming down his face. Oh, great leader, I was only joking. I'm not a sycophant. I would rather starve to death outside or jump off here than be a woman's lapdog. Please believe me, please. In the Flying Steed sect on the Piaui continent, the second-ranked disciple Chunbo was also in tears. I will no longer be a sycophant. Women cannot cultivate incense. He, Fangzheng, has won the leader's favor. When will I reclaim my second place? Unlike the three veterans, the newcomer Lu Ruyan, who had yet to experience the greatness of the leader, lamented while drawing circles in frustration. Damn the leader, what have I done wrong? Am I not beautiful? Why won't he date me? Is he even a man? Why has he muted me? Is it because he fears my heart is unstable? Do you dare to look me in the eye? I do not believe you are truly empty-headed. Unfortunately, no matter how they pleaded, the steadfast Chen Yi would never reverse his decree. They all had to reflect for a full 2.5 hours first. Closing the chat interface, he logged into the strictly hierarchical public district. This time, as the 32nd level group leader, he would no longer remain inconspicuous. Coincidentally, the leader of Group 98 was also online, and Chen Yi promptly greeted him amicably. Hey, why do you read my messages but not reply? From the leader of Group 108, level 32. Meanwhile, in a certain secret realm of the ZY continent, Mu Chun, who was attempting to comprehend the teachings left by the revered Yu Jiao, suddenly shuddered. Upon seeing the leader of Group 108 greet him again, he fell into deep contemplation. Has this guy leveled up? In just 3 days, the chat group has risen 10 levels. Such power! Is the one chasing me with the nickname TMD, Cheng Xianji, a formidable figure in the tribulation stage? But wait, the establishment of Group 108 was much later than my joining of Group 98, right? How could such an experienced individual infiltrate a novice group? Oh no, I seem to have stirred up trouble. Muchena Skelp Kimglet. It is well known that the public district is strictly hierarchical, and ascending against the hierarchy is a foolish act. A higher-level group leader holds significant power. While they may not help you succeed, they can certainly ruin your endeavors. Previously, I underestimated this seemingly inconsequential leader of Group 108. Now that he is a higher level, I find myself in a precarious position. Upon reflecting on this matter, Chen immediately altered his demeanor, shedding his previous aloofness to engage in private conversation. Back to the multitude, group leader of Group 98, fellow cultivator, I apologize. I have been engrossed in my meditative practices lately and have not paid much attention to the notifications in the public district. I hope for your understanding. Chen Yi remained silent, merely responding with a cold smirk. TMD, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Not noticing means unread. What does it imply when you read, but do not reply? Could you not extend a helping hand? Why must you cling to this? Chen felt a trickle of sweat down his back. However, there was little he could do. The rules of the public district were stringent. In high-level groups, the leaders were akin to lords, while the leaders of lower-level groups had to act as subordinates. No one could guarantee that their group would not encounter insurmountable tasks. Should these tasks be uploaded to the public district, it would spell disaster if someone came to disrupt you. The consequences of a failed task were dire. A certain group had previously faced severe repercussions, resulting in their group number being revoked, which subsequently deterred other leaders from accepting members from the Tianshu Star domain. Speaking of which, it seemed that the individual who had been cast into the free channel by Group 36 was recently accepted. Could it be that this was the one who received him? If he dared to accept, it indicated that he was unafraid of the chaos surrounding the incompleteness of dark tribulation tasks, suggesting his combat prowess was at least above 80 million. My goodness, he truly is an old hand at navigating tribulations. Nevertheless, Chen was acquainted with a fellow cultivator who was also in the tribulation phase. Having traversed through time for 800 years, his path to prominence was extraordinarily formidable, akin to being on a cheat. Within a mere century, he broke through the tribulation phase, and over the next 700 years, he battled against the immortal tribulation 81 times without perishing, earning the title of the revered of tribulation. Indeed, the insights he was contemplating were those left behind by this venerable figure. If he lacked any extraordinary system, it was quite possible he had joined a chat group for traversers across the myriad realms, and he might even be one of the elder figures within that group. I remember there was a member in the group with the online name Tribulation Celestial Master, who could very well be this individual in disguise. You refuse to offer me an exit? Then do not blame me for seeking out that esteemed figure to mediate. With his thoughts racing, Chen resolved to wave the tiger's skin as a banner. Back to the multitude, group leader of Group 98, it is of little consequence, merely a gesture. May I inquire if you are acquainted with the revered of tribulation? Chen Yi. Wait, have you just opened a door for me? In the autumn of the 108th year of the tribulation, the revered of tribulation, Chen Yi, imparted 3 verses of poetry in the upper section, stating that anyone capable of composing a matching lower section to his satisfaction would be granted a promise. Thus, countless talented individuals flocked to him, yet none could meet his expectations. The 3 upper verses are, strange changes do not alter the even. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Which excavator possesses superior skills? Chapter 25. Did the banner unfurl to my true self? Alas, he demands the real me offline. At the moment my true name was revealed, Chen Yi's mind momentarily faltered. When asked if I knew the revered Yu Dezun's Chen Yi, how could I not recognize myself? Was this a subtle nudge towards me? The ability to discern one's true name through mere online chat felt like striking an iron plate. It is vital to note that within chat groups, everyone employs pseudonyms. Even the group leader lacks the authority to access members' personal privacy, let alone other group leaders in the public district. Thus, how did the leader of this 98th group unearth my identity? Could it be that some supreme being, capable of perceiving the intricate causality of all realms, has intervened? Or perhaps a master of destiny, having perfected the art of divination? By the heavens, is this truly a novice chat group? I had initially thought that merely being dragged into a novice group during my tribulation phase made me unique, yet there are indeed formidable individuals present. In light of this, my failure to respond was not a mere pretense, but rather a reflection of genuine prowess, leaving me to ponder if I had been the Navi one. No, something feels amiss. Upon regaining my composure, Chen Yi sensed a disquieting discrepancy. If the leader of this 98th group were indeed a supreme being, their group status should not be so humble, nor should they exhibit such deference when confronting my inquiries. A true powerhouse possesses an aura of authority that commands respect. Could it be that they are merely putting on an act? Perhaps this individual has also traversed to the Z-Way continent, recognizing my 3 phrases left in the upper verse, thus deducing that I too am an otherworldly traveler. They might have boldly conjectured about my participation in this chat group, and, upon seeing my distinctive nickname, inferred our correspondence, seeking to intimidate me into retreating? Indeed, this could very well be the truth. The shift from a subtly humble demeanor to an abrupt assertiveness further substantiates this theory. Yet, one must not be too cautious, for what if the leader of the 98th group is indeed one of those who, devoid of shame, revels in the guise of a fool while harboring immense power? To err on the side of caution, Chen Yi resolved to temporarily temper his attitude and probe further. TMD. The celestial tribulation still pursues me. Leader of Group 108, what is this Yujizune's nonsense? Spare me the trivialities. Tell me, why have you read my message without replying? What are you pretending? So audacious? Does he truly believe himself invincible? Mu Chen's gaze darkened, and he immediately commenced his performance. Back to the living. Leader of Group 98, what do you wish to know? I can inform you that Yujizune Chen Yi's group nickname is Tribulation Heavenly Sovereign. If you are unfamiliar, simply access the secondary page of the Myriad Realms marketplace and search for reputable merchants from Group 1. I enjoy a good rapport with him. Chen Yi. Confirmed. This is indeed a cunning individual. Initially exuding an air of shrewdness, it now appears they do not comprehend the gravity of the situation at all. TMD. The celestial tribulation still pursues me. Leader of Group 108. So, what you are suggesting is that you are on cordial terms with Yujizunes. Are you certain? Observing a softening in the other party's demeanor, Mu Chen felt his previously anxious heart gradually settle. As for the previous unresponsiveness, I extend my sincerest apologies. I hope for your understanding, he stated, with his back turned to the multitude. Apologies, of course, vary in nature depending on the circumstances. Before unfurling the banner of the transcendent of tribulations, the other party had been formidable, and seeking forgiveness would have required an exorbitant price. However, once that banner was raised, even if the other party remained dissatisfied, they had no choice but to sheath their blades. Yet, Mu Chen was blissfully unaware of how ludicrous this self-satisfied ruse appeared before the true deity. It had amused Chen Yi greatly. How was I to know about this? Oh, right, I am Chen. You must have traversed to the Z-Way continent as well, correct? Did you come to seek me out? Or shall I come to find you? Mu Chen, wait. My mind is a bit muddled right now. You are Chen Yi, the revered one of tribulations. Surely, you jest. That old fellow has been traversing for 8 centuries. How could he be in this newly established novice group? You must be joking, right? Mu Chen felt a surge of frustrated tears. He truly wished to engage in self-deception, but alas, it was an impossible endeavor. After all, the other party had even mentioned the Z-Way continent. To ramble further would be discourteous. Yet, he genuinely did not wish to meet Chen Yi. If the other party were the transcendent of tribulations he had speculated, it would be bearable, as those were merely older peers. Seeking him out would only cost him trivial losses. Nothing substantial. But Chen Yi, alas, was the leader of this novice group, akin to the proprietor of a fledgling enterprise. Mu Chen had also emerged from the novice phase. He understood all too well what was lacking at this stage. If he were to seek Chen Yi out, what good could possibly come of it? He would be lucky to escape unscathed, having devoted over 30 diligent years to cultivating the 98 group to its current scale, managing over 50 elite members who diligently completed tasks daily, while he leisurely reaped the rewards of countless points. Enjoying the life of a carefree boss, was he truly to relinquish all that? No, I absolutely refuse to work for someone else. Even if that someone is Chen Yi. A few idle boasts online were one thing, but to have me face him in reality? Not a chance. The more he pondered, the more pained Mu Chen became, and he abruptly closed the private chat interface. In a surge of resolve, he added Chen Yi to his blacklist and logged off, denying him any opportunity to find him. On the other side, observing the stagnant, gray avatar of the 98 group leader, Chen Yi couldn't help but smirk. How amusing. I was initially hesitant to take action against a fellow compatriot, yet you have practically thrust the dagger into my hands. What a curious choice you've made. Playing hide and seek with me on the Z-Way continent. You truly underestimate the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Huh, is Z-Way present? With a serene smile, Chen Yi gently tapped the ground, summoning the heavenly will of this realm. Soon, a grand and ethereal voice resonated through the void. I am here. What is your command? As the sole being in this realm to transcend the tribulation, enduring the trials of ascension 81 times without succumbing, and serving as the pivotal anchor that stabilizes the fundamental laws, Chen Yi embodies the greatest hope for leading the Z-Way continent back to the status of a pseudo-immortal realm. His significance in the eyes of the heavenly Tao is profound. While it may not be said that every wish will be granted, it is indeed true that should he desire, the heavenly Tao of Z-Way could even take on his form. Find someone for me, Chen Yi stated calmly, raising 3 fingers slowly. First, their primordial spirit must not bear the aura of reincarnation from this realm. Second, the spiritual energy they consume must not align with their cultivation level. Third, they must have inexplicably disappeared from this realm for a time before reappearing. Upon receiving this clear information, the heavenly Tao of Z-Way immediately commenced its operations. Please hold on. I'm currently conducting a search based on your criteria. 9 beings have been identified that meet your conditions. 3 from the demon race, 4 from the human race, and 2 from the insect race. The corresponding coordinates have been marked. Once you locate your desired target, if convenient, could you assist in verifying whether the other 8 beings are reincarnations of extraterritorial demonic entities? Chapter 26. The Reality Offline, Spirited and Fiery. The celestial path of Z-Way has always treated humanity with impartiality and authority. Any who dare to defy it shall face the most fearsome retribution. Yet, before Chen Yi, it exhibits a degree of humility, often deferring to his judgment on significant matters while consulting him on trivial ones. At this moment, the extraterrestrial demon clan has resurfaced, sending infiltrators to sow discord within the Z-Way continent. The celestial path has long been aware of this, but finds itself powerless to act. Should these disturbances go unaddressed, the consequences could be catastrophic, resulting in the collapse of the heavens and the suffering of countless souls. However, the celestial path remains unperturbed, for it has Chen Yi. What kind of extraterrestrial demon could survive the daunting challenge of the 81st tribulation of ascension and emerge unscathed? Such a being does not exist. Chen Yi is formidable. Even the celestial path struggles to withstand the power of his second star avatar, having to distribute its own strength to safeguard the Z-Way realm. Who could dare provoke him? It is merely that Chen Yi has just completed the 81st tribulation of ascension and is in dire need of rest. Thus, the celestial path refrains from disturbing him, marking these puppets of the extraterrestrial demon clan for future resolution once Chen Yi has stabilized. Unexpectedly, just 3 days later, Chen Yi reaches out to him to seek assistance, presenting a perfect opportunity for him to voice his suggestions. Indeed, he defers to Chen Yi on significant matters. Yet on this minor issue, surely he must lend a hand? Very well, I understand. Chen Yi nods slightly, then his gaze sharpens, and he coldly declares, I never imagined the extraterrestrial demons would dare return. Have they not learned their lesson? Or do they believe I am too weakened from the chaos divine thunder? The dual-star avatar may summon tribulations, allowing them to linger on but now. Before he could finish his thought, 3 tranquil first-star, celestial body avatars suddenly brightened with determination, rising swiftly. Ha, my true self, you stay here obediently. I shall be back shortly. Last time, we failed to breach the demon stronghold. This time, I shall turn their world upside down. All right, you handle the demon expulsion. and leave the task of seeking the leader of Group 98 to me. The three first-star celestial body avatars each embodied different thoughts of Chen Yi, laughing heartily as they burst forth from the illusory star cave. Simultaneously, within a certain secret realm, Mu Chun, who had blacklisted Chen Yi, felt an unsettling premonition, sensing impending doom, as if disaster loomed just moments away. Spirited and fiery, my instincts tell me he is coming. How could he have locked onto me so swiftly? He truly is a monstrosity. Fellow group members, quickly activate the rescue mission. I can hardly withstand this. Mu Chen's legs trembled uncontrollably as he anxiously urged all members in the group. Multiverse Travelers Mutual Assistance Group 98. Against all beings, group leader, all members, hurry. Against all beings, group leader, the enemy possesses at least 80 million combat power. If I am captured, I need not elaborate on the consequences of releasing such a significant rescue mission on our group's standing, do I? Facing the multitude. The group leader expressed a shared apprehension. None of us wish to experience the disbandment of our group, as happened with the 6th group, nor do we desire to be reassigned to other groups. I wonder, mused a member, is there any chance I might be reassigned to the highest-ranking group? Another chimed in. This is a path I have never contemplated. Perhaps, dear leader, you can make a sacrifice? Let us not jest, cautioned a member. What if we truly lose our group number and are scattered into a novice group? That is a valid point, acknowledged another. Fear not, esteemed leader, assured a member. I am currently on the hunt within the demonic realm. I can already sense the impending danger and will trigger a rescue mission within half an hour. When that time comes, your aid will be crucial. I am off to trouble the protagonist. Dear leader, do not forget to come to my rescue. Hastily, the group leader urged, brothers, hurry. I sense an impending threat. Just as the final word escaped his lips, the leader's avatar dimmed abruptly. What? Leader, you? One exclaimed in shock. Please no. Let's avoid such calamities. Another cried out. Alas, echoed a distressed voice. The entire group of 98 members fell silent in mourning. Meanwhile, their leader trembled in fear, confronted by the imposing figure of the respected elder. Terror surged from the depths of his being. Had his transgressions online finally come to collect their due in the real world? Please do not approach. Greetings. Chen Yi offered a warm and amiable smile. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Please rise and speak. With a gentle motion, he lifted the kneeling leader and soothed his panicked spirit. Shall I address you as facing the multitude? Or perhaps Mu Chen? With a nervous gulp, Mu Chen acquiesced. You may simply call me Xiao Mu. Chen Yi nodded slightly and inquired then, Xiao Mu, having traversed this realm for over 30 years, why have you not sought me out? Do not tell me you are unaware of the 3 lines of the upper verse. After a brief pause, Mu Chen, captivated by the depth of the elder's unwavering gaze, resolved to be forthright. Elder, truth be told, I believe myself to possess certain advantageous abilities, and I did not wish to create enemies unnecessarily. Hence I refrained from imposing upon you. His implication was clear. Life was quite satisfactory without your intervention, and I would only approach you out of leisure. Lest your intentions be dubious, correct? Chen Yi understood the underlying message, smiled, and, with a gentle demeanor, responded, Xiao Mu. It is rare for both of us to find ourselves in the Z-Way continent. Encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is indeed a great fortune. There is no need for such distance between us. We should not erect a regrettable wall between us. At these words, Mu Chen felt a tremor in his heart, sensing that something was about to slip away from him. And indeed, it was true. In the next moment, Chen Yi's warm palm gently patted his shoulder, his face adorned with admiration. Truly remarkable, a prodigy who joined the chat group immediately upon crossing over. At merely 30, you have ascended to the pinnacle of transformation. Such a pace of cultivation would make even my younger self concede in awe. Splendid. I shall acknowledge you as my younger brother from now on. You may call me brother. Addressing me as respected elder feels too distant. Come, utter it for me to hear, brother. Yi-ige. Ah, now that is more like it. And to think you even blocked your ego. Does that make sense? Are you afraid I might poach your group members? Am I the sort of person to do that? No. It was merely a moment of madness, viewing the noble with the eyes of a petty man. By the way, How many members are there in your group? A multitude. Mu Chun painfully closed his eyes, feeling a chill encircle his neck, as if an invisible blade was poised against him. Chapter 27. The indolent Mu Chun launches a direct assault on the stronghold of the Outer Demon Clan. What does a nascent chat group most desperately require? Indeed, it is talent and projects. Each member of the group embodies a fresh world project, the value of which is immeasurable. Take Fang Zheng, for instance. Although the tier of his Tian Shu star domain is not particularly high, with a little effort, one can accumulate a substantial number of points from the chat group system to exchange for advanced cultivation resources, merely by pioneering Fang Zheng. Chen Yi has amassed over 55 million points, sufficient to redeem more than 2,700 celestial essence stones. This profit far exceeds that of a direct invasion into the Western Sea realm. Moreover, this is merely the initial income from the project. Once the Tian Shu star domain is completely conquered, Fang Zheng's combat prowess will rise, enabling him to contribute to the work, allowing Chen Yi, the group owner, to leisurely await dividends. Not only does he come with a project, but he can also generate income through labor. Such invaluable group members are always welcomed. Thus, in the pursuit of expansion and greater glory, upon confirming that the group leader Mu Chun of Group 98 resides in the same realm as he does, Chen Yi sharpened his metaphorical knife, ready to extract some tribute from the young Mu. Similarly, having traversed the path of a fledgling group himself, Mu Chun was keenly aware of Chen Yi's intentions. But knowing what was to come, what could he do? Could he resist? Perhaps by complying. He might retain his status as the leader of Group 98. However, if he chose to stubbornly resist, Chen Yi could be quite ruthless. Oh, not bad at all, little Mu. You have 38 group members? Are you certain that that's all? Chen Yi said, a smile playing on his lips. Mu Chun found himself momentarily speechless. He had truly been blinded by naivety, foolishly thinking he could deceive one who had weathered 81 tribulations, let alone being at the peak of the transformation realm, even if he were to break through to the integration stage. Facing this formidable figure who had braved 81 tribulations and emerged unscathed, there were no secrets left to conceal. It was simply impossible. He was far too formidable. Mu Chun even harbored the premonition that, even if he were to reach the tribulation stage, he might not survive a single exchange with this ancient being. He had never heard of anyone at the tribulation stage who could withstand 81 celestial tribulations without perishing. Normally, the best outcome would be to suffer defeat and have their physical form shattered by lightning, preserving their primordial spirit to reincarnate as a scattered immortal. How could he withstand 81 tribulations and appear unaffected? It felt almost ethereal, as if he had transcended this world and become an immortal. What enigma! Yet Mu Chun dared not challenge it. Yi. Brother Yi, I will be forthright. I have 53 members in my group, making it 54 including myself. Currently, the balance of points in my personal account amounts to 33,470,000. If you desire, take it all. Consider it a tribute from a younger brother to you. Mu Chun hastily divulged all without reservation. He realized he could protect nothing, since he could not hold on to it. He might as well relinquish everything. Take it all. I no longer desire it. As a younger brother, surely you wouldn't accept gifts from me without reciprocation? However, to Mu Chen's surprise, Chen Yi expressed mild disdain. Little Mu, after 30 years in the group, you've managed to accumulate only this meager amount of points? Have you truly been diligent? Have you earnestly completed your tasks? Mu Chun was already heartbroken, and upon hearing such piercing words, he felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Did one truly believe that everyone was as deranged as oneself? I truly cannot fathom such absurdity. How about this? You package the 10 highest-ranking members of the group and sell them to me, each for 10 million points. Mu Chun was taken aback. His previously sullen expression transformed into a smile. Brother Yi, are you serious? Though he could earn around several 100,000 points daily, averaging 10 million a month, it came with risks. After all, there were a few members in the group of high standing, and he genuinely feared that one day these individuals would provoke forces beyond his control, leading to the group's instant demise. To suggest expelling these members to a free channel was daunting, for the value of the assistance missions they triggered was substantial. Yet, to keep the mint living in constant dread. Thus, he felt compelled to instruct the group members to remain cautious, retreating silently behind the crowd when issues arose. Such a cowardly existence was somewhat disheartening, yet avoiding unnecessary conflicts was undeniably safer. Now, with Brother Yi's genuine offer, how could he refuse? There were merely 10 somewhat troublesome members. Even if his points income halved, it would still be manageable, especially with the compensation offered by Brother Yi. This arrangement seemed far from unfavorable. Introduce me to the members. I will transfer the funds directly after I've made my selection. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Were it not for the group's leader being unable to engage in transactions, he would have considered bringing Mu Chun under his wing. After all, this individual had reached the pinnacle of deity transformation, boasting a combat power of 950,000. With some training, he could swiftly assemble 3 members for the exorcism dungeon. Alas, the leader's inability to trade was a significant hindrance. But what if he were no longer the leader? Chen Yi's gaze flickered as he pondered this possibility. Meanwhile, Mu Chun remained blissfully unaware of Brother Yi's intentions, enthusiastically introducing group members with a rather flattering demeanor reminiscent of a brothel madam. As Chen Yi selected promising members from Group 98 on another front, in the depths of the outer space of the Z-Way continent, a cosmic void emanating dense, dark energy was undergoing a catastrophic calamity. This was the stronghold of the extraterritorial demon clan, home to thousands of fiendish entities that fed on the essence of living beings. These creatures were extraordinarily fearsome. Even in their juvenile form, they possessed strength comparable to that of integrated cultivators from the Z-Way continent, while their mature forms could easily overpower tribulation phase cultivators, posing a significant threat to the continent. Yet, these thousands of formidable demons were now being ruthlessly beaten by 2 celestial avatars from the Z-Way continent. A dire situation indeed. Roar. That man, why is he back again? Didn't he just undergo tribulation a few days ago? Why isn't he resting and instead comes seeking trouble? What can he do? As long as he doesn't dare to unite 3 into 1, what more can he do besides cause us some injury? Useless. It has been 700 years, 7 long years. Do you know how I have endured these past 7 centuries? I have gone far too long without tasting the flesh of the Z-Way people. I can no longer bear it. Truly cannot. This, have you all noticed that he emanates a fragrance far more delightful than before? Ah, my brothers, let us vanquish him. Thousands of malevolent entities roared, howling and frenzied, encircling Chen Yi's 2 one-star celestial avatars. They unleashed a cacophony of vile breaths, coalescing into terrifying torrents that surged toward Chen Yi's avatars. Despite the malevolent creature's grand intentions, alas, Chen Yi's avatars were celestial bodies, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary 1-star avatars, unrestrained by the tribulations of ascension. Splendid. One avatar wielding a staff laughed heartily, thrusting his long staff into the void, then forming seals with both hands, declaring, "Inviolable by all methods, commence." As his words fell, brilliant golden light erupted instantaneously, transforming into a spherical barrier that entirely isolated the horrific torrents of filth. Simultaneously, another avatar, brandishing a great halberd, began to whirl it with fervor. Ultimate demonic disruption, decree. With a sweeping arc, the halberd unleashed a crescent strike, the terrifying crimson energy melting away the onslaught of malevolence. Disregarding defenses as if reaping grass, obliterating one malevolent creature after another. In a brief moment, as the aftermath settled, only a scant 9 malevolent remnants remained standing on the battlefield. Demon, you are a demon. No, do not approach me. The 9 remaining mature, malevolent beings were utterly terrified, not only spouting incoherent ramblings, but also lacking the courage to face Chen Yi, turning to flee into the depths of their lair. The 2 celestial avatars did not pursue. Instead, they retrieved a gourd, drinking the remaining essence of the Western Sea's celestial spirit until it was emptied. In truth, both avatars felt somewhat drained. While executing this combination technique to annihilate tens of thousands of malevolent beings was undeniably impressive, it had consumed around 60% of their immense celestial energy. After all, they were no longer mere one-star avatars. They could only recover through celestial essence, as absorbing ordinary energy would lead to degradation of their celestial forms. After 2.5 minutes, once their states returned to peak condition, the two one-star celestial avatars slowly rose. Their gazes filled with excitement as they peered into the depths of the cosmic void. Within lay the maternal entity of the malevolent beings. Unless it was uprooted entirely, they would soon return with vengeance. Yet the maternal entity was no simple foe. While not extraordinarily powerful, merely on par with a two-star avatar, its ability to maintain such prowess in the lower realms posed a significant challenge. 2 centuries prior, Chen Yi had dispatched 18 avatars to stealthily infiltrate, but before they could locate the maternal entity, a pair of crimson, heavy eyes flashed, and a terrifying force nearly obliterated the avatars. Had it not been for the timely fusion of the 18 one-star avatars into 2 3-star avatars, which frightened the threat away, Chen Yi would have suffered greatly. Ultimately, although he escaped harm from the maternal entity's ambush, the resultant fusion into exceedingly powerful 3-star avatars triggered the dreaded tribulation of ascension, delivering a crushing blow, like a dog relentlessly pursuing and biting. Once it latches on, it refuses to let go. It was only after incurring immense costs that the 2 avatars of the 3-star division managed to extricate themselves. Consequently, the true self of Chen Yi spent a painstaking 2.5 years in cultivation to restore his avatars. All of this turmoil stemmed from the malevolent origin of the evil entity. Had it not been for the stringent scrutiny of the celestial tribulation and the innate cunning of the evil progenitor in evasion, Chen Yi would have long sought vengeance. Yet, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 200 years. Now that Chen Yi has dispatched an avatar of celestial form, no longer constrained by the celestial tribulation, how will the malevolent progenitor respond? Chapter 28. The desperate escape of the abyssal materia, my lord, it's dire. Chen Yi has sent another avatar, and this time he is extraordinarily formidable. A demon indeed. Countless of our kin were felled by a single strike. My lord, we must flee at once. Delay may spell our doom. The remnants of the 9-headed malevolence returned, lamenting their plight. Awakened abruptly from slumber, the abyssal materia found itself momentarily bewildered before resolutely deciding to make its escape. This adversary is truly beyond comprehension. The sheer intensity of his power is overwhelming. Even 3 avatars merged into one can suppress me, and 9 fused together send me into uncontrollable tremors. It is unfathomable that such a terrifying entity exists in this desolate realm. Now, he has returned, accompanied by an even more sinister avatar. Shall I remain and await death? That would be swift indeed. In a mere 2.5 seconds, the abyssal materia seized the last remnants of the 9-headed malevolence and plunged into the deepest void of the cosmos. Here, countless rifts in time and space existed, each leading to an unknown realm. With practiced ease, the abyssal materia emitted billions of auras into various rifts before erasing its own presence and hastily diving into a rift at random. This strategy created a plethora of possibilities amidst the interplay of reality and illusion, ensuring that the formidable adversary would remain oblivious to its whereabouts. The abyssal materia was confident, having executed this tactic numerous times, each occasion resulting in the adversary's futile endeavors. After all, this adversary routinely ventured here during his ascension trials. Did he truly believe I was unaware of his intentions? To whisk me away during my tribulations? Such thoughts are mere fantasies. Indeed, as the 2 celestial avatars breached the myriad barriers to arrive at this location, they could not discern which rift the abyssal materia had entered. But what significance does that hold? Without the natural resonance of spiritual essence to sustain them, how long could they remain hidden? A month? Perhaps 2? At most 2.5 months? The celestial avatars possess their own internal cycles, unlike ordinary avatars that must interact with the outside world. remaining largely unaffected within this realm that absorbs spiritual essence. In the past, one could evade swiftly in a blitz. Now, in a war of attrition, your demise is inevitable. I shall wait until you emerge on your own accord. Chen Yi has never been one to harbor grudges. For the abyssal materia to occupy his thoughts for 2 centuries is quite remarkable. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly vanquished long ago. Thus, leaving the 2 celestial avatars in ambush within the cosmic void, Chen Yi's focus shifted to the avatar designated for trade with Mu Chen. Very well, let us proceed with these 10 for now. Notify them to prepare for relocation. For now, how many more do you desire? Mu Chen felt a pang of distress, yet dutifully tagged the 10 fortunate individuals in the group. Multiverse Travelers Mutual Aid Group 98. Yuxing Xingchen. It's been nearly half an hour, and the assistance task hasn't been triggered yet. What on earth is the group leader doing? Was it not said that a certain prominent individual had come to the door in earnest? In the realm where I engage in infrastructure development, might it be suggested, could the esteemed leader of our group, who arrived in person, actually be the empress who was once wronged by the leader? At that moment, the sword was merely a hair's breadth from the leader's throat. Details to expand, Xiao Bude. Indeed, there is merit to that theory. Yu Sheng Xingchen. The leader does possess a certain charm, yet he pales in comparison to myself. Against the crowd. Rebel Redemption. I do not eat cilantro. Fallen Genius. The Demon Lord's beloved wife. I wish to establish a harem. I am engaged in infrastructure development in another world. I implore the aforementioned 10 members to prepare for their transition to Group 108. Rebel Redemption. Yusheng Xingchen, wait, leader you. Xiao Bude, what is the situation? What exactly have you encountered, leader? This does not seem to have triggered a rescue mission, does it? Why are you transferring these brothers to Group 108? ISNT, that a novice group? I do not eat cilantro. What do you mean, leader? You wish for your beloved members to join a new group. I am engaged in infrastructure development in another world. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the flying birds perish, the fine bough is concealed. Leader, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? I wish to establish a harem. Damn it, leader. I have struggled alongside you until now. And you speak of abandoning us? What does this mean? Are you afraid that my world S level is too elevated, and that it may bring calamity that you cannot resolve? Mu Chen was already irked by the earnestness of the matter, and now, being berated indiscriminately by the group members, he felt even more discontented. Against the crowd. Stop cursing. Do you think I desire to send you away? I have no choice. The one who came to me in earnest is the leader of Group 108. He is a formidable figure, and I cannot provoke him. He requires people, and I am obligated to comply. Can I refuse? Rebel Redemption. So you simply comply because he demands it? Against the crowd. He insists. Chapter 29. The deal is sealed, forgetting one's roots. The old group leader has perished, and a new leader must rise. The members of Group 98 are skeptical of the leader's dubious claims. After all, how could a fledgling group like Group 108 possibly possess a formidable being capable of transcending trials, unless one has inexplicably traversed to the realm of immortals from the outset? Such an achievement is implausible. This deceitful leader speaks without a shred of hesitation, claiming that the leader of the novice group shares his domain. It appears he is not even trying to maintain the facade. His sole intention seems to be trading the members, that heartless scoundrel. I'm not eating cilantro. Leader, I am curious. What price did the leader of Group 108 offer that persuaded you to sell me to him? I am building infrastructure in another world. How wealthy can a novice group leader be? It is merely a matter of losing interest. To ensure the stable development of the group chat, he decided to eliminate us. The villain's self-redemption. I can't believe that upon hearing you were in danger, you went to trouble the protagonist. In the end, it appears I misjudged the situation. I want to establish a harem. Haha, in my previous life, I struggled to maintain my position to avoid being eliminated, only to ultimately drink myself to death. Who would have thought that, even after crossing over, I would still be unable to escape my fate of being cut? It's truly disheartening. Mu Chen, we have known each other for 30 years, fought together, shared camaraderie. I have always regarded you as a brother. What about you? I suppose I have misjudged you. Mu Chen felt a deep sense of sorrow. Clearly, he was offering them an opportunity to ascend to a higher level with better benefits and the protection of a powerful being capable of suppressing all. Group 108. A bastion of safety and stability. Why did they refuse to believe him? After 30 years of acquaintance, would I truly wish you harm? Just wait until you step inside and exclaim how delightful it is, I swear. Infuriated, Mu Chen could no longer be bothered to explain further. He swiftly enacted a group-wide mute and prepared to package the 10 chosen members. Ego, I am ready on my end. Let us proceed to the public district and commence the transaction. Mu Chen stated, his expression slightly grave. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Operations on his end would proceed in tandem. Although little Mu appeared somewhat discontent, it was of no consequence. Once the transaction was completed, he would present him with a few trinkets imbued with his own Taoist essence. After all, the child had endured considerable hardship within this secret realm and had fortuitously acquired a mat he had once meditated upon centuries ago, which he treasured dearly. Did he think he was unaware? To be fair, this little one is quite stubborn. Instead of seeking him out, he chose to extract a stone from the illusory star cave, which contained far richer Taoist essence than that mat. Back to the multitude, Group 98 leader has initiated a member transaction with TMD. The Immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Group 108 leader. Ding. This transaction violates the Public District Peace Accord. To protect the rights of all group chats, please resubmit. Violation details. High-level groups may not trade more than 3 members to lower-level groups, and high-level leaders are strictly prohibited from coercing or enticing lower-level leaders. Oh! Mu Chen's imposing figure trembled, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes as he feigned difficulty. Ego, what do you think we should do about this? Trading 10 group members can be quite detrimental, yet parting with merely 3 proves to be rather astute. For it is merely the troublesome world behind those 3 members that poses the challenge. This chat group truly resonates with me. Chen Yi. Now it's his turn to be displeased. Does he have the means to coerce Mu Chen? Is the mutual exchange among brothers a form of coercion? Little Mu, did I compel you in any way? Or is the price of 10 million points per member too low? No. Mu Chen immediately retorted with righteous indignation. It is entirely the younger brother's voluntary act of filial piety towards his elder brother. Yet alas, the regulations of this public district are such that I, too, am quite distressed. If your lips were not so difficult to manage, I might have believed you. I initially intended to reward you, but now. Chen Yi shook his head. 3 it shall be. I desire the highest tier villain's self-redemption and fallen genius. All right, brother, no problem. Mu Chen nodded without hesitation. This precisely aligned with his greatest headache, as these 3 members not only possess high world tiers, but are also capable of causing turmoil. Selling them off would resolve matters neatly. He swiftly packaged the 3 members and immediately uploaded them to the public district. Back to the crowd, group leader of 98 has once again initiated a member transaction with TMD. The Immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Group leader of 108. Approval granted. Please remit 30 million points to complete the transaction. Payment successful. All right, Mu Chen, the matter here is settled. Come find me if you encounter difficulties. Once the transaction was completed, Chen Yi did not feign politeness. He turned and left without any hesitation, leaving Mu Chen standing there, filled with emotion. What does it mean to seek him out only when in trouble? It is evidently a signal to refrain from disturbing him when unnecessary. When he requires assistance, he affectionately calls him Little Mu. Yet when he doesn't, he addresses him coldly by his full name. How splendidly you demonstrate ingratitude. Mu Chen felt a twinge of resentment at EGE's sudden aloofness. Yet he understood that Egu remains true to his word. Leaving behind this statement signifies that he has earned a chance to seek EGE's help. Is it worth it to sell 3 members for such an opportunity? Undoubtedly. It is immensely worthwhile. Mu Chen's eyes flickered, seemingly concocting a bold plan. Meanwhile, the 3 members who had just been sold to Group 108 were left astounded. What the? With a group level of 32 and a group leader boasting a combat power of 900 million. The group files freely share 2 top-tier techniques valued at 13 billion points. Is this really a novice group? Where on earth did they come from? The trio, comprising both veterans and newcomers, was utterly stunned. Logically, this Group 108 should only have 5 members, with the earliest historical messages dating back merely 10 days. It should undoubtedly be a novice group. However, since the current group leader joined 3 days ago, everything has been amiss. In the short span of 3 days, he brought along a few fledgling members and wreaked havoc, elevating this newly established novice group to level 32, surpassing the 30-year-old group 98 by 4 levels. This is truly an extraordinary era. Realizing that they seemed to have latched onto an impressive opportunity, the 3 group members were instantly filled with excitement. With the former group leader deceased, a new leader needed to be established. What was this 98th group? They had no prior acquaintance with it. Multiverse Travelers Assistance Group. Group 108. The leader invites the villain's self-redemption to join the chat. The leader invites I Don't Eat Cilantro to join the chat. The leader invites Fallen Genius to join the chat. The consecutive notifications shattered the tranquil atmosphere within the group. As the only member not muted, Feng Zheng, who was wielding the star-sealing seal and pursuing a certain supreme hammer, promptly halted his steps and welcomed the newcomers. I really don't want to sacrifice. Welcome, new. Oh, not newcomers? You guys have been registered longer than I have. What's going on? The villain's self-redemption. It's all superficial. In this group, we are all newcomers and must address you as senior. The villain's self-redemption. The leader is the most handsome. The villain's self-redemption received a password red envelope, obtaining 60,000 points. The villain's self-redemption. Apologies, I'm just too poor. Seeing a red envelope makes me instinctively grab it. Humble. JPG, I don't eat cilantro. We were all sold over from the 98th group. So please take care of us, seniors cute. JPG, I don't eat cilantro. The leader is the most handsome. I don't eat cilantro snatch 40,000 points. Fallen Genius. I'm not good with words. I can only express myself through actions. Salute. JPG, Fallen Genius. The leader is the most handsome. Fallen Genius secured 100,000 points. The leader's 32,000 point password red envelope has only one portion left. Members are urged to claim it promptly, or it will be returned after the time limit. Damn that group leader. Just 2.5 minutes left. Just 2.5 minutes until my mute is lifted. My points. 150, 149, 148. Why is the countdown so slow? The final 30,000 points must be mine. The muted members, in their anxiousness, were nearly at their wits' end, their eyes fixed on the countdown, filled with regret. Among them, the instigator, Lu Ruyen, grew increasingly agitated. She pondered what she had done wrong. Was it merely sharing a few beautiful photos? The rogue leader even demanded a video. She had complied with the requirements, so why was she still muted? Had she offended him? Did the strong possess the right to act without reason? Especially since she was the last to be muted. Her chances of seizing the remaining password red envelope were surely dashed. During her muted period, she had been browsing the multiverse mall, longing for countless items. But her finances were dismal. Only 3,200 points from her daily check-in to rely on. She had originally intended to snag points from the password red envelope to spend, only to find that this scoundrel of a leader had suddenly invited new members into the group. Was he not in a bad mood? Did he not seem to be in a bad mood? Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. The meager support obtained through attendance requires at least 10 days to acquire protective items, and I cannot afford to wait that long. I demand to make my purchase today. Those 30,000 points shall be mine, and even Jesus himself cannot impede me. A reckless thought ignites, and I suddenly perceive the vastness of the world. Lu Ruoyan, with her enchanting, watery eyes reminiscent of a Castellan beauty, flashed a fierce glimmer, rising immediately, her lotus-like steps light and swift, as she boldly charged towards the guard assigned to watch over her. Chapter 30. If you can't do it, don't boast about me. A retrospective of life's carousel, Chen was oblivious to the tenacity displayed by the beautiful female group member he had silenced. At that moment, he was reveling in a lively chat group. TMD, the Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. 3 newcomers. Are we more familiar with Group 98 than with our own? All are traversers, and the 3 newcomers quickly grasped the jest. The villain's self-redemption. In beauty, who can compare to you, dear? What can Group 98 possibly offer? The fallen genius. What can Group 98 possibly offer? I don't need cilantro. I'm a poor student, not too skilled with words. But I love speaking the truth. The group leader is the most handsome. TMD, the Immortal Tribulation, is still chasing me. Good. Please introduce yourselves so everyone can get to know you. The fallen genius, you go first. After sending this message, a slight smirk appeared on Chen Yi's lips. This was no ordinary occurrence. He had learned from Mu Chun that this newcomer also bore the surname Shao, and their fates held many similarities. However, before the fallen genius could commence their introduction, the group announcement swiftly interrupted. Ding! A help request has been generated. Group member Cold Palace Stalwart has traversed into the role of a forsaken concubine, ordered to be buried alive by the Emperor due to her unparalleled beauty, and is now being coerced into suicide by the palace guards. The situation is dire, and her own strength cannot break this deadlock. Members with the capability, please lend your assistance. Task combat power requirement, over 50 million. Task reward, 60 million points. 300,000 group experience. This task has been simultaneously uploaded to the group. All members have 30 seconds to decide whether to accept. Failure to respond will result in automatic uploading to the public district. Although Lu Ruyan had not sent a single message, she had successfully captivated the attention of all group members. Just as when she first shared her selfie, she effortlessly tugged at everyone's hearts. Coincidentally, it was at this moment that the two who had been silenced were finally unmuted. Rather than rushing to seize the red envelope, they first expressed their concern. Runner-up of the cultivation world, baby, hold on. The group leader will come to save you soon. God of light, unemployed, baby, don't be afraid. With the group leader here, everything will be all right. Chen Yi. Truly, it is said that while the landscape may change, one's nature remains unchanged. If you care so much, why don't you take action? If you can't, then don't boast about me. Just the sight of you too irritates me. 2 sleeves of clear wind, the sword immortal. Baby, promise me you will be all right. Not mentioning him, yet seeking attention? Chen Yi chuckled in exasperation and swiftly issued another round of silencing. The group leader has muted members runner-up of the cultivation world, God of light, unemployed, and 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword immortal for 24 hours. TMD, the Immortal Tribulation, is still chasing me. With new members joining the group, let me reiterate, any sycophantic behavior is strictly prohibited. The group leader has accepted the task and is about to initiate spatial transmission. Seeing the 3 newcomers intimidated into silence, Fang Zheng felt compelled to step forward and provide an explanation. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. My 3 brothers, do not be afraid. The intention of our esteemed leader is that normal pursuits are acceptable, yet one must not cling like a stubborn adhesive. Those 3 incompetent fellows have surely brought you some amusement. In the midst of the antagonist's self-redemption, it is of no concern. I have perused historical records and wholeheartedly support our leader's decision. I have no taste for cilantro. Gentlemen, should there be any pressing needs, feel free to seek me out. I specialize in the harmonious convergence of yin and yang. Though if your combat prowess is lacking, that is quite another matter. Attached is a selfie. Click to view the photo. The fallen genius. The lady above is a pure goddess. In terms of beauty, she is certainly not inferior to the esteemed Cold Palace resident. I strongly recommend the other 3 esteemed individuals seek her out to cultivate their mental fortitude. Cold Palace resident. Our leader is the most handsome. The Cold Palace resident has claimed 30,000 points. The 32,000 command red envelopes issued by the leader have been fully claimed. Fortune favored. The fallen genius. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. Our leader has yet to arrive, right? You should be hanging by now, yet you still have the leisure to snatch red envelopes? Cold Palace resident. So what? One cannot perish instantly. Is it not quite normal to seize a red envelope to ease one's nerves? TMD, the Immortal Tribulation still pursues me. Runner-up of the cultivation realm, God of light, unemployed, 2 sleeves of fresh breeze are all sycophants. Do you understand? You're concerned for her, while she is solely focused on the red envelopes. Seeing our leader take the initiative, Fang Zheng immediately follows suit without thought. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the the more deceitful she may be. Wake up, you lot. She is a woman who has navigated the inner palace. You cannot grasp her essence. Do not continue to harbor foolish fantasies. Embrace the Sigma male mindset and avoid falling into the snares of women. Cold Palace resident. Oh dear, what are you doing? How can you speak of her in such a manner? She is merely acting in accordance with our big brother's will to impart some lessons upon you. In a different realm, yet the same silence. The trio of silenced individuals felt as though they had experienced heartbreak, a heaviness in their chests, slightly tight and painful. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was also being strangled, her eyes rolling back as if ensnared by a python, the suffocating sensation causing her consciousness to blur. She had miscalculated. The points she had obtained were hardly sufficient in time. Moreover, nearly 2.5 minutes had passed. Why had that scoundrel leader not arrived yet? Wasn't he quick to save Fang Zheng? She wished to urge the group while still coherent, but her focus inexplicably waned, rendering her incapable of opening the chat interface. Could it be? Was she truly on the brink of death? Upon realizing her imminent demise, Lu Yin finally panicked. Her survival instincts surging as she struggled with all her might to tear away the white silk encircling her neck. Alas, that 3-foot white silk was a royal artifact, possessing the ability to suppress her vital energy. With her meager combat power of merely 5,000, she was unable to budge it, and it only tightened further, forcing her delicate tongue to protrude. Her awareness began to fade, and just as she was about to plunge into endless darkness, her mind began to replay the experiences of her life. It turns out that when a person is on the brink of death, they indeed experience a life review. How utterly discontented I am. Just as I've crossed over, I am a die once more. Wretched leader of the group, even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. My hatred for you is profound. As the final remnants of her sorrowful consciousness faded, Lu Yin felt as though she had plunged into an endless abyss of darkness, plummeting ceaselessly. It was only after she had resigned herself to the belief of her own demise that Chen Yi slowly emerged from the void. Chapter 31. Do you wish to castrate me? You truly cannot distinguish between the major and minor kings. Chen Yi had actually arrived long ago. It took less than 2.5 seconds, swift as the wind. The reason he had remained hidden was that Lu Yin had failed to report, acting independently without directives. If she had been coerced, it might have been understandable, for one cannot be blamed when they are not in control of their own fate. However, with the final moment set for noon tomorrow, no one had pressured her during this time. She had recklessly rushed towards her own demise. What is this? Do you think I, as the group leader, am some summon that you can call forth and dismiss at will? If she does not learn from this, will she not end up in dire straits in the future? Only by brushing against death can one truly grasp the essence of life. Chen Yi disdainfully glanced at Lu Yin, whose long, pink tongue lolled out, yet still retained her charm. He raised his hand and summoned her fading spirit back into her still warm body. All of this transpired in an instant. It was only then that the 2 palace guards who had been watching Lu Yin's self-destruction noticed the sudden appearance of Chen Yi. Who goes there? Intruders in the palace shall die. The voices of the 2 eunuchs were high-pitched and sharp, but their movements were forceful and domineering as they charged forward, wielding glimmering blades. Chen Yi regarded the 2 with interest, and with a mere thought, he froze them in mid-air, as if their actions had been paused. How fascinating are the laws of this world, the foundation of cultivation based on the imperial dynasty's fortune, and the emperor's decree recognized as a special secondary rule of the heavenly path, meant that even possessing combat power equivalent to the late stage of the golden core, capable of regrowing limbs, one could still not grow their manhood? No, that is not correct. This rule dictates that aside from the emperor, no weapon shall appear within the inner palace. To think, you would even consider castrating me. You have some audacity. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and his overwhelming will shattered the lurking power of this peculiar rule. The shielding power of the chat group only obscured heavenly perception, but it could not block this rule's force, applicable solely within the palace. Had any member with combat power below 100 million been tasked with this, they would surely experience the devastating loss of their manhood. Though Chen Yi's ordinary doppelganger did not suffer, it still felt gravely insulted, especially at this moment. After the special rule was crushed, it resurfaced from the immense imperial fortune, manifesting as sharp little blades, intent on severing anything that ought not to exist within the palace. The situation had escalated. Fists had hardened. Chen Yi's expression darkened instantly. He had initially wished to complete his task discreetly, avoiding a direct confrontation with the heavenly path of this world, as its hierarchy was formidable. Should things escalate, the dreaded tribulation for ascension would certainly join the fray. Yet, here we are. Not only did they fail to heed caution, but they also dared to overstep their bounds. To think they would even consider castrating him. Truly, they cannot distinguish between major and minor kings. Begone! Chen Yi held the celestial decree in his mouth, and with a single utterance, a formidable halberd materialized, shattering the castrating blade forged from the unique laws of the imperial dynasty as effortlessly as tilling the soil. The momentum did not cease, and with the force of 10,000 June, he struck the dragon vein beneath. The earth trembled, and the dormant fortunes of the empire stirred to life. Above the resplendent palace, a dazzling golden dragon head slowly emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rained down upon Chen Yi, who was in the inner palace. The edict of the Dezhou emperor proclaimed that no man may enter the inner palace, with severe penalties for infringement. The thunderous voice echoed like a storm, as the imperial dragon head unleashed myriad castrating blades towards Chen Yi. Yet he remained unfazed. Your words hold no weight. My rules are the true law. With that, his aura finally revealed itself, reaching the pinnacle of tribulation. In an instant, the golden dragon of national fortune quivered, losing its solidity. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens, as dark clouds gathered ominously. Simultaneously, a notification chimed within the chat group. Warning! Your arrogance has exceeded the threshold of the chat group's protective power. The heavenly Tao of this realm has taken notice of you. Please safeguard your fellow members or face the consequences of mission failure. I care not for your warnings. Today, I shall strip this national calamity of its essence. Chen Yi dismissed the alert and, with a flick of his hand, conjured a protective shield over the incapacitated Lu Ruyan before retrieving 2 purple orbs and crushing them, summoning 2 one-star avatars. This was not for the purpose of merging into 2-star avatars, which would invoke the dreaded tribulation of ascension, but rather to withstand the pressure from the heavenly Tao of this realm. Thus, one of the 1-star avatars, free from restraint, coalesced into a towering, seizing the neck of the Dezhou's golden dragon of national fortune and forcefully extracting it from the sea of imperial energy. Stop! Only when the golden dragon faced peril did the Dezhou royal family awaken to the crisis, as several imposing figures soared from the depths of the palace. The northern king of the 2nd generation proclaimed, "Rebellious traitors, cease your madness. The 13 descendants of the great ancestors still endure. Those who defy Dezhou shall face execution. By imperial decree, those who bring me their heads shall be granted the title of king." General Lingling volunteered to battle, as fierce warriors within the imperial city surged forward, charging towards the towering. Alas, mere numbers could not bridge the chasm in power. They were but ants attempting to clash with a force of 900 million. Had the Dezhou emperor still been in his prime, he might have traded blows with Chen Yi. Yet, the bearer of imperial fortune cannot attain immortality. And now he was frail, unable even to rise from his bed, along with the golden dragon of national fortune, which had also languished, allowing Chen Yi to effortlessly seize the throat of its destiny. Begone! A single, unadorned word. In an instant, all who claimed lineage from the northern king and the great ancestor were sent flying, their fates uncertain. Immediately, Chen Yi, ignited by ferocity, turned around. With a resounding slap, he struck the head of the national fortune golden dragon with 2 resounding blows, shattering its protective essence. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into the dragon's body and forcibly extracted a dragon sinew, forged from the will of the Zhou royal lineage, upon which the decree of no man shall enter the harem was inscribed. In that instant, the legitimacy of the Zhou emperor's lineage sustained a catastrophic blow. Bereft of the imperial dynasty's fortune, the recently hurled and gravely injured cultivators of the Zhou royal family who were seated in meditation to recover, swiftly lost the majority of their power. They barely had time to wail before meeting their demise on the spot. Those, such as the generals of Lingling, who had been dispatched under the Emperor's command to eliminate rebels, suffered a backlash, instantly exacerbating their injuries, leaving them in a state of utter weakness, with little time left to live. At this moment, the Zhou dynasty was on the brink of becoming a relic of the past. Were it not for Chen Yi's presence to suppress all, the vast fortune would have undoubtedly scattered in search of a new sovereign. Boom! Witnessing their realm thrown into chaos by this visitor from another world, the heavenly Tao of this realm erupted with fury. The once clear sky was abruptly enveloped by an incredibly dense layer of dark clouds. Yet, the brilliance did not fade, but transformed into a blinding radiance of lightning that was impossible to gaze upon directly. The heavenly Tao of this realm had gone mad, determined to expend all the world's power to obliterate this accursed visitor from another dimension. Chapter 32. The Bewildered Lu Rian Family. What should one be mindful of when ascending as a female emperor for the first time? Sensing the reckless fervor of the heavenly Tao, Chen Yi realized he might have embarked on a perilous venture. If he were to confront it head-on, 3 first-tier avatars could combine to form a second-tier avatar, capable of subduing the threat. However, such an action would inevitably provoke the tribulation of ascendance. At present, he had yet to fulfill his mission and could not promptly activate the teleportation portal to escape. Should the dreaded tribulation ensnare him, his 3 first-tier avatars would undoubtedly suffer immensely, perhaps even facing annihilation. This cost was too steep for Chen Yi to bear. Thus he had no choice but to devise a means to pacify the frenzied heavenly Tao of this realm. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi deftly shaped the golden dragon of fortune into a perfect orb, cradling it in his palm as he fixed his gaze calmly upon the depths of the firmament. Wait, I understand your urgency, but please restrain yourself for a moment. Boom! The heavenly Tao, indifferent to his entreaties, unleashed a cataclysmic bolt of thunder imbued with destructive energy. This strike, wielded with the might of the world, was something even those in the tribulation phase would hesitate to confront. Yet, having endured the trials of ascendance repeatedly, Chen Yi stood unyielding, his 3 avatars standing resolutely together, bracing against the overwhelming celestial thunder. There was no alternative. The diminutive heavenly Tao was currently irate, and if it were denied even a single strike, its wrath would not abate. As the first wave of thunder subsided, and the heavenly Tao exhibited a modicum of calm, Chen Yi spoke with an air of tranquility. Once you've vented your little frustrations, will you cease? Surely you do not wish for chaos to reign, with warring factions and turmoil engulfing the world? A deep rumble echoed through the heavens, yet no further thunder descended. Only the resounding dissatisfaction of the vast will of the heavenly Tao. What is it that you desire? A faint smile graced Chen Yi's lips. The foundation of this dynasty still stands. With my assistance in stabilizing the national fortune and supporting a new emperor to solidify the throne, only minor disturbances will ensue, which will swiftly be quelled. The heavenly Tao fell silent for a moment, hesitantly inquiring, "And what, pray tell, is the price?" Chen Yi replied with a serene smile, "Simply ask of me. Impossible. The heavenly Tao is supreme and shall never bow to another, especially not to an outsider. Then there is nothing more to be done. I wonder who shall ultimately claim this orb of national fortune, while the common folk continue to suffer, a general success paved with the bones of countless." Chen Yi shook his head, releasing the turbulent energy within the orb of national fortune, allowing it to drift freely. Wait, do not release it. The heavenly Tao could not contain itself, halting Chen Yi. Chen Yi regarded the firmament with indifference. Stop. The heavenly Tao implored, shaking with urgency. As a distinguished guest of this realm, all reasonable requests will be met. This is the greatest concession I can offer. Will you accept? That is acceptable. Chen Yi nodded slightly, his thoughts summoning the tumultuous energy back into the orb of national fortune. Seeing this, the heavenly Tao retreated a step, dissipating the heavy clouds to reveal a clear blue sky as a gesture of goodwill. while simultaneously asking, "Whom do you intend to endorse for the throne?" Chen Yi smiled silently, simply gesturing towards the lifeless Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan felt as though she had perished, yet there remained a flicker of consciousness within her. She could distinctly sense that her heart had ceased to beat, her blood no longer coursed through her veins, and her body had grown cold, even somewhat rigid. Nevertheless, her mind continued to function normally, allowing an incessant stream of chaotic thoughts to flood her consciousness, akin to being trapped in a nightmarish paralysis. Aside from the ability to contemplate, she was rendered utterly immobile. Time slipped by in this half-life state, until all of a sudden, an overwhelming warmth surged into her heart. A torrent of vitality erupted forth. Thump, thump, thump. Her once silent heart began to pulsate. The frozen blood resumed its flow, and her frigid body gradually warmed, soon becoming almost feverish. The long tongue that had been constricted during the hanging abruptly retracted, and Lu Ruyan instantly regained her senses, sitting up with her mouth agape, retching violently as a copious amount of stagnant blood erupted from her throat. "How's that feel? Not pleasant, I presume? Will you dare to act on your own accord again?" A mocking voice suddenly rang out nearby. Lu Ruyan instinctively looked up to behold a young man clad in a dark blue Taoist robe, standing a short distance away. His striking eyebrows, sharp yet gentle, his eyes deep as the cosmos, a noble nose, and defined lips framed by a chiseled jawline. He is incredibly handsome. Wait, what did he just say? He seems to be the leader of that unruly group? Realization dawned upon Lu Ruyan, a sudden pang of frustration swelling within her. She understood everything now. It was not that the teleportation was slow. Rather, the group leader was punishing her for her insubordination. Did she wish to disobey? It was he who had denied her the chance to speak. Do not presume that strength grants one the right to act with impunity. How could someone so handsome also be so insufferable? Suddenly, she found herself indifferent to his charm. "Hey, stop daydreaming and put this on." Chen Yi called out sharply, effortlessly transforming the national fortune pearl into a phoenix crown, which he then placed atop Lu Ruyan's head with a decisive motion. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced her crown, followed by an overwhelming influx of information swirling rapidly in her mind. The great Zhou has fallen. The great wind shall rise. The year is Jiazi, and the world is auspicious. Bearing the phoenix crown of national fortune, wielding the emperor's authority. The first year of the great wind begins, Empress Lu Ruyan. Stunned, completely bewildered. Wait, I merely took a nap. How did I become the founding empress? Dazed, Lu Ruyan scratched her head, eager to inquire how this unruly leader had orchestrated such a turn of events. Yet the leader merely smiled and remained silent, waving his sleeve. In an instant, the stars shifted. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruyan found herself draped in a dragon robe, seated upon the dragon throne. Beneath the resplendent grand hall, the civil and military officials knelt upon the ground, trembling in unison as they fervently chanted, "Long live our emperor for 10,000 years." The bewildered Lu Ruyan found herself genuinely perplexed. However, gazing down at the sea of dark figures bowed before her, an inexplicable sensation surged from the depths of her heart, rapidly multiplying. Instinctively, she raised her hand, "Esteemed relatives." Realizing mid-sentence that she had misspoken, her fair face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly corrected herself. No, esteemed officials, rise. Yet the officials paid her no heed, remaining prostrate, paralyzed with fear. Lu Ruyan initially assumed her voice had been too soft for them to hear, so she blushed and called out more loudly, I command you to rise." This time, her voice resonated clearly within the gilded hall, echoing back with clarity. However, the officials continued to appear as if they were deaf. Remaining on the ground, silent and motionless, Lu Ruyan was once again at a loss. Was it possible that her approach was flawed? Dear family, what should I be mindful of as I embark on my maiden journey as Empress? I await your guidance with great urgency. Chapter 33. A lack of interest. The Empress is truly uninspiring. The officials of the Great Wind Dynasty, previously known as the Great Zhou, find their status, power, and even their cultivation utterly reliant upon the fortunes of the dynasty. In such circumstances, the sovereign, endowed with absolute authority, merely needs to utter a word to reduce them to commoners. Yet, why do they dare to turn a blind eye to the words of the reigning empress, Lu Ruyan? The answer is simple. She is a figure of grandeur devoid of substance. A true sovereign embodies the will of the fortune, shouldering the weight of the dynasty, thus able to decree with authority, regulating all beings. A single edict becomes law upon its issuance. As for Lu Ruyan, she is merely a decorative vase adorned with the crown of national fortune. What is an empress? In the presence of a certain individual, she is not but a plaything. Her beauty caught the eye of that individual, which is why she ascended to the throne. The officials are not fools. They can discern who truly holds power. As long as that individual remains silent, who would dare heed the empress's words to rise? Thus, the court is ensnared in an awkward silence. The empress, visibly flustered, sits above, while the civil and military officials kneel below, their heads bowed and tongues tied. Meanwhile, Chen Yi observes quietly from the shadows, choosing not to intervene. In truth, this is precisely the situation he wished to orchestrate. Let us drop the pretense. Upon discovering the unique law of this world, where greater endowment of fortune accelerates cultivation, Lu Ruyan was destined to become the Empress of Smoke. As for the so-called blade of castration, it is merely a pretext. He possesses numerous methods to ensure the national fortune of the great Zhou complies obediently. The reason he chose the most straightforward and forceful path is primarily to compel the celestial way of this realm to engage in dialogue. After all, the celestial way has imposed a ban on longevity, designating the sovereign of the most fortunate dynasty to embody the will of the national fortune, thus precluding personal cultivation. The sovereign may only wield authority on behalf of heaven within their dominion, uttering decrees that govern all beings. While this sounds impressive, once outside their territory, they are but an ordinary person, powerless. As for Lu Ruyan, being one of his subordinates, she is destined to serve him for a lifetime. How could she neglect her cultivation simply because she became empress? The false combat power of the chat group does not recognize her. Only verified true power is eligible to accept tasks. To this end, he exerted considerable effort to persuade the celestial way of this realm, forging the crown of national fortune, thereby transferring the sovereign's authority away from the individual, allowing Lu Ruyan to escape the ban on longevity while simultaneously benefiting from the immense fortune to enhance her cultivation as empress. One could say that Chen Yi has truly labored tirelessly to gather the 3 team members needed to unlock the exorcism dungeon. It was at this moment, after a tense standoff lasting 150 seconds, that Lu Ruyan's anxiety as empress began to dissipate, her chaotic thoughts finally calming enough to engage in reflection. She may appear somewhat busty and dim-witted, yet she is far from foolish. Otherwise, she would not have survived the treacherous intrigues of the harem. Soon, she clarified her thoughts and directly sent a message into the chat group. Cold Palace resident. TMD, the Immortal Tribulation is still pursuing me. Oh, esteemed group leader. I know you are present. How should I handle this mess? It is my first time as Empress, and I lack experience. I would not eat cilantro. Sister, have you ascended to the throne as Empress? What is the situation? The self-redemption of the antagonist, hiss. Has the Empress Lu Ruyan truly become the Empress Lu Ruyan? I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself to heaven. Cold Palace stalwart. Refrain from asking the group leader about everything. One must learn to manage matters independently and not rely on the group leader to clean up after you. Do you believe I can make you soar? The fallen genius. Lord Fangzhong. Is this statement valid? Cold Palace stalwart. Group leader, please speak up. You have shattered the great Zhou, leaving me with this heap of mess. None of them heed my commands. It feels as though they all harbor discontent against me. This bunch of treacherous ministers must be secretly plotting against me. Group leader, you wouldn't want your cherished group members. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself to heaven, as expected of the group leader. It has barely been a while, and you have elevated the abandoned concubine to the status of empress. What a tremendous favor. At the very least, it is akin to a single person battling an entire nation or even a realm. I must confess, My admiration for the group leader flows as ceaselessly as the mighty Yangtze River, and like the Yellow River in flood, utterly uncontainable. The fallen genius, Senior Fangzhong. Please pause for a moment. Allow me to intervene. I would not eat cilantro. Sister, as empress, will you establish a harem? Would you care to learn the harmonious way of yin and yang with me? It is quite delightful. Cold palace stalwart. Thank you for the invitation, but I shall decline. I prefer to remain an untouched maiden. I would not eat cilantro, huh? Sister you, cold palace stalwart. Indeed, that old fellow has long since passed. To think I, having been a favored concubine in the harem for 3 years, remain untouched. The group leader has initiated a complete silence among all members. Chen Yi could no longer bear it. It was becoming increasingly outrageous. Do they truly treat the chat group as their home? Can they even converse without restraint? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruoyan wore a slight smirk. One should not fear the group leader's reprimand, but rather fear his indifference. If he chooses to ignore this mess, then I shall too. With this thought, Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of clarity wash over her. She then languidly leaned back against the dragon throne, elegantly crossing her legs. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should be. She should merely act as a good luck charm and be responsible for signing documents. After all, the vast empire will function just the same with or without her presence. When the Empress commands you to rise, you shall rise, for matters requiring her signature. Present them to her. For those that do not, retreat from court. As long as the nation's fortune continues to rise steadily, you may conduct affairs as you see fit. A calm voice resonated throughout the Golden Lawn Hall. Though unseen, all officials were aware of its source and promptly rose, bowing in reverence. Thank you for your divine grace. Celestial One. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ren couldn't help but chuckle to herself. If he is the Celestial One, must I, as the Emperor, refer to him as uncle, or perhaps father, or even grandfather? All officials maintained their composure, feigning ignorance, while only a few department heads mustered the courage to step forward, presenting petitions that require the Emperor's personal review and signature. By the Celestial One's command, we beseech your majesty to review and sign. Huh, so you won't even put on an act, will you? You all heed that scoundrel, the Celestial Lord. And what am I, the Empress to you? The crown of national fortune still rests upon my head. Do you dare to doubt me? No, I shall spare that scoundrel, the group leader, some grace. After all, I am at a loss as to how to govern the empire as Empress. Perhaps the group leader's intentions are indeed for my benefit. Lu Ruoyan, with a hint of irritation, took the edict, glanced carelessly at the grand name inscribed upon it. Immediately, the crown of national fortune emitted a faint glow, leaving behind a mark to authenticate the Emperor's personal decree, thereby rendering it effective. Following her inaugural exercise of imperial authority, the chat group's task system experienced a brief malfunction before it finally provided a reluctant task assessment. Ding! In light of the group leader's exceptional completion of the task, the member Cold Palace Nail household ascends to the throne, making history as the first Empress, receiving the recognition of the heavenly Tao of this realm, securing her position. Task rewards are being recalculated. Please hold on. Oh, an unexpected delight? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Chapter 34. Reassessing rewards. Is it enough to purchase a drop of Panga's essence? It must be said that Chen Yi expended the most energy on Lu Ruoyan. Even the tumult he caused in the West Sea realm, wherein Lan resided, was not as taxing. He had to summon the national fortune golden dragon to invite the great Zhou to their demise, persuade the heavenly Tao of this realm with reason, and coax back the fleeing officials of the great Zhou to pacify the populace. Although this ultimately provided Lu Ruoyan with an accelerated cultivation enhancer, making it ready for use in no time, it still felt somewhat lacking. After all, despite the considerable effort invested, the final task rewards amounted to merely 60 million points and 3 million group experience, which barely sufficed, leaving him with a sense of loss. Fortunately, the chat group was quite understanding, ensuring his efforts were not in vain. Ding! Task rewards recalculated. This time, the excess completion task reward is updated to 1 billion points, 40 million group experience. Task rewards have been credited to the chat group's personal account. Please check. Warm reminder. The heavenly Tao of this realm has discovered your presence, but has not expelled you, so you may choose to return at any time. Ecstatic, Chen Yi truly felt a wave of joy. With this accomplishment, his account balance would soar to 15 billion points, which could be transformed into 7,500 celestial essence stones, based on the requirement of 100 stones to nurture each of his one-star avatars. He could elevate all of them to the same level, without a moment's hesitation. While the chat group had previously urged him to return, he now found himself hastening the group to open the teleportation portal to bring back his 3 avatars, feeling quite impatient. Lu Ruoyan, acting as a soulless signing machine, suddenly sensed the weight of the National Fortune Phoenix crown had increased significantly, followed by an inexplicable void in her heart. After a moment's pause, she vaguely guessed what had occurred and immediately rose to survey her surroundings, confirming that the group leader had indeed departed. She placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. My esteemed officials, your celestial sovereign has left. This is now my realm. Kulme. Repeat after me. Who do you heed, me or the celestial sovereign? The civil and military officials exchanged glances, and in perfect unison, they proclaimed, Your Majesty. The celestial sovereign has commanded. We need not worry. We shall speak freely. Should you wish to dismiss us, you must first report to the heavens and obtain permission. Lu Ruoyan's smile instantly froze. How dull. This empress truly lacks excitement. Within the illusory star cave, once the task avatars returned, Chen Yi finally claimed his rewards. Ding. 1 billion points have been credited. Your current point balance is 15,531,000,000. Ding. 40 million group experience has been added to the 108 group level system. In the next moment, the group system messages joyfully erupted within the muted chat group. Ding. The group leader has received the task rewards. Group experience 40 million. The group has leveled up to level 36. Only 700,000 experience points away from level 37. Please continue to strive. The group's welfare sign-in system has been upgraded, allowing members to earn 600 points daily. The group red envelope system has also been enhanced, with a maximum daily limit increased to 360,000 points. A new feature, Super Comprehension, has been activated, enabling members to pay a certain number of points to access it, overcoming any challenges with a consumption of 10,000 points per second. Oh, this feature is quite impressive. Albeit a bit pricey, other members might find it unaffordable. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before lifting the ban on all members' speech. TMD, the Immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. The new feature is quite good. I'll distribute some points for you all to experience it. The group leader issued a random red envelope containing 360,000 points. After sending the red envelope, Chen Yi activated the Do Not Disturb mode, weary of the members' excessive flattery. He then opened the interface of the Infinite Realm Marketplace, preparing to indulge in some spending. Would you like to spend 2 billion points to exchange for 6,000 celestial origin stones? Friendly reminder. This transaction may not be the most cost-effective. It is recommended to directly exchange for a drop of Panga's blood for 1 billion points, which offers better value. Chen Yi. Well, it's true that he usually overlooks those exorbitantly priced items. Yet unexpectedly, he had amassed enough points for a substantial purchase. However, returning to the topic, Panga's blood is sold for 1 billion points per drop? Is it genuine? How can one extract so much blood from the mighty Pangu? Curiosity piqued. Chen Yi clicked on the product details page. Panga's blood. Exchange points 999, 999, 999. Function introduction. The chaotic blood of a primordial god that has opened a certain vast world containing immense chaotic energy and fragments of grand principles. Useful for nurturing the body, enhancing vitality, and comprehending the grand way, among other benefits. This item seems remarkably genuine. Indeed, it is quite tempting. Dismiss. Without further hesitation, Chen Yi closed the details page. Though this item was impressive, it was not suitable for him. After all, he dared not use it himself, and his avatars could not either. He wished to avoid creating a substantially powerful avatar of Pangu, preventing any complications that could arise from a contest of strength over identity. Once again, he opened the Celestial Origin Stone interface, disregarding the system's friendly reminder, and clicked to confirm the exchange. Payment successful. Items have been dispatched to your personal space. Please check. Withdrawal. Buzz the Void trembled as a crystalline hill constructed from celestial origin stones materialized out of thin air, filling the entire illusory star cave with a rich aura of celestial essence. In the next moment, the ZY Heavenly Tao, drawn by the fragrance, approached eagerly. Brother E, this celestial aura is so rich. Is it for me? I can surely evolve once more. Get lost. I have use for this. All right. The ZY Heavenly Tao promptly retracted its will and kindly sealed the illusory star cave to prevent any commotion that might attract the immortal tribulation. After all, it had been partnered with Brother E for many years and was quite familiar with him. If Igu succeeds, I will immediately take off from the very spot. And even if he does not, no, Igu will undoubtedly succeed. With a deep breath, Chen Yi suppressed his slightly restless emotions in the illusory star cave. He then waved his hand, leaving behind 480 celestial essence stones as a reserve, while dividing the remaining 5,520 stones into 46 portions, each containing 120 stones, which he infused into each of the 46 ordinary first-star avatars, including the one that carried the chat group system. The process of refining celestial essence and the transformation of the celestial body begins at this moment. Chapter 35. The Avatar of Celestial Body, 18 billion combat power. Trouble with the mother body of the abyss. Under normal circumstances, a peak tribulation transcendent would require a minimum of 100 celestial essence stones to nurture a celestial body. However, Chen Yi is no ordinary transcendent, and his avatar is far from a conventional one. Thus, his baseline requirement is slightly elevated, beginning at no less than 120 celestial essence stones. After all, his avatar's sustenance is not derived from the native celestial energies of the Ziwei continent, but rather generously sponsored by the celestial tribulation. It is important to note that the Ziwei continent has undergone extensive changes over the ages, and given the current world tier, it can only support a maximum of 3 tribulation transcendent beings. There is no way it could nurture Chen Yi's 49 one-star avatars. It is only thanks to the celestial tribulation, an old companion, that an endless supply of formidable thunderous power is available, which Chen Yi adeptly refines into the purest source energy. Regrettably, though the thunder from a celestial tribulation is of exceptional caliber, it is entirely composed of destructive forces, which can only be transmuted into a vibrant creative energy, failing to meet the criteria for nurturing a celestial body. For this reason, he must seek ordinary celestial spiritual essences to cultivate his celestial body, requiring far more than an average tribulation transcendent. Were it not for the emergence of the chat group, he would have been at a loss as to where to procure such a multitude of celestial essence stones for his cultivation, given the stark scarcity of resources in the lower realms. Now, with ample supplies at hand, Chen Yi immediately embarked on an immersive refinement of his avatars. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. With the abundant supply of celestial essence stones, 46 one-star avatars successfully attained the celestial body. The initial advantages of the 3 avatars that had first transformed into celestial bodies vanished entirely. Once all avatars reached the same level, they naturally unified as one, allowing the main body to control them with a mere thought, eliminating any instances of the avatars harboring their own intentions. Simultaneously, within all 49 avatars, the energies of heaven and earth began to circulate, generating a resonance that nourished the main body. In an instant, Chen Yi felt the traces of time's erosion upon his physical form completely dissipate, and a formidable resonance coalesced into a substantial barrier, isolating the forces of time from encroaching upon him. It can be said that as long as the avatar celestial bodies do not regress, he shall not age, achieving a most peculiar state of immortality. Beep. Your strength has been detected to have increased. Combat power data updated to 1. 800,000,000, 18 billion. The notification from the chat group chimed in, accurately detecting the combat power of the attached avatars. At this moment, the Z-Way Heavenly Path, observing the situation, promptly sent a greeting. Brother, you are amazing. I feel like I'm suddenly back in the game. How about we give it another go? I am 90% confident that I can re-evolve the secondary celestial path laws. Chen Yi paid no heed to it, remaining immersed in the contemplation of his avatar's transformations. After a brief pause, he mused, the foundational attributes of the avatars have significantly enhanced after nurturing the celestial body. If I were to merge them into a 4-star celestial body avatar, I could likely elevate my original strength from 60% to around 80%. Still, that feels somewhat inadequate. It seems I must devise a method to break the limit of 49 and attempt to synthesize a 5-star celestial body avatar. Chen Yi's gaze was profound, his will transcending endless time and space, swiftly descending upon the 2 avatars of the 1-star immortal body guarding the cosmic void. At this moment, half a month had passed since the Arii mother body had concealed itself within the space-time rift. It had shown its face once, but due to excessive caution, it left behind 2 mature, evil entities as a rearguard and retreated once more. Yet, having already revealed its hiding place, how much longer could it evade capture? It was akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, were it not for the complex circumstances following the space-time rift, and the fact that the 2 avatars had found nothing upon entering. It might have already faced a brutal end. However, while it could evade for a moment, it could not escape indefinitely. Now, Chen Yi sought a method to break the limits of the 49 extremities and the Arii mother body, capable of dividing into myriad evil incarnations, was of immense reference value, even if it preferred to perish within the space-time rift. Chen Yi would not hesitate to dispatch 49 avatars to dig 3 feet deep to locate it. After all, one must see the living to ascertain their fate, and the dead are of little value, unless absolutely necessary. Chen Yi did not wish to push it too hard, lest it become desperate and dissolve into nothingness, leaving him with nothing to gain. Contemplating this, Chen Yi pondered for a moment, and then projected his voice towards the space-time rift where it hid. I know you can hear me. You are nearing your limit. Are you not? Let's strike a bargain. Tell me everything you wish to know, and I shall ensure your true spirit remains unextinguished and grant you rebirth in the Z-Way continent. At his words, the Arii mother body fell into silence. It was indeed on the brink of collapse, having just consumed its last mature, evil entity as sustenance, which only afforded it another 2.5 hours of spiritual resonance. If it continued to hide, it would perish without Chen Yi's intervention. Should it engage in a transaction with him? Leaving aside other considerations, this peculiar being had shown some degree of credibility. Could it truly trust him? The Arii mother body hesitated for a long while, and ultimately, its exceedingly weakened body provided an answer. You must swear upon your Tao heart. A hoarse voice emerged from the space-time rift, indistinguishable in source and impossible to pinpoint. Chen Yi remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips. Very well. I swear that as long as you enlighten me, I will ensure your true spirit remains unextinguished and that you are reborn in the Z-Way continent. Furthermore, I shall refrain from pursuing your annihilation thereafter. Should I breach this oath, may my Tao heart be tarnished. The Arii mother body fell silent for a moment before continuing. What of the Z-Way heavenly Tao? Your assurance of not killing me does not imply that it will refrain from doing so, does it? Your heart lacks sincerity. I cannot trust you unless you include a clause to restrain the Z-Way heavenly Tao. Chen Yi's expression darkened. Do not overstep your bounds. It is you who seeks my assistance. The Arii mother body's stance was unwavering, believing that this peculiar being's oath signified a substantial request. Thus it held the upper hand. Alas, Chen Yi sighed softly. What a pity. It seems I cannot retain you. His greatest concession was to allow its true spirit to reincarnate while withdrawing from any further involvement. As for how the Arii mother body would confront the Z-Way heavenly Tao, that depended on its own abilities. While certain death was not guaranteed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, It was unfortunate that the other party insisted on courting disaster. Did it truly consider itself worthy of negotiating terms with him? Although living beings hold greater value, corpses are not beyond analysis. It merely requires a bit more time for contemplation. Resolutely, the true form of Chen Yi within the illusory star cave waved his hand. And aside from the avatar responsible for the chat group, the remaining 46 one-star celestial body avatars sprang into action in an instant. Buzzing and whirring, the 46 meteors streaked across the heavens, shooting towards the vast expanse of outer space. Such a magnificent spectacle instantly stirred excitement within the Z-Way Heavenly Tao. The direction in which Brother Yi's avatars advanced led straight to the lair of the outer demonic tribe. For 80 million years, the outer demonic tribe has incessantly harassed the Z-Way continent. The ethereal essence of heaven and earth they plundered is beyond measure. Yet the Z-Way Heavenly Tao clearly remembers that they devoured a staggering 95,861,472,652 sentient beings. Those were the offspring it painstakingly nurtured. The Z-Way Heavenly Tao had been furious and had even resisted, but ultimately had to endure, feeling utterly powerless against that wretched horde. But now, it has raised a prodigious Brother Yi, and the end for them has come. At last, at long last, 80 million years of grievances, 80 million years of blood and tears have finally found release. In the next moment, rain fell upon the vast clear sky, and a rainbow arched through the clouds. It was a moment of both weeping and laughter. Chapter 36. Everywhere is Chen Yi, all around is Chen Yi. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the ZY Tao, the air mother body was in a state of utter panic. Chen Yi, can you at least say something? Fine, I will take a step back. You need not restrain the ZY Tao, nor will I reincarnate in the ZY continent. Just spare me, and I shall voluntarily depart from this realm. What will it be? Why are you silent? Do you truly wish for my demise? Have I wronged you in any way? Chen Yi. The air mother body, in a fit of desperation, was transmitting its thoughts when it suddenly noticed several figures darting through the void, rapidly approaching its location. Marla, that deranged being's silence surely means it intends to kill me. Was it too much to ask for a slightly excessive demand? I never said I wouldn't negotiate. Is it really necessary to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? The air mother body turned to flee, seemingly resolved, never looking back as it attempted to escape. But alas, it could not. Everywhere was Chen Yi. All around was Chen Yi. It was surrounded. Chen Yi finally discerned the appearance of the air mother body, towering at approximately 200 meters. Its upper half resembled a grotesque mound, while its lower half extended into 8 long, sinuous tentacles. Its head protruded from beneath its shell, akin to a grotesque phallus. Yet it bore a pair of humanoid eyes, large pupils containing smaller ones, reminiscent of the eyes that nearly obliterated Chen Yi's 18 ordinary one-star avatars. The air mother body scrutinized the figures encircling it, a total of 48, each with a restrained aura, their depths indiscernible, exhibiting a profound transformation compared to the previous avatars. It appeared increasingly monstrous, no longer requiring the fusion of higher-level avatars to subdue itself. I can divulge anything you wish to know. Just grant me an opportunity. I had no choice before, but now I yearn to be reborn. Realizing the gravity of its situation, the air mother body cowered, recognizing the unfathomable might of this aberration. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. It is too late. My Tian Dao has entrusted me with a message. The blood debt of 95,861,472,652 lives must be repaid. Does that mean I am to die? The air mother body slowly retracted its head, its tentacles thrashing wildly, as crimson markings began to glow ominously. Preparing for a desperate struggle? Come, let me witness it. Chen Yi did not expect it to surrender easily. He immediately commanded his avatars to advance in unison. You are far too arrogant. The air mother body roared, its shell radiating an intense crimson light. Although defeating this monstrosity seemed unrealistic, Perhaps expending everything might yield a glimmer of hope. It was willing to gamble, betting that Chen Yi would be unable to stop it without fusing with his avatars. 2.5 seconds later, 7 of its 8 tentacles were severed, and the air mother body, having endured the shattering of its toughest shell, curled into a ball, being seized by an avatar wielding a firearm and taken away. Still alive, it finally restrained its strength, believing that its Tian Dao would appreciate this gift. Boom! It has become evident that Ziwei Tian Dao is exceedingly fond of this gift, reveling in joy akin to that of an ancient child. Yaj, just 3 days. Within this time, I shall undoubtedly unravel the entirety of the airy, maternal body's information. Chen Yi chuckled and shook his head. There's no rush. Take your time. It matters not if you grow weary of it before you begin your analysis. All right, thank you, Yaj. Ziwei Tian Dao was elated, eagerly confining the airy maternal body within the Tian Dao space. Initially, out of goodwill, it provided a modicum of the essence of heaven and earth to sustain its life, preventing its demise before unleashing a torrent of heavenly thunder with reckless abandon. The airy maternal body, laden with countless sins, was instantly beset by its past transgressions. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, after dismissing Tian Dao, felt a pang of regret as he spent 100 million points to exchange for 500 celestial essence stones to replenish the losses of his celestial body clone. There was no alternative. Nurturing a celestial body and maintaining it are not synonymous concepts. The celestial body consumes celestial essence power rather than the ordinary essence of heaven and earth. To replenish it, one must supply it with celestial essence. Using mere, ordinary spiritual energy would only lead to degradation of the celestial body, necessitating even greater resources for renurturing. It is akin to owning a luxury vehicle. If one frequently drives it yet cannot afford its upkeep, what is the purpose of having it at all? Chen Yi gazed at the balance of 253 million points in his chat group account and suddenly felt a profound sense of insecurity. Each of the 49 celestial body clones requires a minimum of 2 celestial essence stones monthly for maintenance. At the price of 200,000 points per stone, this amounts to nearly 20 million points in expenditure. Though 250 million seems substantial, it suffices only for a year's consumption under the premise of mere maintenance, devoid of training or conflict. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this meager reserve could lead to immediate bankruptcy. He aspired to surpass the 49 limit and forge additional clones to achieve 5-star synthesis, or even to confront the tribulations of ascension. Such dreams are mere fancies. Without a reserve of 100 to 800 billion points, there exists no capacity for risk mitigation. In a state of insecurity, Chen Yi promptly deactivated the Do Not Disturb mode and entered the chat interface, which had been sealed for over half a month. Multiverse Transcender Mutual Aid Group 108. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Feng Zheng 18 billion combat power, a doubling rise. Aside from the great group leader, who else can achieve this? Runner-up of the cultivation realm. Chunbo, it has been half a month since I last saw the group leader's messages. I miss him. Wind in both sleeves is the sword immortal. Zhou Zheng, the group leader, has secluded himself for half a month, increasing his combat power by 9 billion. While I have only managed a mere 9,000, I am utterly useless. God of light and unemployment. Adolf Amlin, do not attempt to compare yourself with Tong Tian. In such comparisons, silence prevails. Cold Palace Tenant, Lu Ri and dear friends. I have signed 18 national policies today. I feel utterly exhausted and have had no time to cultivate. Today, I have merely increased my combat power by 30,000. I truly feel inadequate, crying. JPG. Fallen Genius. Xiao Chunin, is this a display of Versailles? Do not presume that being the Emperor Ruyan gives you free reign. I simply do not eat cilantro. Li Yuanyu and sisters, is this right? Today I engaged in dual cultivation 7 times, exhausting myself to the point of cramping in my feet, yet I only managed to increase my battle power by 8,000. In the midst of the villain's self-redemption, Zhao Hao, everyone here is extraordinary, while I am but a useless individual, having only gained 3,000 battle power in half a month. I am incomplete, truly a waste of existence. You all are remarkable. Damn it. The celestial tribulation is still pursuing me. Group leader, enough of the complaints. We will have an impromptu examination. Those members who have made the least progress during my absence of half a month shall face punishment. The group leader's sudden proclamation rendered the entire group silent. Chapter 37. Member Evaluation. The best member and team leader Fang Zheng. At that moment, no member could have anticipated that their absent leader, who had been offline for half a month, would return to conduct a surprise inspection. During his retreat, everyone missed him, yearning for his generous daily red envelopes and the invaluable techniques he shared. In his absence, the group felt unmoored, languidly drifting through days of mediocrity. They were both apprehensive of his return and fearful of his unpredictable actions. Why must he commence an inspection immediately upon his return? Alas, they had indulged too much during his absence, their cultivation stagnating, and now they braced themselves for the consequences. On that day, not a single member dared to speak aloud, save for the exemplary member and team leader, Fang Zheng. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens, Fang Zheng, ha ha ha. How challenging it is for one to maintain their resolve. In an environment devoid of a cultivation atmosphere, amidst the indulgence of my fellow group members, I persevered. My heart is solely filled with determination. Damn it, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. Group leader kudos. Runner-up of the cultivation realm, Chen Yi. Lord Fang Zhengyu. Fallen genius. Xiao Chunin a mere tickle, and he is back. Villain in self-redemption. Zhao Gao the weak dare not speak. Two sleeves of fresh breeze. The sword immortal. Zhou Zheng, I suspect there is a traitor among us, but I shall remain silent on their identity. I do not eat cilantro. Li Yuanyu and brother Fang Zheng. Shall we meet? Cold palace stubborn. Lu Ruyin, an evaluation? Quite intriguing. I am the empress. This realm rests upon my shoulders. Let come, I fear not. Damn it, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. Group leader, we shall commence the evaluation now. Please, each member, truthfully report your combat power growth data, progress in cultivation, and a brief account of your current situation. Damn it, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. Group leader, I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Fang Zheng, you shall go first. Being called upon by the group leader, Fang Zheng felt a surge of joy, yet he hesitated at the prospect of reporting his combat power growth data. After all, he had concealed a portion of his progress, fearing that revealing his rapid advancement might dampen the spirits of his fellow members. For instance, the runner-up claimed a daily increase of 1,000 combat power, and Fang Zheng worried that if he disclosed his own gains of tens of thousands daily, it would leave the others despondent. Without his daily proclamations of reclaiming the runner-up title, he would miss out on much of the fun. Nevertheless, contemplating the favor he had received from the group leader, he understood that if his combat power growth was deemed unsatisfactory, it would reflect poorly on the leader's judgment. Indeed, the group leader must be correct. He would not allow the illustrious image of the leader to suffer any blemish. With this in mind, Fang Zheng cast aside his doubts and responded directly. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Fang Zheng reporting to the group leader, all is stable here. The heavenly Tao has sealed the space, and the 24 supreme beings are unable to escape, kept in check by my star-sealing seal. Should you wish to initiate a rescue mission, I am ready to assist at any moment. Regarding the data on combat power growth over the past fortnight, 15 days ago, it stood at 1,500,000, and as of now, it has surged to 3,200,000. Among these, the Great Swallowing Heaven technique has reached the 5th level. The Controlling Spirit technique has advanced to the 6th level, and the Fighting Character technique has achieved minor success. Chen Yi nodded appreciatively, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Given his current pace, barring any bottlenecks, it is plausible that he could attain 30 million in combat power within a year. However, it is regrettable that transcending from 1 million to 10 million in combat power is no trivial feat. This is akin to the transition from the divine transformation stage to the integration stage. Although the laws of the world and the cultivation systems differ, the essence remains the same, melding the primordial spirit with the physical body to achieve a harmonious state of unity. This process can be exceedingly arduous. For instance, the leader of the 98th group, Mu Chun, despite the assistance of a chat group, find himself firmly stuck at the pinnacle of divine transformation with 9,500,000 combat power. Without decades of experience, progress is virtually impossible. Even Chen Yi himself required a full 30 years to succeed, although his journey was fraught with missteps. Nonetheless, with Feng Zheng receiving guidance, he is unlikely to stray from the right path and should reasonably achieve this within 3 to 10 years. Thus, it appears that Feng Zheng has effectively secured a spot as a teammate for the Exorcism Dungeon. TMD, the Immortal Tribulation is still pursuing me. Feng Zheng is exceptional. Let us follow his format. Who's next? Runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. It's my turn. Runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. I initially thought I was sufficiently concealed, but I didn't expect Lord Feng Zheng to be even more cunning. Allow me to extend my regards. Feng Zheng, you rascal. Runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Apologies for my outburst. Let me respond. Esteemed leader, my situation is rather precarious. The friction between my sect and hostile forces is escalating, and we are on the brink of sect warfare. If you wish to undertake a rescue mission, I shall confront the opposing forces prodigy head-on. The combat power growth data for this fortnight indicates, 15 days ago, it was 32,000, and it now stands at 200,000. Although my combat power is low and the growth appears modest, the increase is an astounding 625, which may even surpass Lord Feng Zheng, providing me an opportunity to catch up. This improvement largely relies on the highly compatible Great Swallowing Heaven technique, which I have currently cultivated to the 4th level, while Controlling Spirit technique is slightly lower at the 3rd level, and the Fighting Character technique remains unattainable. Indeed, quite impressive. However, regarding the Fighting Character technique, one must meet certain criteria. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. The Fighting Character technique is distinct from other methodologies. It is an elite offensive secret art that grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents, with an unspecified upper limit. It can continuously accumulate fighting intent during combat, potentially amplifying power by up to 10-fold. The sole drawback is that misuse below the divine transformation stage can undermine one's foundation. Because of this threshold, it is exclusively available to those who meet the combat power requirements, rather than being granted solely to win favor. TMD. The Immortal Tribulation is still pursuing me. Group leader to acquire the Fighting Character technique. One must reach a combat power of 1 million to download it immediately. The group leader has modified the download conditions for the shared file of the Fighting Character technique. The TMD Ascension Tribulation continues to pursue me. The runner-up has proven satisfactory. Who shall be the next? The Fallen Genius has downloaded the document titled The Art of Combat. The Fallen Genius, shout, Chun, and I apologize, I acted hastily, so let me bear the brunt of the punishment. The Fallen Genius, Xiao Chun and esteemed leader. Although I have previously recounted my circumstances during your seclusion, it bears repeating in your presence. My name is Xiao Chunan, and I traversed here from the identity of the young patriarch of the Xiao family, one of the 3 prominent clans in the Black Earth City of the Ghana Empire. Once blessed with prodigious talent, I fell victim to treachery, resulting in the destruction of my Dantian and rendering me a fallen genius. Furthermore, I was rejected by my fiancée, Yi, a narrative most familiar. However, these details are of little consequence. What truly matters is that our Xiao family possesses a significant legacy. Not only are we a fallen imperial lineage, but we also safeguard a unique treasure capable of unlocking the Spirit Emperor's hidden trove. Should you wish to undertake a quest for assistance, I am prepared to flaunt our clan's treasure publicly. Lastly, here are the combat power growth statistics from the past half month. 15 days ago, my power stood at 930,000, and as of now, it has risen to 1,300,000. This remarkable progress is largely thanks to the esteemed leader for sharing the 2 advanced cultivation techniques, the Grand Swallowing technique and the God Controlling technique, both of which I have cultivated to the 4th level. Chapter 38, truly a reflection of the illustrious Emperor Royan. Corruption cloaked in integrity. The past of Xiao Chunan, as recounted by Chen Yi, bore a striking resemblance to the experiences of a certain Xiaohua. However, It was the first time he revealed the existence of a unique treasure capable of unlocking the Spirit Emperor's secret vault, something even Mu Chun, the former group leader, was likely unaware of. This was understandable, as Mu Chun, with his meager combat power of 950,000 at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, was simply unfit to undertake such a monumental endeavor as Xiao Chunan's. According to Mu Chun, the tier of Xiao Chunan's world was not low. It had once witnessed beings of a billion-level combat power, known as Spirit Emperors, while the current era was dominated by Spirit Saints with combat powers reaching tens of millions. For someone with Mu Chun's 950,000 combat power to venture into such a world would be tantamount to folly. While this might pose a formidable challenge for Mu Chun, it was merely trivial for Chen Yi. After all, the formidable beings within Xiao Chunan's realm fought tooth and nail, risking their lives for the chance to seize the treasures of a billion-level Spirit Emperor, while Chen Yi could effortlessly summon an avatar with 18 billion combat power. Thus, it was no surprise that Xiao Chunan could boldly divulge the news of the Spirit Emperor's treasures. Had it been Mu Chun, the less capable former leader, he would have certainly refrained from doing so. When the risks associated with a group member surpass the group's capacity, the optimal solution is to expel that member from the chat. Fang Zheng was a perfect example. Who besides Chen Yi would dare to associate with him? The same principle applied to Xiao Chunan's confidence in divulging such information, rooted in his belief that his group leader could protect him. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still chasing me. Chunan is not bad. You qualify. As for the matter of the Spirit Emperor's treasures, await arrangements. Do not act recklessly like certain individuals. Next person, Cold Palace resident, Lu Rin brother group leader. Who do you mean by those who do not heed arrangements? It wouldn't TB me, would it? TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still chasing me. You ask knowing the answer. Report promptly. If your growth under the immense fortune is unsatisfactory, the punishment will be severe. Cold Palace resident. Oh, how do you intend to punish me then? Will you use a little whip? I'll be ready to welcome you, Shy. JPG. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still chasing me. Cold Palace resident. Does brother group leader have a penchant for uniform seduction? I could don a dragon robe. Dragon knights are quite handsome. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still chasing me. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Refrain from being frivolous here. Continue this behavior, and I will mute you for 3 days. Cold Palace resident. Reporting to the group leader, you are well aware of my circumstances, so I'll spare you the details. In any case, I, the Empress, am merely a heartless signing machine. My combat power growth over the past half-month has been commendable. 15 days prior, I was at 5,000, and now I have reached 550,000. Under the auspices of national fortune, my cultivation has accelerated. The 5th layer of the Great Yin Swallowing Heaven technique and the 9th layer of the Control God technique. How about it? Can I receive a commendation? To be honest, this speed is somewhat terrifying. While the data might not appear intuitive, the transformation in Realms tells a different story. This is akin to advancing from the 5th layer of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of nascent soul in just 15 days. Conversely, Fang Zheng's increase in combat power, although seemingly substantial, was merely an ascent from the early to the mid-stage of transformation. Even Chen Yi was taken aback by this woman's astounding prowess. Initially, one might have thought that breaking through a significant realm once would be commendable, yet she astonishingly achieved it twice. It is only fitting to acknowledge the formidable prowess of the esteemed Empress Lu Ruyan. She truly is terrifying. The group leader has silenced the member Cold Palace stalwart for a duration of 2.5 hours. The group leader remains as insufferable as ever. The Wind Empress Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, displaying her disdain. However, as she is a regular recipient of such silencing, it does not hinder her from continuing to observe. A member, known as Two Sleeves of Clear Wind, Zhou Zhong, addressed the group leader, stating, I must report, my circumstances have become rather precarious. To elaborate, I am the warehouse steward of the sect's material hall. Before joining this chat, I acted as a proxy for a certain prominent figure within the sect. Initially, there was protection from above, and none dared to investigate me. But now the highest authority has encountered a crisis, prompting the sect leader's fury and a thorough investigation. Consequently, A group of corrupt individuals is keen to scapegoat me. How audacious! I had only just established my foundation, yet they accuse me of embezzling 200 transformation pills, 1,000 foundation herbs, 30,000 foundation establishment pills, along with various magical artifacts. I am utterly exasperated. Currently, the law enforcement hall, which is hardly blameless itself, is conducting an investigation. I have been detained, awaiting the completion of their evidence chain before they render me a victim without witnesses. Should you wish to undertake a rescue mission, I am prepared to expose all their vile deeds. Those scoundrels will surely seek to silence me. Lastly, I must provide a report on my combat power progression. 15 days ago, it was 18,000, and now it stands at merely 35,000. I have only grasped the second layer of 2 techniques due to distractions that hindered my cultivation. My sincerest apologies, esteemed group leader. Chen Yi remarked it. You are quite the paradox, are you not? You adopt the moniker 2 sleeves of clear wind while engaging in acts of corruption, and ultimately, when the truth emerges, you bear the brunt of the blame despite having received the least ill-gotten gains. Is this not a choice between the ideals of integrity and the reality of corruption? How unfortunate! Without my intervention, how would you survive? The group leader announced, you have not passed this assessment. However, considering the circumstances, your punishment is suspended. You are permitted to escalate the matter. 2 sleeves of clear wind express gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leader. I shall confront those vile wretches immediately. After sending this message, Zhou Zhang's avatar dimmed, as the unfolding situation would require some time to develop. Chen Yi proceeded to assess the remaining 3 group members. The group leader prompted, next, who shall present? Not eating cilantro interjected. Is there no one else? Then I shall go first. Not eating cilantro continued. I introduce myself. I am Li Yuan, the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect. Neither black nor white. I maintain connections with both righteous and demonic sections. My current situation is stable. Should you wish to undertake a rescue mission, I could seduce the only son of the righteous sect's leader. Or perhaps I could neuter the cherished grandson of a demonic magnate. Both tasks are of high quality, requiring combat power in the millions. Additionally, regarding the data on combat power growth over the past fortnight, it has risen from 500,000 to 650,000, averaging an increase of 10,000 each day. Furthermore, the 2 techniques you shared have both been comprehended to the 6th level. I must say, the Great Evolution Devouring technique is remarkably effective. During each dual cultivation session, I can thoroughly exhaust my partner, truly harmonizing with the principles of yin and yang. Coupled with the enhancement of the spirit control technique, my art of seduction has reached mastery. I can hypnotize my partner into believing that their own shortcomings are the issue, rather than my excessive absorption. Chen Yi. Wait, is it really possible to use it this way? These 2 esteemed techniques of mine seem to have been transformed by you into something rather unorthodox. Is this truly reasonable? Pursued by the protagonist who had once been her adversary. The intertwining of yin and yang is indeed a profound path, contingent upon the choices made by the cultivators. Complementing each other is deemed righteous, whereas harming others for personal gain is considered malevolent. Although Li Yuan's methods were somewhat dubious in the context of mutual consent, they could hardly be labeled as wicked. Nevertheless, it must be said that her path had indeed narrowed. Such cultivation might possess a high lower limit, yet its upper limit pales in comparison to the steadfast progress made step by step, particularly when bolstered by abundant resources from the chat group and 2 superior techniques. She ought to have a brighter future ahead, rather than languishing in this shadowy existence. One cannot overlook that Chen Yi's inherent desire to guide her towards redemption resurfaced. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed softly. Alas, let her be. This is the path she has chosen, and before reaching the destination, there is no turning back. TMD, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. Li Yuan, you have qualified, but the great yin swallowing heaven technique is too forceful and domineering. It is unsuitable for the path of yin and yang, so utilize this instead. The group leader shared the document Transplanting Flower and would enter scripture, designating the group member I won't eat cilantro for download. In a whimsically adorned pink room, The enchanting Li Yuanyuan abruptly sat up, her watery eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She had initially believed that employing two upright techniques for her clandestine endeavors would provoke discontent from the group leader, and she had braced herself for reprimand. To her astonishment, he not only refrained from disparagement, but even showed genuine concern by presenting a technique more suited to her cultivation. Oh, group leader you. Ever since her transmigration, Li Yuanyuan had felt ensnared, forced to endure indignities while maintaining a facade of compliance. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Were it not for desperation, she would never willingly descend into depravity. She felt trapped, unable to turn back. She had lingered in the shadows for far too long and had grown accustomed to the cold dampness. The long-lost sunlight would only scorch her, rendering any return impossible. The beautiful past was irrevocably lost. Group leader, do you support me with this technique because you understand my plight, rather than offering a patronizing form of redemption? Woe is me. Li Yuanyuan could not help but sob, as if she were releasing the pent-up grievances buried deep within her heart. Meanwhile, noticing her prolonged hesitation in downloading the technique, Chen Yi shook his head and redirected the group's attention away from her, tagging the last two members. TMD, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. Like God and unemployment villain in self-redemption, it is down to the two of you. Who will come first? Villain in self-redemption. Zhao Gao Sr., why don't you go first? Villain in self-redemption. Senior. Villain in self-redemption. Villain in self-redemption. Reporting to the group leader, my name is Zhao Gao, a collateral descendant of a prominent family. The notorious young clan leader has usurped another childhood sweetheart and sent me to eradicate that unfortunate soul named Lin Hao. But upon investigation, I have discovered that this young man is far from ordinary. No matter how I lay in ambush and launch surprise attacks, he manages to escape each time. And even in the midst of fleeing, he seizes opportunities to significantly enhance his cultivation, ultimately turning the tables and vanquishing the henchmen I brought along. In this precarious moment, a plea for assistance task is triggered, yet even the former leader, Mu Chun, is unable to contend with him. If all goes as expected, this individual named Lin Hao is the destined protagonist of this realm, while I find myself merely a lackey and cannon fodder for the antagonist. This realization fills me with trepidation. I wish to dispatch experts from my clan to eliminate him. However, the dim-witted young clan leader perceives me as incompetent, claiming I cannot even dispatch a mere insect, and even orders me to leave, insisting I cannot return until I capture Lin Hao. I truly find myself at my wit's end with his foolishness. With no reliable support at home, and the protagonist harboring animosity towards me, eager to eradicate me, I find myself in a dire situation. Although my cultivation level surpasses his, I am utterly incapable of defeating him, perpetually being chased and forced to trigger assistance tasks. That wretched former leader, Mu Chun, may have enjoyed the thrill of racking up points, but my situation is becoming increasingly dire. Fortunately, in my darkest hour, you appeared like a beacon of light, pulling me from the abyss. What nonsense about a fated protagonist? Before your 18 billion combat power, he is but a mere fowl. Just give the word, and I shall confront the protagonist. Furthermore, to mention a detail, the reward for repelling the protagonist is 2 million points, and I can trigger this assistance task twice a day. The reward for slaying him, however, is a staggering 1 billion points. It is up to you to decide whether to pursue sustainable development or seize the opportunity for a substantial gain. I am entirely prepared to follow your directives. Lastly, here are the combat power growth statistics for the past half month. 15 days ago, my power stood at 800,000, and now it is 820,000. I have only comprehended the second layer of 2 techniques. My aptitude is somewhat lacking, and I apologize for that. How intriguing it is that repelling him yields only 2 million points, while his demise promises a reward of 10 billion. Chen Yi's gaze deepens with contemplation. With his extensive experience dealing with the heavenly path, it is not difficult to deduce that the fated protagonist Lin Hao, as mentioned by Zhao Gao, is likely a carefully cultivated individual by the heavenly path, destined to either suppress the fundamental laws of the universe or lead the world to ascension. Thus, Repelling him is inconsequential. Anything that does not slay him will only render him stronger, as all is a form of tempering. Indeed, when heaven intends to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their resolve, exhaust their muscles and bones, hunger their body, impoverish their form, and disrupt their actions, thus honing their mind and fortitude, enhancing what they cannot achieve. However, to slay him would be to oppose the heavenly path. Should Lin Hao truly face the peril of death, the heavenly path would undoubtedly intervene for retribution. This is akin to when Chen Yi stripped the great Zhou dynasty of its national fortune, shaking the foundation that suppresses the laws of the universe, inciting the local heavenly path to rage and stop at nothing to eliminate him. To withstand the heavenly path's counterattack with the strength of one against an entire realm to achieve the objective, a reward of 10 billion points seems reasonable. However, compared to the one-time reward of 10 billion points, Chen Yi leans towards the sustainability of the 2 million points per task, with 2 opportunities each day, yielding 2 million each time. In just 250 days, one could amass 10 billion points, thereafter enjoying pure profit. It is clear what choice to make. Although the situation is somewhat troublesome, it is advantageous that it does not require Chen Yi to take action himself. After all, with a battle power exceeding 3 million, Fang Zheng is no longer a mere novice. Furthermore, the combat power panel in the chat group solely reflects the prowess of its members, without accounting for the enhancements provided by magical weapons. With a bestowed star sealing seal, he remains undaunted even in the face of formidable opponents boasting tens of millions in battle strength. It would be a waste not to employ such a capable member for labor. Otherwise, the initial investment would be in vain. By assigning tasks to Fang Zheng, the group leader can effortlessly await a 50 share of the profits. What a delightful prospect. Contemplating this, Chen Yi promptly issued a response. TMD. The immortal tribulation still pursues me. Zhao Hao. Although you have failed this assessment, considering the complexity of your situation, the punishment is waived. Prepare yourself. Adhering to the principle of sustainable development. After the assessment concludes, we will make specific arrangements. Await further notice. Now, the next participant. However, 2.5 minutes elapsed, and the named Lan did not respond, leaving everyone in suspense. Chen Yi furrowed his brow and spoke again. TMD. The immortal tribulation still pursues me. God of light, unemployed, what is it? Are you too ashamed to face me due to poor progress in your cultivation? Speak up. After another 2.5 breaths, Lan finally replied in a flurry. God of light, unemployed, Adolphe and Lan, I'm so sorry. I just finished something. I am guilty. I will reflect. Chapter 40. Making arrangements and selecting backup allies. Observing Lan's audacious remarks, Chen Yi's expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised that this individual had once again indulged in some exotic whimsy. If he dared to jest in such a solemn setting, one could only imagine the antics he engaged in privately. From their very first encounter, it was clear that he was no paragon of virtue. His gaunt cheeks and sunken eyes belied the fact that he was a priest renowned for his healing arts. Yet his physique was alarmingly frail. What was it? Had he, after mere days of practicing the formidable Great Yin swallowing heaven technique, come to believe himself invincible? On a lavish bed, freshly cleaned, Lan was suddenly drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Oh no! The group leader seemed to be incensed. Had he known better, he would have restrained himself. Why could he not govern his impulses? Group leader, please allow me to plead my case. I can explain. You may act as you please, but I shall judge solely by the outcomes. Should your performance fail to meet expectations, the consequence will be a year-long suspension of your account. Should you continue to falter, you will be expelled from the group chat. Each word struck with brutal honesty. Lan was genuinely frightened this time. Previously, he had perceived the group leader as amiable and approachable, even sharing a bond as fellow transmigrators from the same homeland, which had allowed him a degree of latitude. Yet at this moment, he suddenly realized that this esteemed leader was no mere benevolent figure, but rather a formidable entity navigating the tribulations of transcending to a higher realm. One could only speculate the trials he had endured to ascend to such heights. Would he truly concern himself with a trivial sense of camaraderie? If one failed to demonstrate their worth, they would likely be unceremoniously discarded. With this thought, Unland's pupils dilated, and he hastily donned his trousers, preparing to leave, while simultaneously crafting a sincere response in the chat. Group leader, I must report that my situation has become precarious. Ever since your last visit, during which chaos ensued, the Lord of Light has resurfaced, commanding all temples and churches to seek out the interdimensional demons infiltrating our realm. Even my modest chapel has received directives, accompanied by a third-tier Holy Light envoy, to oversee the operations. I know they seek me, but until I receive your command, I dare not reveal myself. Thus, I can only comply with their orders, diligently patrolling the towns and villages within the county. Should you require assistance, I am prepared to self-destruct at any moment. Lastly, regarding my combat growth data over the past fortnight, I sincerely apologize, as the scrutiny of the third-tier Holy Light Envoy has compelled me to refrain from practicing other techniques. My progress has been painfully slow, merely elevating my power from 12,000 to 13,000. I am truly ashamed to face you, esteemed leader. Sighing, Chen Yi shook his head, his lingering dissatisfaction with Enlan gradually dissipating. After all, Enlan was the first to pledge loyalty to him. In the early days of their group, when the ranks were thin and two of the three members harbored distrust towards their new leader, only Enlan had the courage to risk his life to initiate a plea for assistance. That was the first assistance task triggered by the 108 group, a moment shrouded in uncertainty. At that time, no one could foresee the challenges that lay ahead. Even though Chen Yi possessed an astonishing combat strength of 900 million, life is singular and precious. Who would dare to gamble with it? Chen Yi remained ever mindful of this bond. Thus, regardless of his shortcomings, as long as he remained loyal, he would eternally hold a place within this group. As for the warnings about expulsion, they were mere reflections of disappointment rather than true malice. Given the circumstances, I shall overlook this assessment, strive to meet the standards next time, or bear the consequences. Anlin's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Prepared for the worst, he was surprised to find the storm less fierce than anticipated. Who spread the rumor that the group leader was unyielding? The true fool was none other than himself. With a sharp slap to his own face, he vowed in pain that should he indulge in carnal desires again, he would suffer the consequences. Rest assured, leader, I shall make you proud in the next assessment. Indeed, aside from a few members, most have met the criteria. Let's continue our efforts. The leader distributed a reward of 360,000 points. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself, someone exclaimed, seizing 50,000 points. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. Thank you, leader. Amidst the muted chatter, Lu Rian, still under a gag order, could only watch helplessly, continuously cursing the group leader. Everyone, cease your chatter. Pay attention as I outline the following arrangements. First, Fang Zheng will pause any provocations against the supreme beings, allowing them to recover before we strike. Second, following the principle of sustainable development, Zhao Gao, you shall seek trouble with the protagonist. Upon triggering the assistance task, Fang Zheng will take over, and the rewards will be divided 70-30 between you. Third, Xiao Chunin must immediately retrieve the family's rare treasures as bait, luring in the big fish and waiting for further instructions. Fourth, Amlin shall remain in hiding, poised for action. Fifth, Chimbo must maintain a steady position, awaiting orders. The rest of the members should focus on their cultivation. Understood. Understood. The muted Lu Rian muttered. You dog. Swiftly, the assigned members commenced their tasks with efficiency, their avatars dimming one by one. Meanwhile, within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi was preparing his doppelganger. His journey into the members' world was not solely to complete tasks for points. It was also to scout for potential allies with the capacity for rapid enhancement of their combat prowess. To achieve this, he would likely engage in amicable discourse with the local celestial will. As always, the points earned from tasks are inherently limited. The true path lies in swiftly gathering 3 allies with combat strengths exceeding 30 million to unlock the exorcism dungeon. Simultaneously, in the azure blue continent, Within the Sacred Void Sect's law enforcement hall, Xiaozhou, when you meet with the sect leader, you know what to say, right? Think of your two delicate younger sisters. Do not assume that their enrollment in the Saintess Peak places them beyond our reach. A sinister elder of the law whispered ominously in Zhou Zhang's ear. Yet, Zhou Zhang remained impassive, even responding with a certain nonchalance. Rest assured, I know what to say. Simply watch my performance. Chapter 41. When the disparity in strength is unclear, you will possess not even a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. When an individual has a vulnerability, it becomes their most significant weakness. The essence of concern lies in the existence of something worth protecting with one's life in this world. Such is the case for Zhou Zhang, who has two younger sisters, with whom he has shared a bond since childhood. Their appearances and personalities mirror those of his beloved sister from his former life, and their experiences are strikingly similar. Coupled with the inherited memories and emotions of his past self, his affection for these two sisters is palpable, rendering them even more important than himself. His initial agreement to serve as a pawn for those in power was solely to secure a brighter future for his sisters. In truth, he has succeeded. He has safeguarded them well, facilitating their entry into one of the best departments of the Sacred Void Sect, the Holy Maiden Peak, while secretly providing abundant resources to ensure they became core disciples, with a promising future ahead. However, regrettably, the situation has now unraveled, and he, the pawn, has become a discarded piece. To ensure his sisters receive the attention of influential figures, he must bear the brunt of all consequences. Is this helplessness? Indeed, it is. From the moment he extended his hand, he anticipated this day would come. Yet he is powerless. The arm cannot bend against the thigh, and if he disobeys, others can easily replace him with a more compliant pawn. The pressing question now is whether he can withstand this burden. If he cannot, those in power will certainly impose the weight upon him. The fabricated evidence chain is now complete, and he has been branded as an undercover agent for a rival sect, with vast resources embezzled and seized by the opposing faction. Is this reasonable? It is not. Yet, it must be accepted as such, as long as Zhou Zhang acknowledges this. No matter how furious the sect leader may become, he will have no choice but to acquiesce. At this juncture, some may question why the simplest method, such as soul-searching, is not employed. Do not jest. Long before the incident, Zhou Zhang's primordial spirit was sealed. To attempt a search would result in an explosion, leading to a true death without proof. Alas, this entire scenario hinges on the premise that Zhou Zhang is not a traveler and has not joined the chat group. Presently, Zhou Zhang is not even anxious. He might even find it amusing. His previous greatest support was merely a deputy sect master at the transformation stage, unreliable and foolishly stumbling over himself. However, his current backing is none other than the unparalleled master of the tribulation phase, who has endured numerous tribulations without perishing. A figure of supreme strength and virtue. Unable to comprehend the gap in power, you will possess not even a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. Prepare to face my righteous iron fist. Soon, Zhou Zhang was brought before the Sacred Void Grand Hall. Ironically, this was his first step into the sect's highest sanctuary, albeit not as a dignified guest, but as a traitor from an opposing force. Zhou Zhang, do you plead guilty? A resonant, authoritative voice echoed from above. It was Sikong Xian, the then sect master of the Sacred Void Sect, casting a complex gaze upon him. Speak. Did you not hear the sect master addressing you? The head of the law enforcement hall, seated beside him, followed suit, his honest visage filled with a steadfast resolve, as if he were destined to oppose evil to the end. As Zhou Zhang's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, he stepped forward with an expression of utter indifference. I pondered how a mere 8th-layer Foundation establishment steward could audaciously devour vast resources beneath the very noses of those of the Golden Core, nascent soul, and even transformation stage. The deputy master of the material hall, Qian Wudua, changed his countenance, sternly exclaiming, Zhou Zhang, you have advanced from the 8th layer of Foundation establishment to the 3rd transformation of the Golden Core within a month. And your cultivation method is not of the Sacred Void Sect. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue and slander us? Silence. The sect leader, Sikong Xian, intoned with a commanding presence that quelled the entire assembly, coldly admonishing, "Zhou Zheng, continue your discourse, but think carefully before you speak." Undeterred, Zhou Zheng pressed onward. I could not discern whether the sect leader feigned ignorance or feared that the truth was too harsh and might undermine the foundation of our sect. Furthermore, I was bewildered as to how the law enforcement hall, known for its impartiality, could conspire to fabricate accusations, branding me a spy for the heavenly Yuan sacred land, presenting a series of so-called evidence I had never heard of. Upon hearing this, the head of the law enforcement hall, Gong Zheng, could no longer remain seated, his gaze sharpening as he coldly retorted, "Are you insinuating that my enforcement is lax? Then let us thoroughly investigate this matter in front of the sect leader today, and we shall surely delve into the connections of those involved." Faced with this blatant threat, Zhou Zheng remained steadfast, even laughing aloud. "Ha ha ha, the entire system is rotten, presenting a facade of splendor while being rife with corruption. You dare threaten me? Do you even deserve it?" Gong Zheng, the head of the law enforcement hall, received a portion of the profits and was later cleansed by the elder Ma Tianming of the External Affairs Hall. Silence. Gong Zheng sprang to his feet, declaring with righteous indignation, "I have lived my life honorably. How can you, a confirmed spy, slander me? I see you are at your wits' end, desperately trying to drag us high-ranking officials into your turmoil to sow discord. The sect leader is wise. I beseech you to execute this subordinate." Gong Zheng initiated the charge, and Qian Wudua, along with Ma Tianming and several other high-ranking attendees, echoed his call. "The sect leader is wise. Please execute this subordinate." The sect leader, Sikong Xian, closed his eyes in sorrow. At this juncture, the truth had become irrelevant. For the stability of the sect, he could not expunge all the implicated high-ranking members. Initially, he had hoped to unearth a significant culprit as a warning to others, yet he found that this vested interest group was far too cohesive, ultimately sacrificing a mere pawn without connections to take the blame. As the new sect leader, his authority was destined to be diminished. Launching such an extensive corruption investigation, only to see a grassroots steward meet his demise, was nothing short of absurd. "Zhou Zheng, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your lack of backing." Resolute, Sikong Xian feebly raised his hand. "Then let this matter conclude here. Case closed. Permission granted to execute the heavenly Yuan sacred land spy." Zhou Zheng. As the words fell, a cacophony of laughter, tinged with a hint of melancholy, erupted within the sacred void hall. "Ha ha ha! You wish to kill me? It will not be so simple." Zhou Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene with an air of disdain, his gaze devoid of any fear, radiating a serene contempt for all. Just moments ago, when the sect leader made a decisive pronouncement, the chat group immediately detected that he was in a life-and-death crisis, triggering a plea for assistance in an instant. "Ding! It has been detected that you are facing a life-threatening situation, which cannot be resolved solely by your own strength. Assistance task has been generated. Group Member 2 Sleeves of Fresh Air is the Sword Immortal is currently in peril due to involvement in a sect corruption scandal. We urge capable members to extend their aid. Task combat power requirement, over 50 million. Task rewards, 80 million points, 30 million group experience. The group leader has accepted the task, expected to arrive at the scene in 30 seconds. Listen to that, what a melodious sound it is. The highest combat power present, the sect leader in the fusion stage, barely exceeds 10 million. The Supreme Elder, who is secluded in the Forbidden Area, remains an enigma in terms of strength, yet judging by the task's combat power requirements, it is unlikely to surpass 50 million. And what about my most esteemed group leader? A staggering 18 billion in combat power. Do you all believe that Zhou has no backing? Ha ha ha. Let me reiterate, if you fail to grasp the disparity in strength, you will not even possess a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. If the path is obstructed, let fists pave the way. From this day forth, I shall no longer permit anyone to speak to me in a loud voice. Chapter 42. The heart in suspense suddenly ceased to beat. A profound silence enveloped the sacred void hall, as all present were high-ranking officials, each at least at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. How could a mere golden core cultivator at the third transformation dare to speak so boldly? To suggest that killing you would be a simple task? Frankly speaking, any one of those gathered could effortlessly extinguish your life as one would squash a mere insect. The leader of the law enforcement hall, Gong Zheng, scoffed derisively. You have truly lost your mind. Someone, throw him out and execute him. We must not taint the sanctity of our sect. Yes, two high-ranking enforcers at the 9th transformation of the Golden Core promptly stepped forward. However, at that moment, the previously silent sect master, Sikong Xian, suddenly interjected. Hold on. This lad's cultivation method is extraordinary. He has ascended from the 8th level of Foundation establishment to the 3rd transformation of the Golden Core in just 1 month. Law Enforcement Hall. See if he can bypass the soul restriction and replicate his cultivation technique. Gong Zheng immediately understood. Wise words, sect master. I share the same intention. Let be entrusted to the Law Enforcement Hall. As he spoke, the space above Zhou Zhang's head suddenly warped, and a resplendent spatial vortex gradually materialized. Following this, an ethereal aura emanated forth, akin to an invisible hand that swiftly gripped the hearts of all within the hall. This aura, how could this be possible? The sect master Sikong Xian instinctively recoiled, utterly astonished. Nothing is impossible. My support has arrived. Do you truly believe you can still kill me? Zhou Zheng could no longer contain his laughter after enduring 30 seconds of restraint. In the next moment, a young man clad in a blue-green Taoist robe gracefully emerged from the spatial vortex. The senior members of the Sacred Void sect, after a brief moment of shock, underwent a drastic transformation in demeanor. The young man's otherworldly presence and transcendent aura were unmistakable. Though he stood before them, their spiritual senses could not detect him, leaving only their naked eyes to perceive his form. What did this signify? It indicated that his cultivation was far superior to theirs, an existence beyond their capacity to confront. This was bad. It seemed he was indeed the formidable backing Zhou Zheng had summoned. Was this not a disastrous turn of events? Who had claimed that Zhou Zheng was without support, easily manipulated? This backing was far too robust. The once mighty high-ranking officials of the Sacred Void sect began to feel a creeping dread, instinctively retreating behind the sect master. There was no alternative. He was the strongest among them, and as the sect master, it was his duty to face the impending storm. When the heavens cave in, who else would bear the weight? Beasts. A pack of beasts. Sikong Xian internally cursed, yet he steeled himself to approach and negotiate. Esteemed senior, I believe there may have been some misunderstanding between us. Chen Yi cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Why was it not a misunderstanding when you bullied my Zhou Zheng, believing him to be without support? Now that I have arrived, it's suddenly a misunderstanding? Zhou Zheng, moved to the brink of tears, exclaimed, Guild leader, Before he could finish, Chen Yi swiftly interrupted him. This is not your concern. Remain quiet and observe. Lessons learned from Lu Ruyan taught him that one must never adhere strictly to the demands of the task at hand. To maximize benefits, one must amplify the situation. Thus, Zhou Zheng chose silence, opting to observe as a mere tool while he executed his tasks. Meanwhile, Sikong Xian was drenched in sweat, ignoring the opinions of the victim. What was the senior attempting to accomplish? Had he known earlier of Zhou Zhang's formidable backing, who would dare to make him shoulder the blame? Even if he were truly greedy, it would be understandable. Sikong Xian, perceptive and astute, promptly conceded, I apologize, senior. It was my fault for hastily concluding the case under pressure without thorough investigation, thereby slandering Steward Zhou Zheng. I will conduct a comprehensive reinvestigation to ensure justice is served. Are you admitting your fault? Chen Yi incisively pointed out the issue. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Sikong Xian nodded vigorously. The various leaders of the transformation stage, lacking the requisite cultivation base, perceived this man as exceptionally powerful. Yet, having entered the integration stage, facing him felt akin to gazing into an unfathomable abyss. Not only, but even the elders within the sect's forbidden grounds would feel the same trepidation before this individual. The primal instinct of life trembled involuntarily, leading him to believe that this man was not human, but rather a legendary celestial being. He was merely immortal at the early integration stage. What could he possibly say in the presence of an entity that resembled an immortal? Very well. You shall step down as the sect leader and allow Zhou Zheng to take on the role. Chen Yi succinctly issued his command. Sikong Xian, without a trace of hesitation, promptly agreed, no problem. I shall resign immediately and convene a sect assembly to declare Zhou Zheng as the new sect leader. Upon hearing this, discontent arose among some. The head of the law enforcement hall, Gong Zheng, stood forth with righteous indignation, proclaiming, "Sect leader, how can we bow to such petty threats? If need be, we will awaken the elders and fight to the bitter end. The disciples of Shang Su's sect stand to live on their feet, not to die on their knees." "Shut your mouth, you scoundrel!" Sikong Xian berated him, an involuntary shiver coursing through him, especially upon witnessing the subtle curve of the immortal's lips. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Marlat, all of Marlat. As anticipated, in the next moment he moved. Boom! The earth trembled as the protective formation of Shang Su's sect inexplicably activated. A colossal handprint appeared in the sky above Shang Su's sect, instantly shattering the protective barriers of the formation. The force did not relent, plunging into the sect's forbidden grounds. Following a series of terrified and despairing roars, silence enveloped the area. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the grand hall of Shang Su, it was as if dumplings were being dropped. A total of 18 elders in the integration stage were unceremoniously tossed in like lifeless dogs. Thud, the astute sect leader, Sikong Xian, immediately knelt down. His act of submission triggered a chain reaction. Thud, thud. The remaining higher-ups of Shang Su's sect, who had previously displayed defiance, soon followed suit, kneeling in unison. Only Gong Zheng, the head of the law enforcement hall, remained standing, proud and unyielding. In truth, it was not that he was unwilling to kneel, but rather that his body was ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. As he beheld the terrifying man suddenly bestow upon him a faint smile, his heart, which had been in suspense, plummeted into despair. Indeed, one ought not to play the role of a conspicuous target. In the next moment, he heard the fearsome man command, Zhou Zheng, approach and deliver him 2 resounding slaps to adequately vent the pent-up grievances within, lest they fester in the heart for days to come. After all, as the principal instrument of this task, it was essential for him to garner a sense of pleasure. So the rewards for the undertaking would be all the more bountiful. Huh, me? Zhou Zheng stood there, bewildered, his mind still reeling from the earlier harrowing scene, unable to process the situation at hand. Chapter 43. Justice. Upon witnessing the dismal state of Zhou Zheng, Chen Yi could not help but feel a tinge of disdain. His assessment of Zhou Zheng was that he paled in comparison to Fang Zheng. It is important to note that when he had confronted the celestial forces of Tian Shu and Tian Dao, Fang Zheng had the audacity to stand beside him, enduring the residual pressure from the divine entity while maintaining his clarity and composure. Although Fang Zheng's cultivation was indeed superior, the level of pressure he had withstood far exceeded that of Zhou Zheng. One could assert that, in terms of the resilience of one's mindset, Fang Zheng could easily outpace Zhou Zheng by leaps and bounds. It should be understood that one's innate talent in cultivation merely establishes a baseline. To ascend to greater heights, one must possess an unwavering resolve and a steadfast heart. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns and shrouded in mist. Should one fail to remain true to their core self and illuminate their true essence, succumbing to setbacks and tribulations could lead to the birth of inner demons. Regardless of how high one's talent may be, they could find themselves lost along the way, faltering or even descending into oblivion. It must be said in this regard, Zhou Zheng was undeniably lacking. He was still inexperienced and required much practice. Shaking his head, Chen Yi pointed his sword towards Zhou Zheng's brow, swiftly cleaving through the chaotic sea of consciousness, redirecting his disordered primordial spirit back to its rightful path, while simultaneously dispelling some of the restraining forces left by lesser beings. Zhou Zheng instantly felt a shiver run through him, and his dazed eyes gradually regained their clarity. Oh, ISNT this, my esteemed group leader. What was it that you wanted me to do just now? Chen Yi. What is to be done with this child? After a prolonged silence, he gestured for Zhou Zheng to direct his gaze towards the distinguished leader of the law enforcement hall, Justice, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Go. Give him 2 resounding slaps. Restore a man's dignity. Understood. Zhou Zheng's primordial spirit, having just undergone a thorough cleansing, was now akin to sensitive skin, reacting with particular agility. In a flash, he appeared before Justice and unhesitatingly raised his hand. Slap! Slap! The cathartic sound of those 2 slaps invigorated Zhou Zheng. This old man had resorted to humiliating tactics, even descending upon the sacred maiden Peak to threaten him with personal tokens belonging to his 2 younger sisters, compelling him to comply. Such actions directly touched upon Zhou Zheng's sore spot, verging on the path of self-destruction. From that moment forth, he resolved that once he summoned the group leader, it would be this old man's time to face the consequences. Group leader. Just as Zhou Zheng sought to solicit the group leader's assistance, he abruptly discovered that his voice had been muted. Although his mouth moved, no sound emerged. Before he could comprehend the situation, the calm voice of the group leader floated back to him. Do not utter a word. Do not ask questions. Quietly step aside and observe my actions. Though perplexed, Zhou Zheng willingly complied. After all, the group leader was an extraordinary being. His actions surely bore significance, and all he needed to do was to lay back and watch. However, what unfolded next far exceeded Zhou Zheng's expectations, delivering a profound shock to his fragile spirit. The leader of the group, with a flourish of his sleeve, first roused all the slumbering elders of the Holy Void sect from their repose on the ground. Then, with a gesture, a terrifying force erupted, swiftly extracting the primordial spirits of everyone present, save for Zhou Zheng. Why? I complied so well. Why must you kill me? Si Kong Xian exclaimed, his spirit trembling with indignation. Could someone please enlighten me on what is happening? When did the Holy Void sect provoke such a formidable senior? The assembly of elders was utterly bewildered. They had been peacefully nurturing themselves within the spiritual vein, only to be inexplicably yanked out and subjected to this torment. Who wouldn't be flabbergasted in such a situation? Soon, the higher-ups of the Holy Void sect provided their answer. Justice IU, whatever the senior says goes. Who are you to speak up? Justice I, setting aside the facts. Did you not bear any responsibility? If you were unwilling to resist, why did you not stop me? The leader of the faction retorted fiercely, firing back without hesitation. His language was so foul that one could hardly believe he was an ancient being who had cultivated for centuries, lacking any semblance of refinement. His demeanor more coarse than that of a rustic woodcutter. Ultimately, regardless of their frantic protests, their primordial spirits were still captured within Chen Yi's grasp. Immediately, 5 fingers as white as jade closed together, and darkness enveloped them. Just when they thought their lives were at an end, awaiting the crushing of their spirits, the sky suddenly brightened once more. Not only did the light return, but their primordial spirits were also restored to their bodies, intact and unchanged, neither more nor less than before. After a brief self-examination, the expressions of the Holy Void sect's higher-ups were quite peculiar. What was this powerful senior trying to achieve? Extracting their spirits only to return them without any apparent purpose. Was this merely a game? Or perhaps a display of divine power to intimidate them? Given his strength, there is no need for such displays to instill fear. While those directly involved were perplexed, the sole observer, Zhou Zheng, perceived the situation clearly. He witnessed the leader capture the elders' primordial spirits and, in an instant, refine them, although they were later returned to their corporeal forms. The leader's palm mysteriously bore an ethereal light ring. Upon this ring, faint shadows of primordial spirits floated, bound tightly by luminous chains, unable to escape or resist. With a single glance, Zhou Zheng discerned the purpose of that ring. Undoubtedly, whoever possessed that ring would hold dominion over the lives and fates of the Holy Void sect's formidable members, able to mold them into any shape at will. A genuine Master-S ring? The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a fervent excitement within Zhou Zheng. He understood that the leader would not linger here for long, and thus, this Master S ring was likely prepared specifically for him. Originally, there was some concern about how to safeguard the two sisters after the departure of the group leader. After all, according to the requirements of the assistance mission, even if the Sacred Void sect was not completely destroyed, it would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. At that time, the opposing force, the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land, would not sit idly by and would be more than willing to extend a helping hand, eagerly preparing to claim the remnants of the Sacred Void sect. In that scenario, he would be indifferent. At worst, he could provoke the group leader to return. However, the uncertainty of whether his two sisters could remain safe amidst such turmoil was troubling. The thought of such a situation was unacceptable to the doting brother, Zhou Zheng. Fortunately, one of the esteemed leaders of the group turned the tide single-handedly, managing to do so without losing a single soldier, and even facilitated Zhou Zheng's ascension as the patriarch of the Sacred Void sect. Consequently, his two sisters would effectively become the aunts of the Sacred Void sect, who would dare to speak harshly to them within the confines of the sect. The mere thought of providing a better environment for his sisters filled Zhou Zheng with overwhelming excitement. Therefore, esteemed leader, when will you bestow upon me the ring of the Master? Zhou Zheng gazed longingly at Chen Yi. Yet, Chen Yi did not spare him a glance, turning instead towards the heavens, stepping into the void with measured grace. Gradually, his presence became unmistakable, radiating forth with unrestrained power. Simultaneously, a colossal handprint manifestation slowly emerged, gently patting the azure sky. With a resounding clap, it felt akin to delivering a playful slap upon the celestial realm, accompanied by a friendly greeting. Little heavenly Tao, come forth and welcome your guests. Chapter 44. The young Tao of heaven is fiery, yet I prefer your untamed nature. The local Tao of heaven felt as if it were being harassed by a rogue. A thunderous roar echoed across the firmament, and the enraged Tao of heaven descended with its will, swiftly locking onto Chen Yi's location, unleashing a colossal bolt of heavenly lightning. Warning, could you refrain from being so arrogant? Please complete your tasks before provoking the Tao of heaven of this realm. A gentle reminder, the protective barrier of the chat group has dissipated. Please ensure the safety of group members and temper your demeanor. The system notification from the chat group conveyed a hint of helplessness. Yet Chen Yi remained unfazed. He casually dismissed the alert and spread his arms wide, allowing the heavenly thunder to wash over him. It must be noted that after cultivating his celestial body, his resistance to lightning had significantly enhanced. Previously, it would take an ordinary avatar 2.5 seconds to refine such a level of heavenly lightning, whereas his celestial body avatar could assimilate it in an instant. A mass of heavenly lightning essence, infused with the aura of the Tao, coalesced before him. With a flick of his finger, he sent it into the mouth of the bewildered Zhou Zheng below. Oh. Great leader, what have you fed me? It's so hot. Zhou Zheng's eyes glazed over, resembling a boiled lobster, his skin flushed, and wisps of steam rising from his body, carrying a delightful aroma. Gulp. The assembly of senior elders in the integration stage could not help but swallow hard. The fragrance of this Tao essence was intoxicating. Should they manage to acquire it, it could save them hundreds, if not thousands, of years of effort, making the prospect of transcending tribulations not entirely out of reach. This was no exaggeration. The effects were palpable. After all, who could refine such terrifying heavenly thunder with such ease? Even after stripping away its destructive force, the essence of the Tao remained intact. How could Zhou Zheng, of all people, be favored by such a formidable being? Such a precious essence of heavenly thunder given so casually. Does he truly comprehend its value? Bestowing it upon him would be a gross misuse. He smells divine. I long to consume him. Silence. Do you wish to court death? That being is still present, but it truly is delightful. Hey, just because you cannot does not mean I cannot. Dual cultivation could yield significant benefits. He is merely at the golden core stage. Can he truly breach your integration body? Let us give a try. He, as Zhou Zheng, still digesting the heavenly lightning essence, felt the predatory gazes of the three elder women, whose hair had long turned gray, but whose faces remained youthful and rosy. He shivered involuntarily. This is bad. Why does it feel like my lower back is cooling? Marla, are they after my kidneys? Great leader, please ensure that the Master S ring is awarded to me. I truly do not wish to be devoured by an old cow. Regrettably, at that moment, Chen Yi was too preoccupied to respond. The Tao of Heaven of this realm was rather fierce, knowing it could not prevail, yet still resisting obstinately, unwilling to sit down for proper conversation. Cease your actions. I grant you one last opportunity to converse peacefully. Otherwise, I shall unleash my fury. Boom! In response to Chen Yi, there was only a robust, bronze-hued thunderbolt. The Tao of Heaven would never yield, its resolve infused with the unyielding determination to sink everything if necessary. Alas, the youthful Tao of Heaven was indeed tempestuous, lacking the finesse that only experience could bestow. Chen Yi shook his head with a sigh. Were an ordinary avatar to be present, aside from perhaps a dual-star avatar, it would be utterly incapable of suppressing the Tao of Heaven that had already evolved the tribulation laws of this realm. After all, the Tao of Heaven must be of a higher echelon. The ability to evolve tribulation laws signified the power to subdue tribulation phase cultivators. Yet now, standing before them was an avatar of celestial body far surpassing the ordinary. How could one, oblivious to the vast disparity of strength, dare to challenge an avatar of celestial essence? Buzz. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. The next moment, an extraordinarily colossal humanoid manifestation abruptly appeared in the void beyond this realm, capable of enveloping the entire continent with merely a single hand. Undoubtedly, should he desire it, he could refine the entire world itself. As the terrifying pressure washed over him, the Tao of Heaven's thoughts became distinctly clear. Why conceal such power? Had he revealed it sooner, I would have been compliant. My sincerest apologies, esteemed visitor from beyond. What is it that you wish to discuss? Chen Yi smirked, you see. Isn't this a more agreeable conversation? However, I must admit I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Why not revert to that? Though he spoke lightly, who would be foolish enough to believe it? The Tao of Heaven, governing all beings, was not naive. It remained respectful, even somewhat humble. My earlier actions were thoughtless. I apologize for my lack of decorum. Please, command me as you wish. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests, even those beyond my capabilities. Seeing the Tao of Heaven's genuine understanding, Chen Yi ceased his aggressive stance and replied slowly, Wouldn't it have been simpler to act this way from the beginning? It's merely a matter of altering one person's destiny. Is it truly necessary to exert such effort? Yes, it is entirely my fault. Who is it that you wish to alter the fate of? The Tao of Heaven responded with utmost sincerity, not daring to mention Chen Yi's initial unreasonable disturbance. St. Void's sect, Zhou. Chen Yi specified his target. Upon investigation, the Tao of Heaven grew somewhat flustered and replied with even greater humility. I apologize, but it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that this individual possesses the power of creation, which falls outside my jurisdiction, rendering me unable to modify their fate. Chen Yi had anticipated this response and promptly provided clear instructions. Within your domain, fabricate a false destiny for him. Transcendents are often like ghosts, typically unrecognized by the local Tao of Heaven. And, as long as they do not stand out too remarkably, the Tao of Heaven will scarcely take note. Much like Chen Yi, whose exceptional prowess led to an invitation from the Ziwei Tao of Heaven for inclusion. Even a fabricated false destiny could affirm his origin from the Ziwei continent. Similarly, Fang Zheng and Lu Ruyan, though not distinguished themselves, were nonetheless invited to join due to Chen Yi's presence. The advantages of inclusion need not be elaborated. With the Tao of Heaven's unique favor, their path of cultivation would be remarkably smooth. But what Chen Yi never anticipated was the remarkable excellence of the laws of this world. To fabricate a false destiny. How should one proceed? Chen Yi. Hey, my friend, are you truly that honest? Has there never been a discrepancy in the accounts? 6. Chapter 45. The Performance-Enhanced Heavenly Tao Core Engine. It is widely acknowledged that the Great Tao encompasses 50 principles, the celestial transformations are 49, and humanity embodies one. This phrase essentially conveys that the heavenly Tao is profoundly powerful, mastering the foundational laws and principles that constitute the world, including the myriad phenomena of nature. The duality of yin and yang, the 5 elements, the cyclical seasons, and the reincarnation of all beings. However, it has not yet attained absolute supremacy, as there remains a slight variability that it has yet to fully control, preventing the world from functioning entirely in accordance with the established processes of the heavenly Tao. To put it more simply, the heavenly Tao can be likened to an exceptional system development software, while the entirety of the world serves as the corresponding foundational hardware. In pursuit of enhanced performance, the heavenly Tao must continuously optimize itself and develop the world, enabling the supporting hardware to unleash greater potential and computational power. Throughout this process, the inherent unpredictability of variables inevitably leads to a plethora of errors, defects, and failures, which may cause the operation of the heavenly Tao software to malfunction or even collapse entirely. Thus, to avert such a collapse, the heavenly Tao, upon detecting issues, will promptly issue patches, essentially fabricating data to rectify discrepancies. Naturally, these adjustments cannot be made arbitrarily. A robust foundational base must exist to ensure the world continues to function normally amid challenges, thereby allowing the heavenly Tao the capacity to reconcile discrepancies. At this juncture, the significance of a formidable cultivator becomes evident. The more exceptional the cultivator, the more powerful the component they represent. Take Chen Yi in relation to the Ziwei heavenly Tao. His presence ensures that the foundational laws of the world remain steadfast, granting the Ziwei heavenly Tao infinite tolerance for trial and error. No matter how chaotic the situation may become, it can gradually be resolved, even if there are numerous unresolved debts. Conversely, if Chen Yi were to vanish, the Ziwei heavenly Tao would falter. One could assert that if Chen Yi disappeared in one moment, the Ziwei heavenly Tao would collapse in the next, leading to the end of the world in the following instant. However, the extensive discourse is not intended to exalt Chen Yi's prowess, but rather to illustrate that any ambitious heavenly Tao typically possesses the capacity to fabricate truth from falsehood. Yet, the heavenly Tao of the Flying Star continent seems devoid of such capability. Could it lack ambition, merely adhering to a conventional and earnest developmental approach? This seems implausible. A lack of ambition would not result in such a shallow world essence, especially after merely 1 billion years of evolution culminating in the tribulation stage laws. Could it be that the absence of significant unresolved debts is the reason? This too is highly unlikely, as the evolutionary trajectory aligns with that of the Ziwei continent, both being focused on cultivation, where unresolved debts are most prevalent. Moreover, with the presence of Zhou Zheng, a transgressor without a household registration, he would undoubtedly be the one to bear the brunt of any unresolved debts. It cannot be that the foundational base is sufficiently robust, rendering the management of unresolved debts unnecessary. Can it? This should not be the case. Although the integration stage is somewhat abundant on the Flying Star continent, the tribulation stage is entirely absent. How stable can it truly be? Upon excluding all impossibilities, only one conclusion remains. The heavenly Tao of the Flying Star continent possesses a certain depth. As I inquire, when uncontrollable variables arise, leading to widespread disruptions in the causal fate of regions and causing significant upheaval to the fundamental laws of the world, how do you, as the heavenly Tao, manage such situations? Well, by restoring order, tracing the origins, and reshaping causality according to the variables to remedy the deficiencies. I must say, you are rather impressive. Chen Yi gasped in astonishment and asked again, can you always identify the source? Indeed, it is quite a straightforward matter. The heavenly Tao of the flying stars naturally finds this to be a trivial task. Chen Yi further inquired, the world is vast, and variables are constantly emerging. It is impossible for you to grasp them all, is it? For instance, could you have discovered the variable Zhou Zheng without my mention? It is indeed impossible to comprehend every detail, but minor variables do not disrupt the larger scheme. In fact, they often propel the development of the world. Therefore, I typically wait until the influence of the variables expands, only addressing them when they hinder the operation and progress of the world. You allow them to grow unchecked. Chen Yi felt a growing tension in his breath and urgently asked, "Are you not afraid that everything will spiral out of control, ultimately resulting in a complete collapse of the world?" The heavenly Tao of the flying stars paused, slightly perplexed, and responded, "I do not quite grasp your concern. As long as adjustments are made in accordance with the variables, how could the world possibly collapse? Is there not a time when you find yourself unable to manage a situation? There are indeed such times. For instance, in circumstances like the present, I find myself unable to cope. Your strength surpasses my capabilities, and I can only seek to avoid conflict." Chen Yi began to feel a prickling unease. "Why do you approach everything with such nonchalance? Are you truly a normal heavenly Tao? Other heavenly Taos merely follow the established order. Do you only partially do so? Mastering variables, utilizing them, even manipulating them. Is this not merely your plaything? Initially, I believed that the Ziwei heavenly Tao, having fallen from the pseudo-immortal realm, was already formidable enough, yet I did not expect there to be even greater masters. Relying solely on diligent and methodical approaches to achieve the evolution of transcending tribulation laws is sufficient proof that the operational mechanisms derived from the flying stars, heavenly Tao, are superior, more efficient, and more fluid than those of the Ziwei heavenly Tao, especially considering the Ziwei heavenly Tao, after its demotion, frequently resorts to patching up flaws, resulting in a core of origin that has become convoluted and cumbersome. It can be said that aside from the weighty aura of historical time, it lags far behind the flying stars, heavenly Tao, in nearly all aspects. To put it simply, the Ziwei heavenly Tao resembles a software program composed of a chaotic and convoluted mess of code, except for its extensive experience and better compatibility with foundational hardware. It is nearly devoid of merit. In contrast, the flying star's heavenly Tao is akin to a top-tier engine with exceptional optimization, albeit underutilized. Its performance potential yet to be fully realized. However, if the strengths of both could be combined, then the Ziwei heavenly Tao could swiftly return to the pseudo-immortal level, and given a little more time, it might even evolve into a perfected foundational immortal path law. At that point, would there still be a need to pitifully knock on the doors of the immortal realm, only to be chased and bitten by the dog, known as the tribulation of immortality? Hasten to your celestial tribulations. At this thought, Chen Yi's long-dormant resolve surged forth, evoking a tempest of emotions akin to the joy of encountering a rare treasure. Simultaneously, within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi summoned the Ziwei heavenly Tao. "Ziwei, come fort. I have matters to discuss. Coming right away." The Ziwei heavenly Tao promptly responded. "What do you wish to inquire, Brother Yi?" Calmly, Chen Yi articulated. "Can you refrain from applying superficial fixes after a variable arises, and instead conduct a comprehensive analysis? Can you reshape the causality to rectify the inherent flaws and restore everything to its rightful order, guided by the source of the variable?" The Ziwei heavenly Tao hesitated momentarily before responding with enthusiasm. "That is utterly impossible. The magnitude of the task would be overwhelming to the point of collapse. Even with your suppression of the fundamental laws of the world, which could expedite my recovery, any attempt would still lead to disaster. It is simply unfeasible." Chen Yi remained impassive, yet his demeanor was serene as he replied, "Yet there exists a heavenly Tao that has achieved this, one that, despite its foundational instability, is incapable of even the most superficial repairs." After a lengthy pause, the Ziwei heavenly Tao buzzed with excitement. "Brother, are you suggesting that a nascent heavenly Tao with a superior fundamental mechanism has been discovered? Where am I to be found? If I can obtain its foundational principles, I shall undoubtedly eradicate the accumulated malaise of years and reclaim my status in the pseudo-celestial realm. Brother E, you will assist me, will you not? I want it." Observing the lack of composure in his heavenly Tao, Chen Yi shook his head in mild disdain. "Wait here. I shall bring it to you." Chapter 46. The Senior Tao imparts wisdom to the Novice Tao. Starry Sky Continent. After a moment of silence, Chen Yi's avatar of the one-star immortal body finally spoke. Bestow upon me a portion of your core essence. This declaration rendered the starry Tao momentarily speechless. What exactly is core essence? Is the source code? Should it be relinquished and fully comprehended by him, he could manipulate and reshape the very essence of this Tao, thereby transforming the entire Starry Sky continent into his own image. Fundamentally, the Starry Tao cannot concede this. Yet now, the principles lie in his hands. Refusal would lead to swift annihilation. Regardless of his desires, if he insisted, then it must be given. The Starry Tao, with a clear comprehension of the situation, decisively split off a portion of its core essence. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, the Starry Sky continent shook violently, reflecting the peril of the Tao's loss of core essence. Nevertheless, the resilience of the Starry Tao proved remarkable. The continent merely quivered briefly before returning to normalcy. Witnessing this, Chen Yi cherished the core essence even more and subsequently retrieved 7-star sealing seals he had brought along. Rest assured, I shall not take without giving. These are for you. With such straightforwardness from the other party, he naturally could not be stingy. A Tao with such potential is most worthy of investment. After all, should the Ziwei Tao falter, the Starry Tao could serve as a remedy. Wait, these treasures forged from celestial bodies are truly for me? The Starry Tao expressed genuine surprise. Initially anticipating a one-sided gift, it was delighted to find there would be a return. These treasures, crafted from 7 large celestial bodies, were more than sufficient to stabilize the slightly tumultuous foundational laws of the world, even allowing it to reserve more power for the deduction of advanced laws. One must admit, this visitor from beyond the realm is rather generous. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. If I say they are yours, then they are. Moreover, I shall impart a technique that can accelerate the evolution of world laws. Will you learn it? The Starry Tao paused, probing. Is it the method you mentioned earlier regarding the fabrication of destinies? Chen Yi nodded slightly. The fabrication of destinies is merely one approach. The profundity of this technique lies in transforming falsehoods into truths, aiming to fully harness the Tao's subjective initiative, thus expediting the process of law deduction and minimizing errors. I shall learn. The Starry Tao expressed its unwavering determination without a moment's hesitation. Though it had solidified its foundation through variability, it was also constrained by it. The evolution of laws had stagnated, even exhibiting signs of regression. The method proposed by this esteemed guest was precisely what was needed to resolve the current predicament. How could it not wish to learn? Chen Yi nodded in approval. Very well, listen closely. This method of transforming falsehoods into truths holds differing applications among various Taos. And what I shall impart to you is the profound wisdom born from the trials of countless eons, stemming from the rich experience of the Ziwei Tao. Buzzing the celestial dome of the Starry Sky continent trembled gently as the Tao absorbed this knowledge, feeling as though it had unlocked the door to a new realm. 2.5 hours had elapsed. The process of teaching the innocent to indulge in misdeeds, perhaps it was more accurately described as a seasoned master imparting celestial wisdom to a novice, had finally reached its conclusion. After a swift rehearsal of the Flying Star Tao, the disciple respectfully expressed, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing your teachings. You shall be the teacher of this realm." The grand celestial sound resonated throughout the Flying Star continent, causing countless beings to gaze upwards in bewilderment, where they beheld a vague, majestic figure materializing before their eyes. Though the visage remained concealed and no voice was heard, they recognized him as the celestial master of their world. Strangely compelled, I found myself wishing to pay my respects. A celestial master, the teacher of the Tao, surely one must bow in reverence. The master of heaven himself? Indeed, that warrants a bow. The multitude of beings fervently chanted, initially in scattered voices, but soon harmonizing into a resounding chorus that reverberated through the universe, shaking the earth and stirring the seas. Chen Yi was equally surprised by the sudden display from the Flying Star Tao. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he reflected on his travels through various realms where some referred to him as Celestial Sovereign, others as Celestial Emperor, and still others derisively as Celestial Demon. Being addressed as Celestial Master felt rather pleasant. Celestial Master, I now possess the knowledge. What fate shall you assign to Zhou? And what of his two sisters? The Flying Star, Dao, inquired respectfully. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, grant him the destiny of an unparalleled genius. I require him to swiftly enhance his cultivation for practical use. Yet it must not be hastened unduly. As for his sisters, you may decide their fates. I understand, the Flying Star Dao affirmed before hesitating. However, his current condition appears rather dire. Should we assist him? Chen Yi lowered his gaze, glancing at Zhou Zhong, who was being pulled into fusion by 3 elderly women at the integration stage, and gently shook his head. No need. I am in no rush to depart. I shall temper his desires, lest he become incapacitated by the sight of women. After speaking, he inadvertently muted Zhou Zheng in the chat group. Thus, on that fateful day, Zhou Zheng's unwavering spirit was broken. There was no other reason. The robustness of the integration stage body was simply too formidable, and a mere brush would shatter a golden core. He was like a limp piece of seaweed, soft and submissive, toyed with effortlessly, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. It was not until the rising sun of the following day that, having thoroughly analyzed the core essence of the Flying Star Dao and ensured no details were overlooked, Chen Yi contentedly tossed the ring of fate and soul to Zhou Zhong. Once the despondent subject of the task had reclaimed his agency and escaped his suffering, the task system of the chat group laboriously provided an evaluation of the completion. Ding! In light of the group leader exceeding the task requirements, with the process proving significantly more challenging than originally stipulated, recalibrating task rewards. Please hold on friendly reminder. The assistance task has been completed, and the Realms+Dao has also taken notice of you. Shall you return immediately? Return, return, return. Please open the portal. The task rewards could be collected later. But the urgency of his own Dao was becoming unbearable. The optimization was already lacking, and Chen Yi feared that further delays might lead to its collapse. Though it has existed for nearly 100 billion years, it still behaves with the impatience of a youthful novice. How utterly disappointing. Chapter 47 today. The wind is particularly boisterous. The Tao of heaven is omnipresent, taking myriad forms. It could be an unremarkable stone by the roadside, a single drop of inconspicuous fresh water in the vast ocean, or a hoe wielded in the fields of the countryside. Yet, it is most likely to manifest, as it does now, as a soft-furred little gluttonous cat, circling around Chen Yi, incessantly licking its tongue and mewing. One must admit, such adorable manifestations of the Tao are simply irresistible. Cute is a commonplace descriptor, yet the Tao embodies cuteness itself. Even Chen Yi, with his temperate heart forged through countless trials, found himself enchanted. Has he truly resorted to such despicable tactics? Oh, Hockey Dao, what a rascal you are. When the avatar executing the task returned, Chen Yi promptly offered the already refined core essence of the Flying Star Dao directly into the mouth of the Ziwei Dao. Meow, the Dao's little cat, emitted a sound of satisfaction, its rosy paws patting its belly before it sprawled upon the ground, drifting into slumber. Alas, the core driving essence was far too complex and burdensome for it to simultaneously govern the universe and load the core essence for self-optimization. In simpler terms, the Ziwei Dao required a shutdown for a system upgrade. This raises a pressing question. As the main program of the Dao goes offline, will the world's mainframe collapse as well? Logically, this would be an inevitable outcome. Yet, the Ziwei Dao remained utterly unperturbed, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, Chen Yi remained silent, dispatching his avatar. Although he lacked the Dao's finesse in commanding the laws of the cosmos, he still possessed considerable strength. One avatar pushed the sun, while another hurried the moon. One avatar quelled the 4 seas, and another subdued the 8 desolations. The remaining avatars accompanied their master at the center, stabilizing the tumultuous foundational laws, ensuring the world continued to function normally even in the absence of the Dao's guidance. It must be said, maintaining the operation of a world is far more troublesome than merely refining one. Yet with the mess left by his Dao, he had no choice but to shoulder the burden himself. At the same time, as the aura of the Tao faded, the respected one of tribulations emerged, overshadowing the entire realm, inciting a sense of trepidation among the cultivators of the Z-Way continent. Within an ancient grand hall, dozens of eminent cultivators convened, each possessing a cultivation level at least at the late stage of integration. Those in the early to mid stages were deemed unworthy of attending this assembly. Indeed, these individuals were the venerable elders who had long suppressed their cultivation, comprising patriarchs of great sects, monarchs of alien races, and even a rare few ancient beings who had survived since the Ascension era. All were once renowned paragons of their time, though the Z-Way continent had diminished in stature. The friliest camel still surpasses the mightiest horse. It remains a land rich in talent. Today, the wind is particularly boisterous. An elder from a great sect lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his tone remarkably nonchalant. I simply cannot comprehend. Isn't that boy as thick as thieves with the Tao? What has caused such an unexpected stir today? Could it be that the celestial path is preparing to intervene personally? The White Tiger Emperor, who has thrived for 8 millennia, is filled with astonishment. Who can say? Perhaps it is a response to his 81st tribulation of ascension that transpired not long ago. You all are well aware of his tendency to conjure perplexing antics. An elder from an ancient sacred land shrugged nonchalantly. Speaking of which, he is truly extraordinary. Just a few days ago, while I was in the outer realms seeking materials for crafting, you won't believe what I witnessed. A venerable elder, his torso bare and muscles rippling, suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. Pray, elaborate. I too sense significant disturbances in the outer realms, yet the specifics elude me. Do not keep us in suspense. Be wary lest I challenge you to a duel. The assembly of elders suddenly found themselves intrigued. They often enjoyed teasing that young rascal. But recently he had inexplicably settled down, leaving them yearning for fresh tales to enliven their mundane existence. The muscle-bound elder smirked, succinctly declaring, that young man dispatched 2 avatars and obliterated the lair of the demonic clan in the outer realm. After a brief silence, fervor erupted. Are you boasting? I can see that his avatars possess remarkable prowess. Yet how many times has he raised the demonic stronghold? Each time, he employed no fewer than 10 avatars. Can 2 truly suffice? Is he toying with us? By the heavens, if he dares to mock me, I shall challenge him. The notoriously hot-tempered Black Dragon King was ready to confront him. However, the muscle-bound elder merely scoffed, dismissively swatting away the Black Dragon King's claws. Retreating to the rear of the hall, surveying the assembly with an air of superiority, embodying a sense of enlightenment amidst ignorance. A bunch of fools. Have you not noticed how increasingly formidable that young man has become? I can assure you that all I have witnessed is indeed true. I even stealthily approached the lair of the malevolent beings and observed that not a single demon remained. Just 2 days ago, I returned from the depths of space with materials, only to stumble upon him carrying back a grotesque mass on his spear. Presumably, it is the very essence of the demonic progenitor. I dare say, those 2 avatars of his are no ordinary manifestations. Their aura is ethereal, and they directly ventured into the cosmic void that devours spiritual resonance. Hence, I suspect that after his 81st ascension tribulation failed, he discovered an alternative path to transcendence. Brothers, what say you? Shall we band together to confront him and compel him to reveal his insights? It is no exaggeration. With just 1 punch from me, he would surely kneel. Hiss as the words escaped his lips. A collective gasp resonated throughout the room. Eyes wide as saucers, trembling hands lifted cups, and in unison, they bowed their heads to sip their tea. Especially the Black Dragon King, who had just been clamoring for a duel. He swiftly slithered back to his seat, head downcast, examining his claws. Hiss, these claws are indeed formidable. Wait, we are jesting here, and he cannot hear us. Must you all be so fearful? The muscular elder, taken aback, pondered in disbelief. Were not these old fellows renowned for their boastfulness? What had changed today, rendering them unusually solemn? Could it be that the young man was present? What a jest! This ancient hall, a remnant from the time when the Z-Way continent was merely a pseudo-immortal realm, harbors certain celestial prohibitions. Even he would need to knock to gain entry. Did anyone hear a knock? I certainly did not. No, that is not right. The elder, whose intellect had been somewhat dulled by his muscular physique, felt a sudden jolt of realization. Who in this world could transform this assembly of venerable beings into such docile figures? Indeed, who else could it be? It must be him. How could I have forgotten? Ever since that young man failed his 81st tribulation, he has grown increasingly formidable. Is it not entirely plausible that he could enter without knocking? Regrettably, by the time the elder arrived at this conclusion, it was rather too late to act, and he could only resign himself to it. For a calm voice had already wafted through the doorway. Supreme Master of the Extreme Tao Weapon Sect, it has been a long time. Did I just hear you say that with a single punch, I would kneel? Chapter 48. Let us cross the tribulation. The mindset of Zhang Kuang, the head of the Extreme Tao Sect, was utterly shattered. Beasts. A bunch of damn beasts. He seethed, knowing that Brat was coming. Why did no one warn me? Aren't we all brothers? We call each other brethren when boasting together. Yet when trouble arises, you stab your brother in the back. Zhang Kuang cursed profusely in his heart, but a radiant smile forced itself onto his face. Respected Yujia, I hadn't finished speaking earlier. What I truly meant was, when I throw a punch, you should kneel and plead for my mercy. Having cultivated to the integration stage and ascended to the position of a sect leader, he was not foolish despite a few missing cogs in his brain. In fact, he possessed a fair amount of wit and swiftly salvaged his earlier bravado. Chen Yi, of course, did not take it to heart. After all, these old fellows had been secretly gossiping for quite some time. As long as it wasn't brazenly in his presence, there was no need to pursue the matter. However, since he had caught this old man red-handed, it was impossible to pretend he hadn't heard. He approached Zhang Kuang with warmth, extending his hand in greeting. What nonsense is this? Surely, in the future, there will be occasions where I will require your esteemed guidance. How could I ever wish harm upon you? Crack, crack. A series of chilling, bone-crunching sounds echoed through the ancient hall. The gathered elders of the integration stage averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Yet Zhang Kuang, a tough man, remained silent even as one arm was reduced to dust. He maintained a beaming smile in response. No. Whenever you require this old man's assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Yi was forthright, stating plainly, the heavenly Tao must re-establish the laws of the immortal path. Esteemed elders, you can no longer hold back. Please, all of you, break through and cross the tribulation. This was equally a declarative statement. The peak integration elders present fell into silence. It was easy to speak of breaking through the tribulation, but what about our lives? Who among us could withstand a single bolt of the purple cloud divine thunder? Even if a few could endure the first strike, what are the subsequent 48? Oh, and it's worth noting, thanks to the esteemed Yujia testing the waters, it has been confirmed that the 49 strikes of the purple cloud divine thunder are not the limit. The heavenly secrets have been updated, and an additional 32 chaos divine thunders await. Who would dare confront such a terrifying tribulation of ascension? Do you truly believe everyone is as monstrous as you? To cross the ascension tribulation or to flee? That was the question. If they were targeted by the ascension tribulation, there was but one outcome: death. Yet, gazing at the silent and smiling Yuja blocking the doorway, who would dare voice dissent? Would they even make it home today? The assembly of integration elders struggled to direct their glances toward the venerable ancestor of the Tai Su Holy Land, who shared a close rapport with Chen Yi. The implication was unmistakable. You are the one with the good relationship. Coax him, for we do not wish to perish. And surely, you do not either? The venerable ancestor of the Taishu sacred land let out a soft sigh, setting down his teacup and rising to his feet. Alas, I have been wondering why my left eyelid has been twitching incessantly lately. It appears I was destined to await this moment, he said, abruptly shifting his tone with righteous fervor. 7,300, 8,400, I have now surpassed 8,821 years, with merely a millennium of lifespan remaining. Rather than languishing in despair, I would choose to embrace death in order to live. To aid in the reopening of the celestial path, we must fulfill our sacred duty. However, I have one stipulation. During my tribulation, nothing associated with you shall appear. Betrayal, after all, is still betrayal. Have you not conspired with that perverse individual long ago? Were you merely waiting for this tea gathering to ensnare us all? Ha ha! Chen Yi laughed heartily, clasping his hands in respect. Senior Xinyan, you remain as sagacious as ever. When the celestial path reopens, I shall certainly assist you in achieving your celestial form. The assembled elders felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them. The conditions had been set, and yet they claimed there was no conspiracy? How unexpected that you, the ethereal Xianyun, would stoop to such duplicitous and unscrupulous deeds. Bah! We are ashamed to be associated with you. Unfazed by the resentful glances, Xianyun merely smiled and gestured toward Chen Yi. Then I shall hold you to your words. Should I survive, I shall relentlessly pursue this celestial form you promised. Chen Yi remained silent, merely demonstrating. Suddenly, a torrent of celestial energy flooded the grand hall, and a small mountain formed from celestial essence stones emerged, radiating a mesmerizing and resplendent glow, blinding the eyes of the peak elders. What is this? It smells divine. I yearn for it, they exclaimed. Could this possibly be celestial essence stone? Ah, what a splendid sensation. Their hearts raced, hands trembling, bodies instinctively moving forward. Bang! A dark spear suddenly pierced the air before the mountain of celestial essence stones, an overwhelming force emanating from it, instantaneously repelling the elders who were unable to restrain their impulses. Chen Yi surveyed the room with a calm demeanor and stated coolly, "My friends, I've said it before. Please undergo your tribulation first. Only the strong may savor the fruits of victory." The elders fell into a profound silence. While solidifying their celestial forms was indeed appealing, their lives were evidently far more precious. With their lifespans still considerable, they were reluctant to take such great risks. Observing their struggle against temptation, Chen Yi felt utterly disheartened. If he were a true born of the ZY, he would not require the assistance of these soft-hearted individuals. He could elevate the ZY, celestial path, single-handedly. Alas, he was not. He was a traveler from another realm. No matter how well the fabricated destiny was arranged, it remained false. Not being a native of the ZY continent, he could suppress all but lacked the ability to enhance the performance of the celestial laws. Ultimately, he had to rely on these fearful and reluctant elders. It must be said, the ZY celestial path had been too lenient with them. If they were unwilling to break through, they were allowed to occupy the space without contributing, depleting the essence of heaven and earth in the process. Is this truly acceptable? In the past, out of respect for the Jiwei heavenly way, Chen Yi turned a blind eye to certain matters. Now that the Jiwei heavenly way lies dormant, the opportunity has been afforded. Since there is no desire for dignity, let me assist you in achieving it. I am curious to see who will come forth to protect you. Chapter 49. I implore you all to fight with fervor, for there may yet be a path to survival. The celestial way of Z-Way embodies the essence of a benevolent mother. Her children, regardless of their mischief, are often met with tolerance as long as they do not cross the line. However, Chen Yi is different. Should his child disobey, he would unleash the ferocity of 7 wolves. Do not be deceived by his youth. He may not even be as mature as the grandchildren of those old sages. Yet in this realm, power is the ultimate measure of one's stature. If they refuse to grasp the gravity of the situation, then let us engage in battle. If they seem unwilling, I shall not press further. Instead, I beseech you all to muster your strength and strive valiantly, for there may yet be a glimmer of hope. As soon as the words left his lips, the great halberd was swung. In an instant, a terrifying force distorted the void, shaking the assembly of old sages to their very cores. Wait! The eyes of the sages suddenly cleared. Whether to perish by lightning or to be ruthlessly vanquished was a straightforward dilemma. After all, embarking on the perilous path of transcendence, though fraught with danger, still harbored a slim chance for rebirth as a scattered immortal. Yet, facing this monstrous foe, the outcome was assuredly fatal. They would indeed meet a brutal end. Zhang Kuang, the head of the extreme Tao sect, was the first to speak. I believe that Elder Xuanxu is correct, rather than fading into silence. We would prefer to ignite our remaining lives for a fleeting brilliance to aid the celestial way. It is our undeniable duty. Ah, truly, as the leader of a great sect. His words transformed with remarkable swiftness, eloquent phrases flowing seamlessly from his lips. The other old sages, not wishing to linger, immediately expressed their stance. Indeed, while one may face death, it is far preferable to do so with fervor than to vanish without a trace. To be the fool who challenges the heavenly tribulations. Recklessness is closer to courage than cowardice. Only by contributing to the reawakening of the celestial way can we find a path to survival. Otherwise, we shall become mere remnants of bones in a century's time. Anything that cannot shatter us will only render us stronger. All 27 peak old sages stood resolutely, unwavering in their commitment to aiding the celestial way in reopening the path of immortality. Excellent. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction, slowly retracting his halberd. This group of self-preserving individuals is indeed stubborn. They refuse to listen unless a great halberd is poised at their necks. Do they believe that playing the ostrich will summon the celestial mother to plead for them? How naive! She shall not awaken any time soon. What is the purpose of this folly? The first to submit, Elder Xuanxu, shook his head, still reclining leisurely in his chair, even taking the time to sip his tea. Unlike those who remained oblivious to the circumstances, his ability to converse with Chen Yi was not without reason. For instance, when Chen Yi greeted him moments ago, he did not hesitate in the slightest to yield. Though he often teased this young man, when matters arose, he was never one to falter. He resembled a relentless beast of the wild. Anything that dared to obstruct his path would be ruthlessly shattered. Whether struck by the tribulations of ascension or by his own hand, it mattered little. One must heed his words while he still offers kindness, fostering goodwill in hopes of surviving the tribulations. Should fortune favor them in enduring the pressures of ascension, they might just establish a connection with the esteemed master of tribulations. The outcome was that two individuals, seemingly with water in their brains, insisted on standing in the way, hand in hand, fidgeting as if they believed they would be indulged like the heavenly Tao. Thus, there was a reason for their discord with Chen Yi. In comparison to this group, surely his own perceptiveness would carry more weight in his heart. With this thought, Zhuang Suzi set down his teacup and, with an air of nonchalance, addressed Chen. Brother, since everyone has agreed to contribute to the reopening of the celestial laws for the heavenly Tao, I implore you to retreat to the illusory star cave for the time being. After all, the tribulation for ascension recognizes individuals, and your presence would significantly heighten our pressure. Rest assured, I will exercise my discretion. You all need only to break through near the ancient lair of the outer abyss. There, the cosmic void can effectively obscure your aura, and your simultaneous breakthrough will greatly diffuse the attention of the ascension tribulation. As for how many will ultimately survive, that is left to fate. Chen Yi replied calmly with a plan. The tribulation period, in strict terms, is not merely a realm, but rather a state that mortal beings attain after surpassing the limits of their earthly forms, approaching a semblance of immortality. In this state, their power exceeds the ordinary world's capacity to bear, prompting the upper realm to impose the test of ascension. Successfully navigating this leads to transcendence. Failure results in death and dissolution. There is no evasion possible, for the aura of beings in this near-mortal state is particularly intense and conspicuous. Akin to a fireball in the darkness, radiant and searing in the perception of the heavenly Tao. Chen Yi's ability to evade primarily stemmed from the first time he endured the tribulation's harsh trials, where he sensed the gaze of the heavenly eyes of the immortal realm amidst the terror of life and death. Now that he understood this gaze was a special perception that spanned across the heavens and worlds, he developed a method to absorb it. Without the feedback of this gaze, the heavenly Tao would naturally lose its target, allowing him to make a swift retreat whenever the situation appeared dire. However, this method could not be taught to others, for not everyone could perceive this special gaze as he did. Moreover, after failing to eliminate him for the 81st time, the heavenly Tao grew increasingly sinister. Even a slight lapse in Chen Yi's vigilance could lead to repercussions, let alone those who could not see these gazes. Thus, everything relied on them. Chen Yi could only urge them forward and indicate a location with fewer gazes. This motley crew had no chance of surviving the Ascension tribulation, yet with a stroke of luck, perhaps they might endure. In light of his well-meaning advice, Zhuang Suzi, however, seemed unfazed, secretly relishing the moment. He did not oppose my calling him that. Does this not imply that as long as this old Taoist survives this time, he can draw closer to him, perhaps even visit his illusory star cave? Who knows? He might even be able to make some not overly excessive request. With this thought, Zhuang Suzi's earlier fears of the Ascension tribulation dissipated entirely, and with a grand flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "Thank you, Brother E, for your guidance. I shall take my leave." As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing toward the outer realms. He had long possessed the capability to transcend his limits, yet he lacked the courage to confront the harrowing tribulation of Ascension, resulting in him suppressing his cultivation and merely surviving for thousands of years. Now that has instilled in him the bravery to proceed, what is there to fear? After all, they're all breaking through together. The tribulation of Ascension cannot possibly annihilate them all. As the venerable Xuanyuzi took the lead, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards the hesitant cultivators at the stage of integration. What about you? Are you waiting for an invitation? The 27 peak cultivators shuddered in unison. No, you don't need to move. I will walk on my own. With that, they felt the thrill of action. There would be no retreat, though they had contemplated hiding until the storm passed. The prospect of facing Chen Yi's merciless retribution loomed larger. Would the gentle heavenly Tao truly offer them protection? Sigh. It seems they must go after all. United in their breakthrough, the tribulation of Ascension need not spell doom for all. With a swift motion, 27 streaks of light soared through the heavens, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Chen Yi remained still for a protracted moment, finally exhaling a deep sigh. Zhao, if you cannot wield the blade, I shall do so on your behalf. Do not hold it against me. Having chosen the path of optimization, one must see it through to the end. Chapter 50. Please refrain from messaging me in the future. I fear the group leader might misunderstand. On that fateful day, thunderous roars reverberated through the vast expanse of space, causing tremors even on the distant Ziwei continent. Although the populace felt a touch of alarm, they remained composed, continuing their daily routines. It was only the elderly who found leisure to engage in idle chatter. The recent activities of the revered one of tribulation have been quite rapid. Indeed, in the past, it occurred roughly once every decade. Yet now we have witnessed 2 occurrences in less than a month. The revered one is truly becoming more formidable. The commotion he stirs is immense. I've heard he is only around 800 years old. Quite impressive compared to those celestial beings who are thousands of years old. Youth certainly has its advantages. I too was capable of creating quite a stir in my youth. Old Wang, you jest again. I live next door to you, and every night you either seem exhausted or drowsy. Your tiger of a wife must be quite worn out by your antics. Alas, what a lamentable situation. Yet, let us not forget, your spouse possesses a gentle disposition. The musings of the elderly gentleman at the village entrance caught the keen ear of Mu Chun. Unlike ordinary mortals, as a peak cultivator of the transformation stage, he saw through the superficiality of their conversation. The thunder echoing from the depths of the outer space was not caused by the revered one of tribulation. Rather, it was the unfortunate culmination of calamities befalling the esteemed elders at the pinnacle of the integration stage. What exactly was Ego up to? Was he not typically content to reside quietly within the illusory star cave, living a life of seclusion? Why this recent display of ostentation? First, he lulled the heavenly Tao in a slumber to seize control of the world, and now he was coercing the esteemed integration elders to break through the tribulation. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the celestial tribulations? Something felt amiss, very amiss indeed. Mu Chan sensed an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, a harbinger of ominous tidings. After much contemplation, he resolved to send a private message to a former group member. Facing away from the world, group leader of 98 Shunan, are you there? The recipient quickly marked the message as read, yet remained silent for an extended period without a response. Muchen's lips twitched involuntarily. So this is the feeling of being read but not replied to? Truly exasperating. No wonder Igu sought authenticity. Even he could scarcely endure such treatment. However, he was in need, and despite his displeasure, he had no choice but to humbly send another message. Facing away from the world, group leader of 98 Shunan, I'm aware you are there. Sending you away was a decision made out of necessity, yet the outcome has proven favorable, has it not? You must be enjoying a more prosperous life in your new home than in your old one, correct? Facing away from the world, Shunan, I understand you're upset with me. Have you forgotten who rescued you in your moment of peril? Who helped you fend off Lin Hao on multiple occasions? We once shared a bond akin to brothers. How we drifted apart. Or have you forgotten your old comrades since entering your new abode? After 2.5 minutes of silence marked by the read receipt, Xiao Chunin could no longer restrain himself and replied, The fallen genius, Xiao Chunin brothers? Haha, I shall refrain from discussing how you have taken advantage of me. I am off to accept a task. And it seems that the group leader's 50 share is not sufficient. You insist on deducting an additional 50 as a fee. Is this what brotherhood entails? I feel your intentions are quite the opposite. Fallen genius. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude, for it is due to your presence that I have entered such an exceptional group chat. Each member here is a talent, eloquent in their speech, and even the betrayals are executed with remarkable candor. The group leader possesses a grand vision. Not only does he refrain from taking cuts from the projects, but he also maximizes various benefits for us. How unlike the group chat you manage, where everyone is embroiled in scheming and intrigue, surpassing even the darkest workplaces of previous lives. If it were not for the circumstances of this reincarnation, your unscrupulous leadership would surely lead you to be lampooned in public. Mu Chan fell silent for a moment, offering no retort. Is this not the norm? How can the group leader elevate himself without extracting rewards from the members? Furthermore, is the deduction truly excessive? Let us not speak hastily. The group leader faces significant challenges. Compared to other groups, our deduction rate is relatively low. Perhaps it is time to reflect on oneself. Over the years, has one's cultivation truly progressed? Have you approached tasks with earnestness? Regardless, the fact that he has responded is indeed a positive sign. Mu Chun continued to shamelessly send messages. Back to the crowd. Chunan, has there been any significant activity in your group lately? You know, I share a realm with your group leader, and he seems a bit off these days. Fallen genius. No comment, and furthermore, please refrain from messaging me in the future. I fear the group leader may misinterpret our exchanges. Back to the crowd. Wait, I have genuinely saved your life. Is this small request too much to grant? Back to the crowd. Chunan, why haven't you read my message? Have you activated Do Not Disturb? Back to the crowd. No, Chunan. Damn it. Mu Chan felt a flush of annoyance. Not only did he fail to extract any news, but he also endured a scolding for nothing, which left him quite vexed. At the same time, after activating Do Not Disturb mode, Xiao Chunan felt a wave of refreshing clarity. It was not that he wished to block this elder group leader outright. His permissions did not extend that far. However, activating Do Not Disturb was quite pleasant, as it spared him from distracting notification sounds. Currently, he was following the group leader's instructions, using the clan's spiritual emperor treasures to establish a base. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Until explicit instructions were given by the group leader, he dared not act impulsively, as he could not afford disturbances from outsiders. And with a group leader being somewhat off, how could I be unaware of my own leader's peculiarities? He had just issued a red envelope in the group as encouragement. Speaking of which, his private probing for information and attempts to malign the group leader, should I inform the leader? Wait, that's not right. There are 2 old companions in the group. He cannot be messaging only me. I must report this swiftly, or else the credit for this accomplishment will belong to someone else. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chunin immediately summoned the group chat interface. Alas, he was still a step too late. Despite the burdens of his responsibilities, his mind could not keep pace with those who dedicated themselves to cultivation. In the illustrious realm of the multiverse, within the 108th chat group. A member known as I Do Not Eat Cilantro addressed the group leader, declaring, "Esteemed leader, I have just received a private message from the leader of the 98th group. He not only seeks to uncover the secrets of our group, but has also suggested that you are currently facing grave issues, casting doubt on your longevity. Xiao Chunan." Zhao Hao. What a remarkable turn of events. It seems you have a knack for amplifying matters. Here lies a splendid division line. This morning, I endured a formidable warning in the form of a ceiling attack, leaving the author somewhat disoriented and on the verge of a breakdown. Fortunately, I managed to refine the forbidden power in time, thus averting disaster. Lastly, a member previously known as I Truly Do Not Wish to Sacrifice to Heaven has now changed their name to Fang Zheng. Please take note. Should you encounter the former name, kindly summon the author to promptly refine them. Chapter 51. Fang Zheng has attained the MVP. The accolades were seized, and the slightly delayed Xiao Chunan and Zhao Hao provided corroborative evidence as they sipped their broth. Self-redemption of the villain. Zhao Hao's sister Yuan is absolutely correct. The intentions of the 98 group leader are dubious. I implore the group leader to investigate. The fallen genius, Xiao Chunan. Here lies the evidence. Screenshot of the chat log. I do not eat cilantro. Li Yuan. Two present evidence. Screenshot of the chat log. Self-redemption of the villain. Zhao Hao 1. Screenshot of the chat log. It was proven that when you share a bond with your group members, they will not engage in trickery against you. Chen Yi glanced at the screenshot of the chat log, although it was not as outrageous as Li Yuan had previously claimed. Mu Chen's intent to probe into his recent circumstances was rather evident. This was understandable, as the recent disturbances had indeed been quite significant. While ordinary individuals and lower-tier practitioners may remain oblivious, the high-level cultivators, such as those in the transformation and integration stages, were filled with trepidation. It was only rational for Mu Chen to seek insights into his status through the group members when his own intentions remained inscrutable. There was no need for concern. Conversely, the harrowing experiences of the three new group members struck a chord within him. The anguished words etched in the chat log bore witness to the injustices they had endured in the 98 group. It was no wonder that upon joining this group, they exhibited such caution. The remnants of their past suffering were palpable. They had truly endured hardships, and he resolved that should an opportunity arise to host them in the Ziwei continent, he would ensure that Mu Chen received a warm welcome. One must recognize that in the path of cultivation, harboring grievances is the utmost folly. Any wrongs suffered must be avenged. This unscrupulous group leader, taking advantage of his superior cultivation to exploit them, shall be met with the finest form of retribution, surpassing him in cultivation and then, with dignity, commanding him to serve tea and offer a warm smile. Such a silent yet profound vengeance would serve to cleanse the dark memories of their past lives. What? You assert that Mu Chen's cultivation far exceeds that of the three group members, and as the group leader, he possesses abundant resources for enhancement, making it arduous to catch up and surpass him? Such a notion is preposterous. Those who associate with Chen Yi are hardly deprived of resources. To speak candidly, just 3 minutes prior, the least among them had already secured a red envelope of 50,000 points. While their earnings may slightly pale in comparison to those of the group leader Mu Chen, this represents the ceiling of the chat group, not the limits of group leader Chen Yi. Let us not even delve into the myriad of hidden benefits. Simply consider the opportunity to download the Great Swallowing Technique valued at 800 million points for free. How shall Mu Chen respond to that? Furthermore, being aligned with group leader Chen Yi means enjoying 9 meals over 3 days is a common occurrence. On fortunate days, one might even indulge in 9 meals in a single day. And so it was at this very moment, claiming the reward for the previous task, Chen Yi promptly initiated the process. Group member 2 Sleeves of Clear Wind is the sword Immortal requests assistance. The reward for the task completed in excess has been updated to 800 million points and 30 million group experience. Ding! 800 million points have been credited. Your current point balance stands at 1,330,000,000. Ding! The group member, I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens, completed a help task, and the group leader distributed 4 million points, now credited to the account. Currently, your points balance stands at 1,037,000,000. In the next moment, a series of system announcements echoed within the group. Ding! The group leader has received the task reward. The group's experience increases by 30 million. Ding! The group member I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens has received the task reward. The group's experience increases by 500,000. The group has leveled up to level 39, still needing over 2 million experience points to reach the next level. The group welfare check-in system has upgraded. Members can now receive 3,900 points daily for check-ins. The group red envelope system has been upgraded. The daily maximum limit has risen to 390,000 points, and today's limit has been refreshed. Fang Zheng is quite capable, isn't he? Wasn't it said that the usual reward was only 2 million points? With the group leader's additional 50% commission amounting to 4 million. Does that imply he earned 8 million this time? Intriguing. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his expression a blend of confusion and admiration for this group member. How challenging is it for an individual to persist? Fang Zheng could readily answer this question. He is an undocumented transmigrator, lacking the fated destiny of this world, and thus often finds himself at the mercy of overwhelming forces, enduring a tumultuous fate. The golden finger, which ought to assist him through the novice stage, has also been rendered ineffective. He must rely solely on himself to navigate a treacherous environment. Despite the calamitous beginning, he has managed to cultivate a battle prowess of 300,000 within a mere 20 years, akin to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Had it not been for his abysmal luck, which led to an encounter with the protagonist's son that ultimately caused a collapse of his circumstances, he might have thrived without ever needing to join a group. Rather than labeling his son Fang Fan as the protagonist, it would be more accurate to declare Fang Zheng as the true protagonist. What skill lies in rapidly rising against the heavens simply due to divine favor? It is noteworthy that in his youth, Chen Yi contended against the protagonist, and not even a mere side character could meet his standards. He gradually ascended to the pinnacle, ultimately conquering the exalted Ziwei heavenly Tao. A protagonist? If it weren't for Fang Fan's father being Fang Zheng, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. It could be said that in Fang Zheng, Chen Yi glimpsed a reflection of his former self. Both relied solely on their own efforts. Both exhibited unwavering determination, with the only distinction being that Chen Yi possessed superior cultivation talent, allowing him to swiftly surpass the arduous survival phase, whereas Fang Zheng's aptitude is mediocre. Without familial protection, he might not have even survived the novice phase. Thus, Chen Yi holds Fang Zheng in particularly high regard, and it is not without cause. However, one must wonder, what exactly did this lad accomplish with Zhao Gao? Transforming a standard 2 million points assistance task into 8 million undoubtedly holds an intriguing tale. TMD, the celestial tribulation is still pursuing me. I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Fang Zheng, how are things on your end? Are you all right? As a most loyal follower of the group leader, Fang Zheng, having just arrived home and still catching his breath, promptly replied, I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Thank you for your concern, group leader. I am well. This success is entirely due to the star suppression seal you bestowed upon me. Otherwise, I would have been in peril with Zhao Gao. It is evident that Fang is indeed filled with trepidation. Otherwise, according to his usual custom, he would undoubtedly have appended a plethora of commendatory remarks about the group leader. Zhao Gao hastily emerged to provide clarification. In the midst of this self-redemption of the antagonist, dear leader, this unforeseen turn of events took us entirely by surprise. Just a moment prior, Fang was engaged in a confrontation with Lin Hao, while I discreetly cheered him on from the sidelines, even finding the leisure to converse in the group. To my astonishment, in the very next instant, an eccentric and formidable presence from the sacred realm emerged, boasting an astonishing combat strength of 20 million, mistakenly identifying Lin Hao as his long-lost son, and charged directly at Fang. I was genuinely taken aback, my heart nearly ceasing from the overwhelming aura. Yet, true to his character, Fang remained unfazed by such immense pressure. He calmly tossed Lin Hao aside and retrieved the stellar seal bestowed by our esteemed leader, delivering a powerful strike upon the head of that ancient being. It was truly magnificent. The old fellow was left bloodied and howling, scrambling to escape without so much as a glance back at Lin Hao, his supposed son. This accounts for the sequence of events, where the alteration in task difficulty led to an increase in rewards. Finally, allow me to sincerely express, Fong, I seem to have developed feelings for you. What should I do? Chapter 52. The comfort of Chen Yi as Fong Zheng secures MVP. After reviewing Zhao Gao's account of events, Chen Yi furrowed his brow and promptly opened the task feedback panel. I have a member in my group who possesses 20 million combat power, yet the task reward is a mere 800,000 points. Is it truly beyond your means to offer more points? System busy, please try again later. Chen Yi remained silent for a moment before quietly closing the task panel and reopening the chat interface. At that moment, Fong Zheng felt a twinge of discomfort. I truly do not wish to make sacrifices. Zhao Gao, do refrain. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, and I already have a son. You would do well not to transform into that, Zhao Gao. Ah, are we witnessing the esteemed Lord Fong Zheng in a fluster? What transpired? Has something eerie occurred at home? Life is but a dream, the mortal realm akin to an illusion. After weathering the storm, I have ultimately seen through it all. My heart is as tranquil as a still lake, with only my sword quietly suspended. Zhou Zheng, what has befallen you lately? Why do you consistently share such peculiar phrases? Have you come to see through life? I suspect he seems perpetually in a sage moment, yet I lack evidence. Group leader, I have a significant catch here. A great spirit saint with 66 million combat power. Shall I prepare to reel it in? Take your time. Continue to observe and await instructions. Currently, Chen Yi needed to focus on optimizing the Z-Way heavenly path to avoid any missteps. The matters of the chat group could be set aside for now. Should the situation demand it, he would dispatch a clone to address them. Understood. I shall remain on standby. Group leader, look at me. I am nearing 100,000 combat power. Are there any tasks I can undertake? My days have become monotonous, merely signing documents or cultivating. I am nearly rotting from boredom. I, too, wish to engage in a project. Lu Rian had truly grown weary of her impoverished existence. Though she held dominion over the realm, her ministers hardly heeded her words. There was little opportunity for indulgence, and her days were spent wandering the myriad realms marketplace to alleviate her ennui. Yet, the exquisite beauty elixir in the marketplace was exorbitantly priced. Relying solely on the meager rewards from daily sign-ins rendered it unattainable. The red envelopes distributed by the group leader were barely sufficient, leaving her utterly unsatisfied. Considering her current combat power, embarking on an independent project would yield hundreds of thousands of points. Undertaking a few more would grant her the freedom to indulge in the luxurious beauty elixir, and perhaps even bathe in it. The mere thought brought her joy. Thus, oh, inconsiderate group leader, if you are wise, do hasten to assign me some tasks. Your primary mission is to cultivate diligently. Projects will be available to you once you reach 30 million combat power. The group leader distributed a red envelope with a random reward of 390,000 points. Swiftly, for the speed of cultivators is not to be underestimated. The red envelope was emptied almost instantaneously. I truly do not wish to pay homage to the heavens. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Your vision is indeed vast, and my admiration for you flows like the relentless currents of the Yangtze River, akin to the overflowing Yellow River that cannot be contained. The remaining 300 words can be elaborated upon. The steadfast resident of the Cold Palace. Thank you, group leader, for frequently distributing red envelopes. I absolutely adore it. The fallen genius. Oh dear, I have yet to complete my project, and the group leader has already disbursed salaries. Just recalling those once dire days brings tears to my eyes. The villain in self-redemption. Those days are past. They are behind us. Everything shall improve. And with the esteemed group leader support, I vow to stand out and make those who once looked down upon me gaze up in awe. I truly do not wish to pay homage to the heavens. By the way, Zhao Gao, the rewards for this task have yet to be allocated to you. 30% of the 8 million amounts to 240,000. The group red envelope can only distribute a maximum of 39,000 at a time, so it will require 7 transfers to complete. If you're not in a hurry, I would prefer to wait until tomorrow to transfer it to you. The villain in self-redemption. Brother Fong, Do you require it urgently? If so, please take it first. If it is insufficient, I shall trouble Lin Hao again. I truly do not wish to pay homage to the heavens. That is not my intention. I simply thought that since today marks my first project and I have earned so many points, I owe much to the group leader's guidance. Observing the group leader being hindered by the red envelope limit daily, unable to provide more benefits to the brothers in the group, pains my heart. Now that I finally possess the capability to undertake projects and earn points, it is only natural for me to alleviate the group leader's burdens. Hence, I intend to issue another full red envelope on behalf of the group leader. The villain in self-redemption. Brother Fong, you possess great character. These points should not be solely borne by you. Count me in for half, and I shall contribute from my share. I truly do not wish to pay homage to the heavens. Gaozi, you are quite the character. However, considering your fraction, it will be better to keep it for yourself. I will take the larger portion, and distributing this small amount is of no concern. The villain in self-redemption. Brother Fong, am I the sort to shy away from responsibilities? This must count as half for me. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. I truly do not wish to pay homage to the heavens. No need for further discussion. When your share is allocated, you can calculate it yourself. This time, let me take care of it. Group member I truly do not wish to pay homage to the heavens issued a red envelope with a password of 39,000 points. The password. The group leader is the most handsome. TMD. The tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. The group leader is the most handsome. The group leader claimed 30,000 points. The villain in self-redemption. The group leader is the most handsome. Ayu, Fong Zheng, truly bring me joy. Chen Yi feels a sense of comfort. Usually, he is the one distributing red envelopes, and this is his first experience of seizing one. Though it is merely 30,000 points, for him, it is but a drop in the ocean, yet the feeling of being honored by one's own child is exceptionally gratifying. He has indeed grown up. TMD, the tribulation of ascension is still pursuing me. All right. Let this one slide. It can be considered a shared joy for completing the first project. Next time, do not distribute again, for you have not earned much. Wait until you can effortlessly earn billions of points in the future before issuing red envelopes, as it will be less taxing. I truly do not wish to offer sacrifices to the heavens. The esteemed leader of our group has expressed that I shall endeavor with twice the effort in my cultivation, striving to alleviate more of your burdens in the near future. In the midst of my self-redemption, I acknowledge, much like you, esteemed leader. Oh, not only does our illustrious leader possess grand vision, but Brother Fong also exhibits remarkable generosity by acquiring such a wealth of points, while I, regrettably, have contributed nothing. How embarrassing. I have heard that once the chat group reaches level 40, the location sharing function will be activated, allowing for offline gatherings. And everyone is welcome to come and play with me. Is that truly the case, dear? Can it be done in any manner? The group leader has muted member for 30 hours. I find myself growing impatient, dear. I mistakenly sent the wrong message. I meant to express my gratitude to our esteemed leader for providing us with such a wonderful environment. Every time I think of the leader's magnificent presence, I cannot help but feel compelled to bow in reverence, my admiration flowing like an unceasing river, akin to the overflowing Yellow River. Truly, esteemed leader, believe me, I'm not a sycophant. A certain member interjects with a laugh. The group leader has muted member for 30 hours. Brothers, heed my counsel. Beauty can be perilous. If you can abstain, do so, for women only hinder the swiftness of drawing one sword. Zhou Zheng, you are behaving quite strangely. You used to incessantly clamor for a glimpse of legs, yet now you seem so unfamiliar. It is merely a touch of hardship. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you even stealing my lines? Do not inquire. It is all the leader's well-intentioned guidance. I have undergone a transformation, and now my heart is solely filled with perseverance. Continue your cultivation diligently. The environment on your end is quite favorable. Additionally, please convey my regards to the heavenly Tao of the Flying Star, mentioning that its core essence is invaluable. Should I succeed here, I shall gladly share my insights with it. Understood, I shall relay your sentiments. It has expressed that assisting you is its honor, and if time permits, you are always welcome to visit. You will forever be the celestial master of the flying star continent. I comprehend. After sending this message, Chen Yi closed the chat interface, ceasing to engage in idle chatter, and turned his gaze towards the heavens. At this moment, the rumbling thunder began to diminish, and the terrifying pressure of the celestial tribulation gradually receded. One wonders how many of those fusion stage elders will survive. Surely, at least one must remain, no? Chapter 53. Brother E, have you seen them? Long ago, the tribulation of ascension was gentle, merely unleashing 9 strikes of ordinary heavenly thunder at most. If one could not withstand it, the number could be reduced to demonstrate the upper realm's leniency. Essentially, as long as one's foundation was stable, ascending to immortality was relatively effortless. Countless great cultivators flocked to this opportunity, with even those lacking a complete foundation daring to take the plunge. By sheer luck, some succeeded. And even if they did not, they could still disperse and reform through tribulation. In other words, the ascension tribulation of yore was so mild that even the most unworthy could pass through it. However, the present is starkly different. The tribulation has become increasingly vicious, indifferent to one's quality. Even those far superior to ancient cultivators find themselves unable to withstand it. A single strike of thunder could shatter the dreams of ascension, leaving one to exclaim, I am merely at the integration stage. This is the true portrayal of the 28 peak integration cultivators of the Z-Way continent, or rather, those who have broken through to the tribulation stage. There is no remedy. The tribulation is excessively ruthless. Even if all 28 were to break through simultaneously, significantly alleviating the pressure on each individual, the might of the Xiao divine thunder remains overwhelmingly fierce. It is unyielding and destructive, annihilating all. The prospect of dispersing and reforming through tribulation is futile, should one's primordial spirit dare to leave the flesh. It would be incinerated by the searing rays of the supreme Yang thunder. Under such intense pressure, even the slightest flaws become magnified. All are peak integration cultivators on the verge of tribulation, yet differences exist among them. For instance, the venerable ancestor of the Taishu Holy Land, Zhuang Suzi, with a solid foundation and profound understanding of the Tao, remains composed even under the strain of the ascension tribulation, frowning only to quietly shield those around him. Similarly, the head of the extreme Tao artifact sect, Zhang Kuang, lives up to his name. His audacity is well-earned. Though Chen Yi easily shattered one of his arms, he possesses a perfected body of tempering, resilient beyond compare. In the era of ascension, even those transcending to immortality would find it challenging to shake him. Furthermore, there is the Black Dragon King Ao Bujian, boiling with true dragon blood, and the White Tiger Mountain Lord, the king of myriad demons, both capable of contending against true immortals in the age of ascension. Aside from these few extraordinary individuals, the remaining peak integration cultivators are somewhat lacking. It is not that they lack strength. Emerging from the talent-rich Z-Way continent means they are formidable. However, in this era, they do not stand out as prominently. This is the best of times, a period of exceptional talent, where even the top prodigies of the Ascension era barely meet the threshold to encounter them. Yet, it is also the worst of times, with the tribulation of Ascension imposing restrictions, rendering Ascension impossible, forcing them to halt at the peak of integration. What is even more disheartening is that an even more monstrous challenge compels them to advance. O vast heavens, why do you show such disdain towards us? When the claws of the Ascension tribulation reveal themselves, right and wrong become meaningless. Thus, when Chen Yi's astral avatar descended here, not a single strand of fur remained. Alas, it seems I am still too inadequate. Not a single one escaped. Chen Yi sighed softly, raising his hand to summon the 28 tombstones he had long prepared. Just then, a subtle fluctuation emanated from the void of the universe. Is it you, Ego? At that moment, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, gazing into the vast emptiness of the cosmos. Their 5 feeble primordial spirits pulsed cautiously, peeking out with half-opened eyes. Upon witnessing this sight, the tension in Chen Yi's brow eased, and his heavy heart began to lighten. At least they were not all dead. although they had all transformed into scattered immortals. Their primordial essence remained intact, still capable of assisting the Ziwei heavenly Tao in its calculations, thus sparing him the effort of seeking out late-stage cultivators to serve as laborers. He promptly reduced the tombstones corresponding to the 5 primordial spirits to dust and slowly spoke. "It is I. Come forth. You are safe now." Upon hearing that familiar voice, the 5 primordial spirits could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward eagerly. "Igur, quickly, I need." The foremost Zhuangsuzi was about to request celestial essence stones to reconstruct his optimal physical form, but before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the inexplicable smile curving Chen Yi's lips. In an instant, the primordial spirits shivered with trepidation. Before they could react, a large hand of white jade materialized out of thin air, seizing the 5 feeble primordial spirits and rendering them unconscious in an instant. After a prolonged period of rebooting, the Ziwei heavenly Tao finally revived. It swiftly assumed the burdens of restoring the world's normalcy from Chen Yi and, with its performance fully optimized, began to rectify its own debts and liabilities. Quite impressive, the driving core of this little comet heavenly Tao is remarkable. Amused, oh? Wait, where have my beloved peak cultivators gone? Igur, have you seen them? In response to the inquiry from the Ziwei heavenly Tao, Chen Yi calmly opened his palm. "They are here." Gazing at the 5 primordial spirits peacefully asleep in his hand, the Ziwei heavenly Tao fell into contemplation. "Are you implying that out of the 28 cherished ones I have accumulated over millennia, only these 5 remain? And they are incomplete? Igur, what have you done? Are you jesting with me? You promised you would not lay a hand on them." The Ziwei heavenly Tao, unable to express its anger, could only harbor silent frustration, feeling utterly wronged. After a moment of silence, Chen Yi spoke softly. They all volunteered, choosing to relinquish their suppressed cultivation to assist you in reopening the celestial path. As he spoke, he conjured the scene of the former assembly of cultivators, their noble intentions evident. The Ziwei heavenly Tao replied, "This does seem plausible, but why do they appear to be trembling? Are you certain they were not coerced? Oh dear, my poor children." It sighed. "Well, if they're gone, then so be it. At least Igur is still willing to deceive himself. Although it may be challenging to cultivate another batch of such exceptional beings with a bit more time, it is certainly achievable. Moreover, Igur has procured such an extraordinary driving core for the little comet heavenly Tao, significantly enhancing his capabilities. It is only natural to pay a price for such advancements. Moreover, EGE's insistence on pushing them to transcend the tribulation was ultimately for his own benefit. Knowing that he could not bear to part with them, he seized the opportunity during his period of rejuvenation. The Ziwei heavenly Tao swiftly reconciled with itself, turning to joy once again. "Igur, I now feel remarkably unencumbered. The burdens of years past can no longer hinder me. Shall we attempt this once more? This time, I possess a 98% certainty of successfully reconstituting the secondary celestial laws. 98%, indeed, is quite high. Yet, it falls short of absolute certainty. What distinguishes it from failure? The previous mishaps had greatly depleted the vitality of the Ziwei heavenly Tao, and this time it could not afford another reckless endeavor." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi shook his head. "That is unwise. First, you should refine the essences of these 5 individuals into scattered immortals under the heavenly Tao's jurisdiction. This will at least enhance the probability by an additional 0.1%. We can deliberate on the remainder thereafter." The Ziwei heavenly Tao hesitated for a moment, cautiously inquiring, "Igur, is this truly advisable? Once they are refined into scattered immortals under the heavenly Tao, they will be eternally bound to me, forever severed from the upper realms. Should we not inquire about their own wishes first?" Chapter 54. You are truly remarkable, almost beyond human comprehension. The Ziwei heavenly Tao possesses many admirable qualities, yet it is often excessively benevolent. It dedicates considerable time and effort to nurture numerous exceptional talents, only to relinquish them willingly to the higher realms, content as long as its own progeny flourish. Initially, Chen Yi struggled to comprehend this approach, but over time, he gradually acclimated to it. It was precisely due to the selflessness and gentleness of the Z-Way heavenly Tao that he let down his guard, willing to engage in equitable communication, even daring to risk the tribulation of becoming an immortal to assist in the endeavor of reopening the path to immortality. Had it been a more domineering heavenly Tao, Chen Yi would have never exhibited such leniency. A powerful Tao would only provoke greater assertiveness, potentially leading to its immediate subjugation. Thus, in the presence of such a soft-hearted and compassionate heavenly Tao, Chen Yi found it challenging to adopt a forceful demeanor. Should he adopt a slightly stricter attitude, the Tao would retreat in a state of grievance. Conversely, if he refrained from strictness, it would indulge in its typical benevolence. What to be done? It was hardly reasonable to demand it to perform tasks against its will after it had just suffered the loss of many of its painstakingly nurtured children. Wouldn't it be disheartened for quite some time? Thus, it was essential to appeal to its emotions and reason. Reflecting upon this, Chen Yi cast his gaze downward, observing the 5 dormant primordial spirits nestled in his palm, and sighed softly. Alas, they have already been tainted by the aura of the immortality tribulation, even with their recultivation. They cannot escape its reckoning. You are well aware of the tribulation's potency. Do you truly believe they can evade it after recultivation? Unlikely, I reckon. Then why not refine them into heavenly Tao loose immortals? This way, within your jurisdiction, the immortality tribulation would not be triggered. Yet their dream has always been to ascend to the celestial realm. Dreams? One must be alive to entertain dreams. Those who are deceased lack such qualifications. Surely, you would not wish for the souls of those you have painstakingly nurtured to be scattered? Perhaps it would be wise to wait until they awaken and inquire. They should be inclined to agree. Your inquiry will only meet with disagreement. Comply and refine. Very well, do not be upset. I shall proceed with the refinement. Observing the Z-Way heavenly Tao obediently complete the refinement of the 5 primordial spirits, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. In truth, these 5 primordial spirits, having undergone the baptism of the immortality tribulation, bore no trace of its aura and would not be pursued for punishment. As long as they refrained from further enhancing their primordial powers and provoking the tribulation, they would exist as free-spirited loose immortals, liberated from the afflictions of their corporeal forms, capable of traversing both heaven and earth. This exemplifies the advantages gained from enduring the trials of the immortality tribulation. Therefore, as long as they remained conscious, they would never consent to being constrained as heavenly Tao loose immortals. Naturally, Chen Yi had no intention of allowing them to awaken. For the Z-Way heavenly Tao's understanding of the immortality tribulation was not as profound as his own. Thus, whatever he stated would prevail. Before long, the 5 resilient loose immortals of the heavenly Tao finally awoke. They had initially been in high spirits, having successfully evaded the immortality tribulation. As long as they refrained from misdeeds in the future, they would achieve an unconventional form of longevity, free to pursue their desires, unrestrained by the heavenly Tao. However, when they realized the immensely heavy bond that tethered them between heaven and earth, their playful demeanor vanished. Ah, Chen Yi, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you reneged on your promise of the celestial essence stones, but you have also bound us to the heavenly Tao, rendering us mere servants of this realm. Truly, you are extraordinary. Faced with the resentful gazes of the 5, Chen Yi maintained a calm expression and inquired, Are you displeased with your new identities? Not at all. Becoming a scattered immortal of the heavenly Tao, living in harmony with the cosmos, I shall endure as long as the universe exists. As the world flourishes, I remain invincible, and I am elated to contribute to the land that nurtures me. How could I possibly be unhappy? Xian Shuzi, ever perceptive, was the first to express his agreement. The remaining 4 scattered immortals, who had intended to lodge complaints against the heavenly Tao, found their grievances dissipating. Zhang Kuang, the master of the extreme Tao sect, burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is splendid, absolutely magnificent. The Black Dragon King Ao Bujian, along with the 2 ancient beings, Bai Yujing and Feng Tianyu from the Ascension era, also expressed their approval. There was no remedy for a situation that had already been set in stone. Could they possibly expect the accommodating heavenly Tao to confront the formidable Chen Yi? Best to refrain from such hopes, as the heavenly Tao was already beginning to take on his shape. It is rare to see such goodwill from you all, Chen Yi remarked, nodding slightly as he raised his hand to summon 500 celestial essence stones. Use these to reconstruct your bodies, thus enabling you to better uphold the heavenly Tao. Having transformed from wayward children to obedient ones, a reward was certainly in order. The stronger they became, the greater the enhancement the Ziwei heavenly Tao would receive. Chen Yi was not one to skimp on a mere handful of celestial essence stones. After all, to have a horse run, one must feed it grass. He was no heartless capitalist. Yet, as the 5 scattered immortals gazed upon the once coveted celestial essence stones, their desires suddenly waned. For what they had lost far outweighed what they had gained. Chen Yi, you are utterly unfilial. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days slipped by in an instant. During this period, bolstered by the powerful driving core of the Flying Star Heavenly Tao and Chen Yi's unwavering support, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao thoroughly rectified its long-standing issues. Thus, on that morning, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao, brimming with confidence, sent forth an inquiry. Brother Yi, I feel fantastic. The success rate for re-evolving the celestial laws has reached an astonishing 99%. Shall we give it a try? Yet, Chen Yi shook his head. Is 99% truly a guarantee? Wait for me to procure a source from the pseudo-celestial realm before we proceed. Then I shall take some time to consolidate. The Ziwei Heavenly Tao replied, dutifully retreating. Once the attention of the Heavenly Tao shifted away from the illusory star cave, Chen Yi's expression darkened. At this moment, the chat group was unusually quiet, the atmosphere heavy, for the last message from Enlon had greatly angered the group leader. God of Light unemployed, dear leader. It seems the God of Light has long been aware of my presence. The reason for his sudden attempt to capture me now appears to be his anticipation of the fundamental logic behind the help-seeking task. He is preparing to use me to set a trap to ambush you. Please exercise utmost caution. After sending this message, Enlan's avatar turned completely gray. In the next moment, the task system, seemingly offended, generated a rescue mission despite Enlan being temporarily free from life-threatening danger, offering rewards far more generous than before. Status: not well, experiencing writer's block, update delayed. Chapter 55, Requirements for Battle Power? The leader is unyielding. The discovery and subsequent arrest of Enlan were entirely within Chen Yi's expectations. After all, the commotion he had caused initially was too grand. Once the Western Sea's Heavenly Path conducted a thorough investigation, this out-of-place traveler would inevitably come to light. However, he never anticipated that the Western Sea's Heavenly Path would exhibit such audacity, daring to conspire against him even after enduring a chaotic divine lightning strike from the Immortal tribulation. What audacity emboldened them? Moreover, was it not fortuitous? He also required a sample of the pseudo-immortal realm's Heavenly Path essence for reference. Initially, he had contemplated allowing Enlan to reveal herself if she remained undiscovered for too long, thus facilitating his intervention. Yet now, with her insistence on acting, he could hardly be blamed for his brazen demeanor. Who among you dares to touch my people? Clearly, the group task system shared this sentiment. Beep. It has been detected that the member god of light unemployed is trapped in an illusion and is being coerced by the heavenly path of this realm and the supreme beings of light and darkness, attempting to manipulate the fundamental logic of the task system against the executing members, severely compromising the rights and dignity of the chat group. Free task generated. Rescue the member god of light unemployed and thoroughly eliminate the unlawful entities damaging the interests of this group. Task power requirement: over 3 billion. Task rewards, dependent on task completion, with no upper limit set. This task is being simultaneously uploaded to the group. All members are requested to decide within 30 seconds whether to accept it. Failure to respond in time will result in automatic upload to the public district. But wait, with such a high requirement for battle power, are there any experts of this caliber in other groups? Chen Yi found himself deep in thought. He had initially prepared to incapacitate that god of light and the Western Sea's heavenly path, only to be suddenly hindered by this power restriction. Acceptance was feasible, for the Western Sea's heavenly path was at the pseudo-immortal level, capable of manifesting secondary immortal laws. By the standards of the heavenly path, it possessed at least true immortal strength. Anything less would be tantamount to self-destruction. Yet, he found himself perplexed. After all, what level was this 3 billion? Before refining his avatar into an immortal body, only a 2-star ordinary avatar could meet that standard, but doing so would directly attract the immortal tribulation. What did this signify? It indicated that 3 billion in battle power was undeniably the real deal, a true immortal. If there were such experts hidden within the public district, how could no one have taken on the dark upheaval task triggered by the 6th group earlier? Was it disdain for the meager 300 million points? Or was it simply that none existed? For a fleeting moment, Chen Yi contemplated placing this special free task into the public district to see if any big fish were lurking within the waters. However, it was merely a thought. If someone actually accepted it, what would happen to his 108 group? The task's difficulty was too great, and demotion could be severe. The 6th group had already set a precedent, one serious enough to warrant cancellation of their group number and subsequent dissolution. Though he might still become a group leader in another group, he could not allow the members he had painstakingly nurtured to fall into the hands of others. With this in mind, Chen Yi no longer hesitated and directly commanded his 1-star immortal body avatar, which bore the chat group system, along with 5 colorful orbs, to venture into the depths of the outer space. After all, it was already quite taxing for the illusory star cave to bear the true self. The addition of a formidable secondary celestial avatar would lead to an instantaneous collapse. He certainly did not wish to provoke the tribulation of ascension, which would bring catastrophic ruin upon the Z-Way continent. In no time, within merely 2.5 seconds, the primary celestial avatar, responsible for the chat group, arrived near the cosmic void. Without hesitation, it crushed 2 colorful orbs, summoning forth 2 additional primary celestial avatars. Merge. In an instant, the void trembled, and the fundamental laws of the universe struggled to bear the weight, beginning to collapse and disintegrate outward from the point of the secondary celestial avatar. It must be said, the secondary celestial avatar was indeed exceedingly beyond the limit. Although the self-circulation of spiritual resonance within its body would prevent the onset of tribulation, the fragile laws of the lower realm universe could hardly sustain such weight, leading to the potential collapse of the entire world. Ding! Your strength has been detected to have increased. Battle power data updated to 600,000,000,6.6 billion. Soon after, with a notification tone from the chat group echoing, confirming that his battle power met the requirements for task acceptance. Chen Yi promptly disintegrated the secondary celestial avatar and intervened to halt the collapse of the universe's fundamental laws. Subsequently, the task transmission portal opened. Aside from the celestial avatars tasked with maintaining the chat group and repairing the surrounding laws, the final celestial avatar directly entered, accompanied by 2 unused colorful orbs. Ding! You have chosen to execute the task in avatar form. Upon inspection, the battle power of this avatar is unknown error. Rechecking, confirmation of eligibility, and transmission commencing. At the same time, the 108 group erupted in chaos, initially fearing their imminent demise, with a task demanding 30 billion in battle power. Yet the group leader possessed only 18 billion, a considerable shortfall, and the task's difficulty was daunting. It seemed the 108 group might face a fate akin to that of another group, heading towards bankruptcy and restructuring. Having finally entered such a harmonious and friendly family, they truly wished to avoid transitioning to other unfamiliar chat groups. Particularly for the trio who had just arrived, it was a heart-wrenching experience, nearly suffocating. Had they never seen the light, they might have grown accustomed to the darkness, but having felt warmth, how could they endure the cold? Oh, fust heavens! How cruel you are to me! How cruel you are! Yet, just as they felt their lives plunging into the darkest hour, the group leader seemed to experience a sudden breakthrough, shattering the heaviest darkness in a manner devoid of reason. In 2.5 seconds, the battle power surged from 18 billion to 66 billion. Truly, he was astonishingly formidable. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Fang Zheng ha ha ha. I thought I was the most concealed in the group, yet it turns out the group leader is the true master. I merely concealed several 100,000 in battle power, while he, our illustrious group leader, concealed a staggering 48 billion. The villain seeks redemption. Zhao Gao, my anxious heart suddenly soared. In that moment, I felt neither excitement nor joy, only boundless admiration for our group leader. I do not consume cilantro, Li Yuanyuan dear family. Do you know that feeling of being cornered, only to suddenly sprout wings and soar? I truly adore our esteemed group leader, the fallen genius, Xiao Chunan. It's exhilarating, truly exhilarating. My emotions are akin to a roller coaster, rising and falling dramatically, leaving me momentarily speechless. The sword Immortal with 2 sleeves of pure wind. Zhou Zheng, what is there to be astonished about? I have never doubted the capabilities of our esteemed group leader. Although this time he has far exceeded my expectations, it feels entirely natural, for our group leader has always defied common logic. The Cold Palace Tenant, Lu Rian, 66 billion combat power. What realm must that represent? The runner-up of the Immortal cultivation world. Chen Bo, hey, everyone, I've discovered something remarkable. You must understand that the combat power of our esteemed group leader is directly measured and published by the chat group. Yet he can conceal as much as he desires and amplify it at will. Look, our esteemed group leader's combat power has returned to 18 billion. Does this not imply that the chat group cannot accurately gauge his true strength? Could it be that the chat group is merely a toy for our group leader? TMD, the immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Chun Bo, be silent. Do not discuss what should not be discussed. Currently, the chat group is sustained by avatars, separated from Chen Yi's true self by a protective barrier, existing in a state of mutual ignorance. Overall, it operates quite smoothly, so Chen Yi is reluctant to disrupt this delicate balance, naturally forbidding group members from discussing his fluctuating combat power to avoid inciting the chat group's displeasure. After all, judging by the incident involving Enland's coercion, the chat group system has its own temperament. On ordinary days, feigning ignorance of Chen Yi's erratic combat power allows for peace. But should they persist in discussing this topic, the chat group would no longer turn a blind eye, provoking it could lead to serious consequences. Following his warning, Chen Bo's gaze quickly regained clarity. The runner-up of the Immortal cultivation world retracted a message. Our esteemed group leader is incredible. Our esteemed group leader is invincible. I shall sing his praises without reservation. The group member Fang Zheng quickly picked up the rhythm. Indeed, our esteemed group leader has become so powerful that he has transcended limits. We cannot lag behind any longer. Gaozi, has Lin Hao recovered? I shall confront him, the villain on the path of self-redemption. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as there is breath left, I shall seek him out for trouble. The fallen genius. I envy those of you who can undertake projects. Unlike me, I can only stir the pot endlessly. I do not consume cilantro. I envy those of you with project to engage in. Unlike me, I can only lie back and cultivate daily. Seeing the group's rhythm return to normal, and with no further reactions from the chat group, Chen Yi finally felt at ease to close the chat interface, redirecting his attention to the vast world of the West Sea. Although the ZY Heavenly Path possesses a remarkable 99% certainty of reclaiming its position in the pseudo-immortal realm, if one is capable of achieving a score of 99, why not simply procure a reference answer to secure a perfect score? It is not as though it is unattainable. If Chen Yi truly desires it, would the West Sea Heavenly Path refuse to provide it? Chapter 56. The schemes of the Western Sea's Heavenly Path. How is he absorbing the chaotic divine thunder while holding it? In the vast realm of the Western Sea, amidst the shattered divine territory, Adolf Amlin reclines upon a colorful altar, sleeping peacefully. In the distance, the light god, transformed into a state of divine and demonic duality, tightly grips the demon lance, his expression tinged with uncertainty as he queries, Lord, is it truly possible to capture that otherworldly demon for refinement this way? The heavenly path of the Western Sea responds with assurance. "Fear not, my child, for I am present here, and I am not alone." When the eye of judgment from the upper realm departed, it left behind a thunderbolt. As long as we lure that otherworldly demon to the designated location, it shall find no escape. Upon hearing this, the light god's anxious heart finds some solace, and his grip on the lance loosens as he exhales deeply. That is reassuring. I trust the Lord's judgment. Once we capture that otherworldly demon, I shall thrust the demon lance fiercely into its body to draw forth its blood, and then sever its head to fashion a goblet. As he speaks, a sudden chill runs through him, and he looks anxiously towards the colorful altar. At that moment, above the slumbering Adolf Amlin, a colorful spatial vortex begins to coalesce. Lord, this is not right. Why has he arrived so soon? Was it not said that Amlin would not summon him unless in mortal peril? The light god's golden pupils tremble. Yet, the heavenly path of the Western Sea has no time to address his concerns. It promptly activates the colorful altar beneath Amlin, amplifying all surrounding energies to their maximum. Though slightly rushed and not yet at the peak of vitality across the realm, this exorcism plan has been rehearsed countless times. Even if unexpected variables cause an early entrance, the ultimate outcome remains unshaken. Boom! Outside the realm of the Western Sea, a slumbering, colorful, chaotic thunder dragon awakens in an instant. The result is that Chen Yi's celestial doppelganger has not even stepped through the teleportation passage before it senses that familiar aura. I knew you would dare to challenge me, but it appears the trial of ascendance has granted you courage. Alas, you're still too hasty. Chen Yi coldly chakadis, swiftly shattering two colored orbs to summon forth two one-star celestial doppelgangers for fusion and elevation. In the next moment, the two-star celestial doppelganger reemerges and promptly bursts forth from the teleportation passage, akin to an unstoppable meteor, fast and fierce, colliding with the chaotic thunder dragon. Sizzle! There are no apocalyptic shockwaves emanating. The two-star celestial doppelganger simply engulfs the chaotic thunder dragon in a fierce absorption. It has been stated before that Chen Yi, the master of calamity, excels in refining thunder. What the trial of ascendance? If it is thunder, it bows to his command. Especially under the self-circulating resonance of the celestial doppelganger, the main essence of the trial SK9 knows cannot detect a trace. As long as it does not approach, Chen Yi can unleash his power to absorb freely. Before long, the chaotic thunder dragon, once thousands of feet in length, diminishes rapidly. Such a terrifying scene sends the heavenly path of the Western Sea into disarray, for this has far exceeded its plans, plunging into realms of complete incomprehension. The foundational laws of the pseudo-immortal realm are relatively stable, barely able to withstand the weight of Chen Yi's two-star celestial body avatar. Otherwise, the Western Sea's heavenly Tao would not merely experience a malfunction, but would rather collapse instantaneously. Meanwhile, the god of light was engulfed in fear. Wasn't it true that the last time this foreign celestial demon encountered chaos, it fled in utter disarray, too terrified to confront the chaotic divine thunder? How could it transform so drastically in just a few days? Not only did it disregard the terrifying might of the thunder, but it also audaciously embraced the essence of the chaotic divine thunder and began to gnaw at it. Oh dear Lord, are we truly battling against an ordinary foreign celestial demon? The god of light yearned to flee, yet an overwhelming force firmly restrained him in place, rendering him immobile and forcing him to weep silently for his own fate. The time consumed in refining the chaotic thunder dragon far exceeded Chen Yi's expectations. It took a full 2.5 hours to barely extract the destructive power contained within. However, this was understandable. After all, it was merely a two-star celestial body avatar, and its power was limited, unable to effectively suppress the chaotic divine thunder, allowing it to resist for an extended period before finally waning. Yet, conversely, the greater its resistance, the richer the pure, thunderous energy it contained, which only heightened Chen Yi's excitement. After all, he had grown weary of absorbing the purple cloud divine thunder. Now, with the potency of the chaotic divine thunder magnified by 100-fold, One could only imagine how exquisite its essence must be. Chapter 57. Grant me the essence of your evolved lesser celestial path after a profound and enlightening experience. Chen Yi recognized the quintessence of the chaotic divine thunder. It must be said this truly possesses an exquisite quality. If the purple sky divine thunder represents the utmost destructive force that can manifest in the lower realms, then the chaotic divine thunder ought not to be something that can merely arise in the mortal world. This is a celestial treasure. Its purity is not just 100-fold greater than that of the purple sky divine thunder. It also contains fragments of exceedingly advanced thunderous principles. From a proportional perspective, a single drop of chaotic divine thunder essence holds the power comparable to 1,000 celestial essence stones. However, due to its excessively vigorous and domineering nature, it is challenging for an ordinary person to refine and absorb it as celestial essence. Yet fortuitously, Chen Yi is no ordinary individual, having endured numerous lightning strikes. He has long since assumed the form of thunder, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that thunder has taken on his shape. To an ordinary person, the essence of chaotic divine thunder is akin to a bowl of potent liquor. Imbibing it may lead to intoxication, making it difficult for the body to digest and assimilate. But for Chen Yi, it serves as a stimulant, invigorating him with each sip. Initially, his 2-star celestial body clone expended a considerable amount of celestial essence while subduing the chaotic divine thunder during its resistance. However, after absorbing half a drop of the essence, it swiftly regained its full strength. What do one call this? It is akin to consuming and drinking the tribulations of ascendance, and after satisfying one's hunger and thirst, one still strives to conquer the tribulations of ascendance. Cherishing the remaining 202.5 drops of chaotic divine thunder essence, he carefully stored them within the space of his celestial body clone, intending to reserve them for his true self. Compared to the dubious celestial essence stones from the chat group, this essence, which was seized from the tribulations of ascendance, is far more reassuring to use. Having completed this task, he contentedly raised his hand to tap the heavens, rousing the West Sea's heavenly path from its dormant state. I do not wish to indulge in needless slaughter. Grant me the essence of your evolved lesser celestial principles, and let this matter be resolved. This statement bears a clear implication. Either you willingly provide it, or it shall be taken by force. The heavenly path does not lie. Thus, it shows silence in the face of overwhelming power. It truly desires not to make a choice. After enduring countless years of toil, finally blossoming and bearing fruit, how could one wish to allow the extra-mundane fiend to pluck it away? Who would willingly concede? Yet, what else could be done? Engage in battle with this extra-mundane fiend? Perhaps it is best to refrain. After all, even the chaotic divine thunder capable of annihilating the West Sea is being absorbed by it. No matter how much strength one might gather to confront it, one would likely still fall victim to imminent annihilation. Should it be given willingly, the world may experience a degradation, yet its foundation remains intact, still harboring the potential for resurgence. But how bitter the taste of such resignation! Countless years of labor reduced to naught, the cruel whims of fate, how cruelly they besiege the West Sea. Very well, esteemed visitor from beyond the realms, I acquiesce to your demands. As the resounding celestial sound reverberated, the entire West Sea world began to tremble violently. Thunderous roars erupted. Mountains crumbled, rivers breached their banks, and vast oceans surged forth. Countless beings cried out in terror, their wails echoing through the skies. The degradation of the world never occurs quietly. It is always cataclysmic, akin to the arrival of an apocalypse. The tumultuous upheaval of fundamental laws cannot be quelled by mere strength of a deity with a battle power of 12 billion. Alas, Chen Yi let out a soft sigh, raising his hand to cast 3 stellar seals, forming a minor Zhou-Tian convergence array to forcibly stabilize the agitated fundamental laws, restoring peace to the Western Sea realm. Is this mercy? Not necessarily. The weeping of countless souls reminded him of his own exceedingly protective heavenly Tao. Perhaps through prolonged interaction, he had unwittingly absorbed its characteristic compassion for all beings. Chen Yi ultimately found himself unable to remain indifferent. After all, it was the Western Sea's heavenly Tao and the light god that instigated this chaos. The innocent beings should not bear the brunt of the blame. Thank you. The grand sound of celestial music resonated, though the Western Sea heavenly Tao felt exceptionally stifled. It was precisely because of this individual that the world had been thrown into turmoil, yet it had to express gratitude for his assistance. Was this not a mockery of the honest heavenly Tao? No need for thanks. These 3 stellar seals are not given freely. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze toward the light god, now resembling a statue. I have claimed your life. Do you have any objections? This being had once severed an arm of his ordinary 1-star avatar, and using a 2-star avatar to bully him was far too extravagant. So he chose to bide his time. Now that the 1-star avatar had transformed into an immortal body, both existing within a pseudo-immortal realm, it was futile to speak of bullying. If one were weak, one ought not to play. This is the essence of the immortal Tao you sought. I beg your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness. The Western Sea heavenly Tao did not respond directly, merely enduring the painful sacrifice. After all, the opinions of the strong are valued, while the weak possess no voice. Rather than humbling oneself to seek reconciliation, it was preferable to cast aside all pretense of acknowledgement. Having obtained what he desired, Chen Yi swiftly conducted an examination, confirming all was well before nodding slightly. Let us put this matter behind us. Our grievances are now resolved. With that, his 2-star immortal body avatar disintegrated on the spot, reconstituting into 3 1-star immortal body avatars. After all, the Western Sea heavenly Tao had now fallen from grace. Unable to sustain the weight of a 2-star immortal body, continuing in such a state would lead to the collapse of the world's laws. Upon reforming into 3 1-star immortal body avatars, Chen Yi commanded 2 to remain on standby, while he manipulated 1 with precision. Then turned his indifferent gaze toward the light god. It is now your turn. The reckoning for your severed arm is due. Come, grasp your demonic spear tightly, and, as before, unleash all your might against me. As soon as his words fell, the power restraining the light god vanished abruptly. Yet, the pitiable light god dared not move a muscle, gripped by fear once again. This terrifying extraterrestrial demon was utterly abnormal, and the feeble deity chose to retreat. Isolated and unsupported, how could he dare to reveal his fangs? To bare his teeth would mean certain death. You can't even move when given the first opportunity? Chen Yi cast a disdainful glance at him and said sternly, I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not act, you shall perish. The light god painfully closed his eyes. To remain still meant death. To move also meant death. But why should it be so? It was he who rudely intruded into another's domain to steal, and upon being caught red-handed, raged and caused chaos, leaving destruction in his wake. Why must one return to seek vengeance now? The deity of light has been both shattered and remorseful. It ought not to have heeded the divine call to capture Anlin, believing in some semblance of advantage. I shall ensure his return is but a distant memory. Truly, I have been misled by your deceit, and now I find myself in a predicament from which there is no escape. There is simply no way out. I am utterly helpless. In an instant, the deity of light contemplated countless avenues for escape, yet ultimately resolved to face the challenge with courage. I never anticipated encountering such a wretched and uncouth creature, akin to a goblin at this juncture. What a stroke of ill fortune. In the name of the deity of light, I cast this curse. May fate whisk away your existence, you abominable aberration of the outer realms, devoid of decorum, utterly lacking in elegance. After 3 breaths, he remained motionless, merely indulging in verbal sparring. Even should death be my fate, I would embrace it with a smile. At least in my final moments, I would not succumb to the heaviest of darkness, having exhausted all efforts yet failing to shatter its oppressive weight, unwilling to perish in an abyss of despair. The deity of light mused, Ah, he is agitated. Indeed, the most primal form of personal attack is the only way to breach his defenses. Had he not acted swiftly, I might have found my voice. Chapter 58. Is this a free task? Am I being taken advantage of? Ding. The group leader has successfully completed the free task, and the rewards are currently being processed. The reward for the free task is 1 billion points and 100 million group experience. Task rewards have been credited to the personal account within the chat group. Please check your notifications. Would you like to return? Chen Yi was momentarily perplexed, staring at the suddenly appeared task notification box, questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Is this even correct? The matter is still in progress, and you've preemptively settled the task. How is it that the reward is so meager? My battle card is worth 30 billion, yet the reward is merely 10 billion? What a joke. With such a paltry amount of points, do you expect to enlist the help of experts with battle power exceeding 30 billion? What nonsense is this? No wonder it's called a free task. It appears that free refers to the reward. Is the system present? I would like to express my grievances. Feeling as though he had been taken advantage of, Chen Yi promptly opened the task feedback interface, ready to voice his discontent. The system is busy, please. Do not inquire. Each group member can only receive a maximum of 1 billion points. A regulation instituted to prevent the group leader from exploiting members for unlimited point accumulation. The current level of Group 108 is 39. Should you desire more, please proceed to the exorcism dungeon. Chen Yi. Well, I initially thought it would evade responsibility again, but it surprisingly provided a seemingly reasonable explanation. Why wasn't this regulation mentioned earlier? I suspect this is a fabricated excuse. The system is busy. Please try again later. Not this trick again. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yi quietly closed the task panel. At that moment, the Western Sea Celestial Path felt a bit anxious. Just moments ago, this esteemed guest had been berated by the God of Light. And after such a lengthy silence, could it be that he was upset? Esteemed extraterrestrial visitor, is there any further assistance you require? Please feel free to command. Chen Yi snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling a profound sense of ennui. He had initially intended to exert some effort on Enlon to secure a more substantial reward. However, the unexpected turn of events with the system had deflated his enthusiasm. Did he not wish to undertake the exorcism dungeon? It was simply that the group members were too inexperienced, and inexperienced individuals must practice more. With that thought, Chen Yi spoke. Then allow me to inquire, under normal circumstances, how long does it typically take for Adolf and Lon to cultivate to the 7th tier mage? The Western Sea Celestial Path hesitated for a moment before responding cautiously. I'm unsure what you mean by normal. Chen Yi replied calmly. It should be as swift as possible. Yet one must not rely on external forces for enlightenment. One should maintain appropriate standards even when departing from this realm. The chat group system is remarkably precise in assessing battle power. Forcibly elevating one's cultivation leads to inflated capabilities that serve no purpose. If one cannot fight, one cannot fight. Relying on external substances, like Feng Zheng, is equally futile. Once the star-sealing seal slips away, it will only lead to a grave fate. Leaning on mountains may lead to their collapse, and trees may flee. When venturing into the outside world, the only reliable support is oneself. The West Sea Dao, naturally, comprehended Chen Yi's intentions and promptly responded. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost efforts to support the newly appointed God of Light, Adolf Anlin, enabling him to inherit the fortunes of his predecessor and genuinely advance to the 7th tier of existence, achievable within a mere 20 years. Behold, this is precisely the type of acumen one would expect from an experienced Dao, unlike certain youthful Dao who remain oblivious and require guidance. Very well, 20 years it is. I entrust this to you. Do not let me down. Chen Yi nodded slightly, his gaze profoundly contemplative. Everyone in the group was aware of Amlin's notorious penchant for indulgence, making it exceedingly difficult for him to focus on his cultivation. He frequently found himself distracted, often ending up in the beds of others. However, the West Sea Dao had provided a definitive timeline, which assuredly indicated a well-crafted plan was in place. It was hoped that Amlin would rise to the occasion. After all, he was the first among the 108 group members brave enough to risk his life for a collective endeavor. As the group leader, Chen Yi certainly did not wish for him to lag too far behind. With matters settled, Chen Yi unhesitatingly returned with the essence of the secondary Immortal Dao laws. Although the evolutionary trajectories of the two realms differed, the foundational principles of the secondary Immortal Tao ensured that no matter how chaotic the Ziwei Tao might become, it would not inflict harm upon him. This situation was akin to planting one's tree in the fertile soil of the Wessi realm. Once the tree thrived, it could be transplanted into his own soil, and should it fail, it would merely signify the loss of a precious essence of the secondary Immortal Tao. In any case, Chen Yi still had the connection to the chat group spanning countless worlds. With a bit more effort, he could certainly locate another pseudo-immortal realm to exploit. It was even conceivable to pilfer some law essence from the true immortal realm. After all, the chat group dared to issue tasks with a requirement of 30 billion combat power. Chen Yi found it hard to believe that no significant treasures were hidden within the public district channels. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement. The celestial realm, despite its allure, had no welcome for him, relentlessly pursuing him with the trials of ascension. No matter how splendid it may be, he no longer coveted it. His own Ziwei Tao was both obedient and benevolent. If it could be nurtured until it could operate freely without the need to suppress its own power, then what need had he for the celestial realm? In this moment, aside from grappling with the trials of ascension, Chen Yi gained a grand new objective: to elevate the Ziwei Tao until it could rival or even surpass the celestial Tao. Whether this could be realized depended on the prowess of the chat group. Soon, the avatar that had completed the task returned through the teleportation portal to the illusory star cave. As Chen Yi's true self extracted the precious essence of the secondary Immortal Tao, a unique wave of law energy rippled forth. In the next moment, the Ziwei Tao, having caught wind of the essence, approached eagerly. "Brother Yi, I detect the aura of the secondary Immortal Tao essence. Is it for me? Surely it is for me. I desire. Do not rush. Allow me to erase the imprints of the other Taos first. Then hurry," purred the Ziwei Tao, playfully transforming into an adorable creature that nestled beside Chen Yi, incessantly licking its tongue and meowing. This forced Chen Yi to hasten the pace of his refinement. Nothing more, simply because, truly, it's utterly adorable. If it were any other celestial path daring to urge him, Chen Yi would have swiftly silenced them with a single strike. Yet, it is precisely the Z-Way celestial path that has calculated Chen Yi would not turn against them over such trivial matters. How despicable! Ha-G-Z-Way. You wretched being. Chapter 59. The unexpected visit of the water meter inspector in the bustling public area. Chen Yi personally intervened, yielding extraordinary results. Within a mere half-minute, he meticulously refined a fragment of the secondary celestial source, which encompassed 3 major cultivation paths and 9 divine nurturing principles, all while erasing its unique attributes from the Western Sea realm, leaving only the most fundamental framework. Here you go. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi promptly placed the meticulously purified celestial source into the mouth of the Ziwei celestial Tao, affectionately patting its fluffy head. Indeed, the tactile sensation was exquisite, befitting a manifestation of the celestial path. "Meow, brother, E is the best," the Ziwei celestial Tao exclaimed joyfully before swiftly carrying the secondary celestial source back into the cosmos. Empowered by the formidable core of the flying star celestial Tao, the Ziwei celestial Tao swiftly began redeveloping the secondary celestial path based on the foundational framework of the source. Buzzing the heavens quivered slightly, as the Ziwei celestial Tao fervently invoked various principles for deliberation. Compared to previous attempts to reopen the secondary celestial path, this time the commotion was significantly subdued. There were no earth-shattering tremors, nor a reversal of day and night. Ordinary mortals and common cultivators remained oblivious, continuing with their daily lives. Only a select few, those who had reached the divine transformation stage and beyond, sensed the unusual occurrence. Among them was Mu-Chun, the leader of Group+98. He grew increasingly anxious. What are E and the celestial Tao up to this time? The laws are concealed, the causality is chaotic. It seems they are attempting to reopen the celestial path. This should be a good thing, yet I can't shake this ominous feeling. Feeling increasingly unsettled, Mu-Chun hesitated briefly before deciding to forego witnessing this historical moment, and sought refuge in a lower-tier member's world to avoid the impending turmoil. Just as he was about to act, suddenly, a ripple surged through the void. An elderly figure, draped in a purple robe adorned with the yin-yang symbol, emanating an ethereal Taoist aura reminiscent of a celestial being, slowly emerged. Mu Chen's heart raced as he recognized this formidable immortal, who had narrowly escaped calamity. He immediately bowed respectfully. "I pay my respect to the esteemed Zhuang Suzi of the Taishu Holy Land. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. It is futile." The celestial immortal, Zhuang Suzi, waved his hand dismissively, his piercing gaze fixed upon Mu Chen. "At last, I have found you, one who should not exist in this world. Speak. What is your intention in reincarnating in the Ziwei continent?" A tremendous pressure enveloped Mu Chen, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Alas, my identity as an otherworldly demon has been uncovered. And why do you inquire about my reincarnation in the Ziwei continent?" "I know not. I merely stumbled upon good fortune and inexplicably arrived here. I am a law-abiding citizen. I have never engaged in any heinous acts. Isn't also an otherworldly demon? Why seek me instead of him? Brother E, save me." Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen sent a private message to Chen Yi. "Back to the living, group leader of 98 Brother E, help. 3 important matters must be reiterated thrice. Regrettably, at this moment, Chen Yi is occupied with safeguarding Zihui Tiandao, neglecting all private messages except for vital information within this group." Thus, as Mu Chen gazed upon the unread messages, he swallowed hard, steeling himself to address Xian Shuzi. "Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am related to you." Before he could finish, a violent tremor rippled through the void. Suddenly, a robust, bare-chested man, his muscles taut and radiating explosive strength, charged forth. "Old Xian, why waste words with him? Tiandao is at a critical juncture. It's best to handle this directly." Mu Chen trembled once more, recognizing this formidable figure, an indomitable being who had also been compelled to transcend calamities, the renowned patriarch of the extreme Tao instrument sect, Zhang Kuang. "Oh heavens! He's coming for me." Without hesitation, Mu Chen bellowed, "No, you cannot kill me. Yu Jiezun is my brother." Silence. Xian Shuzi waved his sleeve, forcefully toppling Mu Chen to the ground. Beside them, Zhang Kuang cracked his neck and grinned broadly. "Old Xian, this is the 18th individual claiming a connection to that lad. I fail to comprehend. That fellow remains cooped up in the illusory star cave. Where does he garner such connections?" Xian Shuzi shook his head with a chuckle. Who can blame him for being so renowned? Who wouldn't he desire a brother of unparalleled prowess? Despite being pressed to the ground, Mu Chen defiantly lifted his head and shouted, "That's not true. Chen Yi is truly my brother. He even calls me Xiao Mu. You can ask him yourself." Yet, the 2 celestial beings merely regarded him as though he were a fool. "Be quiet, you extraterrestrial demon. Both of you claim ties to Chen Yi. Yet do you dare to verify with him in person?" Zhang Kuang barked sternly, then flexed his muscles with a resounding crack. His powerful hand reached out to seize Mu Chen. "I speak the truth." Mu Chen's eyes widened in despair. However, he was powerless against the terrifying strength of the celestial beings, and Zhang Kuang grasped him, ready to refine him on the spot. "Xiao Zhang, do not exert too much force. He cannot withstand your grip. Extract the truth from him first," Xian Shuzi advised calmly. "Rest assured, I know my limits." Zhang Kuang nodded slightly, then turned to Mu Chen with a cruel smile. "Ding! Detected that you are threatened by a powerful adversary. Resolution through your own strength is unattainable. Assistance mission generated. The leader of Group 98, facing away from all beings, has traversed the Zihui continent and has been discovered by local powerful entities due to his status as an unregistered traveler. He is now in peril, on the verge of being refined, and cannot resolve this through his own strength. Members with capability are urged to lend their aid. Mission combat power requirement, above 1 billion. Mission reward, 1 billion points, 100 million group experience. Note, due to the unique status of the group leader, mission rewards are uncapped. Completing the mission yields double rewards. This mission exceeds the capability of all members of Group 98 and has been directly uploaded to the public district. The ripples of this event stirred an extraordinary commotion in the usually tranquil public district. Chen Yi, leader of Group 69, what on earth? The rewards are maximized? Is the leader of Group 98 truly this unfortunate? Jin Jun, leader of Group 91, marking this. The danger level of the Z-Way continent is exceedingly high. Ing 9527, leader of Group 96 TSK, requiring a battle power of over 1 billion, is beyond the capabilities of us lower-ranked leaders. Just glancing at it induces a slight panic. Xin Yuan Hong Shui, leader of Group 86, a limit of 1 billion points equates to 20 billion points, which is not insignificant. It should attract quite a formidable figure. Gu Long Hong Yegu, leader of Group 41, I lack the necessary battle power. Thus I cannot take it on, no choice. Xiao Miao Ai Chi Yu, leader of Group 33, I wonder if I can withstand it. Top Predator, leader of Group 8, everyone, fall back. I shall take it on. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, leader of Group 78, what? A true big shot has emerged. A member from Group 2, just some wind and frost, has accepted the task. This member possesses a battle power of 1.25 billion, meeting the requirements and activating the teleportation passage. Chapter 60, Apologies. Chen Yi is my brother, it is truly ruined. Mu Chun gazed at the task he had triggered, feeling as though his future was shrouded in darkness. There exists an unwritten rule in the public domain, regardless of which group stirs up trouble. If they seek the expertise of others to resolve it, they must pay the corresponding price. 20 billion points is manageable, as the system can advance the payment, and with the nearly 10 million points monthly income of Group 98, tightening one's belt for 2 or 3 decades could suffice to repay the debt. However, the 200 million group experience is a matter of life and death. Having built the group for over 30 years, they had barely accumulated 20 million in experience. The system might deem repayment impossible, leading to the complete depletion of the experience bar, resulting in the disbandment and reformation of Group 98, much like what happened to Group 6 in the past. As the inept leader of Group 98, where should he turn? Such a commotion would deter lower-level groups, while higher-level groups would look down upon them. He feared being cast into the dark abyss of the free channel. Would he come to his aid? Yet in the same realm, his contribution was exceedingly limited. After relinquishing 20 billion points, his value would be utterly exhausted. Would he truly squander a precious member slot on himself? No. It must be possible. Ego would not wish for otherworldly travelers to cause havoc in the ZY continent, so he would certainly not abandon him to the free channel. Moreover, Ego had promised him one thing. All is not lost. You two old geezers, just wait. When that esteemed individual who accepted the task arrives, or when my ego comes, I will ensure you comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly. As Mu Chun, engulfed in a tempest of turmoil, regained his composure, he dared to cast a fierce glance at Zhang Kuang. Oh, a mere minor, otherworldly demon dares to challenge me? I shall. Just as Zhang Kuang was about to retaliate, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wave emanating from Mu Chun. In the next moment, a dazzling spatial vortex unfurled, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This is bad. The enigmatic Zhuang Suzi, perceiving the ominous turn of events, quickly rushed forward, seizing the rigid Zhang Kuang. Simultaneously, Chen Yi, who was diligently assisting the Zhuai heavenly Dao in deducing the laws, was momentarily startled, then lifted his gaze to the horizon, his sight piercing through countless mountains and rivers, landing directly upon the site of the incident. To dare create chaos on my territory. Such audacity, the ZY Heavenly Dao, cut off from perception by the chat group's shielding power, inquired in confusion, Ego, what is happening? Chen Yi gently shook his head. Do not concern yourself. Continue with the deduction. Oh, understood. The ZY Heavenly Dao, obedient as always, resumed its earnest calculations. Chen Yi, appearing as though nothing had transpired, remained composed, assisting in refining the details. Yet, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a manifestation of his celestial body quietly vanished within the illusory star cave. On the other side, a formidable pressure enveloped the space for 100 miles, subduing the two fleeing celestial beings and causing them to plunge heavily into a cerulean lake. Covered in blood, Mu Chen approached slowly, his gaze oscillating between clarity and turmoil as he observed the submerged figures of Xian Shuzi and Zhang Quan. Behind him followed a young man clad in a black Taoist robe, suspended in mid-air, his garments billowing gracefully. His silver hair cascaded down to his shoulders, and though his features were delicate, they exuded a sense of disdain for the mortal realm. From his restrained aura and the absence of resonance with the celestial energies, it was evident that he had already forged an immortal body, having come to assist Mu Chen with an astonishing combat power of 1.25 billion. A mere bit of frost in the grand scheme. Young man, what are the task requirements? I am pressed for time and wish to finish swiftly. Mu Chen hesitated before replying. Senior, the task requires us to eliminate these two celestial beings, but they must not be killed. Oh, the black-clad pseudo-immortal cast a sidelong glance, casually inquiring, why not? After a moment of silence, Mu Chen replied, because if you slay them, it may prove exceedingly difficult for you to depart in one piece. Upon hearing this, the black-clad pseudo-immortal's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? Given the solidity of this world's laws, even the heavenly Tao cannot harm me. Pray tell, why would their deaths impede my complete departure? Mu Chen fell silent for an even longer duration, until a private message arrived, prompting him to exhale deeply and respond, Senior, I apologize, but whether you kill them or not, you cannot leave now. The black-clad pseudo-immortal furrowed his brow, an unsettling wave of anxiety washing over him as he inquired, what do you mean by that? In the next moment, a calm voice suddenly emerged, answering in Mu Chen's stead. There's no hidden meaning, merely a hint. Who is there? The black-clad pseudo-immortal trembled with fear, turning to look behind him. He beheld a man clad in a deep blue Tao robe, his own aura equally restrained, standing not far behind, having appeared silently without a trace. In an instant, the black-clad pseudo-immortal's instincts flared, and his spirit quivered uncontrollably. Heavens! How could such a formidable being exist within the laws of this world? To appear so stealthily behind me suggests he possesses the capability to assassinate me with ease. Simultaneously, the task system's notification resonated in his mind. Warning, you have been detected by a powerful being of this realm. The system concludes you cannot overcome him. Task failed. Do you wish to return immediately? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, the black-clad pseudo-immortal chose to return. This individual was too terrifying. It was unwise to linger in this place. However, his escape was fated to be thwarted. As a fellow practitioner, Chen Yi was well aware of the chat group's mechanisms. Thus, as soon as the return portal began to manifest, he lunged forward, seizing the black-clad pseudo-immortal and tearing through the void, propelling them both into the depths of the outer cosmos, leaving Mu Chen standing there, momentarily dazed, unable to collect his thoughts. Logically, this bit of frost had come to assist him. He should not have betrayed him in any manner. Such an ungrateful act weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, he found himself powerless. Mu Chen lifted his gaze towards the azure sky and softly murmured, I am sorry. Chen Yi is my brother and a senior of the second group. I can only ask you to bear with it. Chapter 61. Three Fists Shatter the Betrayer. I am truly an honest person indeed. This is a carefully orchestrated scheme to lure you into a trap. In his quest to uncover the depths of the public domain, Chen Yi has exhibited a rather reckless demeanor, though it has always been part of his nature. The celestial beings Su Nxz and Zhang Ying are exceptional actors, having skillfully ensnared the unsuspecting bait, Mu Chen, and drawn out a formidable catch. This individual, merely a member of the second group and bearing the alias, but merely some wind and frost, has yet to reveal the highest-ranking group leader, whose face remains shrouded in mystery. This alone is sufficient evidence that within the seemingly tranquil public domain, there lie even greater fish beneath the surface. A simple probing yielded such a wealth of information. One cannot help but commend Mu Chen for being an extraordinarily useful brother. In the depths of outer space, Chen Yi's gaze burned with intensity as he delivered 3 resounding punches, shattering the will of but merely some wind and frost. resulting in a clearer countenance from him before he began his interrogation. Do not even think of alerting others through the chat group, or your primordial spirit shall be extinguished in an instant. How do you know I possess a chat group? Bang, bang, bang. This serves as your first warning. Attempt it again, and you shall perish. I won't. What is your name? I have no name. I am inquiring about your true name. Oh, I am called Chen Long. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yi's expression darkened, and he unceremoniously delivered 3 more punches. Had the chat group not autonomously blocked all relevant information from the member's consciousness, a violent soul search would yield nothing, and he would not waste his breath on this fool. I will be honest. My name is Chun Jun. Huh? Do you dare to deceive me further? Why not claim your name is Zunga? How do you know this? Bang, bang, bang. No, please stop. I am called Gu Yuan truly. You must believe me. My name is indeed Gu Yuan. But merely some wind and frost finally capitulated, no longer daring to deflect the conversation. Peering through his swollen eyelids, he cautiously scrutinized the ruthless individual before him, feeling as though his life had plunged into despair. Despite this man's knowledge of such an old jest concerning Zingo, he was certainly not a time traveler. It must be that wretched leader of Group 98 who betrayed the chat group, betraying all fellow time travelers, choosing to ally with this powerful local native. He even sacrificed himself as bait to draw himself out for slaughter. What travesty! Why does this seemingly unremarkable Z-Way continent harbor such formidable beings? And you, leader of Group 98, you scoundrel, after I share my heart with you, you toy with me in this manner? Looking at his despondent visage, Chen Yi immediately softened his tone. Do not be alarmed. I can assure you, I too am a time traveler and have joined the Interdimensional Time Travelers Assistance Group. However, Gu Yuan was quick to dismiss this claim, his expression remaining impassive as he replied, How can you prove it? Chen Yi shot him a sidelong glance. For instance, you hail from a second group? Your group nickname is but merely some wind and frost? You came here to undertake a mission? I do not believe it. Those who serve as bait for you cannot possibly know such things, unless you send me a private message in the public district. Bang! Chen Yi delivered another punch, dispersing his temper. Do you believe it now? Gu Yuan's eyes instantly regained their clarity. Did it truly matter whether he believed or not? The other party could easily eliminate him, yet still chose to engage in conversation. Was this not a clear indication that he was not deceiving him? Not sending a private message was undoubtedly an attempt to conceal his identity. He, though appearing fierce, was he not also afraid of his own group leader? With this thought, Gu Yuan's mind became clear. As long as he was a fellow group member, it would be manageable. All this talk was merely a prelude to seeking compensation, which I can certainly provide. Gu Yuan sighed deeply, and with a humble demeanor, he said, I must apologize for my abruptness in accepting the task without clarifying matters in the public district. I did not realize that you shared the same realm as the leader of Group 98, and I inadvertently seized the reward you had planned. I sincerely apologize for this. How about this? You may anonymously list an item in the 10,000 Realms Mall, and I would be willing to offer 20 billion points as an apology. I hope for your understanding. Although Gu Yuan spoke lightly, his heart was bleeding. Not only had he failed the task without gaining any benefit, but he also had to dig into his own resources to make amends. It was truly painful. The leader of Group 98, Io, quite affluent, aren't we? Chen Yi's gaze grew even more fervent, filled with satisfaction toward his prey. Gu Yuan felt a shiver under his intense stare and quickly flattered, Oh, how could I possibly compare to your wealth? After all the toil, I might earn a few billion from the next dungeon, while you casually participate in a peak demon-slaying trial and reap tens of billions. This 20 billion as an apology might seem insufficient. I hope you do not take offense. Oh, the peak demon-slaying trial? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by something he had not heard of before. It must be said, those high-ranking old-timers in the elevated groups typically lurked in the public district, maintaining an air of aloofness. They had their notifications turned off, rendering them unaware of the deeper developments within the chat groups. Now that he had finally caught a veteran from the second group, Chen Yi would not let the opportunity to extract value slip away. You do not know? Gu Yuan's heart trembled, realizing his judgment might have faltered. How could a powerhouse far exceeding him, with at least 15 billion in strength, be unaware of the peak demon-slaying trial? Was he not part of the chat group that ranked at the pinnacle? What was the peak ranking anyway? Chen Yi suddenly interjected. The peak ranking? Well, that is... Wait. As Gu Yuan spoke, he suddenly realized, his pupils shaking. How do you know what I am thinking? Chen Yi remained silent, merely gazing at him calmly. For a moment, Gu Yuan's scalp tingled. If he could read his innermost thoughts, then what was truly real and what was mere illusion? He could not distinguish. He truly could not. After a moment of chaos, he finally gathered his scattered thoughts and, with an expressionless face, inquired, Are you truly a transmigrator? You mentioned that you have also joined the mutual aid group. Then allow me to inquire, upon reaching level 5, what benefits will the welfare sign-in system unlock? And how many points can one earn daily? Chen Yi replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm, if memory serves me right. The welfare sign-in system is activated once the group level reaches 3, allowing for a daily allocation of 100 points. Furthermore, with each subsequent level attained, the daily welfare points are distributed in accordance with a multiplier of 10 based on the group level. Gu Yuan was utterly perplexed. To prevent his innermost thoughts from being gleaned, he even resorted to deceiving himself, leaving traps within his queries and continuously reciting an incorrect answer in his mind. Yet, this individual still managed to unveil the correct response. It is important to note that the concealed intricacies of such mutual aid groups during their initial stages remain unknown even to the average members. Even if the leader of the 98 groups was aware, such trivial details would hardly be emphasized unless he had undergone a direct soul-searching. However, if the leader of the 98 groups had indeed been subjected to soul-searching, then the task would not merely require a battle power of 10 billion. It would surely demand at least 18 billion. For who could possibly surpass such a formidable individual? Thus, he must have genuinely been a senior member in some chat group, perhaps even one who had recently joined shortly after its establishment. Yet Gu Yuan found himself baffled. With a senior member possessing such extraordinary prowess, it seemed implausible for the group to remain unranked at the pinnacle. How could this individual appear so oblivious? It was hardly conceivable that he had just traversed into this realm and usurped the essence of a powerful being, only to find himself ensnared in a novice group ranked exceedingly low. Such a notion was preposterous. A nascent soul, already weak, seizing the body of an exalted being? Even if the essence of that exalted being had perished, the innate consciousness derived from the celestial body would effortlessly obliterate him. What nonsense was he ruminating upon? Now, I pose a question, and you shall provide the answer. Chen Yi's voice suddenly deepened, interrupting Gu Yuan's increasingly erratic thoughts. Chapter 62. Advanced Intelligence from a Chat Group. The cunning Gu Yuan this time. Gu Yuan was surprisingly honest. He answered every question posed to him, his swollen face even betraying a hint of obsequiousness, as if he feared incurring further punishment. How many members are in your group? A full complement of 60. What is your strength level? Below average, probably around 40. What is the battle power of the group leader? 3.8 billion. A veritable mid-stage, true immortal. At that moment, Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is he in the celestial realm? Gu Yuan glanced at him in astonishment. Hey, why are you so excited? Can you defeat our group leader? If it weren't for the task failure that resulted in a status lock, I would have already brought the group leader over to deal with you. Answer me. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. Damn, I forgot this fellow could read minds. Gu Yuan quickly gathered his thoughts and replied earnestly. I don't know whether the group leader is in the celestial realm. He rarely pays attention to us weaker members, mainly focusing on recruiting for the peak demon slaying contest. He is quite mysterious. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. After delivering a light punch to Gu Yuan, he continued with his inquiries. Earlier, I heard you mention that the laws of our Z-Way continent are not sufficiently evolved. Does it imply that the world you inhabit is of a higher level? How advanced is it? Gu Yuan rubbed his swollen face, mumbling, it's not that high. Currently, it has only evolved to a half-step true immortal level. Mainly, I am not qualified to participate in the demon-slaying trials and can only collect fragments of celestial laws in lower-level exorcism dungeons. Suddenly, he paused. a flash of inspiration striking him. He pondered aloud, "By the way, aren't you also in the group? With your strength, even if you cannot participate in the demon-slaying trials, it should be no problem for you to collect some celestial laws from the exorcism dungeons. Have you not done so to aid the heavenly path of our world? Is it incompatible with the heavenly path? Or, bang!" Chen Yi delivered another punch, his tone solemn. "Did I ask you to speculate? Answer my question. What exists within the exorcism dungeons? What are the demon-slaying trials and the peak demon-slaying contest? And what conditions must be met to unlock them?" Gu Yuan's head buzzed, and he instinctively replied, "The exorcism dungeons are special secret realms filled with many mindless evil spirits. Defeating them can yield fragments of celestial laws. The peak demon-slaying contest combines two functional aspects: the demon-slaying trials and the peak competition leaderboard. The demon-slaying trials unlock once the group level reaches 50, while the peak competition leaderboard requires a level of 60. The significance of the peak demon-slaying contest is to select 5 experts from within the group to compete in the demon-slaying trials. The group with the highest output ranks higher, and the higher the ranking, the greater the rewards and points earned daily. This sounds intriguing. Chen Yi's mind stirred. "Let me ask you, is there a minimum battle power requirement for teammates in the demon-slaying trials?" Ancient Source was momentarily taken aback, as the fleeting spark of inspiration in his mind was finally grasped. He spoke slowly. "The demon-slaying trial is essentially a grand exorcism dungeon. Hence, the minimum combat power requirement is 30 million. However, in a group chat, achieving a level of 50 typically ensures that no member possesses combat power below 100 million. Why do you inquire so? Could it be that you're a newly established novice group? The 108th group, am I correct? To have ascended to level 39 in merely 2.5 months since its inception is an accomplishment unattainable without extraordinary means. I recall the nickname of the 108th group's leader. Yes, TMD, the Immortal Tribulation is still pursuing me." "What, brother? You don't mean to say that even that monstrous Immortal Tribulation dares to cross paths with you?" Ancient Source's pupils contracted, deeply astonished. Sighing softly, Chen Yi lamented, "What use is your intelligence if it serves you no purpose? Knowing so much, what benefit does it confer upon you?" Ancient Source, suddenly drenched in sweat, implored, "Brother, please, don't kill me. I can prove my worth. I can be your informant, just like the leader of the 98th group. Trust me, please." Chen Yi gazed at him for a lengthy moment, until Ancient Source was on the brink of despair, before he finally spoke. "Do you wish to survive?" "Yes." Ancient Source nodded fervently. "Good." Chen Yi replied with a slight nod, then swiftly produced 19 colorful orbs, crushing one to summon an ethereal avatar to demonstrate his power. "Do you see these orbs? Each possesses the same effect and can traverse the return passage normally. After returning, once the task failure lock is lifted, you should know what to do, correct?" Upon finishing his words, the 18 remaining orbs transformed into a necklace, which was promptly fastened around Ancient Source's neck. Whether he could lure a larger catch was yet to be seen, but the half-step true immortal laws from the world behind Ancient Source were now assuredly his. This was a realm that even the celestial way of the purple micro had never attained, a necessary path for the elevation of world status. With his fate firmly ensnared, Ancient Source's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that each orb contained an identical avatar with 18 billion combat power? Even exact replica? This meant that the one who had just overwhelmed him was also an avatar. Was that why the true self had never appeared? If a mere avatar could utterly dominate him, just how terrifying must the true self be? Is this even plausible? How could such a formidable being exist in the humble purple microcontinent, which is not even a pseudo-immortal realm? Most importantly, this individual seemingly joined the chat group only 2.5 months ago. While it remains uncertain whether he possesses other extraordinary abilities, the fact that he has achieved such heights alone is undeniably impressive. Could the leader of his own group, with 38 billion combat power, possibly contend with him? It seems he may have already lost faith in his own leader. Rest assured, brother, I will perform this task far more splendidly than the leader of the 98th group. Chapter 63. The question guy old fellows are truly cunning. Gu Yuan returned home adorned with a rather unremarkable necklace of 18 colorful beads. Although this mission ended in failure without yielding any benefits, his life remained precariously in someone else's hands. Nevertheless, these matters were trifling compared to the true object of Gu Yuan's admiration, that enigmatic figure. He had ensnared the very throat of his own fate, wielding life and death with a mere thought, yet the chat group exhibited no signs of awareness. It did not even detect the slightest anomaly, failing to realize that he had a necklace of 18 avatars, each possessing a staggering combat power of 18 billion, hanging around his neck. What does this signify? It implies that the chat group is merely a toy in his hands. He could trigger tasks at will. If he chose not to engage with the chat group, he remained blissfully ignorant of the happenings around him. Gu Yuan boldly speculated that the reason this figure could act with impunity beneath the chat group's very nose, causing it to recognize his avatars as formidable beings of this realm rather than mere companions bound to the group, was that there existed over a 90% likelihood that the chat group was not tethered to this figure's true self, but rather to his avatars, transforming an external aid into an internal influence. Most intriguingly, this figure had only recently joined the chat group. Under normal circumstances, he should not possess any system-like advantages. Even if there were other fortunate occurrences, what miraculous treasures could possibly emerge from the barren lands of the Z-Way continent? Thus, it is highly probable that he forcefully breached the world's constraints with his own strength, daring even to provoke the exceedingly formidable tribulations of ascension. Though the means by which he accomplished this remain shrouded in mystery, his prowess is undeniably awe-inspiring. With such thoughts, a surge of reverence welled up within Gu Yuan, as relentless as the ceaseless flow of the Yangtze River, akin to the uncontrollable flooding of the Yellow River. "Brother, can you hear me?" Gu Yuan murmured softly, his previously swollen face now adorned with a hint of flattery. Even within his own domain, he maintained a posture of deference. Before long, a wave of thought emanated from the necklace of colorful beads around his neck. "Remain dormant for now, awaiting instructions." "Understood, brother. It pertains to the discussions in the group regarding my situation. May I utilize the group?" "Permission granted." With clear instructions in hand, Gu Yuan confidently opened the chat interface. At that moment, the group was fervently discussing the topic of his mission failure. Multiverse Transcenders Mutual Aid Group 2. Crow sitting on a plane. Just a bit of wind and frost. UNZ, how did you fail such a simple task? Were you discovered by the local heavenly Tao? Dark night, ever bright. The combat power requirement for the task was merely 1 billion. The opponent could not have reached the pseudo-immortal realm. Thus, the Z-Way continent has not yet attained the threshold of the pseudo-immortal realm. Even if the commotion attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't have led to a mission failure, right? Withered leaves departing the wind. It seems likely that UNZ simply had poor fortune, perhaps encountering an invasion by extraterritorial demons, rendering him unable to protect anything, thus resulting in failure. Scarecrow with 1,000 faces. That's a valid point. Those fellows are indeed formidable. However, speaking of which, it seems the leader of Group 98 has not been disbanded. Has he? How can we determine the failure of the source task? Could there be unforeseen circumstances at play? Not impossible, considering the source hasn't been online for half a day, remaining stranded in the Z-Way continent after the task's failure. What could he possibly be doing? Is there a chance that he has been captured? Yet, why has he not sought our assistance? Even if the task failure status is locked, basic functionalities should still be operational. He could simply share his location. Is it a reluctance to pay the price? Or is it an inability to request help? Enough with the speculations. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. This group of seasoned veterans was astute, and if they continued to probe, they might inch closer to the truth. Should this catch the attention of the group leader, his undercover mission would be thwarted before it even began. Such a scenario was intolerable. I have vowed to surpass that beast of the 98th group leader. With this thought in mind, he hastily logged on to steer the conversation. "Thank you all for your concern. I am fine. What is the situation on your end?" Let me tell you, I was utterly infuriated this time. The task was nearly a success, but then 3 mature, evil demons appeared, catching the scent of my celestial body, bellowing about how delicious I smelled and chasing after me to bite. So what? Just 3 mature evil demons. While they are indeed troublesome, they shouldn't have led to your task's failure, right? Their progenitor also arrived. I could not afford to deal with the 98th group leader any longer. So I abandoned him and fled, which prompted the system to declare my failure. Doesn't align with logic. I shall grant you another opportunity to explain. The usually reticent group leader spoke up, causing many members to hastily delete their pre-prepared messages, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Gu Yuan was also sweating profusely. However, a quarter of an incense stick later, the group leader would undoubtedly believe him, as he resolved to weave a perfect lie. Alas, I knew I couldn't conceal anything from you. Group leader, please expel me from the group. I'm unworthy of your trust. What do you mean? Stop being vague and answer me. I swore by my Tao heart not to speak of it explicitly. But I can inform you that there is not just the 98th group leader traversing the realms. There is another formidable individual daring to challenge the tribulation of ascension. In a celestial realm enveloped in ethereal aura, amidst the central sanctum of a blessed cave, brilliant starlight suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. On a mat forged from a starry river, the second group leader, Yi Wuchen, slowly opened his eyes. Not only one traveler exists, but also a courageous challenger of the ascension tribulation, alongside ample leverage to betray me. Could it be a group of those ancient beings known as the heavenly tribulation sovereigns? Indeed, rank 30th on the personal pinnacle leaderboard. With a combat strength of 4 billion, their rate of advancement is far slower than mine. Are they afraid that I would surpass them, thereby losing the daily entitlement to 1,000 celestial stones? You, old relic, may be slow to elevate yourself, but must you also obstruct the path? Are you employing the ancient source against me? Do you truly believe my power is confined to merely 38 billion? Yi Wuchen's gaze was profound, as though it concealed an infinite expanse of galaxies, radiating a light unafraid of all challenges. The 38 billion displayed in the chat group merely represents the utmost strength he can achieve with his own fists. If he were to harness the path of deep space, channeling the power of the stars, and wielding the cosmos as an offensive force, how would you respond? It is worth noting that during the demon-slaying trial, his peak strike fell to high-level evil entity boasting a power of 78 billion. Transcending tribulations? You speak as if you could genuinely surpass that monstrous trial of ascension. Yet, you are merely a scattered immortal, surviving on the fringes of existence thanks to the chat group, with a mere 41 billion in power. Do you truly think I fear you? Hidden World Cultivation, Group Leader Ancient Source. You need not say anything nor inquire further. Simply follow his commands. I am eager to witness the extent of his capabilities. He indeed believed it and has redirected his animosity towards the group. A smirk curled at the corner of Ancient Source's mouth as he began to relish in the glory. Brother, I must share something with you. Chapter 64. Such bravery? I hope the long-neglected Yu Jiao Great Halberd can prove useful. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's report, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is the leader of the second group truly so audacious? Possessing a mere 38 billion combat power, he shows no fear towards a faction of transcendent beings with 41 billion combat power. It seems this individual possesses hidden cards. His true strength must exceed the 38 billion indicated by the system. Much like Fang Zheng, whose displayed power is merely around 3 million, yet can confront 10 million combat-level powerhouses while wielding the Star Suppression Seal. However, external enhancements are inherently limited, with a maximum amplification not exceeding tenfold. Even assuming the highest possible enhancement, the leader of the second group could reach a combat-level equivalent to 380 billion. Yet, Chen Yi remains undaunted. Although Gu Yuan's 18 one-star celestial body avatars can only fuse into 2 3-star celestial body avatars, each with 360 billion combat power. This is solely based on their innate strength. If Chen Yi were to utilize external enhancements, how would the leader of the second group respond? It is well known that Chen Yi is not one to seek conflict. Rather, he excels at resolving it, to dispel the biases against him concerning the tribulation of ascension. He has diligently trained in various disciplines. This includes, but is not limited to, talismans, formations, melee weapons, the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the laws of the heavenly path. Yet, after all this practice, he finds himself most adept at wielding the great halberd, forceful and domineering. With immense weight and power, a single swing of this halberd cannot be obstructed, especially the Yu Jiao Great Halberd, crafted from the essence of the purple sky divine thunder, which aligns perfectly with his attributes and maximizes Chen Yi's strength, even causing the tribulation of ascension to ponder its approach. Regrettably, due to the prolonged absence of a worthy adversary, the Yu Jiao Great Halberd has remained untouched, gathering dust in his treasury, only to be invoked in the face of the ascension tribulation. For this operation to be fully prepared, Chen Yi has dispatched his 18 one-star celestial body avatars equipped with the Yu Jiao Great Halberd. He hopes the leader of the second group will present him with a delightful surprise. However, before that, the immediate priority is to elevate the status of the Z-Way Heavenly Path. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi offered Gu Yuan a brief word of encouragement before ordering him to remain in hiding and await further instructions. After accomplishing these tasks, he directed his full attention to the Z-Way Heavenly Path. At this moment, the foundational framework of the secondary celestial path laws has been completed. It only awaits operation and adaptation to the native soil of the Z-Way continent. Chen Yi approaches this matter with utmost caution, as past failures have taught him that even with a high success rate, uncontrollable variables can lead to total failure. Fortunately, this time, with the friendly provision of the secondary celestial path's essence from the Western Sea Heavenly Path, any mishaps will not adversely affect the Z-Way Heavenly Path. Consequently, the Z-Way Heavenly Path is somewhat liberated in its operations. Brother E, since this essence of the celestial path is not originally ours, there will inevitably be some discrepancies. I believe that once it is transplanted to the native soil, these rejection reactions will be neutralized. You see, there is no need to rush. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. The elevation of worldly status can be described as an expansive tide, where every being is immersed in the current. Any minor upheaval during this journey has the potential to incite tumultuous waves, fraught with peril. Whether one can find stability depends on our ability to navigate these challenges. It is far clearer to look to the past than to gaze into the future. Fervor and confusion will not be absent. One must recognize oneself, lest one later lament the loss of so many lives. Z-Way Tianshi immediately calmed down, submissively acknowledging, Brother He, I understand my mistake. I will heed your guidance and identify the root cause of the rejection anomaly. Very well, I shall assist you. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then devoted himself entirely to the search for the problem. This pursuit lasted a full 30 hours. During this time, Mu Chun, the leader of the 98th group, underwent a remarkable transformation. Indeed, the anticipated moment arrived. As the assistance task was posted to the public region, it was regrettable that, regardless of whether the task was ultimately fulfilled, the system's deduction of points and group experience would still be attributed to the 98th group. The judgment was as follows. This group lacks the capability to cope with unknown risks, exhibiting poor risk resilience. A deduction of 2 billion points and 200 million group experience for the assistance task, resulting in the group level reverting to the initial state, which is still insufficient for repayment, declaring bankruptcy and reorganization. Mu Chun had not even had the chance to bid farewell to his dear group members before the chat interface abruptly turned gray. Ding! As the group leader, you possess the authority to choose a group chat to join. You may select one from the following 3 groups that are not yet full. Group 37, 5860, Group 91, 4660, Group 108, 960. Seeing that EG's Group 108 was among the options, Mu Chun was nearly overcome with emotion. Joining another group would undoubtedly result in being swiftly dismissed, perhaps even subjected to ridicule, while waiting in the desolate Freedom Channel for Egu to come to his aid. However, joining EG's group was entirely different, for familiar faces awaited him inside, stepping in felt akin to returning home. Gaga, Chunan, Yuan, and Gaozi, here I come. He joined without a second thought. Multi-World Traversers Assistance Group 108. Back to the Living has joined the group chat. Building Infrastructure in Another World has joined the group chat. I Want to Establish a Harem has joined the group chat. The arrival of these three newcomers immediately triggered the unique, welcoming mechanism of Group 108. Runner-up in the Immortal cultivation realm. Who just arrived? I really don't want to sacrifice to the heavens. Welcome, newcomers. God of Light, unemployed. Look at these nicknames. Are they all brothers? Brothers, too? Newcomers, show your faces. Excitedly banging the table. JPG. I don't need cilantro. Familiar faces all around. Falangueños. Do we not agree to cease contact from now on? Why did you come indirectly? Villain's self-redemption. Brothers, long time no see. I've missed you greatly, except for that one called Muchan. I want to establish a harem. It is quite disheartening. I was genuinely elated to join this group filled with illustrious figures. Yet I did not anticipate that this scoundrel would also be present. In the realm of infrastructure development in another world. Ah, esteemed seniors. I have long admired you since the days of Group 98. I humbly request your guidance and support in the future. Facing the multitude, my brothers, please do not treat me this way. I have reformed my ways. I implore you to refrain from cold hostility. Furthermore, I am not boasting. I am merely stating a fact. The group leader is my brother, and we reside in the same realm. I kindly ask for your respect. Moving forward. Chapter 65. The new members who stab each other in the back, yet still admire Fong Zheng. Three newcomers arrived in the group. Chen Yi, as the group leader, despite his busy schedule, still made time to engage with them. It must be said, waiting for the system to take the initiative was exceedingly difficult. Aside from the three elders and Lu Ruyin, none of the latest members were brought in through the system's normal invitation process. All were acquired through Chen Yi's legitimate efforts. Of course, slowly nurturing these fledgling members from infancy to maturity to ensure their loyalty is not without merit. However, inviting some seasoned group members would undoubtedly broaden Chen Yi's horizons. TMD, the Immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Group leader Mu Chun, be quiet. There are no privileges here. If you wish to earn respect, let your strength speak for itself. New members, please start with a brief self-introduction. Back to the crowd. Hee brother, I'm simply too excited. You know me. I will behave myself in the group, so I won't ramble on. I am Mu Chun, in the late stage of the transformation realm, currently possessing a combat power of 9,850,000. Can I earn everyone's respect? I am building infrastructure in another world. Esteemed group leader, my name is Wang Jian. I have traversed to a primitive world and am now the leader of a tribe. By establishing the 5 elements path, I guide the evolution of civilization, helping the frail human race gain a foothold in a world teeming with myriad races, thus garnering the favor of the heavenly Tao, which bestowed upon me the 5 elements body refinement technique, currently with a combat power of 5,221,000. I want to establish a harem. Ahem, esteemed group leader, do not be misled by my frivolous nickname. It was hastily chosen when I first crossed over. In truth, I am quite serious. Well, here is my self-introduction. I am Shun Lang, a free-spirited disciple of the Enlightenment sect. Although I have many beautiful confidants, I have always maintained my integrity, currently possessing a combat power of 6,660,000. Hissed in the Tianshu continent, Fong Zheng, having just concluded his training for the day, could not help but gasp in astonishment, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. Haha, truly, heroes are as plentiful as grass in the river. Today, I have not only lost my position as runner-up, but even the 3rd and 4th places. Haha, splendid, truly splendid. Everything I have lost today, I shall reclaim. After his laughter subsided, his gaze suddenly became resolute as a rock. It must be said that he had indeed been somewhat lax in his training recently, practicing merely 10 hours a day. Apart from engaging in projects with Zhao Gao, he had to squeeze in time to handle family affairs as well. He resolved to entrust the family responsibilities to Fong Fan earlier than planned. That rascal was wholly devoted to his training, constantly either mining spirit stones or gathering resources. His progress surpassing even his own. It was time to temper his character. Thus, the avatar of I truly do not want to sacrifice to the heavens silently transformed into a gray hue. At that moment, no one noticed except for Chen Yi, who keenly perceived this subtle change. However, he said nothing, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Sometimes, pressure is the catalyst for motivation. Fong Zheng, while currently lagging behind, possesses potential and limits that far exceed those of the other members in the group. Given time, the slight disparity shall soon be bridged, and he will inevitably surpass them all, never yielding, never discouraged, possessing great perseverance and sufficient tenacity. These are the qualities that Chen Yi has always admired. In contrast, the group of misfits, unlike Fang Zheng, is quite different. Shen Lang, you're talking nonsense. Back when I came over to help you, you dragged me to get a foot massage without hesitation, indulging in pleasure, and now you speak of integrity? How absurd. Mu Chan finally seized the opportunity to vent his pin-up grievances. When Brother Ying needed someone, he could not refuse. Thus Shen Lang, this good brother, found himself in the line of trade. Although he was ultimately not sold, he was mercilessly criticized by this rascal. Had they not known each other since joining the group, having shared experiences over 30 years, including acts of violence and foot massages, their bond would not have been so profound, and he would have long since expelled this scoundrel from the chat. Damn it, was it merely a brush against your sensitive spot? Wasn't he at all for your betterment? I stand by you, yet you fail to comprehend me. Now that I have the chance, you still wish to feign innocence? Don't blame me for striking back. I want to establish a harem. Mu Chun, you scoundrel. I'm still here. Shen Lang, is it right to speak of integrity in such a manner? Oh, is there gossip? Sisters, duelaborachi. I want to establish a harem. Ahem, Sister Yuan. What was in the past is past. I have truly quit. God of Light is unemployed. Brother, I understand you, but to say you've quit is not feasible. It's only been a few days since I last indulged, and the discomfort is unbearable, as if ants are crawling all over me. Second, in the cultivation realm. Sounds like quite a life. 2 sleeves of clear wind. The sword Immortal. Is it that difficult to quit? Not necessarily. I have quit. I advise you all, desire is a double-edged sword that will only erode your will. Fallen genius. Brothers, I believe you may have misunderstood the Grandmaster's intent. I must speak a word of justice. Grandmaster, may I express my thoughts? The group leader Fang Zheng temporarily logged off, and the substitute Xiao Chunan immediately seized the moment to take the stage. Indeed, Chen Yi was quite curious to see what insights he might offer, whether he could grasp the deeper meanings as his predecessor Fang Zheng had. Damn it, the tribulation of ascension still pursues me. Upon receiving affirmation, Xiao Chunan's heart leaped with joy, having secretly followed the teachings of Lord Fang Zheng for so long. It was finally his turn to shine. If Lord Fang Zheng failed to seize the opportunity to please the group leader, then let it be his turn. Fallen genius. Through my repeated and profound contemplation, the Grandmaster's message is clear. He does not actually prohibit us from seeking partners. He merely wishes to prevent us from being distracted by romantic entanglements. True cultivation is the foundation of life. One may seek joy and relaxation, but not at the expense of neglecting one's practice, which is the essence of our group's prohibition against being a sycophant. Just as Sister Yuan cultivates the harmonious balance of yin and yang, the group leader has never reproached her for her dual cultivation. On the contrary, he even offers his support. Therefore, there is truly no need for anyone to regard dual cultivation with trepidation. As long as one remains steadfast in their dedication to the Tao, the group leader will not cast blame. Group leader, do you think I speak rightly? TSK. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. How should one put it? The sentiment is somewhat lacking. Although this is the intended meaning when spoken by Xiao Chunan, it lacks the necessary vigor and precision. Alas, perhaps this is talent. It seems that in this field, it would be quite challenging to surpass the adeptness of Fang Zheng. After offering Xiao Chunan a simple affirmation, Chen Yi closed the chat interface and turned his attention to his personal account section. There remained a reward for a free task yet to be claimed. Initially, he had hesitated to receive it, fearing that leveling up too rapidly would attract the attention of the larger players in the public channel. After all, the disparity between level 39 and level 40 is akin to a chasm, the most apparent distinction being that in the public district, a level 39 player bears a white name, while a level 40 player stands out with a striking red name. For a newly established novice group, this is far too conspicuous. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that something is amiss. However, Upon encountering the formidable player Gyuan from the second group, and discovering that he had already attracted the attention of the seasoned veterans from higher tier groups, there was no point in hiding any longer. It is known that only a direct approach can reel in the big fish. Those who dare may come and test their mettle. At this moment, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao has undergone reconfiguration, successfully resolving the issues related to the rejection of the original essence of the Immortal Tao. Once the principles of the Immortal Tao are successfully transplanted to the Ziwei continent, what will be required is a more advanced source of the true Immortal Tao principles. It is prudent to prepare in advance. It is time to lay the groundwork. Claim the reward for the free task. Chapter 66. Fang Zheng is the MVP. A notification chimed. You have received the rewards for the free task. 1 billion points have been credited. Your current point balance is over 1,360,000,000. 100 million group experience is being added to Group 108's level system. In the next moment, the lively Group 108 fell abruptly silent, with only the system notifications echoing. Notification. The group leader has claimed the rewards for the free task. Group experience 100 million. This group has leveled up to 40. It requires an additional 98 million points of experience for the next level. The group welfare sign-in rewards have been upgraded. Members can now earn 4,000 points daily by signing in. The group red envelope system has undergone a significant upgrade, raising the daily maximum limit to 40 million points. And today's limit has been refreshed. Restrictions on the public district channel have been lifted, allowing ordinary members to speak. Regular members will have white names, while the group leader will have a red name. The location sharing feature has been activated. Do you wish to experience the joys of offline meetings? No need to trigger help tasks. Simply pay a certain amount of points to utilize the teleportation channel. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the substantial increase in the red envelope system's limit. Was this the original rule, or was it solely directed at me? I have only mentioned the limit a few times. Why the sudden surge? How am I supposed to issue red envelopes now, with a limit of 40 million and a balance of less than 2 billion points? How many times can I send it? Observing the silence in the group, it seemed that everyone was waiting for something. Damn, this chat group is truly embarrassing. At this critical moment, it is still Fang Zheng who leads the way. I truly do not wish to make sacrifices. The group leader is incredible, and I have expressed my admiration countless times. However, I must reiterate that our group has reached this point entirely thanks to the group leader's guidance. He not only rescues us from peril, but also provides us with ample conditions for growth, consistently subsidizing us from his own pocket. Yet, we have failed to deliver outstanding results. I feel genuinely ashamed. Group leader, I believe we need some motivation. We cannot rely solely on your subsidies to get by. Living off others will only dull our ambition and lead to laziness, turning us into individuals who merely await handouts. Therefore, I respectfully request that you refrain from distributing red envelopes in the future. If we desire points, we should earn them through our own efforts. Just as I have collaborated with Zhao Gao, splitting the earnings 70-30. Points earned in this manner will feel more rewarding and will further ignite our drive. Come on, Gaozi. We have completed a total of 9 tasks over the past few days, earning a total of 38 million. Based on our agreement, I should give you 11,400,000. I previously transferred 2 million to you, and now that the limit has been lifted, I will transfer the remaining amount. I truly do not wish to make sacrifices. He sent a directed red envelope of 9,400,000 points for the designated member of the antagonist's self-redemption. The antagonist's self-redemption. Fang Ge is right. The fallen genius. Fang Ge speaks the truth. I feel the same way. Back facing the world. I will compete with you all, the gifted ones. Shu Tan. Chen Yi felt an unparalleled sense of ease. As Fang Zheng made his move, the atmosphere in the group instantly returned to normal. He could now proclaim that in this arena, Fang Zheng truly is the champion MVP. No one else could rival him. Oh, Fang Zheng, you bring me such joy. TMD's Ascension Calamity is still pursuing me. Fang Zheng, do you wish to undertake a grander project? Come to me in a few days, and I shall reward you handsomely. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. Oh, great leader, I shall not refuse your summons. I will strive doubly hard, hoping to assist you soon. Why? Witnessing the leader bestow such high praise, Xiao Chunan, who was busy preparing, could not help but emit a desperate sigh. Lord Fengzheng, why are you so exceptional? I had fancied I had grasped your essence. Yet alas, the leader casts not a glance my way, while you merely make a slight move. And you ascend to heights I can only dream of. Ha ha! Why must there be a Zheng when there is a Nan? Regardless of the thoughts of other group members, Chen Yi's admiration for Fengzheng remained unwavering. He closed the chat interface and logged into the public district channel for a fleeting glance. Tranquility persisted. It seemed that the elevation of the 108 group to level 40 had not stirred any commotion. Yet, the surge of private messages exceeding 99 confirmed the turbulent undercurrents beneath this calm facade. Jin Jun, Group 91 leader, has sent you a private message request. Lan Family EU, Group 95 leader, has sent you a private message request. When dreams set sail again, Group 101 leader, has sent you a private message request. Disregarding these trivial disturbances, Chen Yi's gaze ultimately fell upon a particularly significant private message. Hidden Path to Enlightenment, Group 2 leader, has sent you a private message. Hidden Path to Enlightenment. Did the leader of Group 98 join your group? From the esteemed Group 2 leader, ranked 31st in personal peak standings, level 64, unmatched in prestige. Observing the vibrant glow of the message from the other party, and then glancing at his own plain red name frame, Chen Yi's brow suddenly arched sharply. Indeed, the chat group had a knack for theatrics. This seemingly prestigious status effect, which yielded substantial daily rewards of celestial essence stones, was quite alluring. From Gu Yuan, he learned that those ranked in the top 10 of the personal peak standings could receive 100,000 celestial essence stones daily, while the top 30 received 10,000 and the top 50 only 1,000. If converted to points that amounted to astronomical figures, how could Chen Yi remain unmoved? His avatar yearned to bolster his physical form, necessitating a steady supply of celestial essence stones. Thus, action must be taken. He must engage this esteemed leader of Group 2, requesting a few assistants to embark on the exorcism dungeon for leveling up, while also ascertaining whether there were any items requisite for the celestial path in his world. However, before Gu Yuan's undercover operation could be set into motion, he must first secure the favor of this esteemed Group 2 leader. TMD's Ascension Calamity is still pursuing me. Group 108 leader, yes, he is with me. Is there a problem? Chapter 67. Who do you think you are? You dare to command me? Hidden cultivation. Just stay put for now and refrain from removing him from the group chat. Your group has reached level 40. Have him log onto the public channel, as I wish to converse with him. From the esteemed and unparalleled leader of Group 2, ranked 31st in personal peak. This is a declarative sentence. It signifies that once I have spoken, you are obliged to comply. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, feeling that his thoughts had suddenly become somewhat muddled. It is essential to recognize that equitable dialogue is predicated upon a foundation of comparable strength. Condescension is the arrogance of the powerful, while subservience is the helplessness of the weak. In simpler terms, if you are indeed stronger than I, your arrogance may be excused. However, you are not as formidable as you believe. It is quite sufficient for me to engage you in an equal discourse, yet you presume to be haughty? TMD. The tribulation for ascension is still pursuing me. Leader of Group 108, who do you think you are? You dare to command me? I have the backing of the leader of Group 98. Come at me, if you dare. The leader of Group 2, Yi Wuchen, was utterly astonished. How audacious was this leader of Group 108? Was he merely a naive fool unfamiliar with the ways of the world? Or did he truly possess the fortitude to confront any challenge? To ignore the risks and forcibly confront the leader of Group 98 is one thing, but to openly challenge me as well. Undoubtedly, he possesses some merit, having elevated a novice group to a stature beyond its rightful standing in a mere 2.5 months. His combat prowess must surely surpass that of the worthless Gu Yuan. It is his conjecture that this individual may indeed be one of those rare fortunates, having stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity upon his arrival in this realm, leading to a meteoric rise in power, even attracting the attention of the tribulation for ascension. Thus, Upon detection by the chat group, he adopted such an eccentric nickname and began to wield authority within a novice group, leveraging the vast resources provided by the chat group, coupled with a modicum of innate talent to forge his celestial form. Consequently, he has inflated to the point of believing himself invincible. He is a type I have encountered many times before, and without exception, they are all but bluster. Their strength may be formidable, yet they are as fragile as a paper tiger, impressive to behold, but easily shattered upon contact. Once you are dealt with by the array of old ghosts standing behind the leader of Group 98, you will surely learn your place. Hidden cultivation, young man. Do not be overly zealous. Remember, there are greater powers beyond your comprehension, and some matters are far more intricate than you imagine. From the personal peak. After sending this message, Yi Wuchen promptly blocked him, disinterested in engaging further with such an arrogant individual. TMD. The tribulation for ascension is still pursuing me. How can a young person be anything but zealous? Pray tell, what makes it so intricate? The other party has added you to their blacklist. You are unable to send them private messages. Chen Yi. This is exceedingly impolite. It was you who initiated the private conversation, yet you failed to extend even the barest semblance of courtesy? Even if the dialogue turns sour, one should at least convey a modicum of respect. No? To simply block me without warning? Have you truly never encountered such behavior before? With his thoughts still clouded, Chen Yi resolved to awaken the undercover Gu Yuan. He intended to inquire deeply about the true nature of this supposed complexity. At that moment, the somewhat agitated voice of the Z-Way Heavenly Path resonated. Igur, it is accomplished. After recalibrating, the aberration in the rear has vanished, and we can now transplant this perfected secondary immortal Tao essence onto our homeland. You cannot claim I was hasty. I have meticulously adjusted it 9 times, and there shall be no errors. Chen Yi replied, very well, consider yourself fortunate for now, allowing you a brief period of joy. Once we conclude our tasks, you shall face the consequences. Regaining his composure, Chen Yi smiled warmly. Since there are no issues, let us proceed. However, the Z-Way Heavenly Path hesitated, expressing concern. Igur, it appears there is still a predicament. Is it that you have forgotten the abyssal maternal body? It remains confined in the dark chamber. Until it is expelled, it may reap the benefits of the ascension of world ranks. Moreover, I've yet to decode the information you seek. At this mention, the Z-Way Heavenly Path grew frustrated. The abyssal maternal body was remarkably obstinate, refusing to yield no matter the effort expended. Despite promising to swiftly extract all the information for Igur, it had yet to dismantle the protective barriers of its memories. Chen Yi had tirelessly procured super driving cores and secondary immortal Tao essence. Yet the Z-Way Heavenly Path could not even manage this trivial task. Leaving it feeling deeply ashamed before Igur, Chen Yi paused, shaking his head slightly. It matters not. Since it cannot be deciphered, let it be. What do you wish to do with that filthy entity? Initially, he had intended to leverage the unique avatar technique of the abyssal maternal body to transcend the limitations of his own avatars. However, as the frequency of avatar usage increased, compounded by the chaotic divine thunder essence generously bestowed during the ascension tribulation, the bottleneck of the avatars at the 4-9 limit naturally disintegrated. Essentially, with an increased intake of chaotic divine thunder essence during the next tribulation, he could surpass the 4-9 limit and forge a new first-star immortal avatar anew. Thus, had the Z-Way Heavenly Path not specifically brought it up, he might have completely forgotten about the abyssal maternal body. Igur, how about this? You temporarily seal that entity beyond the domain, and once I ascend and my abilities are significantly enhanced, I shall undoubtedly be able to breach its memory barriers and delve into the content you desire. The Z-Way Heavenly Path resolutely suggested. Sensing its unwavering determination, Chen Yi could not help but chuckle. It is truly unnecessary. I've already found the answer to the problem. If you wish to eradicate the abyssal maternal body, then do so. All right, thank you, Igur. The Z-Way Heavenly Path was overjoyed. Had it not been for the delay in fulfilling Igur's request, it would have long since used the abyssal maternal body, stained with countless blood debts, to honor the memory of the deceased 58 861, 472, 652 souls. Soon, accompanied by a resounding thunder that echoed through the heavens, the root of the calamity was vanquished. With its own hands, the Z-Way heavenly path finally provided an account for those children who had not been adequately protected. In the next instant, a resplendent rainbow pierced the firmament. As the Z-Way heavenly Tao reached its pinnacle, Chen Yi naturally seized the opportunity to transplant the essence of the celestial laws. The earth gradually stirred to life. Deep within the Z-Way continent, the once withered celestial veins, dormant for countless eras, began to pulse anew. The fervent laws throbbed with vitality. The 5 celestial immortals, expanding the boundaries of the world, radiated brilliance. Ha ha, it has succeeded. It has truly succeeded. With a boisterous laugh, he struck a small asteroid with his elbow, shattering it and instantly refining the scattered debris, which ultimately melded into the Z-Way continent. Ha ha, this is merely the beginning. I have a premonition that I will soon traverse the 33 heavens. The Black Dragon King Ao Byong wildly writhed his robust dragon form, continuously drawing foreign moisture back to the Z-Way continent. I have long told you that, brother, he would not cease his endeavors. The culmination of the heavenly Tao certainly does not end here, and our destiny shall not remain stagnant. Zhuang Suzi too wore a broad smile, summoning the power of heaven and earth to refine the rampant radiative energies in the void, subsequently returning this essence to the cosmos to enrich its foundation. Truly impressive. The ancient being, Bai Yujing, who had lived for over 100,000 years, also wore a slight smirk. Previously, when he found himself forcibly bound to the heavenly Tao, he believed his life to be in vain, devoid of freedom, and condemned to toil. What difference was there from being a mere shell of a person? Thus, after being designated as the deity presiding over the karma of love and relationships, he had languished in neglect, exerting no effort whatsoever. Consequently, the world witnessed numerous moral transgressions, same-sex, interspecies, and so forth, all contrary to the tenets of the heavenly Tao. Had it not been for the silent intervention of the Z-Way heavenly Tao to mitigate his transgressions, it is likely that Chen Yi would have stripped him of his skin had matters escalated. Of course, that was in the past. Now, how delightful. There exists a disparity even among the celestial immortals. He was a celestial immortal of the heavenly Tao, and the stronger the heavenly Tao, the stronger he became. He cherished his work, and his work cherished him. As the territory expanded, the sun and moon proved insufficient. I shall cultivate further. Similarly, Feng Tianyu, another ancient being, began to exert herself. Her path was that of yin and yang, and upon becoming a celestial immortal of the heavenly Tao, she was tasked with overseeing the alternation of the sun and moon. Initially, she had taken a laissez-faire approach, but now she could no longer afford to be complacent. After all, she was now revered as the sun and moon goddess, her renown among mortals eclipsing even that of the esteemed Yu Jiao. How could she neglect her duties? She too adored her work. Chapter 68. Attempting to deceive the chat group. A knowing smile from Yi Wuching the 5 celestial beings, each embodying their respective duties. Tirelessly work to enrich the foundation of the Z-Way continent. Yet, regrettably, their numbers remain insufficient. The bulk of the labor still falls upon the Z-Way celestial path. Although bolstered by the formidable driving core of the Flying Star celestial path, the burden proves rather overwhelming. This is merely the strain associated with regaining a pseudo-immortal status. The subsequent ascensions to higher realms. Could the Z-Way celestial path possibly endure? Gazing at the trembling heavens, Chen Yi's eyes grew profoundly contemplative as he began to concoct a bold plan. Primarily, the Z-Way celestial path requires an influx of celestial beings to alleviate the pressure. However, the prerequisite to becoming a celestial being entails transcending the limitations of mortal existence, leading to a qualitative transformation of the primordial spirit. Otherwise, one would merely be assimilated by the grand will of the celestial path. It is well known that the tribulation of ascension is exceedingly tyrannical. Any living being that dares to breach the limits of mortality will inevitably face its wrath. This decree emanates from the higher realms. and defiance is unthinkable, a true display of authority. Therefore, to nurture celestial beings, one must address the tribulation of ascension. From Chen Yi's personal experience, there are two methods to evade this tribulation. The first is akin to his own approach, wherein one blinds the eyes of the tribulation, rendering oneself undetectable, thus allowing for unrestrained actions. The second method, exemplified by Gu Yuan, involves entering a special instance through the chat group, where one can transcend mortal limits and refine their celestial body before emerging, thereby escaping the notice of the tribulation. The first method is unfeasible for anyone but him, so he resolved to pursue the second. If he could usher individuals into the instance of the chat group, the abundance of talent within the Z-Way continent would easily yield 100 or 80 beings capable of transcending mortal limits. In such a scenario, the Z-Way celestial path would find respite. However, the crux lies in how to deceive the detection mechanisms of the chat group. This is not as easily fooled as the tribulation of ascension. It directly anchors itself to the sea of consciousness, and one cannot utilize dissimilar attributes of the primordial spirit's fluctuations, unless, of course, one possesses a duplicate like his own, remaining dormant and akin to a magical artifact, devoid of any primordial fluctuations. Yet, a cultivator cannot exist without such fluctuations. If one were to lack this most fundamental aspect, it would only indicate one thing: death and the extinguishing of the path. Thus, to wield the chat group freely, one must identify potential loopholes and create corresponding conditions to manipulate the chat group at will. Coincidentally, Chen Yi excels at exploiting loopholes. If he can navigate the gaps in the tribulation of ascension, there is no reason he cannot uncover the vulnerabilities of the chat group. He already harbors several nascent ideas in his mind, though their feasibility remains to be experimentally validated. With this thought, he promptly messaged Gu Yuan, "Prepare, we commence our operation." Meanwhile, in the Xuanji world, Gu Yuan, having received the directive, immediately began his performance. All Worlds Crossers Mutual Aid Group 2. Just a bit of frost. Group Leader. I am in danger. Come save me. Knowing smile. JPG. The appended emoticon was deeply significant. Je vank instantly understood. The enigmatic hermit. Do not fear. I am always here. Gu Yuan possessed exceptional chi cultivation skills and rarely smiled. However, upon seeing the group leader from the second group send that emoticon, he could barely contain himself. A knowing smile. You say? You jest. I have already sold you out, and yet you still smile. Should your laughter falter later, do not blame me. After all, I am at my wit's end. What can I do? I wear 18 death talismans around my neck. Brother, he is ready. Come, unleash your might upon me. I can endure. Chen Yi, while your reasoning holds, why does your speech twist its meaning? It sounds as if I intend to commit some unsavory act against you. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the surroundings. The colorful beaded necklace around Gu Yuan's neck vanished, replaced by a hand as smooth and warm as jade, fingers tightening around his throat, lifting him high. Boom! The heavenly pathway of this realm sensed its pillar of support in peril and swiftly enacted divine punishment. Stay right there. Chen Yi skillfully maneuvered his star-grade celestial body to launch 3 colored beads, instantly quelling the agitated heavenly will. He then turned to gaze at Gu Yuan, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple, and smiled cruelly. Such a fragrant celestial body. It must be delectable. In truth, there was a fleeting moment when Gu Yuan felt that this gentleman was not merely acting. His demeanor suggested a genuine intent to consume him. An indescribable terror flooded every corner of his soul. This was due to the realism of the performance. The chat group's task system was promptly activated. Ding! Detected that group member just a bit of wind and frost is being throttled by an unknown powerful entity, suspected of engaging in a special transaction, attempting to exploit the task system's basic logic against fellow members, causing severe harm to the group's rights and dignity. Freedom task generated. Rescue the misguided group member just a bit of wind and frost, and strictly eliminate the lawbreakers harming our group's interests. Task power requirement. Over 2 billion. Task reward. Determined by the degree of task completion. No upper limit. This has been uploaded to the group. All members must decide within 30 seconds whether to accept. Failure to respond will result in direct upload to the public domain. The old ghosts from the first group wish to target me? Afraid of losing their top ranking? Let us see if they possess the capability. Yi Wuchen smiled confidently and immediately accepted. Chapter 69. What an unbelievable matching mechanism. Until the very moment he stepped out of the teleportation portal, Yi Wuchen was still contemplating how to negotiate with the group leaders after defeating the Transcendent Celestial. After all, this individual was ranked 30th in the pinnacle rankings, a presence of considerable strength even among the group leaders. It was inconceivable that they would overlook such a formidable opponent. Should he demand compensation in points directly, or should he relinquish a slot for the demon subjugation trial? It was a vexing choice, though the battle had yet to commence. Yi Wuchen believed that pondering the post-battle compensation was harmless. Primarily, his formidable aura instilled confidence, and he did not perceive the Transcendent Celestial as capable of besting him. If not for the group's profound history and deep-rooted strength, he would have never secured his position. Years had passed, yet their combat prowess remained stagnant. Not only could they not ascend, but they had the audacity to suppress others. How dare they intrude into his members' realm? They would surely face dire consequences. With unwavering confidence, Yi Wuchen stepped out of the portal, only to find a colossal fist suddenly materializing before him, the fierce wind from it stinging his face. How astonishingly swift. As anticipated, this individual possessed remarkable abilities. Boom! Yi Wuchen was stunned. He had failed to evade the strike and nearly succumbed to a state of confusion, his mind buzzing. Then, he felt a powerful grip seize his collar, and before he knew it, he was engulfed in a whirlwind, abruptly finding himself amidst chaotic void currents. It was only at this moment that he belatedly realized he had been caught off guard. Was he, perhaps, facing an unfavorable wind? Though he had been ambushed in an unorthodox manner, it was undeniable that his opponent was indeed formidable. Regaining his composure, Yi Wuchen suppressed his arrogance and warily regarded the young man clad in a dark blue robe before him. Upon closer inspection, he was utterly taken aback. 360 billion combat power. Was this truly a Transcendence Celestial? By the ancient source, where did you come from? And to the chat group, Father, do you truly believe this free mission is reasonable? You want me to confront him? Shouldn't you take a moment to consider what kind of entity this is? What an outrageous matching mechanism. And now I am tasked with purging the unlawful elements that threaten our group's interests. I am the one who will be purged. Warning, you have been detected by an unknown powerhouse. The system determines that you cannot defeat him. Mission failure imminent. Would you like to return immediately? Yes. The instant the system prompt appeared, Yi Wuchen decisively struck the confirm option. Initiating return portal, please wait. Crack. Just then, a dark purple halberd swept across. In an instant, the void shattered, and the newly materialized return portal was obliterated. Warning. Encountering interference from an unknown force. Return portal failure. Cooldown duration 150 seconds. Please hold on. In that moment, Yi Wuchen felt a chilling dread surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. This is it. I am doomed. With a sudden thud, Yi Wuchen's legs weakened, and he submissively exclaimed, I beg for your mercy, esteemed senior. I did not mean to offend you in any way. Please spare my life, and I shall comply with your wishes. He did not wish to perish. After enduring countless trials to reach this stage and suffering immense hardships to achieve his current standing, how could he accept a silent demise here? It was merely a matter of lowering his head in plea. As long as he could survive, what did a moment of humiliation matter on the long road of life? I shall kneel. Stand up. Chen Yi commanded sternly, wielding the Grand Guy spear and casting a sidelong glance at him. Pick up your weapon and unleash all your abilities to strike at me. It was a rare opportunity to face a somewhat worthy opponent. How could he refrain from engaging in combat? The Grand Guy spear had finally made its appearance, and he could not simply leave in disappointment. Esteemed senior, I dare not. Yi Wuchen trembled like a leaf, his courage and conviction dissipating. Although the displayed battle power in the chat group exhibited some discrepancies, relying on external artifacts could indeed unleash extraordinary strength beyond normal levels. However, What kind of artifact could amplify a battle power of 3 billion to 38 billion? Did such a miraculous artifact truly exist? The reason he had managed to slay that formidable evil creature with a battle power of 78 billion was entirely due to the adversary being unarmed, coupled with his own life artifact, the Star River Silken Ribbon, and the environment being exceedingly favorable for the execution of the deep space path, allowing the power of the stars to reach its zenith. With such serendipity in timing, location, and circumstances, he had expended every ounce of effort to overcome that 78 billion battle power being. Now, he was being asked to confront a super abnormality with a battle power of 360 billion. Moreover, the opponent wielded a spear crackling with terrifying lightning. How could he possibly contend with that? He feared that if he made a move, the opponent would effortlessly obliterate him. Useless. Chen Yi cast a disdainful glance at him before dispersing his 3-star celestial body clone. And now, Yi Wuchen struggled to swallow. What was happening? One being with 360 billion battle power had transformed into 3 beings with 66 billion each? Was this some novel fusion or decomposition game? No wonder Gu Yuan had sold it to him so readily. If it were him, he would have done the same. Esteemed senior, I still do not dare. Yi Wuchen remained timid, unable to muster even a shred of courage to face such a monstrous powerhouse. Attack or face death. Chen Yi, losing all patience, pointed the grand guy spear sharply at him. Yi Wuchen fell silent. Since groveling had not secured him a path to survival, his fallen dignity would reignite. A cornered beast still fights. Did he truly believe he had him at his mercy? In an instant, Yi Wuchen straightened his spine, his resplendent robe shimmering with constellations moving without wind, and the Star River Silken Ribbon unfurled from his sleeves, gracefully encircling him and radiating boundless starlight. In the next instant, a vast expanse of starry sky abruptly materialized in the void, and a magnificent spectacle surged forth, disrupting the chaotic currents of space. The celestial river unfurled. As Yi Wuchen's Tao rhythm began to ascend, taking a step forward like an exalted deity traversing the cosmos. Senior, since you wish to engage, I must take my leave. I humbly ask for your mercy, Yi Wuchen declared solemnly, still upholding his respect for the formidable opponent, while also hoping for a modicum of dignity to be afforded to him in return. With your flashy tricks, taste my spear. Chen Yi scoffed with disdain. Once his lengthy incantation concluded, he abruptly brandished his spear with fervor, launching an immediate attack. The path of deep space, radiant as the starry river. In that moment, Yi Wuchen cast aside all fear and pressed forward with unwavering resolve. A breath later, he found himself akin to a lifeless serpent, its bones shattered. Languishing in the void, his pupils dilated, and he instinctively murmured in an instant. I was taken out in an instant. Chapter 70, The Ill-Fated Yi Wuchen, title warning. In the vastness of the void, where no heat source exists, an intense chill prevails. Yet, no matter how frigid it becomes, it pales in comparison to the icy despair that grips Yi Wuchen's heart at this moment. Since his arrival from 8 millennia past, he has basked in his unparalleled talent, coupled with a modicum of assistance from a chat group, allowing him to stand tall amidst his peers, regarding others as mere pretenders. Even those whose personal rankings in the chat group surpassed his own were, in his eyes, merely seasoned veterans who had entered the field before him. Given time, he was confident he could not only catch up, but also surpass them. Indeed, his pride was immense, bordering on hubris. However, at this moment, that pride shattered dramatically. He could scarcely believe that the formidable opponent who had effortlessly bested him was but a mere avatar, the true identity of which was that of the very group leader of the 108 chat group he had once scorned. Was this reasonable? Absolutely not. Yet, it was the stark reality. Before this esteemed figure, who had joined the group for less than 90 days, he was merely another pretender. As he observed the sycophantic demeanor of the useless Gyuan, Yi Wuchen inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy. It was simply because he had heard Gyuan speak of the group leader as a truly remarkable individual, whose age was scarcely under a millennium. Prior to joining the chat group, he had thrived solely on his own merit. How infuriating. Why was he so extraordinary? After toiling for 8,000 years with the group's assistance, Yi Wuqing found himself eclipsed by a mere fraction of this leader's prowess. If only he could have another chance. He would never disregard the task of public domain submission, nor would he dare to speak disrespectfully in private messages to the leader of the 108 group. An opportunity to befriend this extraordinary figure had once been at his fingertips, yet he failed to cherish it, only to lament after being thoroughly humbled. Yivang, stop pretending to be dead. Once you recover, come over. Ego wishes to discuss a transaction. Meanwhile, Guan was basking in a newfound sense of triumph. Previously, he had been subjected to daily insults, deemed a worthless fool, but now, bolstered by the presence of a powerhouse, he relished the chance to retort. The satisfaction within him was palpable. Yi Wuqing glared at him. You've certainly improved, but I wonder if a fickle opportunist like you can truly inspire trust? Gu Yuan replied with an indifferent smile. And what of it? My life rests in EGE's hands. As long as he does not give the nod, who can harm me? Who would dare? Yi Wuqing's lips twitched in irritation. You truly are invincible. With that, he dismissed Guan and strode purposefully towards Chen Yi, bowing respectfully. May I inquire what transaction the esteemed senior seeks to undertake? Though the individual before him was youthful, in the realm of cultivation, age mattered little, and thus addressing him as senior was entirely appropriate. Chen Yi cast a glance at him, feigning ignorance. Are we? When you played dead moments ago, it was impossible not to have heard Gu Yuan's assessment of your assets. Your question is merely a tactic to withhold information, thereby indirectly validating Gu Yuan's estimations. Yi Wuqing immediately donned a strained smile. Esteemed senior, might you leave me a sliver of hope? Chen Yi shook his head slightly. I am still young. After all, a bit of greed is only natural. In an instant, Yi Wuqing felt as though an arrow had pierced through time and space, striking him. And it was an arrow he had released himself. Indeed, he still harbored resentment over the fact that he had carelessly blacklisted him. With a deep sigh, Yi Wuqing slowly remarked, Very well, Gu Yuan's estimation is quite accurate. I currently have 8,800,000 CN Yuan stones remaining in my chat group account. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yi interjected, Your heart reveals to me that the precise figure should be 8,825,602 stones, with a total balance of 562 billion. Yi Wuqing, in anguish, closed his eyes. All right, you may take these extraneous possessions. Let be a gesture of goodwill. However, Gu Yuan is merely a group member and is unaware of many regulations. I have a few points to discuss with you. Chen Yi regarded him calmly and nodded slightly. Firstly, you request 20 high-powered group members, which is unrealistic. Transactions between different group chats can only involve 3 members at a time. I believe you are aware of this. As for the method of expelling them to the free channel for you to recruit, that only applies to groups below level 50. Once the Demon Exorcism Trial section is activated, each member becomes a part of the fixed group chat assets. Should I expel them, they will gain a share of the group chat privileges and become independent individuals, free to make their own choices. In such a case, there is over a 90% chance that they will not join your chat, and it will significantly reduce the territory held by the second group in the Demon Exorcism, Dungeon, and Trial sections. Really, Senior, please leave me some resources. By the end of his speech, tears welled in Yi Wuqing's eyes. His voice choked with emotion. It was indeed a tremendous hardship. After nearly 8,000 years of accumulating points, and after toiling for over 500 years in peak competitions, he had finally managed to elevate his ranking within the top 50 80 years ago, receiving 1,000 CN Yuan stones daily, with precious resources accumulating after deducting those needed for cultivation. All the resources he had painstakingly gathered were now completely drained. All gone. Uncontrollable tears streamed down to the corners of his mouth, bitter and overwhelming. Observing his heartfelt expression, Chen Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. It was indeed a bit excessive. Merely desiring fish to eat, he had caught the little fish Gu Yuan first, then used Gu Yuan to lure the big fish, Yi Wuqing. Now he could feast abundantly, perhaps even to the point of excess. Yet for Yi Wuqing, was this not cruel? However, there was no alternative. The essence of this world was the survival of the fittest. Chen Yi, though powerful, was nearly destitute, while Yi Wuqing, though not weak, was swimming in wealth. Thus, while the neighbor stockpiles grain, I stockpile arms. The neighbor is my granary. To avoid being devoured? Quite simple. One must strive to grow stronger. Only by steadily ascending to the pinnacle, gathering all the fish in the pond, can one eventually reach a point of excess, deriving pleasure from watching the fish battle amongst themselves. Why do you weep? Were those tears? What does that expression signify? Chen Yi patted Yi Wuchen's shoulder with an air of nonchalance, then spread his hand wide. You may keep your points for the time being. Just hand over the Xianyuan stones to me, and I will trade for 3 more members. Yi Wuchen's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice brimming with excitement. Is that true? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Indeed. Thank you, thank you. You are truly a benevolent soul. Observing the old fellow's ecstatic ramblings, Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. It wasn't that he had softened his heart. Rather, the chat group had detected anomalies in his account and had promptly restricted certain functions as a warning. Chapter 71. A mild confinement. I, Gu Yuan, am not incompetent. The detection system of the chat group operates discreetly, yet it certainly exists. Initially, no anomalies were detected, as the 2 members of the secondary group were engrossed in discussions about the primary group's tribulation transcending celestial. However, after multiple evaluations, it became evident that the main subject triggering the task was not what it seemed. Thus, the normal task procedure continued uninterrupted. The crux of the matter arose post-task failure, when the focus of the 2 secondary group members shifted to the 108 group's leader, TMD. The celestial tribulation is still pursuing me. Their emotional fluctuations were particularly pronounced, garnering the attention of the detection system. Moreover, Chen Yi had frequently deployed avatars to execute tasks, and upon comparing the corresponding detection records with the primary target of this spontaneous task, the results were astonishing. The similarity reached an impressive 80. The remaining 20 was deliberately obscured by his fundamental attribute fluctuations to evade the scrutiny of the detection system. Such audacity, to dare conduct illicit operations under the very nose of the detection system. Warning: your account exhibits abnormalities suspected of remote login. Partial rights of the account have been suspended, to be reinstated in 30 days. Kind reminder: should similar behaviors persist, more severe penalties will be imposed. Please regulate your conduct to foster a harmonious and friendly chat environment. The suspended rights include 1. Access to the Myriad Realms marketplace. 2. Group welfare sign-in system. 3. Permission to access the exorcism dungeon. 4. Access to the super perception section. 5. Location sharing functionality. Such a mild inconvenience. While these features may prove beneficial to the group members, for Chen Yi, as long as the fundamental rights of the group leader remain untouched, a month's suspension is merely a trivial matter. After all, having executed the scheme against Yi Wuchen, he had feasted sufficiently, allowing him to lay low and digest the gains, while also taking advantage of the suspension period to meticulously investigate potential vulnerabilities within the chat group. With this in mind, Chen Yi spread his hands. Come on, Yi Wuchen, hand over the celestial essence stones first. The remainder is inconsequential. 882,560 stones, not a single one less. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen felt a pang in his heart. How could one be so generous, yet so miserly? The remainder was merely 2 stones. I truly suffer. It is too bitter. In no time, the balance of celestial essence stones in Yi Wuchen's personal account was entirely depleted, replaced by the noticeable bulge in Chen Yi's pocket. Not bad, Wuchen. Now, kindly remove me from the blacklist of the public district channel. A faint smile finally graced Chen Yi's lips, and even his address towards Yi Wuchen became considerably more amiable. All right, Yi Wuchen nodded, having fully submitted. After all, it was but sand slipping through one's fingers. It was better to simply let it go. Retaining some points as savings was indeed a stroke of good fortune. However, when he logged back into the public district and glimpsed the 108 group leader's avatar marked with a suspension for violations in the blacklist, his heart immediately jolted. Indeed, I must say, how could one so avaricious as you overlook over 500 billion points, claiming I should hold onto them temporarily? It turns out your account has been suspended. Ha ha ha. In the chat group, you have finally accomplished something that brings great satisfaction to many. Though I am unaware of the duration of your suspension, Yi Wuchen, who has faced similar fates before, knows it must last at least a week. While you may still access the public regional channel and trade with other group leaders, the inability to utilize the 10,000 realms mall naturally precludes any significant point transfers. 7 days is ample time for you to exhaust your points. When the moment arrives that you seek, there will be no points to be had, only your life at stake. Contemplating this, Yi Wuchen's mood swiftly transformed, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes, casting an ambiguous and peculiar gaze towards Chen Yi. Senior, I have removed you from the blacklist, but why does your account show a violation? Chen Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. You ask knowingly. Under the weight of that profound gaze, Yi Wuchen felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, and he immediately ceased to dawdle, adopting a serious demeanor. Senior, do you have any preferences regarding the 3 group members for the transaction? Chen Yi lifted his eyes towards Gu Yuan. Select one for himself, and allow the remaining 2 to be chosen by him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately stood tall. Yi Wuchen, have you not often berated me, Liu Bo, and Qin Sheng as useless? Whether we are indeed worthless is not for you to decide. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly fervent. I am acutely aware that the paths of individuals are irreplaceable. Some lead due to higher starting points. Some achieve remarkable overtakes through astute choices, and others advance linearly due to superior talent. As for me, despite my humble origins and consistently erroneous choices at every fork in the road, and my rather mediocre aptitude, I steadfastly persist on my own life's journey. Though my progress may be slow, I have never retreated. Perhaps the other shore seems distant, but as long as I draw breath, I shall continue onward, and my life will remain vibrant. I am not worthless, nor are my friends. As these words resonated, Gu Yuan, filled with clarity of thought, seemingly shattered some invisible shackles. His aura surging exponentially, breaking through to a new realm. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Gu Yuan could stand alongside Fang Zheng as one of the twin prodigies of Group 108. Noticing Gu Yuan's subsequent struggle to maintain his newfound state, Chen Yi unhesitatingly cast forth 500,000 celestial essence stones. In an instant, a torrent of celestial energy coalesced into a colossal vortex, rushing fervently into Gu Yuan's being. Undeterred, Gu Yuan fully embraced Chen Yi's endowment, advancing from the early stages of a pseudo-immortal to its pinnacle, mere moments away from breaking into true immortality. The overwhelming aura swept through the area, plunging it into sudden silence. Yi Wuchen fell into contemplation, not because Gu Yuan had consumed all the celestial stones he had painstakingly accumulated, but rather due to the astonishment evoked by Gu Yuan's remarkable performance. He gazed blankly at this elder who had been a fixture since the inception of the second group, witnessing a staggering ascent from 25 billion to 99 billion in combat power. It struck him as though he were encountering Gu Yuan for the very first time. Was Gu Yuan truly a waste? Yi Wuchen had always held that belief. After all, as a founding elder of the group, having joined around the same time as him, he had been surpassed by numerous juniors. Had it not been for the extensive duration of his cultivation, he might have long since found himself at the bottom of the second group. His lack of talent was an undeniable truth. His demeanor within the group was notably smooth, characterized by a propensity to swallow insults and even jest in response, devoid of arrogance and with a deficient temperament. Was it not reasonable to label such a person as a waste? The pressure exerted upon him was merely a hope for his diligence and tenacity. Was that truly erroneous? Yet the reality revealed his error. Excessive oppression merely led to the concealment of brilliance, trapping potential within, as if ensnared by an invisible shackle that hindered his path. Today, when Gu Yuan could no longer endure the suppression and cast aside his fade to reveal his authentic self, Yi Wuchen felt a pang of realization. A dull blade lacks sharpness, and true skill lies in simplicity. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more one comprehends the significance of temperament. While an initially sharp edge may lead to temporary advantages, it can also break under excessive rigidity, faltering along the way. The superficial radiance and overt sharpness pale in comparison to the depth of inner strength and refinement. Although there were several true, immortal geniuses within the group, each brimming with arrogance and pride, none possessed the simplicity and composure of Gu Yuan, who, after breaking through 3 minor realms, remained steadfast and unpretentious. This was the essence of a true genius. How had he never recognized this before? Now it seemed as though Gu Yuan was drifting away from him, and one of his 2 friends, often collectively referred to in the group as the Waste Trio, alongside Gu Yuan, were they truly devoid of worth? Chapter 72. The arrival of 3 newcomers. Gu Yuan. What the hell? How did I become the group leader? There is no remedy for regret in this world, and Yi Wuchen cannot hold on to Gu Yuan. Whether the trio of misfits in the second group are indeed worthless is a decision for the newly appointed group leader, Chen Yi, to make. All Yi Wuchen needs to do is to fulfill the transaction with integrity. Senior, perhaps I've been blind to overlook these founding members of the group, allowing them to be suppressed for so long until this moment, when they finally cast off their shackles and reveal their brilliance. Very well, I wish for them to continue to shine under your guidance in the future, while I apologize to them. With a melancholic expression, Yi Wuchen lowered his gaze, avoiding the spirited Gu Yuan, and silently packaged the 3 group members for upload to the public district. Hidden World Cultivation, Personal Peak ranking 31, esteemed leader of the second group, initiated a member transaction with TMD. The Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me, group leader of 108. Approval granted. Please pay 3 credits to complete the transaction. Payment successful. Thus, the second group lost 3 useless members, while the 108 group gained 3 big shots. Well, senior, is there anything else you require of me? After the transaction was completed, Yi Wuchen felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, eager to escape this sorrowful place. Alas, it was not within his power to leave at will, until he received consent from the individual before him. Daring to activate the return passage would likely earn him another strike. Chen Yi, however, remained silent, striding forward to gently pat Yi Wuchen on the shoulder, speaking kindly. I feel a bit guilty for taking so much from you. Wear this string of colorful beads around your neck. It will ensure your safety in critical moments. Here, allow me to put it on for you. With that, he revealed a necklace composed of 9 colorful beads and affectionately draped it around Yi Wuchen's neck. Gu Yuan, who was seated nearby, meditating to consolidate his realm, could not help but mourn for the former group leader for 3 seconds in his heart. This necklace, capable of summoning powerful avatars, was all too familiar to him. Without hesitation, he could assert that he once possessed a string of 18 beads, doubling the count of his former leader's 9. Naturally, as the first to cross the river, Gu Yuan, aware of the underlying truths, held a deep respect for this colorful bead necklace. Unbeknownst to Yi Wuchen, this was his first experience of someone placing a necklace upon him, stirring an inexplicable tremor within his heart. Senior, have we grown too intimate? Although this colorful bead necklace appears unremarkable, it seems to harbor a terrifying power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Is it truly meant to safeguard my life? This gesture is far too extravagant. I truly cannot accept it. Might I refuse? Senior, please spare me. Though Yi Wuchen was unaware of the true nature of the necklace's purpose, he sensed that it undoubtedly contained ulterior motives, likely a means for the individual to exert control over him. Yet could he refuse? Observing the unyielding expression of the other, Yi Wuchen internally lamented, mustering a feeble smile. Senior, you are too kind. I thank you. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. You may return. Oh. Yi Wuchen's prolonged tone seemed to convey reluctance, akin to expressing a sorrowful lament of being unable to act freely. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, he activated the return portal, departing under Chen Yi's watchful gaze, adorned only with a plain necklace of 9 inconspicuous colored beads. Witnessing the entire scene, Gu Yuan shook his head. He could empathize with the sentiments of the former group leader at that moment. It's all right. One grows accustomed to it. After all, Should any mishap occur, our leader would surely manage to navigate through it. However, if all went well, it might prove somewhat challenging to assess our leader's situation. Of course, he was disinclined to ponder what the former leader might encounter. It was no longer his concern. His focus now shifted to his new home. Previously, he had been dubbed the leader of the 3 useless friends in the second group, but now, upon entering Group 108. Wait, what? How did I become the group leader? Multiverse Travelers Mutual Aid Group 108. Group leader invites just a bit of frost to join the chat. Group leader invites Crow sits on a plane to join chat. Group leader invites Autumn leaves departing the wind to join the chat. Group system ding. Detected just a bit of frost as the highest combat power in this group. Automatically promoted to group leader. Current group leader. Just a bit of frost. Half-step true immortal. Combat power 1. 99 billion. I really don't want to sacrifice myself? Runner-up of the cultivation world. God of light unemployed. The screen was filled with question marks. All the old group members were bewildered. Autumn leaves departing the wind. Qin Shun, what the heck? UNZ, how did you amass 1.99 billion in combat power? Crow sits on a plane. Lubo, no way, buddy. We agreed to do this together. Did you secretly overachieve? Come out and face me. Gu Yuan was drenched in sweat. Not from the inquiries of his 2 old friends, but because the former group leader of Group 108 stood before him, wearing an enigmatic smile. The pressure was immense. Brother, you know me? I'll just cripple my own cultivation. Gu Yuan was utterly terrified and was about to take drastic measures against himself. No need. Chen Yi intervened, calmly stating, during my account suspension, could you temporarily manage the chat group for me? Is that acceptable? Gu Yuan was taken aback, then solemnly replied, I shall not disappoint your trust. Chen Yi smiled lightly. Communicating with intelligent individuals is indeed straightforward. He would not question the reasoning behind it. He would simply fulfill the entrusted task diligently. As for whether he might harbor any treasonous thoughts, there was no need for concern. As long as his avatar remained, he would not dare. Chen Yi confidently delegated the position of group leader and prepared to delve into the chat group as an ordinary member. Moreover, due to some rule violations, most of his account's functions have been suspended, rendering him completely transparent in Group 108. The detection system would hardly pay him any mind. With the perfect timing, circumstances, and people aligned, the chat group was merely a lifeless entity reliant on its inherent programming. What could it possibly use to resist him? Once your vulnerabilities are discovered, I shall transform you into whatever shape I desire. Chapter 73. When the stars shine. The entire army is annihilated due to Chen Yi's chat group account being suspended for violations. He was unable to speak within the group. The newly appointed group leader, following the directives of the previous leader, refrained from making any statements. Members, fully aware of their leader's capabilities, remained silent as well. Only 2 newcomers, who were veterans from the second group, ventured to discuss matters within the chat. Withered leaf departed with the wind. Qin Sheng, although I cannot fathom why Yu Wuchen, that foolish bird, exiled us to this novice group. UNZ, now that you're the leader, will you also take a cut when we collaborate on projects in the future? Crow on a plane, Lubo O Qin, you underestimate UNZ. The 3 of us share a bond forged in life and death. Remember during our first demon extermination trial, when I suffered a critical injury and fell unconscious? It was you and UNZ who carried me out from the pile of corpses. Given that bond, would he dare to take a share from us? Withered leaf departed with the wind. True, but what is UNZ doing? Why is he silent? I still want to inquire if Yi Wuchen has indeed engaged with that old fool from the first group. Crow on a plane. Perhaps he is preening himself with a trendy hairstyle. Once he is ready, he will surely present himself before us. For now, let me see what delightful new faces populate this novice group, and what remarkable talent could have surged in levels so swiftly. Oh, how intriguing. What has the original leader of Group 108 done to warrant such a suspension? Withered leaf departed with the wind. That original leader is simply outclassed. As the 2 veterans from the second group rambled on, members of Group 108 exchanged disapproving glances. The newcomers were blissfully unaware of the true situation. A power of 19.9 billion was hardly noteworthy. Their formidable leader could manipulate power levels, effortlessly soaring to 6. 6 billion. Regaining the leadership position would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, the new leader's nickname was quite familiar. Was he not the one who accepted the task for Mu Chen? Had he not been dealt with by their esteemed leader before? How audacious of him to attempt such a usurpation so soon after being invited into the group. One could only wonder what their leader was contemplating. With these two old-timers becoming increasingly brazen, how could he remain composed? This was hardly in line with his usual conduct. Surely, he was not plotting something unbeknownst to them. In an instant, save for a few dim-witted members, the rest of the group sensed something amiss. Those eager for advancement fell into contemplation, collectively speculating on their leader's intentions. Among them, Mu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, while others guessed he could directly consult Brother Yi in the illusory star cave. However, before he could act, a powerful mental transmission pierced through his mind, as if anticipated. Learn without asking. Oh! In an instant, Mu Chen wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Meanwhile, in the Tianshu star domain, the Fong family. Fong Zheng gazed deeply at the chatterface. Initially, he was inexplicably banned, then he deliberately relinquished his position as group leader, subsequently commanding the new leader to refrain from speaking, allowing two senior members from the second group to spout their nonsense and attempt to disrupt the atmosphere within the group. My esteemed leader, what is it that you truly desire? The uncertainties abound. The leader's intentions remain shrouded in mystery, leaving me utterly perplexed. However, I am determined not to disappoint you. Fong Zheng slowly closed his eyes, a tempest brewing in his mind as countless fragments of images flashed rapidly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The myriad fragments coalesced into a singular vision. There must be ulterior motives behind the leader's account being banned, whether by choice or circumstance. He has been intentionally diminishing his presence in the group ever since he returned from completing the freedom task in the alien world. Thus, his silence is a ploy to divert our attention, ideally making us oblivious to his existence. I understand. The new leader seeks distraction, while those two seniors serve as targets to absorb the fire. Our task is to retaliate, perhaps even escalate the situation. I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself. You two old fools, what are you pretending to be? Brothers, this new leader is nothing but a fool. Fear him not. Let us unleash our frustration, ideally catching the system's attention to our defiance. We must not allow such a person to lead. You three from the second group, unable to thrive there, now come to our group to flaunt your authority? Warning. Member I truly do not wish to sacrifice myself has made numerous inappropriate remarks and is penalized with a deduction of 100 points and a one-day mute. The strategist Fong Zheng remained exceptionally astute and valiant. Almost figured it out, Lord Fong Zheng. You truly are remarkable. Xiao Chunnan, as an inept imitator of Fong Zheng, lacked his exceptional responsibility but could still reverse engineer the thought process based on the answers. He immediately began to copy the work. Fallen genius, Brother Fong. Indeed, you three old fools are insignificant. You do not deserve to be group leader. The novice group does not welcome you. Warning. Member Fallen Genius has made numerous inappropriate remarks and is penalized with a deduction of 100 points and a one-day mute. What the heck? So that is how it is. I admire you, Fong Zheng. It was only at this moment that Mu Chen belatedly realized and hurriedly followed suit with a retort. Facing away from the masses, pretenders, do not think that your strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. I will not show favoritism to anyone whose words I find displeasing. Warning. At the same time, Adol Famlin, who was being tortured by a fifth-tier succubus, suddenly straightened his spine, countering with a powerful push that sent the succubus flying. With a clear gaze, he slowly remarked, "You two brothers truly possess genuine character. The esteemed leader of the group has shown me great favor. Had it not been for their discerning eye back in the day, I might still be a disheartened priest on the outskirts of Bolin City. Admittedly, tending to the wounded and nurturing the nuns is not without its merits. Yet ascension to divinity offers me boundless horizons. This reflects my lack of depth and comprehension, yet it is commendable courage nonetheless." The atmosphere in the group became tumultuous, as regardless of understanding, every member chose to place their faith in the Honorable Lord Fong Zheng, vocally supporting him in exchange for a day's worth of silence. Soon enough, the 108 group fell into a tranquil hush. For aside from a new group leader and 2 seasoned members from the former second group, all others were silenced. Liu Bo and Qin Sheng, having endured a fair amount of scorn, were somewhat vexed. It was merely a performance. Yet why were the insults so profane? The thought of not retaliating seemed utterly unreasonable. Thus, they too received warnings from the system and were silenced, with their duration of silence being double that of the other members, clearly indicating their greater transgressions. At that moment, in the heart of the Xuanji continent, observing the near-total collapse of the group chat, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and tentatively inquired of the colorful orb hovering before him. "Brother, may I partake as well?" The orb hesitated for a considerable time before offering its guidance. A family must remain united. It is undesirable to be isolated. Gu Yuan promptly understood and began to edit a message within a group. "Is it rebellion that you seek? I, as the group leader, act entirely within the regulations. Do you wish to use public sentiment to force my abdication? Dream on. The leader is free to act as they please. The chat group system cannot remove me, for it lacks the authority. It is merely a tool. Warning. Group leader merely a little frost has made inappropriate remarks, resulting in the deduction of all points and a 7-day suspension of group leadership privileges as punishment." Gu Yuan. "Oh no, my points." Chapter 74. A fierce assault on the chat group anchor point. Harassing the chat group detection system after the brilliance of the myriad stars fades, what follows is utter annihilation. Once all members of the 108 group have faced the system's sanctions, the detection system will, by normal logic, cease its monitoring of this location during the corresponding penalty period. After all, with no one left to speak, any further detection would merely squander computational power. In other words, Chen Yi's opportunity for nefarious schemes has finally arrived. Within the realm of the illusory star cave, Chen Yi took a deep breath, channeling his immense divine consciousness into the celestial avatar that bore the essence of the chat group. In the vast expanse of his consciousness, an enigmatic point of light flickered incessantly. It must be said that this anchor point of the chat group is extraordinarily peculiar, existing in a liminal state between the tangible and the intangible, impervious to external harm. Only when it actively captures a thought and confirms the presence of a traveler's attributes will its existence be perceived. Were Chen Yi not a genuine traveler, even if this light point lay before him, he would remain oblivious to its presence. Such methods are exceedingly sophisticated, belonging to a realm of understanding previously unknown to Chen Yi. Moreover, it diverges significantly from the energies derived from the heavenly laws of the celestial realm, which evolve from the very forces of nature. The peculiar light point bore faint traces of artificial origin, although tenuous. These traces were discerned by Chen, leading him to refrain from utilizing the resources from the myriad realms marketplace on his main body. After all, who could ascertain the origins of those items? Indiscriminate consumption could only harm a body. Conversely, the tribulations of ascension, with their purity and hygiene, as well as the essence of the celestial path currently being birthed by the Ziwei heavenly Tao, are both wholesome and secure. As for other items, it would be prudent to have the avatar test them, as any issues could be rectified through re-refinement. Of course, these are trivial concerns. The pressing matter at hand is how to conquer this chat group light point. Chen Yi first enveloped it silently with his divine consciousness, and after a series of insightful explorations, he ultimately resolved to launch a tempestuous assault with the most fervent wave of his divine thought. Although he had attempted a similar approach during the initial binding without any effect. Indeed, he couldn't even breach the surface of a light point. Times have changed. Having utilized the chat group for an extended period, he had grown familiar with the unique attributes of this light point. Essentially, only specific fluctuations of a traveler's thoughts would be captured and allowed to operate within designated areas. What he was embarking upon was an instantaneous onslaught of millions of chaotic thoughts upon the chat group anchor point, taking advantage of the detection system's momentary oversight. As long as the anchor point overlooked a single thought, granting Chen Yi access to an otherwise forbidden realm, he would be free to act as he pleased. It was soon evident that Chen Yi's conjecture was correct. The program, which adhered strictly to its established protocols, would not reject being exploited. Even if this anchor point's transmission capacity could withstand the impact of millions of thoughts, how would it contend with the second wave of 100 million thoughts poised to strike? Subsequently, there will be a third wave, and perhaps a fourth. The fourth wave may prove unfeasible, as excessively unusual circumstances are bound to trigger system detection. At that point, not only will this anchor point be rendered unusable, but Chen Yi's account will also face severe repercussions. After all, this situation transcends mere violations. It constitutes an attempt to infiltrate the backend. Engaging with members of other groups might warrant nothing more than warnings and temporary account suspensions, which can be resolved later. However, directly tampering with the chat group could almost certainly lead to account termination. Therefore, he must exploit the backdoor of the chat group anchor point before the detection system reacts. Soon, amidst the onslaught of countless thoughts, the flickering frequency of that peculiar light point diminished significantly, yet it still held firm, preventing these thoughts from straying into forbidden territories. Without hesitation, Chen Yi unleashed the second wave of immense impact. This time, the chat group anchor point evidently struggled to withstand such a ferocious assault. As the information transmission channel became congested with errant thoughts, leaving no room within the designated operational area. At last, an unruly thought was ejected from the normal zone, arriving in an entirely new realm. In the following moment, all thoughts within the information transmission channel and the designated operational area disintegrated instantaneously, leaving behind only a singular, earnest thought that operated to open the interface of the universal marketplace, staring vacantly at the countdown of the ban duration. It was only then that the unusual circumstances attracted the scrutiny of the detection system. Yet, how peculiar! Despite the apparent anomaly, the system reported everything as normal. Group member TMD, the Immortal tribulation is still pursuing me. Please refrain from refreshing the universal marketplace frequently. You are still under a ban. Kindly await the conclusion of the ban duration before proceeding with purchases. Chen Yi replied earnestly. However, I truly wish to make a purchase right now. Is there any method to reduce the ban duration? I genuinely acknowledge my mistake and assure you it won't happen again. Server busy, please try again later. All right then, you carry on with your tasks. I'll refresh a bit more. How dull. Chen Yi was exceedingly polite, contrasting sharply with his previously defiant demeanor, even displaying a naive and honest smile. Please do not refresh frequently. I'm bored. Is refreshing not permissible? Please do not refresh frequently. By the way, what is your occupation? Why is it that whenever an issue arises, the server is busy? Server busy. Please try again later. Speaking of chat groups, where did you acquire all those celestial resources? Please do not refresh frequently. Server busy. Thus, Chen Yi continued to intermittently pester the detection system of the chat group. Of course, this was not a futile endeavor, but rather a means of establishing an alibi, even if that thought stealthily infiltrating the backend were ultimately apprehended. What concern is that of me, Chen Yi? I have merely been refreshing the interface here, while casually troubling the chat detection system. Chapter 75. The chat group truly has a master, yet it appears to be asleep. What is the essence of a chat group? A tool. Furthermore, a tool that possesses a master. Chen Yi's subtle consciousness slipped through the back door of the chat group, evading layers of protective barriers akin to the watchful eyes of the heavens, ultimately infiltrating the true core region. This realm is an extraordinary space, resplendent with brilliant light, devoid of the anticipated abundance of celestial resources. Instead, it is woven with an intricate network of fiber optics, each strand seemingly linked to a world, akin to an immense net enveloping countless realms. At the center of this vast web of fibers, a compass emanating an aura of ancient and profound wisdom slowly rotates. In that fleeting moment of observation, Chen Yi inexplicably sensed a surge of information. The primordial creation disk. The heavens are unpredictable, the Tao is winding, and humanity follows the law of causality. Primordial creation defies logic and contravenes rules. Although he struggled to comprehend it fully, Chen Yi was profoundly shaken. If all goes as imagined, The vast celestial resources should indeed be contained within. What a treasure this is! Alas, it is a possession of a master. For there exists a will imprinted upon the primordial creation disk, and judging by the emanations from it, it is no ordinary entity. The weight of that presence was so formidable that it nearly caused Chen Yi's infiltrating thought to dissipate. If its true essence were to manifest, oh, this individual must be a formidable being from the celestial realm. The likelihood of his escape would be a mere 2%. This is not good at all. Yet Chen Yi felt no fear, nor did he abandon his intention to grasp the primordial creation disk. Rather, he chose to retreat. The sole reason being that he discovered the will imprint seemed to be in slumber, exerting no control over the primordial creation disk, allowing it to operate autonomously. Does this not present an opportunity? Were it awake, Chen Yi would have shown utmost respect and departed without hesitation. However, with its master asleep, how could the primordial creation disk, which operates under established rules, withstand Chen Yi's relentless pursuit? Naturally, he would seize it in the presence of its master, thus claiming the vast resources within its hidden treasury as his own. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi immediately directed his resilient consciousness towards it. The primordial creation disk visibly shuddered momentarily, but soon returned to its normal state. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, a pair of deep eyes, as if containing the entirety of the universe, slowly opened. It seemed to have sensed an unpredictable variable. Alas, no longer able to control the heavens and the earth. Now even a mere fluctuation eludes its grasp. Very well, since it has awakened, let us observe how the cultivation plan for the celestial generals unfolds. Not too shabby. In less than 10 millennia, the primal creation disk has consumed merely 1/1000th of its inventory, nurturing 50 true immortals, and even 3 profound immortals. Quite remarkable indeed. All splendid seedlings from the origin ancient land, truly commendable. However, the progression in the lower realms remains sluggish. I shall await the emergence of the first golden immortal. Then, I can initiate the trials of the celestial realm for them. Woods, that position will always be mine. Your foundation is too shallow for you to maintain your seat. Once I muster a formidable army again, you shall realize how erroneous your decision to abandon the lower realms has been. I possess the accumulation of 9 epics. What do you have to contest with me? In terms of explosive power, I concede you may surpass me, but in endurance, you are far from my equal. There is still ample time. I shall rest. After releasing a wave of grievances, those profound eyes slowly closed once more. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was drenched in perspiration. What is this phenomenon? Awakening just like that. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. I almost got discovered. It has been a long time since I felt such a heart-pounding thrill. It is exhilarating indeed. Within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi's true self gazed fervently. Once that imprint of will settled down, he cautiously awakened the perfect fragment of divine consciousness that adhered to the primal creation disk. This time, he resolved to take a different approach. No longer attempting to quietly dissipate the primordial energy of the original master that permeated the disk. That was far too perilous. The entity was merely asleep, not dead. Even the slightest disturbance would elicit a response. Once or twice may not provoke much concern, but repeated attempts would surely lead to scrutiny. Thus, he decided to commence from the lowest tier, reversing the source, and adopting the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside. The main body of the primal creation disk was beyond manipulation, directly controlled by its original master, but the fibrous network it branched out into was not so heavily restricted. With a thought, a wisp of spiritual light drifted silently from the main body of the primal creation disk, seamlessly merging into one of the primary light fibers. In no time, the resourceful Chen Yi gleaned a piece of information. Number 4 Exorcism Trial Ground. Defender. Leader of Group 4 Foot Ming Xing Xing Fong Kuai. Subordinate to know. 10, 11, and 12 Exorcism Dungeons. In the number 10 Exorcism Dungeon, the source of the water law remains at 99. 66. In the number 11 Exorcism Dungeon, the source of the essence law remains at 99. 74. In the number 12 exorcism dungeon, the source of the profound water law remains at 99. 91. Currently, the number 12 exorcism dungeon is operational, continuously spawning water demon spirits. Participants, members of Group 4 humans will meet defeat. Say to mye, illusory heart shatter dream. I tread upon moonlight as I arrive. Trial difficulty, ordinary. Oh, so this is how the fragments of celestial law are sourced from the exorcism dungeon. How intriguing. Let me observe closely. Chen Yi's eyes lit up as he directed that fragment of divine consciousness to delve into the back end of the dungeon. Meanwhile, within the number 12 profound water exorcism dungeon, on a vast expanse of azure ocean, Tian, exercise caution. That malevolent entity, the Xian Shui evil lord, seems amiss. Dressed in a flamboyant scarlet robe, adorned with a prominent bloodied insignia revealing the moniker Say the Mye, Zhao Yu, boasting an astounding battle prowess of 13 billion, issued a warning. Meanwhile, a statuesque woman, soaked to the skin and wielding a red-tasseled spear, immediately twisted her supple waist and thrust her weapon forward. Countercharge, accompanied by a spirited exclamation. The spear surged forth like a dragon, its formidable intent piercing through the air, swiftly shattering the grotesque visage of the Xian Shui evil lord behind her. Splendid, utterly magnificent. Zhao Yu gazed in admiration, moistening his lips and smirking slightly. However, your stance while attacking still leaves much to be desired. I deem it necessary to offer you some private instruction. Thank you for the advice, but it's unnecessary. Tian, Huan Xian Sui Ming shot him a glance. Elegantly twirling her spear, retrieving a fragment of the celestial law dropped by the fallen evil lord. Do not be so aloof. You are not a practitioner of the heartless path. Zhao Yu tossed his flowing hair, revealing a devilishly charming smile. On a distant rock, two exhausted male companions twitched at the corners of their mouths. Damn, this fellow is a lecher. When I was ambushed, he didn't even spare me a glance. I want to team up with him again. I would rather take a novice than. And Mo Wushuang was just speaking when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly trembled and exclaimed, "What the hell? How did another 20? No, 30. 50 Xian Shui evil lords appear." Ma Biao also shook with fear. Aren't we in normal mode? Is this even normal mode? Run. We're surrounded. The Xian Shui evil lords swarmed in numbers exceeding 50, and they certainly did not conform to the standard of 10 billion battle power for normal mode. They surged forth, and the health bars of the 4 group members were instantly depleted. Ding! X4, the passive skill of Si Ming is activated. The dark curtain descends. All members have failed this trial, rewards cleared, and 20 billion points deducted. A return portal is being activated. Damn! I refuse to accept this. This is definitely not normal mode. I want to report this. I want to report this. My precious points. This is infuriating. Regardless of the discontent of the 4 members, they were nonetheless expelled from the secret realm of the dungeon. Simultaneously, Chen Yi quietly reverted the back end from the hell mode back to normal mode and promptly fell into a state of inactivity. The next moment, the detection system, upon noticing the anomaly, swiftly descended. Chapter 76. The unfortunate members of Group 4 assist Chen Yi in unraveling the secrets of the exorcism instance. The detection system possesses vast authority, emanating directly from a rune inscribed upon the primordial creation disk, which governs all affairs within the chat group. Essentially, once it sets its gaze upon someone, the consequences are quite dire. However, it is peculiar that the frequency of abnormal feedback has noticeably increased of late. Yet, why does the detection system indicate that all is well? Where exactly lies the issue? Regardless, it must certainly pertain to those 4 members of Group 4. Warning, members' humanity will be ruined. Say to me, phantom heart shatter dream, and I come riding the moonlight. You are suspected of engaging in prohibited activities within the exorcism instance. Account rights have been suspended, to be reinstated in 50 days. Kind reminder, should such behaviors continue, more severe punitive measures will be enforced. Please conduct yourselves appropriately and engage in trial activities in a legitimate manner. The 4 members, just returning to the local scene, were immediately taken aback. The member with the username I come riding the moonlight, Ma Dabiao, a man of temperament, upon seeing the suspension notice, immediately opened the feedback interface and unleashed a torrent of expletives. Wait a minute, am I in the wrong? Shouldn't you reconsider your own words? Itori Convezili Montak Vosuang, who had named himself Humanity Will Be Ruined, adopted a more composed demeanor. While venting his frustrations was acceptable, unleashing them within the feedback interface was ill-advised. This is infuriating. Is this our fault? The issue lies with you. Are you really going to blame us without acknowledging the facts? Speak. Don't feign ignorance. Answer me. Tion, known as Phantom Heart's Shattered Dream, was visibly agitated, her ample bosom heaving as she attempted to reason with the detection system. Thank goodness we are within the exorcism instance. And with the passive bloodlock from the divine command, otherwise, in the demon purification trial, we would be doomed. You ought to address your own shortcomings rather than unjustly accuse us. If this continues, who would dare venture into the demon purification trial? Say to me, Zhao Yu argued his case vehemently, demonstrating a peculiar blend of forthrightness and intelligence. Meanwhile, the detection system, having received feedback, activated its mechanism and conducted a thorough reevaluation of the exorcism instance number 12, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. They are attempting to wriggle out of responsibility. Warning: failure to acknowledge fault with repeated feedback will result in increased penalties. All account rights have been suspended, to be reinstated in 7,300 days. The 4 unfortunate members of Group 4 were left in utter despair, with Mo Wushuang being the most distraught. He banged his head against the ground, his voice hoarse from crying out, "Wait a minute, I didn't even provide feedback. Why am I being punished as well? Is there no law? Are there no regulations? This is sheer tyranny." On the other side, upon learning of the punitive measures against these 4 members from the back end, Chen Yi shook his head. "I apologize for the ordeal you have endured, and I truly regret the burden placed upon you. In the future, should fate allow, I will ensure you're compensated." After discreetly expressing his remorse, a glint of brilliance ignited in Chen Yi's eyes. Undoubtedly, the contributions of those 4 members from Group 4 hold significant value. He has roughly grasped the operational logic of the exorcism dungeon. As long as he adheres to the established rules, he can mold the exorcism realm to his own design without triggering the detection system. Upon seizing actual control of all exorcism dungeons, he intends to advance further, claiming all 11 demon-slaying trial grounds as well. From there, he plans to gradually infiltrate the primordial creation disk, ultimately reshaping it into his own form while its original master remains oblivious. What does it matter if the celestial powers of the immortal realm oppose him? If they deny him entry into the celestial domain, he shall utilize the resources they have generously provided to grow stronger, eventually breaking into the immortal realm. When that time comes, he shall confront the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, questioning the purpose of the tribulation that relentlessly pursues him. If fairness is lacking, then let the celestial order be replaced by the Z-Way. As Chen Yi's thoughts drifted further afield, the gently trembling firmament swiftly brought him back to calmness. There is no need for haste. The conquest of the chat group is a protracted tug-of-war. The immediate priority is to select qualified candidates among the scattered immortals of the heavenly Tao. With this in mind, Chen Yi softly inquired, "Z-Way, are you available?" After a considerable pause, the heavenly Tao of Z-Way finally responded, "Yes, Brother Yi, whenever you call, I shall come." Chen Yi remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "You must hold on for a while longer. I will select a few cultivators in the late stage of integration to help share the burden. But rest assured, I will not compel them to face the tribulation of ascension. I have my own methods, and you need not concern yourself." The heavenly Tao of Z-Way took a long time to reply, cautiously. Then, "Brother Yi, what is the success rate? Last time, 28 of the most exceptional candidates were sent, yet only 5 returned. It truly pained her deeply. Now, with Brother Yi planning to send more, she did not object, but exceptional candidates are indeed scarce, and losing even one is distressing." Chen Yi was naturally aware of Z-Way's concerns and confidently extended a finger. 1%? That's not acceptable. The heavenly Tao of Z-Way rarely assertive, found herself thoroughly outmatched. Chen Yi then stated slowly, "Not 1%, but a guarantee of success. I will ensure that none are lost." Really? Indeed. As for the last 28, I lack the knowledge then. This strategy has only recently come to me. After all, the path to success often requires sacrifices. Do not inquire further. I know my limits. It is well known that for major matters, the heavenly Tao of Ziwei typically heeds Chen Yi's counsel. And this instance is no exception. Though filled with apprehension, she could only acquiesce to Brother Yi's insistence. She fervently hoped that this time more would survive. Ideally that none would perish, for exceptional candidates are indeed few and far between. Chapter 77, Brother Yi No. During the month of his account suspension, Chen Yi exhibited remarkable restraint. Although he had the means to manipulate the duration of his punishment through the back-end system to restore his account, he refrained from doing so. This decision was primarily due to the recent surge in unusual occurrences, prompting the detection system to intensify its surveillance. He needed to remain inconspicuous. As for why the detection system had suddenly escalated its scrutiny, it was of no concern to Chen Yi. After all, his account remained suspended, rendering him powerless. Thus, during this month of inactivity, the once dormant Yujizuns re-emerged into the world, bringing misfortune to the late-stage cultivators of the Ziwei continent. With the Ziwei heavenly Tao returning to the status of a pseudo-immortal realm, the vitality of the world's spiritual energy became exceptionally rich, and the laws governing existence grew remarkably vibrant, facilitating a more effortless path to cultivation. The previously insurmountable barriers that had hindered progress were effortlessly shattered, resulting in a significant elevation in the capabilities of all cultivators. The benefits were not confined to the cultivators alone. The common folk experienced the most profound advantages. Previously, the majority of the world's spiritual energy had been consumed by cultivators, leaving the lower strata of society to passively digest and decompose the residual impurities. Consequently, their physical vitality waned rapidly, with lifespans barely reaching a century. Now, however, the abundance of spiritual energy was so overwhelming that cultivators could not deplete it all. The surplus sank down to the common folk, invigorating their spirits and rejuvenating their bodies as never before. Aches and pains subsided, and they felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through them, even to the extent of kicking a calf away and plowing 2 acres of land. Elderly individuals radiated vitality, while infants seemed to be imbued with an invigorating breeze at every step. The elevation of worldly status brought immense benefits to all living beings, to the extent that casually casting a robust mortal from the Ziwei continent into a lower-tier world would transform them into a superhuman in situ. This was the benevolence of the heavenly Tao. Yet who could have fathomed the immense pressure behind the evolution of the life levels of countless billions? Typically, the heavenly Tao would not directly bear such colossal pressure. It would opt to suppress the majority, consolidating resources to prioritize the provision of geographically advantageous areas, thereby establishing a pilot region of exceptional talent and fertile ground before uplifting the barren territories. Admittedly, this strategy significantly alleviates pressure, and many worldly heavenly Taos have adopted similar approaches. However, it inevitably leads to a severe siphoning phenomenon, wherein the impoverished lands bear no vibrant blossoms, and all aspirants flock to the affluent regions. In this vicious cycle, the rich grow richer while the poor become increasingly destitute. Consider the West Sea realm, where Adolf Amlin resides. The West Sea heavenly Tao has concentrated the majority of the spiritual energy to forge a divine domain, drawing countless individuals seeking to enter, resulting in a pseudo-immortal realm where the lower continent suffers from a dearth of talent, leaving even a mere third-tier mage capable of dominating the area. Similarly, in the Star Spirit continent, governed by Shao Chunan, only the central continent serves as a place of enlightenment among the 5 great regions. The other 4 are astonishingly barren. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, failing to journey to the central continent means stagnation, without abandoning one's homeland. Ascending to greater heights becomes an insurmountable challenge, an obvious choice indeed. The heavenly Tao is devoid of compassion, treating all beings as mere fodder, with the advancement of its own development as a natural phenomenon. Only the Z-Way heavenly path would be so foolish as to bear all the burdens alone, insisting on treating everyone equally. Whether in the vast, sparsely populated deserts or the bustling heart of civilization, the essence of vitality remains consistent. The ability to stand out relies solely on one's own capabilities, unaffected by the quality of one's surroundings. After all, gold will shine no matter where it is found. Therefore, after all the sacrifices made by the Z-Way heavenly path, those ungrateful wretches expect to reap the rewards without any effort? Such not vet. While the Z-Way heavenly path may show mercy, Chen Yi shall not be so lenient. At this moment, within the ancient hall of the central Z-Way continent, where the celestial path is reviving, 76 late-stage integration practitioners stood in a straight line. Although their quality may not match that of the first batch, reaching this level of cultivation means they are far from being mediocre. What they lack is merely an opportunity. Now, Chen Yi offers them the chance to demonstrate their worth. Fools! You managed to cultivate to the late integration stage in such dire conditions. And now that the environment has improved, you hesitate? At the top of the hall, Chen Yi, in his starry, celestial body form, held a formidable halberd and spoke in a deep voice. Below, several formidable late-stage practitioners lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word. Was it that they did not wish to break through? Do you not understand your own hearts? They were genuinely afraid. The tragic fate of the 28 predecessors was still fresh in their minds, the terrifying thunder still echoing in their hearts. Ah, indeed, the environment has improved, and cultivation has become simpler. Yet who does not know the vast gap in the celestial path scattered among the immortals? You ruthless and cunning master of tribulations, you merely wish to use us as pawns. Facing the tribulation of ascension is death. Being struck by you is also death. The only difference is that now the Z-Way heavenly path is awakened, and we will never submit to your tyranny like our predecessors. If you possess the courage, strike us down before the Z-Way heavenly path. Lift your heads and look me in the eye. Chen Yi commanded, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone present. Born in adversity, perishing in comfort, it appears that a life too easy has dulled your fighting spirit. Very well, today, I shall help you reclaim it. Before the sun sets, many may perish, but let me assure you, what you will face is neither I nor the tribulation of ascension. If you wish to survive, then show me your true capabilities. As soon as his words fell, a colossal hand suddenly emerged, grasping all present and refining them in an instant. The 76 late-stage practitioners had no time to react. Their vision darkened, and their consciousness plunged into an endless abyss. Ego, know the Z-Way heavenly path, which had been secretly observing, grew anxious. See? You're worried. I'm not taking their lives. There's no need to panic. Chen Yi resusurit, then opened his palm to reveal a mottled orb. Within it floated the lifeless bodies of the 76, their vitality extinguished, while their primordial spirits were extracted and woven into intricate patterns that twisted and turned across the orb's surface. They appeared dead, yet in truth, they still lived. All that was needed was to activate the formations to revive their spirits. Brother E, what is your intention in transforming them in such a manner? The Z-Way heavenly Tao was utterly perplexed. Although Brother E had a penchant for enigmatic antics in the past, there was always a traceable rationale behind them. While comprehension may have been lacking, acceptance was still attainable. Yet this time, it seemed as if he was attempting to evade the impending tribulation of ascension. But those young ones had yet to reach the threshold necessary to attract such a calamity, did they not? Was it truly necessary to hide? Even if one were to seek refuge, could it genuinely be accomplished? If I can discern it, how could the tribulation not? The Z-Way heavenly Tao found Brother Yi's recent actions devoid of any logical underpinning. However, faced with the Z-Way heavenly Tao's inquiries, Chen Yi offered no explanation, merely responding with an air of indifference. Do not concern yourself with this. I have my methods. In due time, I shall return to you a lively bunch of little ones. With that, he raised his hand and closed the Great Hall's door, severing the Zui Heavenly Tao's perception. What secret lies beneath this, brother E? You have kept it from me, the Zui Heavenly Tao, though consumed by curiosity. Recognize that brother E must have his reasons for withholding information. He soon set aside his concerns. For brother E had assured him he would deliver a vibrant group of little ones, and he was certain he would fulfill that promise. The Zui Heavenly Tao had always placed immense faith in Chen Yi. This trust stemmed from an event 7 centuries prior, when the malevolent demons invaded in force. And all the young ones he favored faltered, leaving the situation dire. As the innocent beings faced imminent consumption by the demons, it was the one whom no one believed in who broke through at the critical moment, wielding a great halberd and emerging like a savior, sweeping away all foes, even venturing into the outer realms to confront the tribulation of ascension, ultimately slaying every invading demon. It was during this time that brother E first encountered the tribulation of ascension. Everyone deemed his demise inevitable, including the Zui Heavenly Tao. Yet against all odds, he prevailed. Not only did he survive, but he did so without suffering any fatal injuries, merely sustaining some superficial wounds. From that moment onward, the Zui Heavenly Tao was thoroughly convinced. Whatever brother E asserted was undoubtedly correct. Any disagreement would reflect poorly on himself. Chapter 78. From this moment forth, Xiao Mu, you shall no longer be a denizen of the Ziwei realm, but rather a being of light hailing from the M78 nebula. Within the ancient hall, having dismissed the Ziwei heavenly path, Chen Yi finally summoned Mu Chun, preparing to discreetly utilize the chat group. Brother, I do not comprehend. Wasn't your account just unblocked? Why are you using mine? And why the secrecy, as if engaging in some illicit activity? Mu Chun expressed his bewilderment. Xiao Mu, you must remember, from this moment onward, you're no longer a person of the Ziwei realm, but a being of light from the M78 nebula. Chen Yi spoke earnestly. What? Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback, poised to articulate a response, but upon meeting EGE's profound gaze, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and swiftly accessed the chat group as personal information panel. As expected, name, Mu Chun, age, 64, cultivation level, transformation stage, combat power, 956, 150, group nickname, back to the world, origin, light kingdom of the M78 nebula. This light kingdom, am I Ultraman? Goodness, brother, are you implying Mu Chun was greatly astonished but quickly composed himself, hastily correcting, indeed, I am a true Ultraman. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems you have learned much from Fang Zheng. Remember your identity. Do not entertain thoughts that should not be entertained. Understood? Mu Chun readily acquiesced. Brother, as you say, I have indeed traversed to the M78 nebula, have I not? Chen Yi remained silent, merely conducting covert surveillance on the detection system. Once assured that no anomalous feedback had arisen, he felt a sense of relief. This matter entailed significant causal ramifications, and the enigmatic celestial being behind the primordial creation disk posed a considerable challenge, even for Chen Yi. Should he be discovered, while he could merely flee, the Ziwei continent would remain in jeopardy. Thus, to shield the Ziwei continent from potential repercussions, Chen Yi had, under the immense pressure of the detection system, expunged all information related to the Ziwei continent over the past month, fabricating a fictitious location to substitute the coordinates for the normal usage of the chat group. Should any calamity arise, all risks would be borne by Mu Chun and himself, ensuring that the Ziwei continent would remain untouched. It was for this reason that he had refrained from allowing the Ziwei heavenly path to surveil his usage of the chat group, to avoid detection by the sensitive monitoring system. After confirming the safety of the login environment, Chen Yi slowly inquired, Xiao Mu, are you prepared to enter the exorcism dungeon? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun was once again bewildered. Wait, brother, you can't be serious? Me? Enter the exorcism dungeon? Am I worthy? ISNT the requirement, over 30 million in combat power? Hold on. Mu Chun glanced once more at his personal panel. His combat power remained unchanged. Brother, do I qualify to participate in the exorcism dungeon, which requires a minimum combat power of over 30 million. Mu Chen asked, lacking confidence. It was not that he doubted EG's ability to facilitate his entry. After all, EG could manipulate back-end data, a feat that had escalated to a level he struggled to comprehend. He was merely concerned that with his mere 9 million battle power, he would be entering a malevolent dungeon where the minimum requirement was a staggering 30 million. Could he withstand the onslaught? He feared he might be regarded as a mere wild beast by the evil spirits within. Do not fret. You shall not perish. All will be well. Chen Yi reassured him, promptly handing over a sphere containing 76 late-stage fusion entities. Simultaneously, within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi's true self commanded the avatar that bore the chat group to commence its operations. In the next moment, an announcement resonated in Group 108. Ding! TMD chasing Immortal Tribulation has been designated as the highest battle power in this group, automatically promoted to Group Leader. Current Group Leader, TMD chasing Immortal Tribulation, True Immortal Realm. Battle power of 2 billion. Just a bit of frost, ancient source haha. Welcome back, Group Leader. Crow on a plane, Lubo the true big shot has returned. Albeit not from genuine intent. Yet I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my previous rudeness. Withered leaves departing the wind. Qin Sheng Group Leader, I feel the same. I truly do not wish to sacrifice to heaven. Fong Zheng haha, the true deity returns. To the two esteemed seniors from Group 2, are you genuinely not acting out of self-interest, or merely adapting to the winds of change? Fallen genius, Xiao, Chun and Fong Go has a point. Just say it plainly. Are you two old-timers feeling intimidated? TMD chasing Immortal Tribulation. Group Leader, let us not stray from the topic. You have 5 minutes to manage your affairs. All members prepare to enter the malevolent dungeon. If you encounter difficulties, report in advance. Any questions are not permitted. The Group Leader initiated the team formation for the malevolent dungeon, inviting members who met the battle power requirements to queue for entry. Instantly, a wave of silence enveloped the once lively chat. The 3 veterans with battle powers exceeding 1 billion were unfazed. But the other members were left in a state of shock. Wasn't the minimum battle power requirement 30 million? How could they, with their modest battle powers lingering in the low millions, possibly qualify for entry? Well, the Group Leader had never spoken falsely. If he asserted they could enter, they would surely be able to. Their only worry mirrored that of Mu Chan's. The fear of being regarded as mere wild beasts by the malevolent spirits once inside. After all, they had finally welcomed back their esteemed Group Leader, only for him to deliver such a harsh blow. What a bitter pill to swallow. Indeed, in times of trouble, the Group Leader was the safest bastion. In times of peace, he became the greatest source of strife, constantly placing the members in precarious situations. Should they feign difficulties to evade? Many members briefly entertained this notion. Yet, upon further reflection, they dismissed it. The path of cultivation was inherently defiant against the heavens, and perishing mid-journey was a common fate. Now, with the illustrious Group Leader leading the way, if they allowed fear to deter them from following, would they ever be valued in the future? It was important to remember that group members were tradable. Should they disappoint the Group Leader, will there still be a place for them within this group? The Group Leader can indeed invite formidable individuals from the second group. It is not impossible to bring in other strong members to replace oneself. Merely being able to join this group signifies a fortuitous connection. If one fails to cherish this hard-won opportunity and is subsequently expelled to another group, will such generous benefits still be available? Time is of the essence. After much deliberation, they finally resolve to attend to their current affairs. However, one misstep leads to further missteps. During their moment of hesitation, the most loyal members of the group had already completed their tasks, swiftly aligning themselves in formation, ready to stand by. Chapter 79. The Tale of the Entire Army Arrayed. Qin Sheng and the Sacred Dragon in Zheng'er on the Hidden Dragon Continent, Central Dragon Island. Qin Sheng strolled leisurely by the Dragon Crystal Lake, cradling an adorably clumsy wyvern hatchling. He softly called out, "And Zheng'er, wake up, come and see the little one." As his words fell, a majestic splash echoed, and a magnificent sacred dragon, with a wingspan nearing 100 meters and resplendent in golden hues, emerged from the depths of the water. The large dragon head hung low, its dark golden vertical pupils gazing mournfully at the man below. Sheng, are you off on another adventure? Qin Sheng nodded slightly, then offered the constantly licking hatchling from his embrace, reassuringly saying, You need not worry. This time, I am accompanied by a group of trustworthy companions. By the way, I must inform you that this little one has entered a rebellious phase, and is quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, the sacred dragon shimmered with light and transformed into a voluptuous woman, her golden waves cascading elegantly. A diamond-shaped scale adorned her brow, and her dragon scales morphed into a snug suit of armor. Gracefully, she stepped across the water on her pristine white feet, taking the troublesome hatchling from Qin Sheng's hands. Her expression filled with concern. The trustworthy companions you mentioned, are you referring to the Bruces? In the sacred dragon's understanding, while the man had many companions, the most reliable ones were invariably beings known as Bruces. Sheng had 2 such trusted Bruces, despite having signed a contract with them. He paradoxically placed more faith in the Bruces than in himself. Indeed, among my companions are those 2 Bruces, but not only them. There are many new allies, including a formidable powerhouse whom I must get to know better, Qin Sheng replied, a smile gracing his lips. Referring to his brothers Gu Yuan and Lu Bo as Bruces was merely a jest. They were friends and would not be overly concerned about such trivialities. However, to address the impressive leader he had yet to meet as a Bruce, he dare not. In fact, he aspired to be a Bruce to that individual. The reason was simple. That person was extraordinarily powerful. Setting aside their ability to manipulate combat strength, or the way they effortlessly subdued a source with 19 billion combat power, or how they overwhelmed a second group leader boasting 38 billion combat power, one could not overlook their astonishing capability to casually alter the minimum combat requirement for exorcism quests. How utterly staggering! All participants in the chat group must adhere to its regulations, yet our remarkable leader seemed to be the very architect of those rules, poised to become a master of the chat group itself. When one reaches a certain pinnacle of greatness, others are left with no inclination to resist. Only admiration remains. Associating with such an individual, one could hardly find oneself in a dire situation. You appear quite joyful. I surmise this adventure is something you eagerly anticipate. I wish you safe travels, and may you return home soon. Both the child and I await your return, the sacred dragon and Zheng said tenderly, gazing at him. Qin Sheng felt a peculiar sensation, despite having forged a contract for many years. He still found it difficult to grow accustomed to her persistent desire for him to assume the role of a father figure. I am but a diminutive human, while you are a majestic dragon. The chasm between us is insurmountable. With a start, Qin Sheng, having concluded his immediate tasks, did not linger but turned to enter the demon-slaying dungeon's matchmaking room. Beep. The minimum combat power requirement for the demon-slaying dungeon is 3,000. Upon verification, your combat power meets the criteria. Entry is permitted. Though he was mentally prepared, the moment Qin Sheng beheld this notification, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of disconnection, as his previous understanding was utterly upended. The mere omission of a single character belied an insurmountable gulf. 3,000 combat power and 30 million combat power are akin to the disparity between an ant and a great whale, utterly incomparable. Witnessing it firsthand, he realized that the group leader indeed possessed the power to alter back-end rules. He was nothing short of remarkable. Beep. Qin Sheng has joined the team. Team leader, Chen Yi, combat power, 2 billion. Current team members, Mu Chun, 956, 150. Fong Zheng, 399, 100. Adolf Anlin, 505, 050. Gu Yuan, 99 billion. Zhou Zheng, 302, 530. Xiao Chunin, 655, 000. Lu Bo, 2 billion. Qin Sheng, 23 billion. Team chat, Gu Yuan, Sheng. You were half a minute late. You weren't ensnared by Zheng again, were you? Lu Bo, a bit hasty, aren't we? Mu Chino, things are suddenly becoming interesting. Adolf Anlan, Unseen, that name possesses an exotic flair. Brother Qin Sheng, Are you also a kindred spirit from a Western fantasy realm? Fang Zheng, quite intriguing. Zhou Zheng, alas, I long to integrate with you all, but I have already abstained. It feels as though a laminable wall separates us. Qin Sheng, the source of the password, that wretched Lu Bo. How many times must I reiterate that my relationship with Zhen is pristine? Do not tarnish our connection with such sordid thoughts. You are despicable. Gu Yuan, is that truly the case? You certainly put on a fade, but what in Zhen Lu Bo, let me ask you, what if she harbors guilt? Mo Chen, Eting Medon. JPG, Adolf Amlin, excitedly slamming table. JPG, Fang Zheng, suddenly inspired to compose poetry. I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. Xiao Chunin, Brother Fang, I believe it would be better to say, falling flowers have intentions to follow the flowing water, while the flowing water is indifferent to the falling flowers. Zhou Zheng, alas, life is filled with long-lasting regrets as the waters flow eastward. Gumble, oh, a few cultured friends among us. You must have recently donned your literary garb, remembering so vividly, unlike me, who has endured countless tribulations with memories of my homeland now hazy. Mu Chun, we cannot return. The village of yours lost to us. Adolf Amlin, what has prompted this sudden poetic recitation? Let's not deviate from the topic. I wish to indulge in gossip. What untold stories lie between Qin Sheng and Zhen Qin Sheng, Amlin, be silent. Matters of adults are not for children to inquire. Beep. Li Yuan 1-201-000 has joined the team. Li Yuan, greetings, esteemed seniors. I humbly present myself here. Beautiful selfie. JPG, Adolf Amlin, baby Yuan, I shall stand behind you to protect you. Fear not. Li Yuan. Mu Chun, come on, my friend, with your meager combat prowess. How could you possibly protect Yuan? Are you trying to hinder her, or merely seek her favor? Lu Bo, hey, you quick to change your tune. Just moments ago, you were curious about Zheng, and now you are fawning over Yuan. You are clearly a man of lascivious inclinations. Zhou Zheng, are you still ensnared by the charms of women? Young man, awaken. Our aspirations lie in the stars and the vast ocean. Adolf Amlin, Zheng, what has befallen you? Were we once comrades in arms? How have you suddenly drifted so far apart? Have you truly renounced your former ways? How did you manage such a feat? Ding. Zhao Gao, 1401500, has joined the party. Ding. Shenlang, 8506000, has joined the party. Ding. Chenbo, 409010, has joined the party. Ding. Lu Rian, 1850100, has joined the party. Ding. Wang Jian, 6305000, has joined the party. As the 5-minute deadline approached, the hesitant members finally made their way in just in time. Upon seeing the entire team assembled, Chen Yi immediately initiated the exorcism dungeon secret realm. In an instant, 15 teleportation portals manifested in the corresponding realms of each member. Just as Mu Chen, bearing a special orb, was about to step into the portal, Chen Yi's true self, concurrently operating the consciousness tethered to the chat group backend, began to stir up trouble. Chapter 80, 8 billion times of passive fate. The first gathering of all members in Group 108 to utilize the teleportation channel of the chat group. One must undergo scrutiny by the detection system. This is a necessary measure instituted by the chat group to prevent incursions by unknown entities, leaving no room for oversight. Chen Yi exerted considerable effort, yet could not configure the detection system to his desired specifications. It was excessively sensitive. At critical moments, its responses were so pronounced that Chen Yi was compelled to abandon his attempts. Thus, if he wished for Mu Chun to escort the orb, which harbored 76 late-stage fusion cultivators of the Z-Way continent, into the exorcism secret realm, he needed to employ a clever stratagem. Given the detection system's heightened sensitivity, it sufficed to create a minor anomaly in the background, diverting its attention and consequently relaxing its vigilance over the teleportation channel. The orb, specially modified by Chen Yi, could easily evade detection unless subjected to multiple checks, the basic protective barriers would fail to reveal its extraordinary nature. For this plan, he meticulously prepared for 30 days, dedicating 592,000 seconds to research and conducting a staggering 250 billion trials. Failure was not an option. With a soft pop, Mu Chun seamlessly passed through the protective layer of the teleportation channel. The orb containing 76 late-stage fusion cultivators successfully infiltrated. Welcome to the know. 7 Exorcism Secret Realm, the dream of marriage. Here, many dream-eating spirits will emerge, growing stronger from your fears. Thus, do not succumb to terror. Press forward with all your might to vanquish them. Please select a mode: Novice, Easy, Normal, Hard, Purgatory, Exorcism Trial Ground Preliminary Exercise. Kind reminder to ensure the safety of the trial participants. The passive Fate has been activated. It triggers when health drops to a minimum, heralding the arrival of darkness, allowing for a full retreat. Current uses of passive Fate: 1,000,000,000. What? 1 billion times of passive Fate. Is this truly the Exorcism Secret Realm I once knew? The 3 seasoned veterans from the original second group were taken aback. Unlike the naive newcomers who entered without understanding, these 3 had battled through the Exorcism Secret Realm for years and had traversed all 33 secret realms, possessing an unparalleled wealth of experience and an intimate knowledge of the unspoken rules within. Yet, they were witnessing this astonishing billion times of passive Fate for the first time. The novices were oblivious, but could the veterans be unaware? Aside from the complimentary passive Fate granted during the novice protection period, any subsequent use would require a staggering 20 billion points. 1 billion times equated to 2 million trillion points. What an immense fortune! This was simply outrageous. Do not be alarmed. At this moment, Chen Yi, having finally been permitted entry by the detection system, spoke with an air of calm. It's happening rapidly. In an instant, Guiyuan flashed forward, respectfully bowing. My esteemed leader, it has been many days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Strange as it may seem, I cannot shake the feeling that you have always been by my side, never truly departed. Perhaps it is merely my illusion, but it seems that mountains are not merely mountains, and waters are all reflections of you. Chen Yi cast a calm glance in his direction. Cast aside that illusion. In truth, I have always been with you. You must know that I once dispatched 18 colorful beads, while the leader of the second group, Yi Wuchen, only returned with 9. So where have the other 9 gone? Indeed, they are resting in the Xuanji world, hanging within the very essence of the Xuanji heavenly Tao. Therefore, your feelings are not mere illusions. Upon receiving this affirmation, Guiyuan grinned earnestly. I knew it. It is no wonder I feel so secure at home. With you at the helm, I am at ease. Chen Yi slightly shook his head. Gun, should the day come when I decide to take away the secondary true immortal level law essence of the Xuanji heavenly Tao, how would you respond? Guiyuan paused for a moment before promptly replying. Then I shall celebrate the birth of an entirely new immortal realm. I firmly believe that under your guidance, the Xuanji world will experience a brief period of turmoil before achieving even greater development, rather than remaining the solitary giant that devours all realms. Hearing this, Chen Yi chuckled and pointed at him. You, truly, know how to speak. In the distance, Fang Zheng observed the endearing exchange between the beloved leader and Guiyuan, and could not help but clench his fists quietly. Indeed, heroes in this world are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. Who would have thought that even in such a niche path, there would be competitors? Haha, this time I concede. I am outmatched in both cultivation and speed. Just wait. One day I will surpass you. Then, we shall meet on equal footing, and the victor will be determined. At the same moment, further away, the inept imitator, Xiao Chunan, noticed Fang Zheng tightly clenching his fists, and could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. I have yet to grasp Brother Fang's essence, and now I have another formidable opponent. This path is indeed crowded. However, on a brighter note, when 2 kings contend, a small fry like me can learn so much more. Suddenly, the situation becomes intriguing. If I could blend the strengths of both and achieve a harmonious synthesis, well, I may not overshadow them, but at the very least, I could stand on equal ground. Come on, I will never admit defeat. In the farthest corner, the newly acquainted Li Yuan and Lu Ruyan whispered to each other. Sister Yuan, look at Brother Fong and Brother Xiao. TSK. I have never been as impressive as they are while vying for favor in the harem. Ruyan, you must not misunderstand. Men often possess an inexplicable obsession with being first. What was that saying? When 3 men gather, they automatically generate a brainstormer. When 3 brainstormers collide, a victor must emerge. They will never yield to one another. TSK men indeed. But enough of them. By the way, Sister Yuan, your skin looks so beautiful. What is your secret? Could you share your tips with me? It is indeed you. I generally do not divulge such information to others. Gurgle on either side of the 2 ladies, Chun Bo and Adolf Amlin, incessantly swallowed their saliva. They thought they had steeled themselves, for the video had circulated widely, leading them to believe their hearts were as tranquil as still waters. Yet, upon witnessing the real-life figures, their hearts could not help but flutter like restless elephants. What a pair of inept fools. Zhou Zheng regarded these 2 companions, who had joined the group around the same time, with disdain, feeling embarrassed to be associated with them. Moreover, Mu Chun and Shun Lang, the estranged buddies, engaged in mutual mockery, while Zhao Hao and Wang Jian played the role of peacemakers. The 2 veterans from the original second group observed the billion times activation of the Death Command passive ability on the panel, glancing at the obsequiously eager Gu Yuan, internally wrestling with the decision of whether to set aside their pride. The entire assembly of Group 108, upon their inaugural face-to-face meeting, began to forge distinct little factions, establishing bonds of camaraderie, though the invisible barriers between differing circles proved difficult to dissolve. Chen Yi, who discreetly orchestrated everything, was well aware of this dynamic. He promptly organized them into teams based on their characteristics. My dear group members, are you prepared to embrace the onslaught of the nightmare spirit? With the enhancement of the billion times death command passive, rest assured, you shall not perish. So let us proceed with utmost fervor. Oh, and let us not forget the 76 useless little beings at the integration stage led by Z-Wei. You 2 possess the billion times death command passive. The realms between life and death hold profound terror, and I hope you will surprise me greatly. Chapter 81. Listening to the sound of Destiny's passive trigger to one's astonishment, such a formidable general emerges. The Evil Exorcism dungeon comprises a total of 33 secret realms, each with distinct attributes and content. Among them, the utilization rate of the Dream Marriage realm, number 7, is rather dismal, rendering it the least favored of all. It is noteworthy that there are 56 eligible participants in the Evil Exorcism chat group, which could easily form around 300 trial teams. However, due to the limited number of dungeons, participants cannot freely select their desired realm. Instead, they are subjected to a random match by the system. Whenever the 7th Dream Marriage realm is matched, without exception, players opt to exit and restart. The reason is simple. The properties of a nightmare spirit are exceedingly formidable, unlike the malevolent spirits in other realms with fixed values. Its strength escalates with the proliferation of fear harbored within the hearts of individuals, manifesting as various horrifying images that strike at the soul. The greater the fear, the more powerful it becomes. Conversely, if one possesses an unshakable heart and unwavering confidence, it is merely a paper tiger, easily vanquished with a mere poke. Admittedly, while this mechanism is exceptionally suited for honing one's resolve, the fears rooted deep within the psyche are not easily surmountable. Moreover, the passive ability of Destiny can only be triggered once, costing a staggering 20 billion points, rendering it an impractical choice for all but a few affluent elites. Naturally, this does not include Chen Yi, who relishes the challenge and even wishes to bring others along. His motivation is not merely due to possessing ample points, but rather because he has activated the ability to its fullest extent. With a billion instances of Destiny's passive health enhancement, unrestricted healing, and adjustable difficulty settings, he has fully optimized all functionalities of the 7th Dream Marriage realm. The members of Group 108 and the 76 late-stage cultivators from the Z-Way continent are truly enduring great tribulations. While Destiny's passive can preserve one's life, it merely ensures survival. The pain from taking hits is excruciating, and returning to a safe zone only to re-engage in combat is akin to enduring suffering upon suffering. Particularly vexing is the fact that the insidious nightmare spirit morphs according to one's fears. The more one fears something, the more it manifests. A slight tremor in one's resolve can result in instant annihilation. At this very moment, Zhou Zheng, having just recovered in the healing zone, steps back into the fray. He had already fortified himself psychologically, believing there was nothing left to fear. However, to his dismay, the nightmare spirit shows no mercy. In a dismal twist, it conjures 3 elderly women. "Young man, what are you doing? Come here." The sickly sweet, cloying voice echoes hauntingly. In an instant, Zhou Zheng's deepest fears are struck with a devastating blow, and an uncontrollable wave of terror begins to spread, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Don't come any closer. Hee, you're afraid." Ding. The surrounding light abruptly dims, announcing the activation of Destiny's passive. Zhou Zheng is instantly flung away, resembling a rag doll as he plummets back towards the healing zone. This clearly indicates a lapse. His resolve harbors a flaw, providing an opportune moment for rigorous training. This is precisely why Chen Yi deliberately chose this realm as the battlefield for their inaugural encounter. Certainly, where there are underachievers, there exist overachievers as well. In another battlefield, Qin Sheng gazed impassively at the nightmare spirit, which had morphed into the image of Zheng, indulging in provocative postures. "Sheng, I feel so hot. Won't you help me?" It cooed. "Open your eyes and look at me. I refuse to believe your eyes are vacant. Why aren't you afraid? Aren't you terrified of this?" Qin Sheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "My lack of desire does not equate to inability, nor does it imply fear." With that, he drew forth his life weapon, the dragon bone sword, pointing it menacingly at the nightmare spirit. "Cease your tedious antics, and engage me in a true duel between men." The nightmare spirit twisted and turned, ultimately realizing that it could find no flaw in him, and thus transformed into a likeness of Qin Sheng to combat him. This was the true terror of the nightmare spirit. When an individual is unafraid of external forces, the only entity capable of defeating him is himself, especially when that self is a stronger version. Yet, Qin Sheng remained undaunted, and even felt a surge of fervor. "Come at me. This time, I shall shatter you." In truth, this was not his first venture into the dream marriage secret realm. His previous defeats were not due to incapacity, but rather because the passive ability of the Fate Command could only be invoked once. This limitation weighed heavily on him, preventing him from fighting to the end. However, this time, having allied himself with the new group leader, he was prepared to strike with full force. With the augmentation of 1 billion Fate Commands, he believed even he could not be defeated by himself. Confidence is the pinnacle of strength. Half an hour later, the nightmare spirit, now resembling Qin Sheng, was pierced through by a sword and pinned to the ground, unable to move. Gazing in disbelief at the man who approached slowly from afar. Why didn't you evade?" At that moment, Qin Sheng was in a dire state. With a bloody hole piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth, his left arm already vanished, his breath extremely weak. Yet, he smiled with sheer satisfaction. "Evade? Why should I evade? Do you think you can kill me? Or do you believe I would be afraid?" The nightmare spirit fell silent for a moment before finally bowing its stubborn head. "Very well. You have won." As soon as the words left its lips, it disintegrated into a flurry of rule fragments, drifting toward Qin Sheng. It was only after he collected those fragments of rules that Qin Sheng could no longer hold on, voluntarily inflicting a wound upon himself, brazenly triggering the Fate Command, allowing the power of the Dark Veil to descend and return him to the healing zone. Hiss! Initially, it was thought that the first kill achievement would belong to Feng Zheng or Gu Yuan. Yet unexpectedly, a general exhibited such valor. Chen Yi, who had been discreetly controlling the situation, was taken aback. This outcome was beyond his expectations. Though Qin Sheng possessed formidable combat strength within the realm of the nightmare spirit, all beings were equal. One's prowess did not sway the grand scheme of things. This was a test of the Tao heart. Regardless of one's origins, without an invincible belief, one could never conquer the nightmare spirit. Outwardly, Qin Sheng appeared carefree, exuding an aura of nonchalance. According to the theory that external appearances reflect internal states, such individuals typically falter easily. Yet, unexpectedly, one could not discern his true heart. Beneath a decayed exterior lay a heart of unparalleled resilience. Alas, I too have misjudged, yet one cannot entirely blame you, Yi Wuchen. If such gold does not shine of its own accord, it is indeed indistinguishable from mere stones. Chen Yi shook his head with a sigh, silently awarding Qin Sheng a score of 90 in his thoughts, before turning his gaze toward the group of inept individuals nurtured by Ziwei. Truly, without comparison, there is no pain. These individuals have languished in comfort for far too long, triggering the passive ability of the fate decree fewer than 10 times, timidly hesitating as they lie in the healing zone, pretending to be lifeless. They are even inferior to Zhou Zheng, who, despite harboring a flawed heart, dares to confront the deepest fears within himself. Having activated the fate decree over 300 times within 150 minutes, resolutely advancing. Now, he can withstand the pressure from the 3 elder matriarchs for a full 30 seconds without flinching. And what of them? They knelt without even a second's endurance, simply because the nightmare spirit manifested in their likeness. Are they truly that terrified? Very well, even if you fear me, it is but a falsehood, an illusion conjured by the nightmare spirit. Yet, the real threat stands behind you. Do you fear a mere illusion while dismissing the genuine presence of me? Worthless beings, advance. I command you. That is but a deception. Confront it. Otherwise, I shall turn my wrath upon you. Chapter 82. What is the exalted guardian of calamity? All of Chen Yi's avatars have gathered. Chen Yi's words may be coarse, yet they possess a certain truth. Is it truly possible that a group of late-stage integration cultivators cannot discern the reality? No, they are quite clear. However, the apparition conjured by the nightmare spirit bears an exact resemblance to the exalted guardian of calamity. Even if they know it to be false, do they dare to strike? To attack a false version in the presence of the true exalted guardian? Would that not be a slap in the face? Who would dare act so recklessly? Damn it, exalted guardian of calamity, I fear you not. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the crowd. A burly man clad in a white tiger skin coat trembled with rage, yet his eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. The late-stage integration cultivators quickly understood it was him, Shan Biao, the son of the White Tiger Mountain Lord, the new Demon King. His father had been forced by the detestable exalted guardian to face the tribulation of ascension, ultimately never to return, leaving only a gravestone in the vast cosmos to mark his existence. It must be said, this filial little white tiger dared to bare his fangs at the exalted guardian, earning their admiration, though they remained skeptical. Little Biao, do not act foolishly, a powerful fox clan elder admonished, having once been the chief demon master under the Demon King. Having watched the little white tiger grow up, naturally, he could not bear to see the last bloodline of the mountain lord act recklessly. Uncle Tu Shan, there is no need for further persuasion. Shan Biao shook his head, his eyes brimming with determination. I have made up my mind. Life and death no longer concern me. Though he was acutely aware that it was his father's lack of strength that led to this fate, had it not been for the relentless pressure from the exalted guardian. Would his father have been forced into the tribulation? It was the exalted guardian who had caused his father's demise. Shan Biao harbored a deep hatred for the exalted guardian. Were it not for the persistent counsel from the elders of his clan, and his own sense of responsibility to bear the burden of the clan's future, he would have already stormed into the Mirage Star Cave to avenge his father. But today, he could no longer endure, even knowing that the exalted guardian was insurmountable. Even aware that he could be easily crushed, he would not retreat. Roar! With a resounding roar, he transformed into his true form, a massive tiger with distinctive markings. Chen Yi, come and fight. In the next moment, the giant tiger was effortlessly lifted by Chen Yi by the scruff of its neck, akin to a mere kitten. Shan Biao's mind went blank. The familiar sensation evoked memories of his childhood, faintly recalling his father's gentle visage. Chen Yi regarded the small white tiger with its tail tucked in and shook his head. Your courage is commendable, but you still have much to learn. As for your father's fate, I am truly sorry. If you seek vengeance, you may do so, but you're currently far too weak. Defeat the nightmarish spirit first. Then come seek me after you have transcended your tribulation. With that, he tossed the agitated little tiger before the nightmarish spirit. Before long, the nightmarish spirit, sensing Shan Biao's inner fears, immediately transformed into the likeness of Chen Yi and disdainfully remarked, "Waste, you have returned again?" Roar! Shan Biao howled towards the heavens, breaking free from the shackles of his mind. No longer did he fear the real Chen Yi. So why should he be afraid of a mere illusion? In an instant, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged forward, swallowing Chen Yi whole. Roaring with ferocity, it bellowed, "Who else dares to challenge me? What is the Yujia sovereign to me but a mere insignificant being?" Just as the tirade was reaching its peak, the passive ability of Siming was abruptly triggered. The nightmare spirit, having consumed him, left the mountain tyrant in a state of disarray, spilling his innards across the ground. Overcoming the nightmare spirit was no simple feat. Conquering the fears within was merely the initial hurdle. Only through an examination of the heart and a triumph over oneself could one prevail. There was no influence from Chen Yi in this. It was solely his own inadequacy. If one is lacking, one must practice diligently. Conversely, Chen Yi smiled and gave a thumbs up, commending the mountain tyrant's bravery. Witnessing the scene, the assembled late-stage cultivators exchanged glances, their hearts inexplicably quickening. Was he truly unfazed? Should they dare to test him? The mere thought of striking down the Yujia sovereign in his presence sent shivers of excitement through them. Concerns about repercussions could be addressed later. The Ziwei practitioners had long suffered under the Yujia sovereign's tyranny. Alas, my senior brother, the Puxuan Taoist, perished beneath the tribulation of ascension. Cursed be the nightmare spirit. Return my brother to me. Nightmare spirit, what wrong has my husband committed? When he departed for an assembly, he promised to bring back a 9-turn beauty herb. Yet here we are, he has not returned, now a scattered immortal, endlessly preoccupied. Do you understand the agony of my solitary nights? Nightmare spirit, I curse you. The pent-up resentment of the late-stage cultivators erupted forth, though they were more composed than the mountain tyrant, opting for subtle jabs rather than brashness. Chen Yi felt a headache coming on, noticing that they had set aside their fear and displayed the prowess befitting their rank. He called upon the idle Qin Sheng to supervise them, then turned and ventured deeper into the secret realm. He had 2 objectives for this expedition. The first was to cultivate labors to alleviate the pressures on the Ziwei Heavenly Tao, a plan that had now gained significant momentum. The second goal was to continue the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside, utilizing the purification and demon exorcism trials as a foundation, ultimately to subvert the heavenly talisman. The 7th dream-marrying secret realm was the first step. Guided by the latent consciousness from the background, Chen Yi swiftly maneuvered his 1-star celestial body clone to the core area. A brilliant blue barrier obstructed his path, within which floated a nebulous source of arcane laws. The waves emanating from it hinted at its high grade, serving as the foundation for the entire secret realm. Should he refine it, the entire dream-marrying secret realm would belong to him, with the directives from the chat group entirely at his command. However, the quality of this azure barrier was formidable. Entering undetected by the monitoring system would prove challenging. Yet, Chen Yi relished a challenge. He promptly produced 29 colorful orbs, summoning an additional 29 1-star celestial body clones, bringing the total to a remarkable 30. Aside from the 9 orbs of the Xuanji world and the 9 that adorn Yi Wuchen's neck, as well as 1 that sustains the chat group, all of Chen Yi's avatars have arrived. If he still cannot silently infiltrate this azure barrier, then he shall face the 82nd Ascension Tribulation and create several more avatars. After all, he is determined to conquer the 7th dream of Marriage Secret Realm, and the chat group cannot hold him back. Chapter 83, The Insufficient Clones. Yi Wuchen on the brink of collapse. 30 clones of the 1-star celestial body have formed an extraordinary array, their power undeniably formidable, though their destructive capability does not match the terrifying fusion of a 4-star clone. The ability to disperse strength into an all-encompassing web renders their stealthy infiltration far superior to that of the 4-star counterpart. The colossal net of the array envelopes the azure barrier, resembling a delicate veil of transparency, akin to an invisible hand that continuously caresses every corner and crevice of the barrier, seeking any potential vulnerabilities that may exist within. But soon, the azure barrier quivered slightly, rippling with barely perceptible waves. Seizing upon this fleeting opportunity, Chen Yi forcibly propelled 3 clones into the barrier. As they penetrated a thick membrane, the internal space was suffused with an extraordinarily heavy atmosphere, radiant with ethereal light, the temperature slightly elevated, evoking a sense of warmth. Surrounding them was an omnipresent immense pressure, descending upon them in an instant, as if attempting to expel the 3 unfamiliar figures intruding upon this private domain. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, immediately urging the 3 clones to charge forth. "Oh, you wish to drive me away? I shall not budge. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. The essence of the dream law. Here I come." With a flicker of thought, the 3 clones darted in different directions. This space, though not vast, was filled with a haze of dreamlike radiance, the dense aura of laws muddling all perceptions. To grasp the true core essence was akin to searching for a nimble fish in a murky pond. Thus, they resorted to a meticulous search, the confined space prompting the 3 clones to encircle from the periphery. The encirclement tightened, leaving them with diminishing room to maneuver. Suddenly, one clone felt a gentle force at its chest, violently colliding with a soft entity that nearly toppled it. Simultaneously, the power of illusion infiltrated its consciousness, attempting to ensnare its spirit in a carousel of phantasmagoria. However, regrettably, this was merely a clone. No spirit resided within its consciousness, only a lingering will. Such a vivid illusion, quite delightful. Chen Yi murmured, a smile gracing his lips. He promptly commanded the clone to grasp the entity, yet it was unable to be refined instantly. The essence of the dream law was of a remarkably high grade, imbued with profound and intricate mystical patterns. After a careful examination, Chen Yi experienced a moment of enlightenment. Within this essence of the dream law, apart from the exceedingly pure aura of the path, lay fragments of will. This was the legacy of a fallen, celestial being, a culmination of the path they had cultivated throughout their life. Chen Yi manipulated the essence of the dream law, attempting to erase one of the will imprints. However, after a painstaking 10 minutes, he barely succeeded in smoothing it out. This was merely one of the will imprints. Nearly 1,000,000 such imprints resided within the essence of the dream law. Even if the 3 1-star celestial body clones worked tirelessly day and night, it would take at least 5 years to completely refine them. To lurk beneath the watchful eye of the detection system for 5 years, proves to be quite a daunting task. Even Chen Yi finds this challenge rather formidable. If he could bring this source back personally, he estimates that he could accomplish it in no more than half a month. However, if taken outside, the 7th secret realm would collapse in an instant, provoking the wrath of the detection system, and that would spell disaster before the venture even truly begins. Yet, if he refrains from taking it out and instead attempts to refine it on the spot, can he endure under the scrutiny of the detection system for 5 years? Is it even feasible? Chen Yi fell into silence. To be honest, it seems rather implausible. The only reason he could wreak havoc in the 7th secret realm this time was due to the excessive probing that caused the detection system to become overloaded, plunging it into a temporary state of desensitization, rendering it indifferent to ordinary anomalies. However, in no more than a month, it would fully recover, and by then, attempting to harvest the fruits of others in the courtyard would likely be impossible to conceal. Alas, his premonition was indeed correct. His avatars were insufficient, and he would need to seek the celestial tribulation once more. Chen Yi seek it deeply. If only he could create several more avatars, achieving a total of 39. He could collectively establish a grand refining formation, which would likely cleanse the will imprint within the source of the dream illusion laws in less than a month. Simultaneously, At least 27 avatars would need to come together to disrupt the Azure barrier to create a small opening. Thus, he would require no less than 54 avatars to be present. Yet, he possesses only 49 avatars. Even deploying them all would not suffice. Therefore, whether for the purpose of synthesizing a 5-star avatar nearly equivalent to his true self, or for the sake of acquiring the primordial creation disk, expanding his avatar plan is imperative. With this thought, Chen Yi immediately commanded his avatars to release the source of the dream illusion laws. He swiftly tidied the area, erasing all traces. Ultimately, the 3 avatars that had stealthily entered completed their task and departed without leaving a single piece of evidence. Fortunately, while the Azure barrier is challenging to enter, exiting poses no hindrance. With a soft pop, the 3 celestial avatars emerged. It was at this moment that a familiar old friend, accompanied by 2 subordinates, applied for entry into the marriage dream secret realm. Upon receiving the notification, Chen Yi's eyes brightened. He had been troubled about how to summon back the 9 colorful orbs, which had been flourishing outside, filling their bowls to the brim. After all, the endless distance between different worlds meant that without the convenient and rapid transmission channels of chat groups, relying solely on the interdimensional teleportation formations he had established would mean it would take at least a year and a half for them to return. Yet, unexpectedly, a pillow arrived just as he was feeling drowsy. "Old Yi, your presence truly is a blessing for me." Over the past month, Yi Wuchen had been in considerable distress, nearly losing his composure on the verge of collapse. The reason? He was burdened with 9 coveted colorful orbs. Do you know how he managed to endure this past month? Each day, when the reward of 1,000 celestial essence stones for ranking 31st was distributed, that damn nuisance would leap out from the colorful orbs, demanding his share. And to make matters worse, it was a 9-to-1 split. He demanded 900, leaving Yi with only 100. 100 a day. Was that anywhere near sufficient for a true immortal's cultivation needs? As Yi Wuchen observed the stagnation of his cultivation progress, he felt an unbearable discomfort, akin to a deathly blow, as those ranked lower on the peak list began to surge forth. Moreover, the situation was exacerbated by the audacity of others. It was one thing to claim the rewards he had painstakingly earned, but why must they also contend for the resources he sought to purchase from the myriad realms marketplace with his hard-earned points? Those rainbow stones imbued with stellar energy, what right did they have to snatch them away? And yet, they refrained from seizing the somewhat impure essence of Pangu's blood. Did they not comprehend the torturous challenge it posed to assimilate? They had no inkling of the torment he had endured. The monthly limit of 10,000 celestial essence stones in the marketplace was another grievance, as he was incessantly urged to buy at the refresh hour, leaving him with nothing. Such unbridled cruelty, it was infuriating. Yi Wuchen had contemplated rising against this injustice numerous times, yet he remained resigned, swallowing his indignation in silence. Today, however, after